Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 280 to Chapter 342. The white mist that enveloped the Twilight Arena suddenly filled the entire inner arena. The big screen in the outer court couldn't clearly see the situation in the inner court, only a vast expanse of white fog. The moment the white mist appeared, the brown-haired old man with a pale complexion immediately disappeared from the top floor and appeared in the inner area. If Sunders was here, he would definitely recognize the old man. Azure Lion Devildare, the leader of Twilight Auction Hall. She used to be a wizard from Brute Cavern. Later, she was stuck between level 1 and level 2, so she left Brute Cavern and returned to her family to have more children. The Riverside Lions were his family. They were also one of the clans that controlled Twilight well. Devildare was not a level 2 wizard yet, but he was already on his way to becoming a truthfinder. He was one of the most famous wizards in the southern wizarding region. Because of the last auction item, all the magi in Twilight Well turned out in full force. Devildare, on the other hand, was the final guarantor of the grand auction. That should be fine. However, he did not expect that at the final stage of the auction, when the item was about to appear on the stage, an accident would happen. At first, Devildare did not pay much attention to a strange seabird that came out of the crowd. Then, a beginner apprentice showed up, and he did not pay much attention to it. However, he didn't expect that the bird and the man would use some kind of spell technique to conjure up a large expanse of white mist that enveloped the entire inner area. This strange white mist that permeated the entire area was actually able to block all of his spying techniques. Devildare could not sit still anymore. He ordered his guards to attack and rushed to the front line alone. He believed that an enemy force must have learned about the item and was here to steal it. The bird, the man, and the mist were all illusions. The real enemy had already snuck into the auction hall to steal the item. However, when Devildare rushed into the inner hall, he was completely lost. Where are they? The mist not only blocked all prying spells, but it also reduced Devildare's visibility. Devildare was familiar with Twilight Well's facilities. He did not need to use his eyes to see anything. He quickly found the auction stage and called Twilight's name. No one answered. He called the guards, but no one responded either. Devildare grew restless. He leaped to the third floor and entered one of the golden VIP rooms based on his memory. Mr. Phantom? Devildare called several times, but no one answered. Even Sunders was gone? Devildare began to panic. Several other wizards also entered the auction hall and joined Devildare in the main hall. Mr. Devildare, what's going on? Why is there no one here? Someone asked. I don't know, but it must be an enemy attack, Devildare said confidently. Even Mr. Phantom is gone. Maybe it's an illusion? I remember that rank 1 acolyte used his own organs to create an illusion. This was another Magus guess. No, it's not an illusion. How can we get in and out of here if it's an illusion? I came in and went out. There's no illusion here. So it's the mist's doing? Someone took out a magic container bottle and began to collect the mist. Regardless of whether or not the current situation was caused by the white mist, just the fact that the white mist could block spying spells was enough to make it worth collecting and studying. That's strange. Is this white fog real? Why is there nothing inside my container bottle? My collection bottle with the absorption spell doesn't work either. Could it be that the white fog is actually fake? Fake enough to confuse our eyes? Devildare's expression grew darker as the wizards discussed among themselves. Instead of talking about this, let's hurry up and look for clues. Tell everyone to search every nook and cranny of this place, starting from the first floor. Also, we can't let any of the people outside go. Devildare was about to lose his patience when he suddenly saw a colorful light spot flying past his eyes. Hey, did you see something? A colorful creature? This was because all spying techniques, including mental tentacles, were rendered ineffective in the white mist. The others did not notice it. Several seconds later, a wizard suddenly yelled, I saw a clown. It went through the wall. A clown? What kind of clown? The first thing that came to the wizards' minds was the Crown Clown, the most powerful demon god in the Abyss Plane. However, Crown Clown would not show up here. His clown army would not show up in the southern wizardry region either. Like those clowns in the circus. But it's moving, but it looks like a flat surface. The wizards searched for a while but failed to find the clown. When they thought it was just an illusion, an unpleasant aria came from the mist. Even Shava praised my voice. Only an old hag in a rosy glow. Croak. You don't know how to appreciate it. And an old man with a white beard. Croak. An ugly woman in red. Croak. Only Shava. She's my soulmate. Croak. An old hag in a rosy glow? An old man with a white beard? An ugly woman in red? The character described in the aria of this difficult problem seemed a bit like Twilight? Cooper and Lydia, a frog singer and a fox zither player, appeared in front of them amidst the combination of zither music and chants. Before they could do anything, they saw two strange creatures. One of them released a green ripple, while the other released a red one. The red and green ripples entered their minds, causing them to feel a strange restlessness. They tried their best to suppress it, but the creatures disappeared again. I think this might really be an illusion? Someone spoke. Don't forget that Mr. Sunders is in there too. Maybe he set it up. It would make sense if he was the one who set up the illusion. Just as they were arguing, the white fog suddenly disappeared. The mist did not disappear from any pipes. Instead, it faded away right in front of everyone's eyes. When the mist was completely gone, the hall was once again filled with people. Twilight stood on the auction stage. Every seat was occupied. The VIPs in the private rooms also showed up. It was as if the white fog from before and the crowd that had disappeared had never happened. The wizards led by Devil Dare stood in the center of the hall and looked out of place. They're back? They're really back? Devil Dare would have thought that the mist was just a dream if one of the apprentices did not yell in surprise, which meant that they had left the place before. What's going on, Twilight? Weren't you with that troublemaker? Devil Dare looked at the corner of the wall where Twilight and the bird fell. There was blood and cracks, but no one was there. Where did they go? Devil Dare hesitated. Did they get ambushed? Are they the traitors from Midnight Sovereign? Twilight shook her head and signaled the other wizards to step back. She then used a voice transmission to tell Devil Dare what happened. Meanwhile, she asked the captain of the escort team to take care of the dead and restore order in the hall. Devil Dare's expression grew darker as he listened to Twilight's explanation. In the end, he stared at Private Room 19 and spoke to Twilight. Let's continue with the auction. We'll talk about the rest later. With that, Devil Dare's body slowly faded away and vanished into thin air. Twilight watched the hall slowly return to normal. 3 people died in the strange nightmare domain, but they were all on her side. The buyer, on the other hand, was safe and sound. Apart from a few apprentice sorcerers who suffered some minor injuries, there were no major problems. At least Twilight Union's reputation would not be affected too much since no one died. Twilight sighed and glanced at Private Room 19 with a hint of hatred in her eyes. She then walked to the auction stage. You all went through a strange adventure just now. It must be one of the best experiences in life. Every experience will turn into the most valuable experience, which will make the path of learning smoother. Twilight put away her usual calm expression and spoke a lot of nonsense on the stage. She hoped that no one would mind what happened just now. The wizards had already reached an agreement in the nightmare domain, so they all smiled and said, "We don't mind." Now, let's move on to the 172nd item, which is also the second last item of today's auction. Gray is Barbie's restaurant waiter. The starting price is 10,000 magic crystals, and the minimum increment is 5,000 magic crystals. The eyeless man was dragged back into the cage with a calm expression. He did not have any eyes, but his head was still looking at Private Room 19, where Toby was. Private Room 19. Sunders was alone, but now there were 2 more people inside. Well, to be exact, 2 people and a bird. Sunders sat between the light and shadow and quietly looked at the unconscious young man lying on another sofa. You don't even trust him when he's carrying the nightmare domain? He'll either stay in it forever or wake up. There's no point in worrying. It was Flora who spoke. She was floating in the air with her bare feet. She sounded like she was trying to win Sunders' favor. That clothes. I think it belongs to the professor. Is Angor trying to imitate him? I gave it to him, Sunders said. You're so nice to Angor, but you never gave me any clothes. Sunders did not bother to respond to such nonsense. Flora curled her lips and continued to badmouth Angor. Angor ruined the professor's clothes. You can see how disrespectful he is. Sunders still did not answer. He looked back at the auction stage. The eyeless man's price had reached 100,000 magic crystals, which showed how attractive a gourmet wizard was. Even if he was just an apprentice, there were still many wizards who loved good food. Number 19 offers 150,000 crystals. Number 177 offers 180,000 crystals. Number 19 offers 190,000 crystals. Flora floated behind Sunders and whispered, Professor, it's just a gourmet apprentice. Why spend so much money? We can just go to Fairy Town and find one. Flora's so-called search meant that she would knock out anyone she found pleasing to the eye and take them away. She would do it all in one go without hesitation. Sunders did not answer Flora's question directly. Instead, he asked in a strange tone, Do you think Greya is really dead? Number 327 offers 200,000 crystals. Sunders glanced at the price and added another 10,000 crystals. The eyeless man's price had reached 210,000 crystals. Flora hesitated. Greya should be dead, right? Time in the nightmare realm is almost frozen. If she could come out, she would have done so already. Unless she left from another exit, and no one knows about it. But that's too unlikely. Besides, even if she did leave the nightmare realm, she should have contacted Candy House instead of her own people. Flora pouted. Anyway, I think she's dead. Then let's assume she's dead. Sunders did not comment further as if his question was meaningless. Flora narrowed her eyes. Are you saying there's more to this than meets the eye, Professor? Sunders remained silent for a moment. The people of Candy House, they seem to be free-spirited and unrestrained, but they are much more united than we think. Such a powerful organization did not do anything about Greya's death. Even when their people were captured and sold, no one came to rescue them. Don't you think it's strange? Flora tilted her head. You mean Greya is not dead? Sunders shook his head. I don't know. But I heard an anecdote. What anecdote? Sunders' eyes darkened. Felicia went to the Brilliance Plain some time ago. Then she went to Grand Plain with an old man whose hair was braided into a crescent moon shape and whose beard was inlaid with suns. His hair was braided into a crescent moon shape, and his beard was inlaid with suns. A shadow appeared in Flora's mind. Brilliance Plain, is it? Flora muttered. That's strange. The Brilliance Plane was a subsidiary plane of the Sorcerer World. A so-called subsidiary plane was a manifestation of a plane's successful fusion. It was a plane that was free of all the characteristics of a free plane. All the rules and properties were expressed by the fusion, but the subsidiary plane itself was independent of the major world. For example, the relationship between the offshore islands and the mainland. Even if the island appeared to be isolated in the sea and had no borders with the mainland, if one looked at it from the perspective of the continental shelf, the island was actually just a derivative of the continental shelf. In the end, it was still a single entity, just that its appearance was independent. Here, the Brilliance Plane was the offshore island, and the continental shelf was the Magus world. There were many subsidiary planes like this in the southern region. Due to the huge gap between wizards and mortals, most wizard organizations were established in subsidiary planes to avoid contact with mortals. Among these subsidiary planes, the Brilliance Plane was a very special existence. The vastness of the subsidiary planes was beyond imagination. Some of them were even larger than the fake continent. The reason why the Brilliance Plane was special was that in such a vast subsidiary plane, there was only one Magus organization in the entire Brilliance Plane. This was very rare in other subsidiary planes. And this wizard organization that occupied a whole subsidiary plane was called Starliege Temple. The Holy Land of Prophets. The figure that appeared in Flora's mind was also a famous prophet, Prada the Stargazer. Sunders only described the man's appearance without mentioning his real name. This was because prophets could sense people who called them by their names. Just like abyss demons, whose real names were their medium. By mentioning their real names, they could send their thoughts across thousands of planes to find you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Sunders did not mention the man's real name. Felicia hired a great prophet, but he didn't go to Haunt World to look for Greya. Instead, he went to Haunt World's neighbor, the Grand Plain. This is somewhat thought-provoking. Perhaps women were naturally sensitive to gossip. Although Flora said it was strange, she was already imagining several scenarios in her head. Perhaps Greya was still alive. But is that why you want to buy him, Professor? To do Greya a favor? Flora pointed at the eyeless man on the stage. Sunders shook his head. Not really. It's just that I haven't eaten food cooked by a gourmet wizard for a long time, and I'm hungry. Flora humphed. You think I'll believe that? Sunders smiled. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In the end, Sunders did not buy the eyeless man. When Twilight announced the deal, Sunders' voice echoed throughout the hall. Mr. Sunders, shall we have dinner together tonight? Let's ask the guy in the cage to cook for us. Sunders did not respond. I bought him because I want him to cook for us, said Flora. She paused. It doesn't make much of a difference. He's going to be yours. Before she could finish, Flora retorted, What do you mean about the same? Don't push your luck, Lydia. It was Lydia who bought the eyeless man. She smiled in a flirtatious manner. What? She's a bit angry today. Is it because she's jealous? Flora was about to retort when she heard a rough male voice. Red Lotus, we're in public. Let's not talk like that. Mr. Phantom doesn't want to talk to you, so don't make trouble for yourself. Lydia's expression darkened. I was wondering who it was. It's the sick lion of Shore, Devil Dare. Everyone chuckled at Lydia's words. She dared to talk to Devil Dare directly and changed the name from Lion of Shore to Sickly Lion. As expected of Fire Lotus, who was known for her short temper. Devil Dare humphed. What's wrong? You want to fight me? Bring it on. Devil Dare did not respond. Instead, he spoke to Twilight. Continue. Twilight nodded and spoke to Room 1, Calm down, Lady Lotus. Why don't you take a look at our last item? Maybe you'll be interested. After Twilight finished speaking, the magic array in the inner field emitted a bright light. It was at full power, consuming hundreds of mana crystals every minute. At the same time, a dozen wizards showed up on the stage. Some were floating, some were hiding, some were leaning against the wall, and some were sitting upright. They surrounded the auction stage tightly. Such a grand display showed how important the last item was to Twilight Auction. The Magi present began to raise their heads in anticipation as they waited for the battle to begin. Even Lydia narrowed her eyes and stopped arguing. She did not hear anything good coming out of this year's auction. But Twilight's current lineup made it seem as though a peerless treasure was about to appear in the world. Actually, there was something fishy about this. Devil Dare didn't know what to do. Someone actually offered the item to him right before the grand auction began. He was going to take it from the auction house, but the seller insisted on going outside. He wanted to delay the auction until the end of the year. Even if he did not, he could still advertise the item to the public and earn more money. However, the seller still insisted on holding the item in the middle of the year. Devil Dare had no choice but to agree. As a matter of fact, Devil Dare invited Sunders here because of an urgent invitation. Please have a look, everyone. Twilight waved a hand and a sealed glass cabinet appeared on the stage. A doll that looked dark and obscure was hung in a glass cabinet. The doll was not big. It was about half the length of an arm. From afar, it looked like a weather doll used by mortals to pray for good weather. It had a simple round head, a few strands of black hair, and a long string on its body that could be hung anywhere. However, one would notice something strange when looking closer. The doll gave off an eerie aura. The few strands of black hair on its head could not cover its eyes. Its eyes were concentric circles of black and red. They were tightly pressed together and emitted a strange light. All the wizards, including Sunders, gasped in shock when they saw the doll. They thought Twilight Auction's final auction item would be a high-tier alchemy item or something of the same value. They did not expect it to be something like this, this was definitely the most expensive item Twilight Auction had ever produced in the past 10 years. Regardless of whether or not they were able to obtain this item, almost all of the official magi had the thought that this trip was not in vain. To sorcerer apprentices, this doll didn't have much special features, but it did look a little scary and sinister. Only an official magus would be able to see through the secrets hidden within this little doll. When the doll appeared, to the official magi, the entire inner hall seemed to have darkened. Only a black shadow with a shrieking laugh could be seen jumping out from the doll and covering the entire inner hall. Then they saw a pair of blood-red eyes growing out of the shadow, as well as a bloody mouth that remained upturned all the time. Even the anti-magic glass cabinets could not stop the terrifying blood shadow that seemed to have materialized. This was a world that apprentices could not see. It can't be wrong. This must be a mystery item. A wizard stood up in excitement. His eyes were full of surprise. It seemed he wanted to rush to the stage and observe the item closely. Mysterious item? The excitement of this magus instantly infected the others. Most of the sorcerer apprentices were still a little vague about the concept of mysterious items. Even if they didn't know the concept of mysterious, looking at the sorcerer's excited appearance, they clearly understood that the final auction item on the stage might not be as simple as it appeared to be. That's right. A mystery item that has never been seen before. Twilight smiled as she watched the wizard sigh at the doll. It's called the cursing doll, she said slowly. Twilight only mentioned the name of the item. She did not mention anything else about it. It was not that she did not want to. She did not know. The seller was very mysterious, and the item was also very mysterious. The seller did not even allow them to do a routine test before the item was put up for auction. Otherwise, they would not be sold. It was a mystery item in the wild. Even if it was put up for auction in floating Mech City, it would be the final item. If they could get this item from a small wizard market, their reputation and popularity would be greatly boosted. In order to not let go of this item, they still accepted it despite the seller's harsh conditions. Let's cut to the chase. The starting price of this item is 100,000 magic crystals. Each increment is not less than 100,000 magic crystals. Ever since Sunders cut off the nightmare domain and fused it into Angor's body, Angor had been in a strange state. Since then, he had been in a strange state. Sunders told Angor that he would fall into all kinds of illusions, which might be the things he desired the most. Angor should not indulge in them, or he would never wake up. However, the illusions did not appear. He was only in a very shallow state. He could hear everything around him, but he could not wake up. According to Sunders, Felicia went to the Brilliance Plane, and Graham might not be dead. Angor did not know how these two things were related, but it was good news for him. He also heard Flora badmouthing him behind his back. He also heard Sunders bidding for the eyeless man, but Lady Lotus beat him to it. Angor heard a lot of things, but he still could not move. Suddenly, Angor felt uncomfortable all over his body. His blood flowed faster, and his spirit power was greatly consumed. Especially around his back, he felt like he was on fire, and sometimes he felt itchy. Angor could not care less about what the outside world was saying. He focused all his attention on the strange reaction of his body. Angor curled up his spirit inside his mind space. Then, he waited for an illusion to come, for him to be dragged into a real one, and for him to break out of the illusion and inherit the new nightmare domain. However, when the nightmare domain fused with his body, the illusion he was waiting for did not come. Apart from the constant itching on his back, he did not feel anything else. Today's auction ends here. When the nightmare domain fused with his body, Angor finally came out of his mental state. Twilight's voice reached his ears just in time. He heard Twilight hammering down the final item. Done? What's the last item? Angor asked. Let's hope it's something that can counter undead creatures. Angor still could not wake up. He was still in a half-conscious state. He heard Sunders talking to Twilight, as if they were making a deal. Then, he heard a rough male voice talking to Sunders and asking him to go somewhere for a drink. After that, Angor found himself in a quiet and empty place. He heard birds chirping and beasts roaring. He smelled the fragrance of plants and flowers. He felt the depths of his soul tremble. Could it be that the long-awaited illusion was finally showing up? Unfortunately, the illusion didn't do anything to him. After an unknown amount of time, he stretched himself and sat up with a sleepy look. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sensed something strange. He was lying on a stone bed, surrounded by a forest filled with birds and flowers. Beside the stone bed, there was a bookshelf, a table, and a mess of items. Open tables and bookshelves? What's wrong with him? Angor mumbled as he walked to the desk. There was a stack of documents on the table, and on top of it was a letter. The envelope had been opened, and the white letter was placed to the side. His Excellency Meng Qi has arrived and invited Huanma. There were several special runes that he couldn't decipher. They were engraved with magic power, indicating that they were some kind of secret code. Angor reached out his spirit feelers to sense the magic lines and tried to decipher the code according to the lines. But before he could do anything, the environment in front of him suddenly changed. He was hundreds of meters above the ground. However, he didn't fall down. Instead, someone grabbed him by the back of his neck like a kitten in the mouth of a mother cat. His limbs were limp, and his eyes were blank. The female cat Angor slowly turned around and saw a handsome but emotionless face. Angor smiled awkwardly. Sir. It was Sunders who carried him. Sunders raised an eyebrow. You woke up early. He didn't ask if Angor succeeded. The strange aura on Angor's body already told him everything. Angor looked around and then at his feet. Time, night. Location, it seemed to be above Twilight Well. Angor put on a flattering smile. How long was I out, sir? Was I in your sorcerer's garden? Sanders hummed in agreement. You were out for 3 hours. I'm going back to Brute Cavern now. Since you're awake, you can go back by yourself. With that, Sunders let go of Angor's neck and waved at him with a smile. Wait. Sir. Help. I can't fly. He planned to ask more questions about the auction, Greya, and the Nightmare Domain, but Sunders didn't stop him. However, Sunders didn't give him a chance to ask. He left Angor behind and left. Sunders' figure quickly melted into the dark sky and disappeared. Angor felt like crying as he fell from hundreds of meters above the ground. Ugh. I just saved the world. Why are you treating me like this? Angor mumbled to himself. If Angor was really in danger, Sunders wouldn't mind lending a helping hand. However, when he heard Angor's mumbling, Sunders' veins bulged on his forehead. He cursed Angor and left without hesitation. Angor broke through the troposphere and began to fall faster and faster. He was about to hit the ground, but his expression didn't change much. He didn't know how to fly, but he did experience falling from a great height twice. One of them was in Sunders' acoustic illusion. But it didn't matter. After going through those 2 near-death experiences, Angor already had a perfect way to save himself from falling from a great height. When he was several meters above the ground, a tornado appeared. Using the momentum, he easily turned around in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Angor felt proud of himself for a moment and began to check his body. Sunders had returned his bone card. As expected, there were only 3 digits left on it. There was now a space-soft sack in his waist pouch. Feeling it slightly, he found that all the things he had bought at the auction were stored inside. Toby was still curled up in his chest pocket. From what he could tell, he was fine. Angor gently stroked Toby's feathers and smiled. Don't be so reckless next time. A moment later, Angor returned to Twilight Well. The Adepts' Bazaar at night was even livelier than during the day. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor pulled up his collar to cover half of his face and slowly walked to Brute Cavern's outpost. When he opened the door, he saw the living room was brightly lit. David and Prometheus were sitting in the living room with solemn expressions. Angor's footsteps caught Dave's attention. Dave turned around and saw Angor. Dave's eyes lit up. Angor. You're fine. How did you get away? Angor, why did you rush out? Lady Twilight's eyes were so scary. I thought I'd never see you again. Dave began to nag Angor the moment he saw him. Angor didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he felt warm inside. Dave suddenly showed a guilty look. I'm sorry, Angor. I didn't take good care of Toby. Toby's gone. Maybe Lady Twilight took him away. Angor was puzzled. Wasn't Toby in his pocket? Why did Twilight take him away? Prom sighed. Let me explain. Dave brought Toby out of the mist and asked me to treat him. I tried to stop the bleeding, but I was knocked out by a terrifying aura. When we woke up, Toby was gone. Prom lowered his head and apologized to Angor with a guilty look. Angor finally remembered that after he closed the passage between the two worlds, all the apprentices in the nightmare domain were unconscious, including Dave and Prom. He was worried about Toby's injury, so he quickly found the boy from Dave's hands and went to ask for help. Originally, he wanted to wake them up later, but in the end, he completely forgot about it. Angor waved his hand awkwardly. No need to apologize. Thank you for helping me today. By the way, Twilight didn't take Toby away. He's still sleeping in my pocket. Angor skipped the part about the nightmare domain and told them what happened after they passed out. I passed out too when the eyeless man was being auctioned. I didn't know what the last item was. I woke up not long ago. I'm glad Toby's okay. Dave sighed in relief. Mr. Sunders saved you. No wonder Lady Lotus called him Mr. Sunders at the auction. He's the owner of room 19. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right. Prom didn't ask too much about the eyeless man. He only spoke softly with a hint of emotion. Angor felt the same. He looked at Prom and said, Master, I'll keep my promise. When I get back to Brute Cavern, I'll try to draw Prelude to Elimination. If everything goes well, I should be able to finish it. Prom didn't really believe that Angor could draw Prelude to Elimination, but he didn't show any doubt. He nodded with a kind smile. It's fine if you can't. I'll go to Floating Mech City to check it out. I'm sure there'll be something there. Enchantment of a magic array was not something a beginner alchemist could do. Angor didn't mind Prom's doubts. Everyone knew how to boast. In the end, the finished product spoke louder than words. Angor was offering Prom benefits in exchange, so he had to make a promise. As for Dave, Angor didn't thank him at all. He only patted the man's shoulder, but he would remember this favor in his mind. And so, they moved on from the topic of gratitude. It was rare for them to gather together, so they decided to talk about something else under the warm fire. Ada Wizard's eyes were always looking forward, never dwelling on the past. Even if he just went through a duel with a huge disparity in strength today, he would be proud of it for the rest of his life. However, he would only store it in his memory box instead of telling others about it. For others, it might be something to talk about after a meal. But for someone who experienced it, it was just a rich life experience. While chatting with Dave, Angor learned about what happened after he fainted. For example, the last item in the auction. Twilight well got a mystery item as the finale? Angor's eyes brightened up as he listened to Dave's description. For wizards, mystery could be translated into the desire for the unknown and the search for the truth. If words could be categorized into classes, mystery was definitely the highest class in the eyes of wizards. In the wizarding world, if an item was labeled as mystery, it was enough to prove how honorable it was. Angor was an alchemist, and he had never seen a mystery item before. Of course, he would want to know more about it. I wonder what a mystery item looks like. What's the difference between it and other alchemy items? Angor's eyes were filled with hope. I only heard that the level of a mystery item is governed by a different set of rules. Unfortunately, I've never seen one, so I can't tell you more. Angor did not know much about mystery items. There were very few alchemy books in the Nightmare Realm that mentioned them. He only knew that a mystery item was not necessarily better than other tiered alchemy items. Most of the time, low-tiered alchemy items were better than mystery items, let alone high-tiered or strategic-level alchemy items. However, a low-tiered mystery item did not mean it was worthless. It was like comparing a prince to an ordinary warrior. In terms of personal strength, the warrior would definitely be stronger than the prince. But in many cases, personal strength did not represent true strength. Just the identity of a prince represented something that a martial artist could not obtain. Most mystic grade items were existences that surpassed the alchemy grade. Too bad I couldn't see it with my own eyes, Angor sighed. Dave looked at Angor and said, "If you want to see it, you can go to your teacher." "Didn't we say that just now?" Mr. Sunders was the one who bought the cursing puppet. "If Mr. Sunders likes you, he won't refuse, will he?" Angor was surprised. "Professor, you bought the cursing doll?" "That's right, he spent nearly 7 million magic crystals to buy it. This price has broken the record for the highest price in the Twilight auction house in the past 300 years. 7 million magic crystals. I don't think I'll be able to earn that much in my entire life. A doll that looks like it was made by an ordinary little girl is worth 7 million magic crystals. Look at the stitches on the doll. Maybe her stitching skills are not as good as mine," David exclaimed. Prom nodded in agreement. "I didn't see anything special about the doll either. I've never learned how to tailor, but I can tell the quality of a piece of fabric. That doll doesn't look like it was made by a professional." He suddenly remembered a story. "Speaking of which, I once read a book in my professor's study. It's called Strange World, written by Grand Wizard Finewerter. It's supposed to be a popular book about various planes, but it's more like a travel book. There's a story about mystery items in it, which is similar to what you said." Finewerter found a strange type of silver fish in an ocean plane with colorful illusions, Angor continued. The silver fish were about the size of a palm. Finewerter noticed them because he accidentally found their tribe. Yes, tribe. After observing them for several months, Finewerter found that the silver fish had developed primitive intelligence. They lived like primitive people in ancient times. They began to live in groups to fend off natural enemies, build defenses, and develop basic social concepts. Such a primitive tribe that had yet to be born with a civilization was very common in the tens of thousands of planes. Finewerter observed for a while and left the plane. About 100 years later, he came to this ocean plane again and thought about the silver fish tribe. So, he went there again in stealth mode. The silver fish tribe didn't develop into a complete civilization. The basic social structure was still the same as when he left. But this time, Finewerter noticed a phenomenon. In order to attract the attention of the females during mating, the male fish would use sand, shells, corals, and aquatic plants to build a mating room. Finewerter called these rooms breeding rooms. When the females chose a breeding room, they would go to the corresponding one and wait for the males to do their duty. Different males built different breeding rooms in different styles. Some were shell rooms, some were mud rooms, and some were coral caves. Finewerter found it interesting, so he stayed for a few more years to observe the silverfish's breeding process. In the second year, he noticed a silverfish with black spots on its body. It used rotten wood from a sunken ship to build a small breeding room and waited for the females to come. But, no females were interested. In the third year, the black-spotted silverfish still used rotten wood to build their breeding room. This time, he built a triangular room. Even Finewerter praised its sturdy structure. No matter how violent it was, it wouldn't collapse. But still, no females were hooked. The fourth year, the fifth year, until the 8th year. The black-spotted silverfish didn't attract any females. Even Finewerter felt sorry for this single fish. Silverfish only lived for 10 years, so they didn't reproduce much. In the 8th year, the black-spotted silverfish built a small room. It was as delicate and cute as a human's cabin. Even Finewerter was amazed. If this continued, this black-spotted silverfish would be able to break the barrier of basic civilization. Unfortunately, there were still no female fish in such an exquisite wooden house. In the 9th year, Finewerter began to understand. It wasn't that the black-spotted silverfish's room wasn't good, but that it was too ugly. It turned out that when a female fish chose a mate, she not only looked at the breeding room, but also the mate's appearance. Finewerter sighed silently for the black-spotted silverfish. In the 9th year, the black-spotted silverfish used rotten wood from a sunken ship to build an even more complicated building. Not only was it ingenious and looked like a fortress, but it was also a multi-layered castle. This time, a female fish came over. But as soon as the female fish entered the castle, it was killed by the black-spotted silverfish with a weapon. The black-spotted silverfish attracted a total of 39 females, all of whom were killed. Their blood stained the entire castle. Finewerter sighed. It's been single for so long that it's starting to become psychopathic. The black-spotted silverfish died before it reached the 10th year of its lifespan. The chief of the silverfish tribe arranged for guards to besiege the castle. In the end, the black-spotted silverfish was beaten to death by a large number of fish. Was this the end of the story? Not really. Finewerder's story began here. Finewerder was an invisible bystander. Although he felt sorry for the single fish, he didn't interfere with the development of this small tribe. After the black-spotted silverfish died, Finewerder felt that the ocean plain was no longer interesting, so he prepared to leave. However, he discovered something strange. The castle built by the black-spotted silverfish had undergone an incredible change. Without the intervention of any external forces, it had actually become a mysterious item. Finewerder did not mention what the mystery effect was in Strange Worlds. Of course, Finewerder knew how precious mystery items were. He witnessed the birth of a mystery item. In his joy, he believed that he found the way to create a mystery item. So, he freed himself from the bystanders' shackles and began to kill fish as a butcher, using their blood to stain the breeding ground. But none of them became a mystery item. Finewerder did several more experiments, such as studying the structure of the silverfish and collecting data from various body fluids. But still, nothing happened. In the end, the silverfish tribe was wiped out by Finewerder. He only managed to obtain that mysterious castle-like item. At first, he thought the story was just a legend. He didn't believe that Finewerder spent 10 years watching a fish build a house. So, he didn't think too much about it. But now, when he thought about the simple puppet mentioned by Prom and Dave, he realized that the story was quite similar. A silverfish's castle might look exquisite in the eyes of a silverfish. But Angor assumed that it would only be simple in the eyes of humans. The simple castle became a mystery item in the end without any other means. A simple puppet made by a child became a mystery item, the resentment puppet. So there were some similarities between the two. Does this mean that the birth of a mystery item requires some kind of strong emotion or desire? Prom had some guesses about the mystery item after listening to the story. Angor shook his head. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. But I do know that alchemists can create mystery items. But I don't know how. A mortal, no, even a fish can create a mystery item. So, mysterious. David was also fascinated. I'm more interested in mysterious items now. Maybe one day, I'll get a mysterious item by accident. Maybe I'll make a fortune too. 30 years ago, Floating Mech City sold a mystery item called Dreamwalk of the Moonlight Coast. I heard that it can pull all non-living beings into a dream regardless of their level. Because of its weak effect, the item was sold for less than 10,000 magic crystals. So stop dreaming. Not all mystery items are that valuable, Prom said. Pull non-living beings into a dream regardless of their level? Angor was surprised. Non-living beings could dream? So this mystery item was really weak. Keep practicing. There are many tiered alchemy items that can sell for more than 7 million magic crystals. Prom patted Dave's shoulder and encouraged him. Master, you're talking about a high-tiered alchemy item, right? I heard that strategic alchemy items are priceless treasures. If I can reach that level, I won't care about ordinary mystery items either. Dave pouted. The three of them laughed and changed the topic. Angor suddenly remembered Lydia from earlier. She seemed to be quite close to his professor. Who's that Lady Lotus in VIP room 1 today, anyway? Why is everyone so scared of her? You mean Lady Lydia, don't you? Prom raised his head and saw a small head poking out from the corner of the stairs. Lady Lotus is at Midnight Sovereign already? Is Master Red Lotus really in Midnight Sovereign? It was Hobbiton. His tiny head poked out from the corner of the stairs. How dare a mortal eavesdrop on a wizard's conversation? David frowned and was about to yell at Hobbiton when he heard a series of footsteps coming up the stairs from the other side of the second floor. Ananda rushed out and screamed. She pressed Hobbiton's head and forced him to bow to the crowd with her. It's my fault, sir. I was just taking a nap, and the little bastard went missing. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on you, sir. Punish me if you want. Ananda kept bowing and apologizing. Her diligent attitude made David too embarrassed to say the curses that were about to come out of his mouth. Stop. If he keeps bowing, his head will break. Angor stopped Ananda and pointed at Hobbiton, whose head was spinning and whose eyes were wide open. Ananda kept holding Hobbiton's head while bowing. She was known for her strength in Midnight Sovereign, and she didn't control her strength well. He turned around and saw that Hobbiton was indeed dizzy. He was floating on the ground and had no idea where he was. The red handprint on the back of his neck was clearly visible. David snorted in disdain. TSK, how violent. Ananda quickly pulled her hand back, but it was too late. Hobbiton was blinded. He spun around twice at the top of the stairs and fainted on the ground with a thud. Hobbiton. Ananda helped the little boy up in a panic. After checking him in a hurry, she found that he was only unconscious. Only then did she feel a little relieved. Ananda carried Hobbiton in her arms and bowed again. I'll take him upstairs now. He won't run away again. Please forgive him, sir. Angor stopped her. I have a question, and I need him to answer it. Since he's unconscious, you can answer it. Angor pointed at an empty sofa and asked Ananda to sit down. Ananda hesitated and sat down uneasily. She helped Hobbiton lie down on the sofa and put his head on her lap. He smiled at Ananda, who blushed and lowered her head. I just want to know why you didn't leave after breaking my illusion. What do you want? Before he left, he set up a simple illusion spell on the second floor. When he returned, he found that the illusion had been broken. Hobbiton and Ananda hadn't left yet, which made him curious. Ananda muttered in a low voice, Didn't my lord tell us to wait? That's right. Wait until I come back. But what I meant was for you all to stay here obediently. Since you've broken my illusion, you're obviously not obedient. Why would a disobedient child wait for me to come back? Clearly, you have other motives. Prom and Dave leaned on the other side of the sofa and remained silent. Before going to the auction, Prom promised that he would let Angor take care of Hobbiton. Since he already agreed, he wouldn't say anything else. Ananda mumbled, Hobbiton was interested in your illusion, my lord. I didn't stop him. I don't know why, but the illusion disappeared, and I pulled Hobbiton back. Angor didn't comment on Ananda's explanation. After a moment of silence, he said, Forget it. Actually, I'm not interested in your story. Ananda looked up at Angor, wondering why he would say something like that. Take Hobbiton upstairs and go to bed. You two can leave tomorrow morning. Angor waved a hand and made his decision. He had thought that Hobbiton, a thief, would be a good choice to follow Prom as a servant. However, after meeting Ananda, Angor learned that Hobbiton still had family members. Although it was strange that Hobbiton's family kept him here, they still got along well. Angor didn't want to break up such a happy family, so he decided to let Hobbiton go. He kept Hobbiton alive because the boy stole money from a wizard. For the sake of the wizard's dignity, he needed to teach them a lesson. Before going to the auction, Angor didn't set up a difficult illusion so that Hobbiton could leave on his own. However, Ananda didn't look as happy as she expected. Instead, she looked at Angor as if she wanted to say something. Go back. Don't come out and disturb us. Under Angor's urging, Ananda carried Hobbiton upstairs while looking back every few steps. After they left, Dave curled his lips. Hey, Angor. Angor, you're letting them go so easily? I don't care about that woman, but that brat stole my money pouch. His actions, to put it bluntly, are looking down on Magi. Angor sighed. You know I'm exaggerating. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. Letting them go is the best choice. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Dave didn't understand. Prom sighed and knocked on the back of Dave's head with the back of his finger. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what he was asking? What? He was just asking if Master Red Lotus had arrived at Midnight Sovereign. David paused. That's not right. How would a mortal like him know about Lord Red Lotus? Well, we don't know, Prom said. Since it's related to that lord, it's the biggest problem. Letting them go is the best choice. Angor nodded. He thought about this as well, which was why he decided to let them go without asking. You're 3 years older than Angor, but you can't see things as clearly as Angor. Have you been living like a dog all your life? Prom mocked. Dave chuckled. Who cares about such details? You're the one who's tired of living. You're getting bolder now, aren't you? You're even making fun of Master Prom? Angor chuckled. Dave grinned. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. The clock on the wall showed that it was 3 in the morning. Didn't I say we'll talk about alchemy through the night? Why don't we start now? I'm really curious about Angor's music box, Prom said. He then turned to Dave. You stay too. David's eyes sparkled with surprise as he nodded happily. Speaking of the music box, I've been meaning to ask. Why did the music box you made for Toby end up in an auction? Dave asked. Angor didn't answer the question. He only smiled. Dave felt a little embarrassed. Fine. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But I have to say, your music box is amazing. I was so shocked. While talking about the music box, the three of them began their alchemy talk. At first, it was Angor talking about the theory behind the music box, as well as his design ideas. Later, it was all Prom talking about his experience in alchemy synthesis. They talked all the way until it was almost dawn. Ananda brought the sleeping Hobbiton downstairs. Before she left, she looked at Angor with a pair of curious eyes. Angor hesitated. As mortals, they would be forced to forget what happened at the wizard fair. Angor considered and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Ananda looked at Hobbiton with a conflicted expression on her face. In the end, she shook her head. It's nothing. Thank you for forgiving Hobbiton's rudeness, sir. Ananda put Hobbiton on the ground and kowtowed to the crowd. Then, she left the room. This woman is more sensible than that brat. David jumped out at this moment and commented. Angor chuckled. Understanding? You won't think that way if I tell you who she is. What? What do you mean? She's a pickpocket too. A leader of pickpockets. Dave didn't sleep a wink last night, and he was already tired after that crazy auction. He said goodbye to Angor and went to rest. Prom, on the other hand, seemed to be in good spirits. As a level 3 apprentice, he could go without rest for 10 days or half a month without any problems. Are you going to rest? Angor shook his head. I slept for a long time last night. I'm not tired now. I'll take you to the alchemy shop then. Angor needed 3 materials to craft a space storage, the heart of a white stone, a plain corrosion fragment, and a plain breeding fragment. But last night at the auction, he spent a lot of money to buy the black dense stone core, which was better than the white dense stone core. Currently, he was only missing 2 materials. Plain corrosion fragments and plain breeding fragments were common, but they were only sold in alchemy shops that catered to wizards. Angor needed Prom to show him the way. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. I asked a shop yesterday to help me ask if they have any alchemy weapons that can restrain the undead. I'm going to ask anyway, so it doesn't matter. Angor nodded. He washed his face and changed into a wizard robe that could cover his face before leaving with Prom. At the same time, in a small room inside Twilight Auction Hall, Lydia crossed her legs, revealing her long, slender legs from the side. They were slender and beautiful. When a worker from Twilight Well came in with the 2 girls, he blushed at the sight of their long legs and stuttered, Lady Lotus, I brought them here. She's the one who sold the land on the cloud. Lydia looked at the stuttering worker and chuckled. You're still a newbie, aren't you? So cute. Do you want to come to my room tonight? The worker quickly shook his head when he recalled the horrible rumors about Lydia. Oi, you don't understand. Piss off. After the worker left, Lydia looked at the 2 apprentices who were still uneasy. You're the ones who sold the land on the cloud? Go ahead. Lydia swung her legs lazily. Daikies and Anna looked at each other. Daiki stepped forward and spoke in a humble voice, Lady Lotus, what do you want to know? Lydia rolled her eyes. You don't have to ask me. I made it clear at the auction. Daikis choked and said in a low voice, I don't know who made the land on the clouds either. You don't know? Then how did you get it? Lydia narrowed her eyes. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. A pair of invisible hands grabbed Daiki's neck and lifted her into the air. Then, a wizard-level aura began to approach Daiki's. Daiki's forehead was covered in sweat, and her face was red. She stuttered and couldn't speak. Anna looked worried and wanted to say something. She wanted to say something, but Lydia gave her a cold glare. She froze on the spot and couldn't move. In the tense atmosphere, Twilight's voice came into the room. Lady Lotus, don't forget our deal. The reason Twilight made an exception and relayed your words to the seller wasn't for you to threaten them. Daiki's was at a loss at first, but when she heard Twilight's words, her eyes lit up with hope. Lydia sneered. Do you really think Twilight is the savior of the world? Let me tell you something. Twilight might feel bad if I kill you, but she won't ask me to take responsibility. If I kill you in front of Twilight's door, she won't feel bad at all. Daiki's listened to Lydia's sarcastic words in fear. Isn't that right, Twilight? Twilight? Lydia's voice pierced through the air and reached Twilight. A long period of silence represented her answer. Lydia continued, so, instead of waiting for Twilight to save you, you should just tell me the truth. As long as you're honest, I won't hurt a pretty girl like you. Daiki's nodded while suffocating. Tears and snot were running down her face. Lydia humped and threw her out of the room. Speak. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Lydia took out her land on the cloud and let it float in front of her. I really don't know who made it. I got it from my magic servant. Daiki's voice was trembling as she explained the origin of the cloud land. Her demonic servant was a palm-sized moon lily fairy. Its job was to collect nectar and make moon lily fragrance. The day before yesterday, when she went to the magic servant to get the moon lily fragrance, she accidentally found this music box. She was quite astonished after hearing the story. Moreover, she was currently at a bottleneck, so she decided to auction it off at Twilight in exchange for the mid-grade white orchid potion. This is the whole process, Daiki's lowered her head and said timidly. Lydia had used a lie-detecting spell on Daiki's the whole time. Your demon servant didn't say anything about its origins? An awkward expression appeared on Daiki's face. The moon lily fairy I bought is of the lowest grade. It hasn't gained intelligence yet and can't speak. But what? Daiki's hesitated for a moment before continuing, but when I took the music box, the moon lily fairy was so anxious that she cried. She tried to stop me and even tried to attack me. That was the first time she dared to talk back to me. I was so angry that I knocked her out and locked her in a cage. After that, I left. Daiki's was a bit nervous about robbing her demonic servant. After all, the music box couldn't just fall from the sky. The fairy didn't have such a thing before. She was afraid that the music box was related to some big shot, so she couldn't sleep well for the past 2 days. You'll only be an apprentice for the rest of your life. Lydia saw Daiki's nervous expression and mocked her. The master has full authority to deal with the demonic servant's belongings. Anyone who dares to talk back should be killed to prevent future trouble. It was also the first time Anna heard about the land on the cloud land from Daiki's. A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. No wonder Daiki's would show signs of hesitation on her face from time to time these few days. It turned out that she was feeling uneasy about robbing the magic servant's belongings. However, since the magic servant belonged to its master, its belongings naturally belonged to its master as well. However, there was a prerequisite. The music box had to belong to the demonic servant. If the music box was left in the demonic servant's possession by someone else, or if the demonic servant stole it, it would be a serious matter. Lydia spoke in a plain tone, since you found the music box in your demonic servant's possession, bring the demonic servant here. I'll ask it. Daiki's quickly nodded. I'll take an airship back. I'll bring it here at night. An airship back? One day? Lydia narrowed her eyes. Are you two from Brute Cavern? Daiki's and Anna exchanged a look. Yes. I'm Daiki's. We're both from Brute Cavern. My teacher is Rosa Kanoha Neon Yethaway. Anna's teacher is, alright. If your teacher is as powerful as Sunder's, I don't mind hearing about it. But don't tell me about other nobodies. Lydia saw that the two women had stopped talking. She snorted. Since you're from Brute Cavern, you don't have to come back to me. I'll go to Brute Cavern in a few days. I'll see you then. With that, Lydia waved a hand and shooed Daikis and Anna out of the room. The door was closed. Lydia's expression changed. She smiled and looked at the floating land on the cloud land in front of her. The dazzling exterior, the unique design, and the creativity that filled it with wonderful ideas. Lydia couldn't take her eyes off it. Lydia played City of Sky several times and lost herself in the story of the floating island. It took her quite a while to regain her senses. The illusion of this floating island is so strange. It feels so familiar. Lydia grinned. Is that you, Sunders? Lydia stretched her back. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last visited Lady Mirror. Lydia couldn't help but smile at the mention of Lady Mirror. Let's go and have a look. Angor and Prom had just returned from buying materials when they were surrounded by a group of people. Angor recognized the leader of the group. It was a member of the Twilight Guards, who led 4 apprentices to stop them in a quiet street. Lady Twilight let you go, but don't think we'll let you go just like that. You killed my friend, and you'll pay with your own blood. The man in the Twilight Guard's uniform scolded Angor in a low voice. Angor glanced at the man and spoke to Prom. Wait for a few minutes. Angor walked to the group and spoke in a serious tone. I'll say it again. I don't have anything to do with your deaths. Don't blame me for everything. He then looked at the guard leader and said, stop trying to cover it up. Twilight is nearby, isn't she? But she won't come out to kill me. Is that why she sent you? Angor spoke confidently. The guard didn't look sad at all when he mentioned his friend's death. His eyes were as cold as ice. Would such a cold-hearted person be so righteous to avenge his close friend? Angor didn't believe it. It had to be Twilight's doing. That Twilight Guard sneered, you have no other path but death today. Angor chuckled. You can't kill me unless Twilight comes out. And even if she does, I'll drag the entire southern wizarding region down with me. Angor was still angry about the fact that no one praised him for saving the world yesterday. The guard didn't understand what Angor meant, but he didn't want to waste time arguing. He ordered his men to attack. Angor looked at Prom and said, you go back first. I'll take care of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Angor's surroundings began to change. High up in the sky, Twilight coldly watched what was happening on the ground and sneered. Hee, the professor was right. You really dared to attack. A barefooted girl in a dress floated over. Are you trying to stop me, Flora? Twilight's eyes glinted coldly. It was Flora. She waved her hand and said, I'm not here to stop you. You can take your revenge however you want. I'm here to keep an eye on Angor so that he won't cause any more trouble. Twilight sneered. A piece of trash like him won't last long. Flora was jealous of Angor, but they were still from the same school. Seeing Twilight insulting Angor, she couldn't help but feel angry. Flora showed a mocking smile. Yeah. A piece of trash like him won't get your attention. But let me tell you something. If the professor didn't help you yesterday, do you think you'd be safe now? Don't even think about it. Don't you remember that legendary aura? She pointed at Angor on the ground. He wasn't bluffing. If you really piss him off, you and I won't be the only ones to die. The only thing Angor could use right now was his illusions. Instead of creating more complicated illusions, he simply used the mist as the background. Then, he would use his ability to conceal space perception to make his enemies run around in the mist, and he would deal with them one by one. But as soon as he did, Angor noticed something different about the mist. He found that there was something different in the illusion. For example, his vision was divided into 2 again. One side was the people trapped in the mist, while the other side was the nightmare domain that Sunders destroyed. Why did the nightmare domain appear when he used his illusions? Angor was still a little confused. Yesterday, Sunders mentioned that his illusions would be greatly improved if his nightmare domain fused with his illusions. Angor didn't ask about it though. Now that he knew, he didn't know what to do. Shava. While Angor was still trying to figure out what was going on, he heard a strange voice that sounded like a child's voice. After careful inspection, he realized that the voice came from the nightmare domain. To be precise, it came from the teacup band in the nightmare domain. In the nightmare domain, Angor saw not only the teacup band but also the toy soldiers protecting them. Angor remembered that Sunders said he would take care of the monsters. Didn't he do anything? Did he just leave them in the nightmare domain? What a terrible job, Angor muttered. But now was not the time to worry about the monsters. Angor looked at the people trapped in the mist and decided to deal with them first. He didn't know how to use the nightmare domain. But it didn't matter. He didn't plan to use it before using the illusion. Angor turned around and patted Prom's shoulder. Prom's eyes regained their clarity, and he was freed from the illusion. You go back first. I'll take care of this, Angor whispered. Prom frowned. Why don't we run while they're trapped? Do you really want to fight Twilight well? Let's find a place to hide. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Under Angor's urging, Prom left the room. Of the 5 people trapped in the fog, apart from the leader wearing the Twilight uniform who was a level 2 apprentice, the others were all level 1 apprentices. They might be able to deal with other level 1 apprentices easily. But they were still too weak to deal with Angor. Angor grinned. He didn't plan to kill them one by one. A moment later, Angor clapped his hands and cancelled the illusion. Angor chuckled wickedly as he watched them hugging each other. Then, he left in big strides. Behind him, the guards of Twilight Well were kissing each other with blushing faces while doing something indescribable. This was a quiet street, but it didn't mean it was a deserted area. Angor was curious to see what kind of joke these people would make. But since Twilight sent someone to ambush him, they must be watching this place as well. Angor didn't stop. He quickly left. Also, he was afraid of Twilight Well, so he didn't really hurt them physically. He only decided to use spirit contamination to annoy them. Since Angor could use the illusions to distract people's senses, he could also use the illusions to arouse their desires. He had designed the Spring Illusion Realm for each and every one of them. When constructing the Spring Illusion Realm, he had to understand everyone's tastes. Among the others, the Twilight Protector really surprised Angor. No wonder Angor couldn't get him to do anything when Angor tried to create illusions of beautiful women. Speaking of handsome men, Angor recalled the pretty men atlas Lady Mirror gave him. Although he disliked it, he had to admit that the handsome guys in the movie were all unique. Thus, he began to build this guy one by one according to the handsome men in the illustrated handbook. However, no matter how hard he tried, the woman showed no interest at all. He even created Sunders as well. However, the man trembled in fear the moment he saw Sunders and almost escaped from his illusion. He almost forgot that not everyone dared to flirt with Sunders like Lydia and Lady Mirror. When Angor created Alan, the man immediately became excited as if he was injected with chicken blood. TSK TSK TSK, a Shota lover. Angor shuddered at the sight of this. Angor quickly moved 10 meters away from the man. Apart from this one, there was another one who had a different spring dream. But that one's target was a female, which was much better than this one. After creating the illusions for each of them, Angor left in a carefree manner. In the sky. Angor's getting naughty. Flora covered her mouth and giggled. I wonder who Angor learned that from. He. I'm starting to like him. While Flora was giggling, Twilight's expression darkened. So he's just a little bastard. His tricks are all shameful. Twilight glanced at Flora and began to descend. She felt embarrassed, but she had to save Sunders as a member of Twilight Well. Tricks are tricks. What's the difference? Twilight, you're an experienced wizard. If you can't see through this, I'm afraid you won't become a truth-finder in your life. Flora also landed. Twilight coldly snorted, you should become a truth-finder first before you talk like that. Otherwise, your words won't be convincing. After landing on the ground, Twilight found that there were already passers-by watching. She glared at them coldly, scaring them away. Only then did she start to wake them up. Flora followed behind her and did not do anything. She was just enjoying the show. Twilight didn't chase her away either. First, Twilight woke up a delicate-looking apprentice. When Twilight dragged him over, the apprentice suddenly gasped. "Is it comfortable, Lady Twilight?" Twilight glared at him. Flora snorted. Under Twilight's angry eyes, she turned around and looked in another direction. However, the smile on her face did not stop. "Good job, Angor." She praised Angor in her mind. Twilight angrily slapped him in the face and sent him flying. "Good job, Lady Twilight." "Hit me again." The delicate apprentice's face was covered in blood. His eyes were dazed, but he still looked like he was enjoying the slap. "How dare you?" Twilight was furious. Even if the apprentice was enchanted by the illusion, he wouldn't have fallen for it if he didn't have such intentions. To Twilight, this was an insult. The dignity of a wizard should never be violated. Without hesitation, Twilight used scattered light and penetrated the apprentice's head. TSK. So cruel. Who would dare to follow your Twilight Rose if you killed your own men? Flora didn't hesitate to take the bait. Twilight didn't answer. Instead, she spoke with hatred. "Angor, you're going to die for insulting the dignity of a wizard." Flora curled her lips. "Come on, Angor didn't kill anyone. He didn't even get hurt. You're the one who killed them. Don't put the blame on someone else." Angor didn't know that his intention of not killing anyone in front of Twilight only made her hate him even more. He didn't think it through enough. Prom sighed in relief when he saw Angor's safe return. "Angor, you've bought all the materials, right? Should we leave now? Since Lady Twilight attacked you, the longer we stay in Twilight Well, the more dangerous it will be for you," Prom said with a worried look. Dave nodded. "Yeah, let's leave now. We don't want to get into more trouble." Angor agreed. But, he checked the clock on the wall and saw that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Angor had already booked a ticket for the Phantom of Feast, which was going to start at 7. Although he wasn't interested in this opera, since Lady Mirror wanted him to integrate the feeling of Phantom of the Feast into an illusion, how would he know what Lady Mirror was talking about if he didn't watch it? "When's the next airship?" Angor asked. Dave considered. 9:00 I think. Angor believed that he could finish the entire opera in 2 hours. It didn't matter if he couldn't finish it. He was just going through the motions anyway. "Alright then. We'll leave today." While Dave went to buy the tickets, Angor returned to his room. There was still some time before the opera began, and he wanted to use this time to study the function of his nightmare domain. Angor snapped his fingers, and the melodious illusion slowly spread out in his room. The illusory realm he constructed this time was an ordinary blank illusory realm. When the illusion appeared, Angor felt that his vision was divided into 2 parts. The nightmare domain appeared in his vision again. This time, because the other side was a blank illusion, the nightmare domain was clearer than before. The nightmare domain was still a magnificent hall, which was actually the main hall of Pat Manor. It was the same hall where Angor met Mr. Bunny the first time he entered the nightmare realm. Angor's vision right now was not fixed on a single image. He could observe the nightmare domain from all directions as if he was using God's eye. The tables, chairs, candlesticks, and clocks in the hall were all familiar to Angor. The only thing that was a little out of place was the teacup band and toy soldiers that appeared in the magnificent hall. Some of the teacup band members were floating in the air, some were playing melodious music, some were hiding in the fireplace, and some were playing with the light from the chandelier. These teacups with matchstick hands and feet were like children. Each of them had their own personality, and they were playing with each other lively and playful. The red-skinned toy soldiers were patrolling around the hall. Their small bodies looked like little people who accidentally stumbled into a kingdom of giants. The teacup band members and toy soldiers were doing their own jobs. One was playing, while the other was patrolling. However, when Angor looked at them, they all stopped what they were doing. Then, Angor heard a familiar voice calling out to him. "Shava! Shava!" It was a joyful voice. Angor couldn't understand the familiarity of it. "Who are you?" Angor tried to sound them out. The teacup band members and toy soldiers didn't answer. They kept shouting as if they couldn't understand Angor's words. "Shava! Shava!" Angor tried several methods, including emotional communication. In the end, he gave up and let them shout. Who was Shava anyway? Why did the monsters in the nightmare realm all call him Shava? Was there someone who looked like him in the nightmare realm called Shava? But, was Shava really a boy's name? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Angor kept trying to figure out how to use the nightmare domain with illusions. Should he pull someone into the nightmare domain, or should he pull the nightmare domain into an illusion? Angor decided to give it a try. However, he couldn't find anyone to help him. Toby was still sleeping. He had to see if he could pull the nightmare domain into an empty illusion. Angor's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in front of him. The experiment was over. The nightmare domain didn't merge with the empty illusion as he had hoped, but something unexpected happened. A teacup floating in the air with a piano playing on it was dragged out of the grand hall by Angor. When the little guy realized that he had changed positions and there were no other companions around, the originally unpleasant piano music became even more unpleasant to listen to. The notes that seemed to have materialized also became like a chainsaw, full of teeth. Stop. Hearing Angor's voice, the teacup turned its head like a human being and pointed its heart-shaped cup at Angor. When the teacup noticed Angor's presence, it calmed down and called out in its childish voice, Shava. It then dashed to Angor's side and began circling him. The squeaky piano music was unpleasant enough to listen to from afar. Angor's ears could not bear the sound at all. He tried his best to hold back the ringing in his ears and dragged the teacup back into the nightmare domain. When the teacup finally quieted down, Angor rubbed his chin and pondered. He could not test the effect of the nightmare domain yet, but he could use the teacup band to his advantage. As he recalled, the teacup band seemed to be immune to all attacks and could even reflect attacks from wizards. If it was used well, it would be a great weapon with both defensive and offensive capabilities. In fact, even a magus could be killed. However, whether or not it was as he thought, he still needed to verify it. 2 hours later, Angor left the room with a regretful look on his face. Great weapon? Forget it. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Angor spent more than 2 hours doing detailed tests. Not only did he get the teacup band's data, but he also tested the toy soldiers. The results were not as expected. Just like every other worldly visitor, under the influence of the wizarding world's law and the world's consciousness, they lost less than 10% of their original strength. Perhaps it was because Angor had cut off the passage between the nightmare domain and the nightmare realm. Due to the different laws and rules, the teacup band and toy soldiers were greatly weakened. The teacup could still be immune to damage, but only from level 0 cantrips. Anything slightly more powerful would not work. At the very least, the teacups were not immune to his trigger crossbow. He also broke the handle of one of the teacups. The teacup did not react, but Angor still felt guilty. As for rebounding, it could still be rebounded. The small golden arrow he shot with the trigger crossbow could be rebounded. However, he did not dare to keep testing, so he did not know the upper limit. He estimated that it could only deflect level 1 or level 2 cantrips at best. As for the toy soldier, its immunity was slightly higher than the teacup because it could absorb a portion of the force into its weapon. But overall, it was the same as the teacup band. There was no way he could rely on these monsters as his trump cards. Angor took the ticket and said goodbye to them. I have to go now. See you on the airship. Angor did not want to tell them that he was actually going to watch Phantom of Feast. That would ruin his image. To avoid being recognized, Angor put on a large hoodie and a mask this time. He lowered his head and hurried toward the exit of the market. But before he could leave, he was stopped by someone. It was someone with ill intentions. This time, it was Twilight who showed up in person. She stood in front of Angor with a gloomy expression and did not say a word. Angor's expression changed. He could not move under Twilight's wizard-level aura. Before he could think of a way to escape, Flora showed up and stood between him and Twilight. She secretly gave Angor a thumbs up and pushed him aside. Like I said, if you want to hurt Angor, I'm here to help. She signaled Angor with her eyes, telling him to leave as soon as possible. Angor did not know why Flora suddenly came to save him. She was not so nice back at the auction. He was still confused, but he knew that he could not fight against Twilight right now unless he opened the nightmare tunnel again. But after what happened at the auction, would Twilight give him enough time to do it again? Of course not. Angor quickly retreated to the side and dashed toward the white wall. Twilight tried to stop him, but Flora got in the way. Hee, it's been a while since I last saw blood. Are you sure you want to fight me, Twilight? Flora's eyes widened as she looked at Twilight. Neither of them had reached the truth-knowing level, but Twilight had the only mystery item in Darkaville Empire, Frowl's tear, while Flora had the blood. Nightmare. It was hard to tell who would win if they fought. You can't protect him forever. Just wait and see. In the end, Twilight gave up and walked away. Flora spat behind Twilight's back and said in a volume that Twilight could hear, "I'm not going to protect him for the rest of my life. I wouldn't have cared if my teacher didn't ask me to." Twilight knew what Flora meant. Without Sunder's permission, she would not care about Angor's life. If she tried to kill Angor now, Sunders would definitely retaliate. In fact, Flora was warning Twilight in another way. Twilight had no choice but to take this warning to heart. She knew that the entire auction house would not be able to withstand Sunders' wrath. Twilight clenched her fists. She could not kill Angor now, but that did not mean she would let it go. Angor, is it? I don't believe you'll stay under Sunders' wing for the rest of your life, Twilight said in her mind. Angor went through the white wall and returned to Midnight Sovereign from the Wizard Fair. After returning to Midnight Sovereign, he found a quiet corner and tried to calm himself down while panting heavily. A wizard's aura was too terrifying. Angor curled up in a corner for half an hour before his heart rate slowly returned to normal. Being too weak is a sin, Angor muttered to himself as he leaned against the wall and buried his head between his legs. He did not even want to fight against Twilight. He knew that no matter what he did, he would never be able to overcome the wall. He could not even defeat a level 3 apprentice. Not to mention an official magus. When would he be able to control his own life? Angor closed his eyes and did not speak for a long time. When he heard the noises coming from the enchanting theater, he slowly stood up and staggered away. When he arrived at the enchanting theater, he finally felt relieved when he saw the bustling streets around him. Most of the people who came to watch Phantom of Feast came in pairs with unspoken smiles on their faces. Most of them wore fancy clothes as if they were going to attend a real ball. In comparison, Angor's hooded robe looked a little strange. People kept looking at it. Angor pulled off his hood impatiently and strode inside wearing only his mask. Since Angor had a ticket, the waiter did not stop him even though he did not like the way he was dressed. Instead, he allowed Angor to enter the inner hall. Angor took off his hoodie as he walked. He was stopped twice today, so the hood did not help him much. Twilight could track him down by tracking him, using divination spells, or detecting his pheromones. Whether he covered his face or not, the result would be the same. Angor made up his mind to look for the robe's blueprint when he got back from Sunders. He remembered that he recorded some books about it. However, he always thought tailoring was for ladies, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, after this experience, he was eager to make a robe that could protect him from detection and prediction. Otherwise, he would never be safe no matter where he went. Angor was standing in a remote area near the entrance of the theater, which would not attract anyone's attention. He would need good eyesight to see what was happening on the stage. The opera had not started yet, and people were already making noises in the theater. Not far away, people were kissing each other on the head. 3 meters above Angor's head was a private room on the second floor. He could even hear people panting inside. Angor only came to observe the show, but now he was blushing. Thank goodness he came alone with his mask. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. At 7 o'clock sharp, the performance of Phantom of Feast officially began. Angor watched the show with eager eyes. But soon, he began to frown deeper and deeper. His expression changed from anticipation to excitement, then to stupefaction, and finally to disgust. It was a story without any ups and downs. It was a story about how the heroine dealt with several men. There were also some clapping scenes, which made him feel disgusted and disgusted. This was the story of a female stud horse. Angor decided to leave in the middle of the show. The theater had turned into a party of promiscuity. If he did not leave now, his worldview would be destroyed. It was almost 8 o'clock. Angor stepped out of the inner hall and planned to go to the train station. There was still some distance between the train station and the airship deck. In order to avoid missing the boarding time and to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible, Angor chose to leave during the highest court session of the opera. He exhaled deeply as soon as he stepped out of the entrance of Enchanting Theater. When he was about to walk to the train station, someone stopped him again. It was Ananda and Hobbiton who stopped him. "Thank goodness. Mr. Angor." Ananda dragged Hobbiton away and bowed to Angor, who was still a little reluctant. "You remember me?" Normally, Ananda should have lost all her memories after leaving Twilight Well. She still remembered him? Angor was surprised. Ananda nodded, then shook her head. "I almost forgot about it. Thanks to Hobbiton, I remembered. Still, I forgot a lot of things." Ananda's face was full of regret. Her eyes unconsciously looked at the hem of her clothes, where there was a row of words written with oil. Angor looked at Hobbiton, who was still pouting. "You didn't lose your memories?" Hobbiton pouted even harder. "Why would I lose my memories?" he mumbled to himself. Hobbiton showed a nonviolent attitude. He looked like a 7 or 8-year-old kid, and he acted like a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Instead of asking further, he looked at Ananda and asked, "What? What's the matter?" Angor looked at Ananda as he walked out of the city. Ananda followed behind Angor while holding Hobbiton's hand. "Are you leaving Midnight Sovereign, Mr. Wizard?" Ananda tried to talk to Angor while holding Hobbiton's hand. She looked like a mother trying her best to take care of her disobedient son. "Yes." Angor nodded. Ananda glanced at Angor's indifferent face, then glanced at the confused Hobbiton. She gritted her teeth and dragged Hobbiton to kneel in front of Angor. "Please save Hobbiton, Mr." Ananda kowtowed to Angor without explaining anything. She also held Hobbiton's head down and slammed it on the ground. Ananda kowtowed fiercely, and blood appeared on her forehead the moment she kowtowed. Angor frowned. "I knew nothing good would come out of running into them. Stop kowtowing. Get up and talk." Ananda kept on kowtowing. "Please save Hobbiton, Mr." It seemed she would keep kowtowing if Angor didn't agree. He lifted Ananda up with hand of magic and said indifferently, "What I hate the most in my life is moral coercion. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't, then leave. Don't waste my time." Ananda shuddered. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Sir, I asked Hobbiton yesterday." He overheard Duke Topiku's words and knew that he would be sacrificed to the wizard soon. That's why he ran out of his house. Offered to a wizard? Angor raised an eyebrow. A wizard wouldn't choose a phantom servant as a sacrifice. Ananda didn't know what was going on. She looked at Hobbiton. Hobbiton did not want to cooperate. Ananda pinched him and finally made him talk. "That day, I used my power to hide in my father's study. I wanted to scare him, but I accidentally overheard his conversation with my brother. He said that he wanted to offer me to a magus called Red Lotus. My brother said that Red Lotus was a cruel and merciless person, and that if I went, I would definitely die without a burial place. I was scared out of my wits and ran away." Ananda chimed in. "Yesterday, I heard that Lady Red Lotus has arrived at Midnight Sovereign, and I realized how serious this is. I hope you can save Hobbiton, Mr." Angor rubbed his temples. After a moment of silence, he walked around them and left. "Lady Red Lotus isn't someone I can mess with. Forgive me for not being able to help." Ananda's eyes reddened when she heard Angor's voice. When he reached the platform, Ananda was still following him from afar. "Mister, if you don't help Hobbiton, he'll die. I know you're kind, Mister. You're different from other wizards. Please save Hobbiton." Ananda tried to kneel, but Angor stopped her with hand of spell. There were still some people around the train station, and Angor didn't want to attract attention. "I told you, I hate it when people try to kidnap me. This is the second time today." Angor's voice grew colder. He looked at Ananda with a tired look. "I have nothing to do with you two. I won't offend a famous wizard in the southern wizarding region for a stranger. Lady Red Lotus and I are worlds apart. I can't save anyone from her, not even an ant." Angor was telling the truth. But in the ears of Hobbiton, it sounded like they were mocking them. Hobbiton jumped out and complained to Ananda, I don't want him to save me. Let's go, Mr. Ananda. We'll find a map in the library tomorrow and find Brute Cavern. I can go there myself. Angor glanced at Hobbiton. You think you can run away from Lady Red Lotus if you go to Brute Cavern? With that lord's means, if he wants to find someone, it's useless no matter where you run. Hobbiton wanted to argue, but Ananda quickly stopped him. Mr. Wizard, Hobbiton is going to Brute Cavern to find his great-grandfather. He said he can be saved if he can find him. Great-grandfather? You have an ancestor in your family who can stop Lady Red Lotus? Then why are you running? Angor didn't believe it. Ananda said, he said that his great-grandfather was called Good, and that he worked for a great wizard. Good? A moment later, Angor was on a train heading to Parmajai Highlands. The sound of the wheels echoed in the endless cave, accompanied by the sound of the wind. It had a rhythm that made one feel at ease. Every few meters in the underground tunnel, there was a bright light that emitted a warm, soft yellow light. Angor was sitting in front of the window with his head leaning against it. No one knew what he was thinking. Hobbiton and Ananda sat across from him. Hobbiton was still a child, so he had already fallen asleep while listening to the rhythmic sound of the train. Ananda looked at the sleeping Hobbiton with soft eyes. Hobbiton had taken off his naughty clothes. His cute little face and thick eyelashes made him look like an angel that had fallen to earth. Ananda looked up and saw Angor sitting across from her. An oil lamp came and went from the window. The light flickered between bright and dark. Under the overlapping light and shadow, Angor's youthful and mature handsome face became even more mysterious. Ananda couldn't help but admire Angor's gentle temperament. I can pay for Hobbiton's airship. Since Butler Good helped me before, I'm willing to pay for the airship. As for you. Ananda's heart skipped a beat. She spoke in a hoarse voice, I don't mind. I just want Hobbiton to be safe. Angor nodded. He knew about Hobbiton's relationship with Good, but these two people were still strangers to him. He didn't want to get involved in Lady Lotus's mess, but he didn't mind spending 2 magic crystals to buy an airship ticket and send Hobbiton to Good. They fell into silence again. Only the sound of the train and Hobbiton's light snoring could be heard in the narrow carriage. Mister, do I really not have the potential to become a wizard? Ananda suddenly broke the silence. I don't know. We need to test it out. But, maybe Hobbiton has a talent that can make him immune to the magic array's memory erasure. That's not something a mortal can do. Ananda lowered her head and looked at the row of words on the hem of her clothes. She had forgotten when the words were written and under what circumstances. But she clearly remembered what the typography represented. Potion of Austere Night. About half an hour later, the train finally exited the cave and arrived at the airship platform. Angor felt extremely cold as soon as he stepped off the train. The underground world was quite warm. Even Angor found it hard to bear the chill of the outside world. Not to mention Ananda and Hobbiton. He turned around and wanted to tell Ananda to get back on the train while he went to buy the tickets with Hobbiton. Ananda had taken off her jacket, revealing her shoulders and long legs. She wrapped the jacket around Hobbiton so that he wouldn't wake up from the cold. Angor glanced at them without saying anything. Instead, he went to the ticket office and bought the tickets for Hobbiton. Under the cover of night, the Parmajai Highlands was strangely empty, yet strangely bright. There was no need to look at the sky. One only needed to look at the horizon to see the endless starry sky, the spinning stars, and the twinkling stars of different colors. As he walked under the beautiful starry sky, he suddenly thought of the oil painting in his bedroom, which he took from the nightmare realm, Traveler Under the Starry Sky. Under the bright starry sky, in the boundless sky, in the empty wasteland. Angor looked like the white-hooded traveler in the painting, traveling alone for an unknown purpose. The ticket office was right next to the airship. There were already some people around, but not too many. He spent 2 magic crystals and bought a return ticket. When he turned around, he saw Dave approaching him with a strange expression on his pockmarked face. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Dave's face almost touched Angor's, which startled him a little. You're a grown man. Don't scare me like that. Angor didn't care. Don't be so serious. I'm still young, Dave chuckled. He suddenly noticed the ticket in Angor's hand. Why did you buy another one? Did you lose it? Angor shook his head and pointed at Ananda. I bought it for Hobbiton. Hobbiton? Dave looked over and saw Hobbiton. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved in his business? Why are you? Oh, I know. You're not interested in that Ananda woman, are you? She has a nice body. Don't talk nonsense, Angor said in an annoyed tone. I knew it. Why did you leave so early? You went to see her, didn't you? TSK, I didn't think you'd be so smart one day. Angor slapped Dave's shoulder with hand of spell. Nonsense. They stopped me on my way. The stars pointed the way and took the tired man to the distance. Along with the stars and the wilderness, the airship spat out thick black smoke as it headed toward the abyss. Hobbiton's crying when he parted with Ananda seemed to have used up all his strength. The young man's soul, trapped in the body of a child, turned into weariness. His eyes were still wet as he fell asleep again. Angor crossed his arms and leaned against the door. His eyes, which were as clear as the water of a lake, were filled with sadness. Perhaps this was what he was thinking at the moment. Footsteps suddenly came from the end of the corridor and stopped not far from Angor. When we get back, I'll hurry up and study the enchantment for prelude to elimination. Angor considered for a moment before continuing, once I've solved a few problems, there won't be many problems left. Remember to tell Master Prom about it. I know. The man let out a long sigh. However, listening to your tone, it really makes people jealous. Unlike other runes, magic arrays aren't easy to memorize. But you answered so easily. Sigh. That's what talent looks like. There's no point in being jealous. The visitor put a hand on Angor's shoulder. Angor, I believe that with your talent, you'll become the greatest alchemist in the world. Angor would never forget this moment. The empty corridor, the endless stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and a pair of eyes filled with hope and emotion. You too. Angor stared at the man's eyes for a long time before he smiled. I'll help you, Davy. I'll encourage you. Maybe the night was too alluring, or maybe the starry sky was too intoxicating. The two young men, one leaning against the door, and the other squatting in a corner, looked at the eternal sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window and began to talk about something that would be difficult to talk about in adulthood, dreams. Angor talked about the faraway place, while Dave talked about growing up. However, faraway place and growing up were only synonyms. The faraway place Angor was talking about was so far away that wizards couldn't even imagine it. It was beyond time, space, and even dimensions. Or maybe faraway place was just a concept Angor was talking about. What the two youths said was the truth, but for various reasons, they each held back a little. This was not selfishness, but a vision for a better vision. Perhaps the description of the beautiful future was too attractive, but the two of them didn't notice that on the other side of the wall. Hobbiton got up from his bed and squatted in the corner of the room. His eyes were sparkling, and he was looking forward to the beautiful wizard world. That Hobbiton. Dave wanted to say something else, but he quickly swallowed his words. He's a real troublemaker. If it wasn't for that girl, he would have beaten you up on the airship. I think he might hate you. Is it really okay for you to bring him to see Butler Good? Do you hate me? Why? Just because you didn't bring Ananda with you? That's the reason. You know, a child's love and hate are easy to come and go. He thinks you're trying to separate them by not taking Ananda with you. You're trying to stop Ananda's path as a wizard. That's why he hates you so much. Dave sighed as he recalled what happened before Hobbiton boarded the airship. Why didn't he think about it? Why did you help them again and again? You said it yourself. He's just a kid. He's old, but his mind is still pure. Angor said, kids don't understand the basic rules of society. Just be a little more lenient. You're quite open-minded. If it were me, I wouldn't help a kid who gets beaten up and cursed. As the airship moved forward, the stars in the sky flickered between the clouds. Twilight Well. The waterfront lions were responsible for the defense this month. According to the rotation system, the waterfront lions were responsible for the defense this month. Walmason, the captain of the Waterside Lions defense team, became an official wizard 3 years ago. He was the 6th official wizard of the Waterside Lions. Due to the Twilight auction, the number of visitors in the Wizard Fair had reached its peak. Walmason had been sitting in the guard tower for half a month, keeping an eye on the mana reaction in the magic array's image. Finally, the auction ended. Nothing major happened in the past few days. Apart from Twilight attacking Sunder's student twice today, the magic array did not detect anything out of the ordinary. Walmason did notice Twilight's attack, but he did not do anything to defend himself. Angor should be punished for breaking the rules of Twilight auction, even if he was Sunder's student. Besides, Walmason did not believe that Sunders would go to war with Twilight well for his student. Therefore, he fully supported Twilight's decision to kill Angor. Walmason was the one who provided Twilight with Angor's location. As a shadow wizard, Walmason was not only an expert in shadow spells, but he also had the nose of an abyss bat, which allowed him to detect pheromones using his shadow. Walmason didn't even need to use a magic array to track Angor's location. Instead, it simply used its information element to locate Angor. 2 hours ago, Walmason failed to detect Angor's pheromone in Midnight Sovereign, so he knew that Angor had left. Walmason didn't care about that. Angor was just an insignificant apprentice. It did not matter if he killed him or not. Walmason sighed in relief when the auction was over. He left the guard tower for the first time in half a month. Before leaving, he ordered his subordinates to keep watching while he returned to his lab to study his self-created spell. Walmason had great ambitions. He wanted to use his self-created spell to become a truth finder. However, not every self-created spell could help him achieve that. For example, Angor changed his cleanse spell into Tornado. It could be considered a self-created spell, but it was based on the theories and models of predecessors. The chances of someone using it to become a truth finder were slim. A real self-created spell needed its own theoretical basis. There were only a few truth finders in the world, and there was a reason for that. As soon as Walmason returned to his lab to work on his shadow theory, his transmitter began to ring. "Sir. Something's wrong. There's a huge amount of mana. The location is Twilight Auction Hall." Walmason's expression changed and he flew out of his lab. He did not even care when the iron door was smashed into pieces. Walmason arrived at the guard tower and checked the magic array's image. He was terrified. Rings of red and black energy began to appear around the Twilight auction house. Walmason felt dizzy. This was the mana reaction of a peak rank 2 wizard. A level 2 wizard came to Twilight well? Mr. Phantom didn't leave? Even if he did, he shouldn't be doing this in the auction hall. Mr. Sunders left as soon as the auction ended. The magic array did not detect his return. Walmason panicked. "Whatever. 2 of you stay here. The rest of you, follow me to the auction hall." Under the starry sky, streaks of light flew toward the square iron tower that looked like a metal ruin. The moon was unusually large today. It was a huge, shining background. Walmason felt like he was flying towards the moon as he flew towards the iron tower. The iron tower, the staircase in the air, and the broken flag in the wind. The auction hall already looked like a metal ruin. Under the moonlight, it looked even more desolate. Walmason sensed something was wrong before he got close. It was obvious that the energy reaction was frighteningly high, so why was the auction house so quiet as if there was no one there? It seemed as if there was a huge barrier separating the auction house from the outside world. The outside world was normal. There were lights, silhouettes, and sounds. But the inside of the barrier was pitch black. It was as silent as a graveyard. At this time, more than 10 figures had stopped outside this layer of invisible barrier. Walmason saw the leader of Waterside Lions, Azure Lion Devil Dare, who was also one of the leaders of Twilight Auction Hall. Walmason flew to Devil Dare and spoke in a small voice, "Sir." Devil Dare also came after receiving Walmason's message. He looked at the silent auction hall and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Walmason sounded nervous. "I received a message from one of my men not long ago. He said there was a powerful energy reaction in the auction hall. I went to check and found that the energy is approaching the limit of the magic array." "A level 2 wizard?" Devil Dare was surprised. "Yes," I asked. Walmazan lowered his head. Mr. Phantom is the only level 2 wizard who came to Twilight Well recently. Devildare did not hesitate. Impossible. I know Mr. Sunders. If he wants to attack Twilight Well, he will let me know. Devildare came from Brute Cavern as well, and he was also a wizard on the path of truth. He had a good relationship with Sunders. Mr. Phantom left Twilight Well 2 days ago and never came back, Walmazan said. But if it's not Mr. Phantom, I don't know who it is. Devildare narrowed his eyes. Let's go inside and see. The energy reaction of a level 2 wizard doesn't mean it's from a level 2 wizard. Devildare could do the same if he used his full power. It might even be an alchemy item. They had to see with their own eyes if they wanted to know. Devildare led Walmazan and the rest of the people into the auction hall in 3 different directions. When Walmazan entered the Twilight Auction House's territory, the silence that he thought was real was just a thought. In fact, Twilight Auction Hall was not as quiet as he thought. He heard faint music as soon as he stepped into the hall on the first floor. The music was not bad, but it was strange. It sounded like an adult fairy tale song that was being sold like crazy. It had a fast rhythm, many high notes, and a long ending. This style of music might not be too out of place in the circus, but if it was placed in the Iron Square Tower, it would obviously feel strange and out of place. Who is it? Walmazan was still questioning himself when a figure suddenly appeared in front of Devildare. Sir, this is bad. Lion Princess is dead. Lion Princess is dead? Devildare was furious. Lion Princess was a real wizard, one of the 6 great wizards from Waterward Lions. How could she die for no reason? What happened, Freud? Walmazan asked anxiously. Fred replied, I don't know. I've been following her. When she stepped into the inner hall, she was torn into pieces. Where's her soul? Give it to me and I'll ask her. Devildare said. Freud shook his head. It's gone. Gone? What's going on? Tell me clearly. Ford said, after I saw her body shatter, I immediately tried to capture her soul. However, her soul appeared for less than a second before it was sucked into the inner field. I was worried that there was something fishy in the inner field, so I threw my magic pet into the inner field to test it out. The moment my magic pet entered the inner field, it also shattered and died. That's why I came here to inform you, sir. Her body shattered as soon as she entered the inner hall? Lion Princess is a bloodline wizard. Devildare's heart skipped a beat. Go and stop the others. Don't let them enter the inner hall. All of you, come to me. Freud nodded and split into several clones, which all left in different directions. Devildare sensed a strange energy barrier in the air as soon as he entered the auction hall. He could not use his transmitter to send messages, so he had to ask Freud to do it himself. Walmazan came to him. Sir, the inner hall. I think there's a small auction going on today. I've been monitoring it during the day. I didn't find anything strange. Devildare nodded. I know. I've been in the auction hall all day. I'm the one controlling the magic array. Nothing happened. Devildare frowned. But I can't feel the magic array's reaction. According to Freud, the inner area is already a dead zone, and the magic array is probably destroyed. A moment later, 11 figures gathered around Devildare. Apart from the wizards from Waterward Lions, there were also wizards from Enchanting Fragrance and Amber Dragon Wing. It could be said that all the adepts in Twilight Well from the 3 major adept clans were gathered here. Mr. Devildare, I heard from Freud that Lion Princess died in the inner hall? Even his soul has disappeared? The one who spoke was the fragrant sorceress, Xianxia. Although she was happy to see the number of wizards in the Riverside Lions decrease, she would not be happy if the one who died was the little lion girl. As a sorceress, she had always been close to the lion girl. I was just drinking tea with her at home, and now you're telling me she's dead? Is this really not a joke? Devildare tried his best to hold back his grief. Come with me. When they followed Devildare to the west gate of the inner hall, they were all shocked by what they saw. A broken head was placed in front of the door. The lion girl's eyes were still open. It was as if some strange existence was using her head to announce its power and existence. When Xian saw Lion Girl's head, his eyes were immediately covered by a layer of water. Xian tried to use his spirit feelers to pull the head back. However, his spirit feelers were cut off by a strange force as soon as they reached the inner hall. Because of the shattering of the spiritual tentacles, Xian screamed and fell to his knees. No spells can reach the inner hall. There's an absolute barrier. What should we do now? Mr. Devil Dare, you're the guardian for this month. Do you have any ideas? That's right. Nothing like this happened when we were on duty. Maybe it's the enemy of Waterward Lion seeking revenge. Devil Dare already knew that the wizards from the other two clans would be in trouble. He took a deep breath and summoned dozens of demon rats from another dimension. Magic rats were very low-level summoned beasts. They were the favorite substitute for wizards when they were doing experiments. Magic rats were always the most expensive creatures when it came to experimenting with spells or potions. Demon rats were born with great sensitivity. When Devil Dare ordered them to enter the inner hall, they all trembled in fear and did not dare to take a step forward. Devil Dare forcefully pushed the rat into the inner area. The moment the devil rat stepped into the inner field, many strange lines appeared and cut them into countless pieces. The entrance of the inner hall was soon filled with bloody chunks of flesh and blood, which gave off a horrible stench. Devil Dare walked up to them. Please think about it, sir. Walmason stopped Devil Dare with a worried look. Devil Dare shook his head. Don't worry. I used multiplication spell to grow my right hand. I can always replant it even if it's broken. I'll only use my right hand. I can't get more information until I feel it myself. Walmason moved aside after hearing Devil Dare's words. Devil Dare stood in front of the inner hall. Inside was a dark hall that looked like a black hole that devoured all light. No one could see what was going on inside. Devil Dare slowly reached out a hand. His right hand, which was glowing with the light of a defensive spell, passed through the inner hall. Everyone's attention was focused on Devil Dare. Ugh! Devil Dare groaned in pain. Devil Dare's right hand was shattered into countless pieces. He even felt a strange power spreading to his entire body through his right hand. Terrified, he quickly chopped off his arm and fell to the ground. Sir! Mr. Devil Dare! Devil Dare quickly stopped the bleeding. He considered for a moment and spoke in a low voice, "Summon the leaders of Enchanting Fragrance and Amber Dragonwing Clan. I want to hold a tripartite meeting." The tripartite meeting was the highest level meeting in Twilight Well. It was usually held when there was an enemy invasion or to discuss the division of benefits. So, it was an enemy? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. When most of the wizards left, Devil Dare stood at the entrance of the inner hall. His right arm was no longer bleeding, but his clothes were soaked in blood. It looked horrible. Twilight, you're here, Devil Dare suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman in a robe walked out of the darkness. It was Twilight. She quietly stood behind Devil Dare. What did you find? Devil Dare asked. Twilight came to the auction hall with him, but she didn't show up when Fred went to gather the others. She only asked Fred to send her a message, "I found something." Twilight looked at Devil Dare with a complicated expression. Mr. Devil Dare, the music came from the inner hall. Whoever played it must be inside. I know. What else did you find? Twilight remained silent for a moment. I saw two familiar figures. Maybe it has something to do with Mr. Sunder's student. Are you talking about Flora, or, it's Angor? Two flowers bloomed, one on each side. He had just returned to the mirror world. When he heard Sunder's voice before he could return to his house. Come to Phantom Island. I have something to ask you. Angor knew Sunders would ask him about the auction, but he didn't expect Sunders to use a long-distance spell to contact him. And he sensed it as soon as he returned to the mirror world. Angor sighed. Maybe it was some kind of tracking spell. He stopped and said to Dave, "You go back first. I'll take Hobbiton to Butler Good." After saying goodbye to Dave, Angor looked at Hobbiton, who was both anxious and expectant. Follow me. Don't get lost. I'll take you to Butler Good. Considering Hobbiton's speed, Angor purposely slowed down his pace. Hobbiton followed closely behind Angor, and he was getting a little scared when people cast curious glances at him from time to time. After a few steps, Hobbiton saw a gust of wind in front of him, followed by a severed arm falling down in front of him. Hobbiton screamed in fear. Angor walked in front and rubbed his temples. Tree Spirit Garden rarely had any conflicts, and he didn't expect to run into one today. They kept walking. Angor only took a few steps forward when a small, trembling hand suddenly appeared on his clothes. The fearless brat was actually so frightened by such a small wave that she took the initiative to hold on to his clothes. Angor found it funny. But he didn't say it out loud for Hobbiton's sake. Angor kept walking without changing his expression. Hobbiton calmed down a little when he saw that Angor didn't do anything to him. When they reached a platform with a low leaf, Hobbiton's face began to turn pale. After getting on the bus, Hobbiton curled up into a small ball and leaned against Angor's side. His body was still trembling, and even his lips were turning pale. Acrophobia? Angor silently lit a candle for Hobbiton in his mind. If Hobbiton really had acrophobia, things would get interesting. Angor's bad mood reached its peak as soon as they arrived at the Falling Cloud station. If one didn't know how to fly, they would have to pass through a completely transparent sky bridge without any handrails to get to Phantom Island from the Falling Cloud platform. As expected, when Angor stepped on the bridge with a blank expression, he decided to enjoy the show. Angor took a few steps forward and looked at Hobbiton, who was still trembling on the edge of the leaf. His eyes were showing the whites of his eyes. "This is the only way to get to Phantom Island and find good," Angor said in a calm voice. "You won't fall. It's an invisible path, called the Sky Bridge. Don't you want to see good?" Angor crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Hobbiton. After a while, Hobbiton finally spoke in a weak voice, I'm scared. If you're scared of something like this, don't ever think about entering the wizarding world again. Wizards fly all the time. No one walks, Angor said in a plain tone. Perhaps Angor's words triggered Hobbiton. After struggling for a while, he finally lifted his leaden legs and stepped onto the bridge. He thought Hobbiton had overcome the pressure, but Hobbiton suddenly rushed to him and wrapped his arms around his leg. His eyes were closed, and his body was trembling. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone hugged his leg like this. He was going to give Hobbiton a lecture, but when he remembered that Sunders was still waiting for him, he sighed and dragged Hobbiton across the sky bridge to the edge of Phantom Island. Angor looked at Hobbiton, who seemed to have no qualms about hugging his leg. Didn't this guy hate him? When Angor boarded the airship without Ananda, Hobbiton almost got into a fight with him. Of course, it was a one-sided fight, and Angor didn't care about it. Hobbiton was naive, but under Ananda's tutelage, he had picked up a lot of trash talk and arrogance. Thanks to Ananda's persuasion, Hobbiton didn't fight Angor, but he did talk a lot of trash talk. Yet, Hobbiton suddenly became friendly with Angor. Angor didn't think it was because he was afraid of flying in a strange environment. But Angor didn't think these were the reasons for the kid's sudden change of attitude. Did he become enlightened overnight? When they reached the beach of Phantom Island, Angor grabbed Hobbiton by the back of his neck and dragged him off his leg. "We're here." Angor's clear voice made Hobbiton open his eyes a little. When he saw the beach and the forest of palms in front of him, he finally calmed down. But Hobbiton still didn't dare to look back. The beach of Phantom Island wasn't connected to the ocean. Instead, it was connected to the sea of clouds. If he lost his footing, there was no chance of survival. Hobbiton blushed and didn't dare to look at Angor. This was the first time he was so cowardly in front of someone, especially Angor, whom he yelled at not long ago. Angor didn't notice Hobbiton's uneasiness. He rubbed his chin and tried to come up with a solution. Yes, they arrived at Phantom Island safely, but Hobbiton didn't send a poster. If he entered Phantom Island like this, he would either be cut in half by the magic array or eaten by the phantom beasts. What should I do now? Angor's transmitter was a low-level one. It couldn't send messages over long distances, so he couldn't contact Butler Good. Maybe I should ask Hobbiton to follow me using his ability? Angor thought about the feasibility of this plan. Hobbiton had an ability similar to Phantasm, which should allow him to avoid the magic array and the beasts. However, Hobbiton's body of illusions could only last for 1 or 2 seconds at most. If he wanted to move, he had to come out of the illusionary state. Obviously, there were still times when he was unable to do so. What should we do now? Angor remained silent on the beach for a long time. Hobbiton finally calmed down and stared at Angor with eager eyes, waiting for his next move. It was a little awkward to be stared at by Hobbiton for so long. Phantom Island is my professor's training ground. I'll have to ask him if I want to bring you in. Wait here, I'll go talk to my professor first and come back for you. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need to be afraid of strangers. As long as Hobbiton stayed away from the edge of the beach, he wouldn't be afraid of heights. He nodded to Angor and said, I see. And thank you. Angor raised an eyebrow. The naughty kid knew how to thank someone? Okay. Wait here. Angor knew that the kid always had a strange sense of pride, so he didn't tease Hobbiton. Instead, he simply nodded and walked away. As he was about to enter the forest, he heard a familiar man's voice. Angor? He quickly turned around and saw Sunders flying back to Phantom Island. So Sunders wasn't talking to him at Phantom Island. Sunders always dressed in his usual gentlemanly attire. Occasionally, he would wear a black cloak with a red lining. Angor quickly went to greet Sunders as soon as he landed. Sunders glanced at Hobbiton and looked at Angor again. Is this your servant? Sunders asked casually. Angor shook his head and brought Hobbiton closer. No. He's here for Butler Good. He said Good is his great-grandfather. While introducing Hobbiton, he suddenly paused for a second and revealed a mischievous grin. Peter Pan who never grew up. Who's Peter Pan? I'm Hobbiton Moa, Hobbiton complained. Angor smiled. There's a fairy tale in my hometown about a naughty kid who never grew up. He's called Peter Pan, and he looks a lot like him. Angor briefly explained how he met Hobbiton, including Hobbiton's abilities and the relationship between his family and Lady Lotus. Sunders looked at Hobbiton again. Good isn't a Moa Phantom servant. He's a Moa Phantom servant. As far as I know, Good hasn't returned to the Moa clan for 40 years. Hobbiton lowered his head in fear. My mother was a Masha Phantom servant. I've never met Grandpa. Good, but my grandmother told me about him and gave me this. Hobbiton's eyes widened. Hobbiton's eyes widened when he heard Sunders' words. My mother is a Masha Phantom servant. I've never met Grandpa Good. Hobbiton took out an ancient-looking ring inlaid with an emerald gem. Grandma told me that if I run into a problem I can't solve, I can take the ring to Grandpa Good. Grandma also said that Good works for a great wizard. Hobbiton rolled his eyes and tried to flatter Sunders without batting an eyelid. Sunders glanced at the emerald ring and saw a trace of Good's aura left behind. Sunders nodded and gave Hobbiton temporary permission to enter Phantom Island. He then flew away. Sunders didn't bother to explain the relationship between Hobbiton and Lady Lotus. He didn't even care about it. Let's go. Mr. Sunders didn't say anything else. He must have accepted your identity. Angor glanced at the emerald ring. As an alchemist, he didn't find anything special about it. Maybe it was just an ordinary accessory that gave someone special emotions, just like Sunders' dagger. Hobbiton looked at Sunders' flying figure with envy. It's so nice to be able to fly. I wish I can become a wizard too. Will Grandfather Good teach me wizardry? Angor didn't agree. He knew Good wasn't a wizard, but he felt that Good was as strong as one. At least, Good was much better than Angor in front of Mr. Rain. Actually, Peter Pan can fly too. With that, Angor walked into the forest. He brought Hobbiton to Sunders' mansion. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Butler Good walking to him. Mr. Pat. Butler Good then looked at Hobbiton with nostalgia. Hobbiton once saw Good's portrait in his family. Many years ago, Good was wearing this mask. Hobbiton recognized Good right away because of the unique patterns on the mask. He felt both happy and uneasy at the same time. Apart from that, Hobbiton was also surprised by Angor's identity. He thought Angor was just an ordinary wizard, but he didn't expect Good to call him Mr. Pat. Did this mean Angor was someone important? Angor spoke to Butler Good. He's Hobbiton. He said he's your relative. I brought him here. I'll leave the rest to you, Butler Good. Good's emotionless voice revealed a hint of emotion. Mr. Pat already told me. Thank you, Mr. Pat. I'll take care of the rest. Angor brought Hobbiton to Butler Good and prepared to go to his teacher's study. Before he could take a few steps, he heard Hobbiton's timid voice. Mr. Pat. Angor stopped and looked at Hobbiton. Hobbiton blushed. Thank you for bringing me to Grandpa, Mr. Can I ask a favor of you, Mr.? Under the mask, Good frowned and wanted to stop Hobbiton's rudeness. Go ahead. Angor thought Hobbiton was going to talk about Ananda again, so he tried to keep a calm face. Mr. Pat, can you tell me the story of Peter Pan? Hobbiton hesitated for a while and asked a question that surprised Angor a little. Did Hobbiton want to know Peter Pan's story because he was lonely, or because he wanted to find a sense of identity? Or maybe both? It wasn't a difficult task. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Angor pushed open the door to Sunder's study. To his surprise, Sunders was already sitting in front of his desk, writing away as fast as he could, just like every other time he came. I know you have a lot of questions, such as the nightmare domain. I'll tell you about it later. Now, the most important thing is that you tell me what happened when you closed the nightmare tunnel. Make sure you don't leave out any details. The serious look on Sunders' face gave Angor a bad feeling. Seeing Sunders' serious expression, Angor's relaxed attitude began to change. He tried to recall what happened back then. My professor asked me to find a way to close the tunnel. I didn't know how to do it, so I tried to destroy the nodes in my body. Angor explained. Later, I destroyed my heart's node without permission, causing me to be severely injured and unconscious. When I woke up, I discovered that it was that green Ferdel plushie that had saved me. It even told me not to commit suicide. At the time, I was thinking that since I could communicate with Olga, I should think of a way to trick it into telling me how to close the tunnel. Monsters came out one after another. Then I thought about how Ori said the queen needed to show off her power, so I decided to do the opposite. I'll pretend to expand the tunnel so that the monsters could come out faster. I'll figure out how to control the tunnel first, then I'll find a way to close it. Angor thought that if he could expand the tunnel, he could shrink or even close it. They were two extremes, but the methods should be similar. With this in mind, Angor used his memory loss as an excuse to get what he wanted from Ori. Ori taught Angor how to control one's willpower. He was surprised to find that controlling one's willpower had something to do with his ability to sense the emotions of monsters. He used to communicate with monsters using his emotions, but it was just a subconscious action. He didn't really know how to do it himself. This willpower method taught Angor a real way to communicate with his emotions, as well as many other ways to control his emotions. Angor could even use his emotions to communicate with humans when they opened their spirit barriers. Angor didn't close the tunnel right away. Instead, he did something else. Angor tried to coax the green feathered owl into returning to the nightmare realm. He was afraid that Ori would notice and attack him if he closed the tunnel. Using everything he had, he finally lured Ori into the nightmare realm and told the queen to prepare an army to invade the wizarding world. When Ori returned to the nightmare realm, Angor quickly closed the tunnel and pretended that he made a mistake and accidentally shut it down. Then, I saw the mist disappear. You know what happened next, Professor, Angor explained. Did you see anything else? Asked Sunders. Yeah, there are. Angor considered for a moment. You're right. Such as? All the monsters seem to know me, and they called me Shava. But I don't know who Shava is, nor do I know her. Angor frowned when talking about Shava. I think they mistook me for someone else. But that's not a bad thing. At least I was able to sneak into their inner circle and get the method of closing the tunnel from Ori because of Shava. Sunders shook his head. Wizard-level monsters mistook you for someone else? Do you think that's likely? Not really. But I can't think of any other reasonable explanation. Could it be that my name is really Shava? How is that possible? Angor knew that his guess did not make sense, but he could not think of anything else. Why not? Sunders pondered for a moment and suddenly asked another question. Angor, do you still remember what wizards said about the nightmare realm? Projecting reality, shining into illusions, and creating reality. Angor slowly repeated the words. When he uttered creating reality, his face showed a terrified expression. You mean, there's a projection of me in the nightmare realm? Angor felt his hair standing on end when he thought of this possibility. Another you in this world? Not a human, but a monster? It's possible. I've never seen a projection of a human before, but I think your nightmare form must be very powerful, which caused some strange changes, Sundar said. But it's only a guess. If you really have a projection in the nightmare realm. Well, let's call it a shadow clone for now. If there really is a shadow clone, then all of its characteristics should be your characteristics as well. That's why it can hide from the wizard-level monsters. Apart from that, there's something else that's worth considering. Why are those monsters so sure that you are Shava? Sander's question seemed to be his explanation. Angor quickly realized that Shava wasn't in the nightmare realm. You're saying that Shava isn't in the nightmare realm? Only when Shava wasn't in the nightmare realm would the monsters assume that Angor was Shava. If Shava was in the nightmare realm right now, they wouldn't simply give Angor a name like that. I can only say that it's possible. Perhaps there are other reasons that we don't understand. We need more clues to verify these. The nightmare realm was too big and mysterious. Maybe Shava was in another corner of the realm. But Shava is a woman's name. He was concerned about this. It would be strange if there was another me in this world, and it was a woman at that. Wizards rarely pay attention to a person's appearance. They don't just remember a person's appearance. Their temperament, soul flash, and other information. Even if the person's appearance and gender are different, as long as they fit 3 or more of the other factors, they can roughly determine who they are. What about Lady Mirror? Well, except for certain female wizards who love their looks. I'll record it down. It'll be a new topic in the nightmare realm. We'll discuss it for a long time, and you'll be an important participant in it. Next, Sanders took out a white leather scroll and dipped his quill in blood ink. Beautiful blood-red characters appeared in the center of the scroll. Nightmare Realm Projection Research Subject 3, Biological Projection, Lead, Saunders Igulo Participant, Angor Padtangor noticed that Saunders paused for a second. Igulo. This was the first time Angor heard Saunders' real name. Saunders put down the scroll and looked at Angor again. Did you find anything else? Angor considered for a moment. He did have another idea. For example, why did the nightmare monsters use the names of people from Pat Manor? Maybe it was some kind of biological projection. Angor wondered why the projection looked like an animal. But he didn't think too much about it. It was possible that the projection was a woman. Nope. I've told you everything else. Angor carefully searched his memory. He couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. How did he summon a nightmare domain? Why did the woman show up when he was thinking about creating an illusion? Angor tried his best to find something even more special in an already special case. Saunders frowned after listening to the story. He would study Shava later. However, according to Angor's plan, sneaking into the enemy's headquarters and getting the information out of them sounded a bit too dramatic, but there was still a chance to succeed. Besides, Saunders had been using spells to observe Angor, and Angor wasn't lying. If Angor wasn't lying, then who should be blamed for what happened to Twilight Auction House's students? The reason why Saunders came back was that he received an urgent message outside the mirror world. I called you here in a hurry because I just received a message. Saunders observed Angor's expression. It's about Twilight Auction. Angor frowned. What is it? Twilight isn't talking about me behind my back, is she? She tried to kill me twice yesterday. If Miss Flora didn't show up in time, I would have been dead. Saunders noticed that Angor's reaction was normal. His physiological parameters didn't change much. He only looked a little angry when Twilight was mentioned. So Angor really didn't know about it. Last night, the Twilight Auction House was attacked by demons. So far, no one has been able to enter the inner area. All the creatures that entered the inner area died, including the official wizards. Saunders paused. If I'm not mistaken, it was a fox musician and a frog singer who did it. Maybe they also used a strange clown card. Fox and Froggy? Angor was surprised. Another trump card? Saunders nodded. Angor told him about the 2 animals last time. Yes, that's them. That's impossible. Angor mumbled. How can they be so strong? These two animals are wizard-level monsters, just like the green-feathered owl. Why do you think they can't do it? Sunders asked with a smile. They're visitors from another world. Shouldn't they be weakened? How can they still kill wizards? Next, he took out a heart-shaped teacup from his nightmare domain and placed it in front of Sunders. Look, Professor. They're 99% weaker now. They can't even deflect regular cantrips. If that's the case, Fox and Phalog's strength should be reduced as well. Sunders shook his head. That's not how you see it. These teacups are weakened because they're not strong enough to begin with. They were the first wave to come out of the tunnel, so they're the weakest creatures in the nightmare realm. There might be other reasons why they can reflect attacks, but it's not because of their own strength. Is that so? Angor picked up the teacup and threw it back into the nightmare domain. He then cancelled the illusion. By the way, Professor, what should I do with the teacup band and toy soldiers? We'll talk about that later. Let's deal with this first. Sunders interrupted Angor's wandering thoughts. 100 years ago, I accidentally released a wizard-level monster from the nightmare realm. That monster was about as strong as Flora. After it came to the wizarding world, it didn't weaken at all. It didn't weaken? Angor was shocked. Why? There are two reasons why visitors from another world don't weaken. First, the power of a monster is similar to that of a wizard. It comes from its own body, and it won't weaken due to the environment. Sunders quickly denied this possibility. But most of the monsters in the nightmare realm can be found in other worlds. For example, the glutton flower king you encountered exists in the wizarding world. Do you think a monster like the glutton flower king, which relies on instinct, can train as well as wizards who travel across tens of thousands of planes? Second, the world's consciousness intentionally let it go. Not all visitors from another world are bad for the wizarding world. As long as they're good for the wizarding world, the world's consciousness will ignore them. For example, some otherworldly plants. Sunders paused. I don't think either of the above two possibilities. So there's only one possibility left. There's another one? Do you think you'll be rejected by the wizarding world? Sunders did not answer the question directly. Professor, you mean, if they come from the wizarding world and have the origin mark of the wizarding world, the world's consciousness won't bother them? Sunders mentioned the glutton flower king again as an example. The Nether City in the nightmare realm is a projection from the Nether City in the wizarding world. If I'm not mistaken, the glutton flower king in Nether City is also a projection from the wizarding world. So, its origin is still from the wizarding world. I believe the glutton flower king in Nether City won't weaken even if it comes to the wizarding world. So you're saying that monsters projected from other planes, such as those from Haunt World, will still be weakened by the world's consciousness due to the difference in their origin? Correct. Sunders nodded. That fox musician and frog singer are definitely projections from the wizarding world. Their origin is in the wizarding world, so they won't be weakened. Sunders sighed. And they didn't come from the outer regions of the nightmare realm. I'm afraid they're not just wizard-level monsters. They're as strong as wizards on the path of truth. Persuasion. Angor shivered a little when he heard this. It was a good thing he did not release the queen. Otherwise, with the queen's strength that surpassed legendary and was not suppressed by the world's consciousness, the southern wizardry region might really experience an earth-shattering disaster. Sunders knew what was on Angor's mind. He considered for a moment and said, if the queen comes to the wizarding world, she will cause a devastating disaster. However, if she uses her legendary strength too many times and causes the wizarding world to sink, the world's consciousness will not tolerate it. She will still be expelled. Remember, even if the world's consciousness will expel the queen, it will take years or even decades. By then, the wizarding world will have been destroyed. No matter what happens in the future, you must never release the Nightmare Queen. Sunders warned Angor again in a serious tone. Angor nodded, but he did not really care. I don't care what happens when I'm dead. Sunders sighed in his mind. It was like a child holding a doomsday button. There were so many variables. Unfortunately, the doomsday button was on the child's body. You can't take it away from him. The only way to stop it was to kill him. Still, Angor was his student. Sunders could choose not to block the blade for him, but he would never become the blade. This was his bottom line as a teacher. I know what you're thinking. You should remember the saying from soul manipulators. Death is not the end, but the beginning. The power of wizards is beyond your imagination. He stopped here to give Angor more time to figure it out on his own. Speaking of which, Froggy the green frog and Fox the red fox, according to Twilight, she saw the shadows of the frog and fox in the auction hall. Also, she heard the sound of music and singing. She's pretty sure it's them. Sunders sighed again. Gosh, there's no end to this. Last time, when I accidentally released a monster from the nightmare realm, it ran all the way from the east to the west and never stayed in the same place. I don't know what these two animals are thinking. Why did they return to the auction? Devil Dare wants you to take care of it and compensate the victims. Also, according to Twilight's request, you must be punished accordingly. Angor widened his eyes and pointed at himself. Huh? Me again? You're the one who caused this mess. Who else can they blame but you? Sunders grumbled. But if Twilight didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't have. Fine, I admit that I'm in the wrong, but how can you blame me for the deaths of those who died? Also, I can't control Fox and Froggy. I didn't ask them to do it. He knew that he had to take the blame for what happened at the auction house. He and Toby were the ones who broke the rules of the auction house, and he was willing to take the blame for that. He did open the Nightmare Realm tunnel, but the 3 people who died at that time all asked for it. One of them was accidentally killed by Twilight's own spell reflected by the teacup band. The direct cause of death had nothing to do with Angor. Or rather, he had very little to do with it. Angor was willing to take all the responsibility for the deaths of these people because he wanted to compensate for what happened at the auction house. Therefore, Angor believed that he should be done with the debt he owed. Besides, what happened now was not something he could control. Devil Dare's plan was to blackmail him, Angor thought angrily. But what could he do when everyone was talking about it? He couldn't deal with the entire Twilight well. Was he going to be beheaded as an apology? Angor was frustrated. He didn't know how to deal with it. What was the point of explaining when people thought he was the one who did it? He was just a beginner apprentice. What right did he have to explain himself to a wizard? Angor's mind was filled with mixed feelings. He happened to see Sunders sitting there calmly, which made him feel even more wronged. Others might not know the truth, but Sunders certainly knew. All right, I'll take care of it. This was the first sentence Angor spoke after a long period of silence, which made Sunders feel a little strange. He looked back and saw a hint of madness in Angor's calm eyes. Sunders frowned. He knew what Angor was going to do. Sunders sighed in his mind. He lifted the demon falcon ornament and tapped it on the desk. Following the clear screech of the eagle, the space in the study changed drastically. A realistic illusion appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Slaughter, blood, and flames of war. Everywhere was filled with smoke. Corpses, wreckage, and crazed demons were everywhere. The gigantic humanoid monster with a bright red sun on its head lightly stomped on the ground, and a hole appeared in the continent. Magma began to gush out. A gentle breath caused huge waves to rise from the ocean and drown the continent in the distance. It wasn't just the monster that caused destruction. The imbalance of the natural world also caused all kinds of natural disasters. The world was full of devastation. Not a single place was safe. Angor felt like he was watching a grand epic movie. Children's cries, mothers' tears, lovers hugging each other in silence, and even kittens hiding in the ruins. They all touched Angor's heart. Sunders walked to Angor's side. 10,000 years ago, the rising sun great demon from the abyss plains suddenly came to the wizarding world. In just 15 days, the world became so miserable. The rising sun great demon was stronger than a legendary wizard. And because he came from another world, his power was greatly suppressed. Even so, the sorcerer world has suffered such a huge blow. What you see now is the work of the rising sun demon god alone. So, are you sure you want to release the queen? When did I say I'm going to let her out? Angor felt a little awkward. Sunders looked at Angor in the eyes calmly. You didn't say it, but you thought it. Angor wanted to argue, but he didn't know what to say. When he said that he would take care of it, he did mean that. So, you're still a child. Sunders rubbed Angor's soft hair. Don't be mad. Sunders looked back at the towering rising sun great demon in the illusion with a strange expression. Grow up quickly, Angor. The wizarding world is changing every second. Time waits for no one. Perhaps another abyss great demon will come to the wizarding world soon. Sunders' voice was getting lower and lower until it sounded like a whisper. Angor was busy tidying up his messy hair and did not hear the last part of Sunders' words. Sunders withdrew the illusion and looked at Angor again. The people who died in Twilight Auction have nothing to do with you. But Fox and Froggy's return to the auction hall might have something to do with you. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it. Sunders' tone was so gentle that Angor almost burst into tears. However, Sunders quickly changed the topic. Stay in Brute Cavern for the next few days and think of a way to pay off your debt. 100,000 from Twilight Auction in half a month. 150,000. I'll give you one more month. Angor felt dizzy when he heard that the debt was as high as 250,000 magic crystals. How am I supposed to earn that much in a month? Angor's eyes were filled with tears. He really wanted Sunders to see his sincerity. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I don't know. I know you can do it. I told you to become an apprentice in a month, and you did it. And I told you to reach the top of Sky Tower in half a year, and you did it. Don't overestimate yourself. Trust your own strength. That's two different things. Earning money and strength can't be equated. Angor cried and begged Sunders to give him a few more days. However, despite his cold appearance, Sunders was a cunning man on the inside. He didn't give Angor any chances. No matter how much Angor begged, Sunders wouldn't budge. In the end, Angor had to give up in frustration. He thought to himself, after I make the energy stabilizer, should I carve Prelude to Elimination and sell it for money? How much would an enchanted alchemy weapon cost? It should be worth more than a rune enchantment, right? Don't. Always try to do something big. If you do, someone will kill you and imprison your soul for eternity, and you won't be able to do anything about it. In the end, it's more important to improve your own strength, Sunders spoke in a serious tone. Angor nodded. I understand. As long as you understand. Angor recalled the rising sun demon in the illusion and felt a bit scared. Professor, was that rising sun demon banished by the world's consciousness? Sunders shook his head. No. What the rising sun demon did didn't cross the line of the world's consciousness, so it wasn't banished. What? That didn't cross the line of the world's consciousness? How high is that? Angor complained in his mind. In the end, the sorcerers from the origin world killed the rising sun great demonic god. Sunders showed a rare look of yearning. Unfortunately, the origin world is nowhere to be found. All the portals from the southern wizardry region to the origin world were destroyed because of a scheme. Maybe there are still other portals in the wizarding world. But both the eastern and western lands are very far away from the southern wizardry region. It's very difficult to reach the other three regions. I know you have a lot of questions for me. Sunders walked to a bookshelf and pressed a button on a bronze beast statue on the side of the shelf. Following a creaking sound, the large bookshelf was separated to the left and right, revealing a secret space inside. Angor noticed that the secret space was about the size of an adult's body. There was another bookshelf inside, which contained research reports and research topics. Sunders took out a thin, soft book made of parchment from the shelf and handed it to Angor. Angor looked at the book in confusion. The book was soft. It felt smooth and cold like leather. Angor also noticed that the book was not made of the same parchment paper. Instead, it was made of several pieces of parchment paper with different materials. Title: The Mystery of Nightmare Domain. Author: Sunders Igulo. Flora. Angor was surprised to see that both Sunders and Flora were listed in the author column. But wasn't Flora a blood wizard? Under Sunders' instruction, Angor checked the contents of The Mystery of Nightmare Domain. Subject: I of Nightmare Domain Research. Subject: 2 of Nightmare Domain Research. Performance after combining Nightmare Domain with illusions. Application of nightmare illusions to enemies. Survival Handbook for Nightmare Monsters. Angor flipped through the book and found that it was a collection of different research topics related to Nightmare Domain. 90% of them were Sunder's research topics. Only 2 pages of Nightmare Domain research supplement were written by Flora. He flipped through several pages and was immediately attracted by the content. The book was exactly what Angor had been thinking about these days. How to make the best use of Nightmare Domain, how to combine it with illusions, and how to control nightmare monsters were all described in detail. You can take the book back and make a copy.
Thank you, sir.
Angor was excited.
No need to thank me.
I was going to give this book to you when you become a wizard. I didn't expect you to inherit a Nightmare Domain as a mere level 1 apprentice.
Sunder sighed.
You gained a Nightmare Domain, but you also offended a bunch of wizards. I don't know if your luck is good or bad.
Angor lowered his head and did not answer.
The mystery of Nightmare Domain was co-written by me and Flora. It's the only copy in existence. You must treat it seriously. The book's value is immeasurable, so I'm not giving it to you for free. If you want to read it, you have to promise me something.
Angor nodded.
Equivalent exchange was one of the basic principles of wizards. Sunders was Angor's teacher, and it was reasonable for him to give Angor free nourishment for his growth, but it was usually limited to basic knowledge. Any specific knowledge of an adept had to be obtained at a certain price. For example, there were wizards in Tree Spirit Garden teaching classes. Every kind of knowledge required a lot of magic crystals to learn.
What I want is a promise from you.
Sunder's expression suddenly turned serious, and so did Angor's. You need to promise that you will add a new Nightmare Domain thesis to this book within 50 years. Sunders paused for a moment before he continued, I'll also add my new findings and research on Nightmare Domain into the book. If you want to read it again, you'll have to add a new research paper. Flora had borrowed it once, so she had her research in it. I'll also add her name to the author column.
Same for you.
If any of your Nightmare Domain theses can pass my review, I'll add your name to the book as well. Do you agree?
Angor nodded without hesitation when he heard that he had to write a Nightmare Domain thesis within 50 years.
Who knew what would happen in 50 years? The most important thing now was to improve his strength. For the sake of seriousness, both of them signed the contract with their real names under the witness of the Great Consciousness. I hope I can complete the mystery of Nightmare Domain in my lifetime, Sunders sighed and said. This was not something a person could do alone, which was why he asked Angor to submit a thesis. With Angor's talent and serious attitude toward learning, as long as he didn't die, he could definitely contribute greatly to the completion of the book. You can go now. I'll go to Twilight Well to deal with the auction. As for you, stay away from trouble for a few days. Stay at home and think of a way to pay off your debt. Don't go anywhere. You can only blame yourself if someone from Twilight Well finds you, Sunders said and prepared to send Angor away. Angor quickly raised his hand. Hold on, sir. I have a few questions. Sunders sat back down. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Time was of the essence, so Angor asked about his training first. When he was almost done, he moved on to other topics. Can you show me the way, sir? How do I earn money? Angor's eyes were filled with tears as he prayed for Sunders' sympathy. Figure it out yourself. Do you need me to teach you how to earn money? Sunders didn't say that, but he knew that 250,000 magic crystals was an astronomical sum. Many wizards couldn't afford it. Sunders had already prepared a plan for Angor. For example, Leona would return from Manda Plain in half a month. She had earned a fortune from Angor's body odor, and Sunders planned to take a share of it from her. Sunders wouldn't tell Angor about this plan, but he couldn't tell Angor the truth. Angor didn't suffer too much because of what he did. Instead, he earned a Nightmare Domain out of nothing. Sunders had to find a way to let Angor know how cruel the wizarding world could be. Giving Angor a month's worth of debt was one of Sunders' ideas. However, Sunders was wrong. For other apprentices, a debt of 250,000 magic crystals was enough to drive them to death. But for Angor, it wasn't hard to earn that much. The only problem was, he didn't have enough time. Angor's only pressure was the lack of time. The debt wasn't as bad as Sunders thought. It's about time. You should leave, Sunders said. Wait. One last question. Angor shouted. Go ahead. Sunders pretended to be impatient. Professor, didn't you say the nightmare domain will bring all kinds of illusions to the wearer? Maybe they'll never wake up? But why did I wake up without seeing anything? He only felt a slight itch on his back, but nothing else. Sunders clenched his teeth. Do you want me to praise you for being a genius? Or are you mocking me now? Get out of my face. Angor felt like crying. He really meant it. He didn't mean it. Well, he did want to show off, but he wasn't mocking Sunders. Last question. Get out. Last question, really? While Angor was screaming, Sunders used Hand of Spell to grab Angor's collar and tossed him out the door. I just want to see. Angor was thrown out of the door. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Cursing puppet. Angor crawled up from the floor, patted the dust off his butt, and left with a sad look. When he returned to the hall, he saw Good wiping Hobbiton's face and putting on a smaller mask. All the phantom servants on Phantom Island were wearing masks like this. Angor walked toward them out of curiosity. Good put down the handkerchief and bowed to Angor. Mr. Pat. Mr. Pat, Hobbiton said timidly under Good's gesture. Angor nodded and asked, Butler Good, I have a question. Why do you all wear such masks and robes? Good chuckled. We're not wizards. We need something to move around in Brute Cavern. These masks and robes have Mr. Sunders' emblem on them, so we can hide our mortal features and tell others that we're Mr. Sunders' subordinates. Good pointed at a button on the robe. Angor looked at it and saw Sunders' emblem. It was the same as the one on his poster, which read a long sword with wings, inserted in a thorny rose. The only difference was that the emblem did not contain the clan's motto. Angor also noticed that Hobbiton's mask and robe did not have Sunders' emblem. Hobbiton wanted to become a wizard, and he did not become Sunders' student. Of course, he would not be protected by Sunders. Butler Good, does this robe have a concealment effect? Angor noticed that the mask and robe were glowing. It seemed that someone cast a spell on it, or maybe it was a combination effect. Yes. It can hide from prying spells, Good said. Angor's eyes lit up. Do you have extra robes then? Can you lend me one of them? Good did not know what to say. Eh? Hobbiton was also surprised. We don't have any extra. It was Sunders who spoke. Angor did not know when Sunders came out of his study. I just want to study it, Angor mumbled. He was stopped twice by Twilight Well, which must be caused by some kind of tracking spell. Back then, he planned to go back and study it. Maybe he could make a robe that could block prying and tracking spells, as well as avoid pheromones. Angor did not know much about tailoring, so he planned to use the mask and robe of the phantom servants as a model. However, Sunders vetoed his idea. After leaving Phantom Island, Angor went straight home. The sky was getting brighter. It was the first light of dawn. Angor did not sleep for the whole night. He yawned as he walked to his house. When he was about to open the door, two people suddenly showed up under the shade of a tree. Angor. The first glimmer of dawn was like ink falling into water, slowly dispersing the darkness of the night. Before the sun rose completely, the surroundings were still in an awkward state. Angor could only faintly see two people walking toward him, but he could not see their faces clearly. When the short man in front of him rushed toward him with mixed feelings of joy and worry, Angor's eyes finally brightened up. Xylem? The short man was wearing a white wizard robe that covered his entire body like a bedsheet. Only his round head was exposed. Angor recognized him by the light of the burning oil on the doorpost. Angor. Thank goodness you're fine. You have no idea how worried we were. Xylem was so excited that tears began to appear in his eyes. Angor clicked his tongue and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. Hey kid, we haven't seen each other for only a few days and you're already crying? Once you become a wizard, you won't see each other for hundreds of years. What should you do then? You're an adult now. You need to learn to grow up. When he said learn to grow up, he purposely imitated Sunders' tone. Speaking of which, it felt pretty good to look down on someone. Angor, I'm glad you're fine. The tall woman behind Xylem also came to them. Her voice was calm, but Angor could still sense the strong emotions behind it. Nausicaa, long time no see. How's your injury? Xylem suddenly asked, how's your injury? You're bleeding a lot. You scared me to death. Injury? What injury? Don't pretend. I know you're sad that Toby left. Just cry if you want to. Don't pretend to be happy. I feel sorry for you. Xylem pretended to be mature and opened his arms. Come, I'll lend you my shoulder. Angor pushed Xylem away and grumbled, what are you talking about? Toby was sleeping. Who left? He carefully took Toby out of his inner pocket and placed it on his palm. Toby's wounds were completely healed except for a few feathers that fell off. Toby's chest was still moving rhythmically. Clearly, it was just sleeping. Toby is fine? Wait, I saw Lady Twilight. Xylem stopped and put on a relieved expression. It's fine as long as he's fine. Twilight? You went to Twilight auction? Xylem asked. You went to Twilight auction? Xylem nodded. I went there with Miss Nausicaa, but we didn't go inside. We stayed in the outer hall and watched the big screen. Later, when a slave was being auctioned, Toby suddenly appeared on the screen. While I was wondering, you also appeared on the screen. Then, I saw you and Toby being. Sigh, fortunately, you're fine. Nausicaa patted Salem's shoulder with her left hand. I told you it's fine. When Twilight was about to hurt you, the screen in the outer hall suddenly went dark. I thought someone must have saved you. But he didn't think too much about it. You saved me, sir. He didn't want to talk about the details. He simply told Nausicaa what happened to Sunders. I thought so too. Only Mr. Sunders has the guts to do something like this in an auction. Nausicaa looked envious. I explained it to Xylem, but he didn't believe me. He dragged me to your door and waited for 2 days. You've been waiting for me here for 2 days? Angor was touched by their kindness. You're exaggerating, Miss Nausicaa. We didn't wait forever. We also arranged to rent a house in Apprentice Town. Xylem pointed at 2 small courtyards several hundred meters away and said, those are the houses we rented. We wanted to be neighbors with you so we could eat together. But your place is too far away from the settlement. You're the only one nearby. We don't have enough magic crystals to build a new house, so we had to find a place close to you. It's fine. It's close. I'm about to throw up from the food anyway. Don't blame me for freeloading, Angor chuckled. Speaking of which, why did Toby suddenly rush into the auction? Xylem asked curiously. About that. Let's not stand there. Come on, I'll tell you. Angor invited them inside. He first went to the attic and took Toby's small bed down to his bedroom. After putting Toby on the soft bed, he walked out of his room. Angor whispered to them about Toby's background, Greya, and Barbie's restaurant. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a period of silence. After a while, Nausicaa blew out a smoke ring and smiled. I see. No wonder Toby flew down when he saw the eyeless man being auctioned. I didn't know Toby had such a complicated background, Xylem said. Angor chuckled. Complicated, huh? Actually, Toby's life was quite smooth. It was his former master who had a complicated background. Greya? She was a legendary figure. Too bad she's gone now. Nausicaa always paid attention to female wizards, especially those who were on the path of truth like Greya. He didn't mention that Greya might not be dead yet. Instead, he changed the topic with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot to get you some water. Angor took out 2 cups and filled them up with water using Create Water. When he was about to fill the other cup with water, Xylem snatched the empty cup from his hand and cast Create Water on it as well. Compared to last time, Xylem used the spell much faster this time. It was almost as fast as Angor's casting speed. It was obvious that he had been working hard on the cantrip model. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Xylem picked up the glass filled with water, gave Angor a proud smile, and drained it in one gulp. Angor, on the other hand, was still smiling. He poured away the water in the other cup, refilled it, and handed it to Nausicaa. The model is stable, and your mana output is faster than last time too. But, Angor chuckled. You're too naive. I haven't washed a cup in 2 months. Salem's smile immediately disappeared. He said pitifully, why didn't you remind me? Because I want to give you a chance to show off. Angor grinned. Nausicaa watched her two friends bickering and felt all the gloominess she had been feeling for the past few days was gone. She lifted the cup and took a sip. Angor was talking to Salem, but he still paid some attention to Nausicaa. When he saw Nausicaa patting Salem's shoulder outside, he already had a strange feeling. Something was not right. Now, Nausicaa took the cup and drank. Angor felt even more strange. He looked at Nausicaa's left hand and suddenly recalled a scene. Outside the door, Nausicaa was standing on Salem's left side, but she patted Salem's shoulder with her left hand. Now, her right hand was closer to Angor, but she took the cup with her left hand. Angor looked at Nausicaa's right hand in confusion. It was covered by a black robe, so he could not see anything. Nausicaa, your right hand, is injured? Injured? Nausicaa shook her head with a smile and lifted the robe covering her right hand. No. I just accidentally lost it. Lost it? Before Angor could figure out what the words meant, he saw the empty space on his right shoulder. His expression froze. Don't worry. Losing my right arm is not a big deal. It won't affect my strength. Nausicaa smiled brightly in the smoke. You can just transplant a new arm. 70% of bloodline wizards know how to transplant limbs. Mine isn't a big deal. The other day at Twilight Auction, there was an Olin Gibbons right arm on sale. But I thought the arm with green hair looked a little ugly, and it was too expensive, so I didn't buy it. Angor also remembered that Olin Gibbons' right arm was sold for 1,300 magic crystals in the end. Nausicaa was not someone who cared about appearances. Saying the arm was ugly was just an excuse. It was probably because the price was too high. Angor recalled all the transplanted organs at Twilight Auction. Most of them cost more than 10,000 magic crystals. Not all organs could be transplanted into a wizard's body. Some organs were too strong, some were too weak, and some could not be manually clamped onto a bloodline. Even the most suitable organs would need to be nurtured with a cultivation spell for a long time. Sometimes, an organ that had been nurtured for more than 10 years would become useless and could only be discarded. Therefore, transplanting organs was not something that ordinary apprentice adepts could afford. However, many spells could only be cast by transplanted organs. For example, a low-level cantrip called Dog Nose required a canine organ to cast its spell, which caused the market price of organs to skyrocket. When I become a level 2 apprentice, I'll go to the Abyss Plane again. Maybe I'll find a suitable organ for my right arm. Nausicaa used to be a pirate leader. She was used to seeing missing arms and legs, so she did not mind it. But I don't know when I'll become a level 2 apprentice. The Moonfrost Passage near Brute Cavern will be closed by then. If I want to go to the Abyss Plane for free, I'll have to join the Moonfrost Plane Exploration Team. That's a notorious exploration team. Angor frowned. Don't worry. Plans can't keep up with changes. Let's just wait and see. Maybe something will happen in the next second. Even if I can't find a suitable organ, I'll just install an iron hook first. When I was at Blackberry Waters, those pirate leaders would cut off their arms and install iron hooks to show off their identities. Nausicaa recalled the past. Captain Cyclops, the Iron Hook Pirate, Blackbeard, Redbeard. All of them had iron hooks. They've become the standard feature of pirates. When I install an iron hook, people can recognize me right away. Isn't that great? Nausicaa was still talking. Angor frowned. Iron Hook, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Iron Hook reminded him of many things. Well, he did not have to transplant it. A few days ago, he saw a sci-fi oil painting on his hologram tablet. A half-naked man floated among the stars. His limbs were covered in armor, his eyes were closed, and his silver hair was scattered everywhere. Angor only thought about the painting when he saw it. Now that he thought about it, it gave him a new idea. Before transplanting an organ from a powerful monster, it would be a good choice to install a mechanical prosthesis. With this in mind, Angor quickly came up with an idea. A mechanical prosthesis could not only be used for temporary transplants, but he could also try to enchant the prosthesis. If he followed this train of thought, the prosthesis could be used as an alchemy weapon. However, creating an alchemy weapon in the shape of a prosthesis for Nausicaa was not a difficult task. The problem was how to make Nausicaa control the weapon as if it was her own arm. Construct a mana channel? Artificial meridian bridges? Or spirit control? Electromyographic signals? Brain waves? Sound waves. This was a problem that required further research. He also needed Nausicaa's cooperation to find out the most effective method. Angor considered and told her his idea. You don't have to go for an organ transplant right now. What do you think about creating an artificial mechanical arm? Man-made mechanical arm? Xylem and Nausicaa were both surprised. They did not understand what Angor was talking about. They knew about mechanical arms and mechanical arms separately, but they did not know what he meant when they were combined. He did not know how to express it in words, so he took out his sketchbook and drew Nausicaa's beautiful curves on the paper in front of the other two. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. You didn't even look at me, and you're almost done. Angor thought Nausicaa was praising his drawing skills. He was already thinking of a way to show off. However, Nausicaa suddenly asked, So, Angor, are you secretly in love with me? Hearing the question, Angor's brush suddenly stopped. A black line went through the painting and ruined the overall beauty of the painting. Don't be shy. Many people loved me back when I was running my BlackBerry. You're not one of them. Nausicaa patted Angor's shoulder. Too bad you're too small. You're as thin as a yellow bean sprout. I don't like you. Nausicaa's right. You've lost a lot of weight lately. We'll have a housewarming party tonight. You can come and eat, Date interrupted. Angor rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't go off topic. Can't you see I'm trying to help you? Angor was not worried at all. Nausicaa chuckled and blew out the last smoke ring. She extinguished her pipe and put it aside. 2 minutes later, Angor finished drawing Nausicaa's figure. He didn't draw anything on her right arm though. The mechanical arm I'm talking about is a type of mechanical alchemy. It's not uncommon to see machines replacing human organs in floating mech city. That's why I came up with this idea. While speaking, Angor drew a mechanical prosthesis. However, Angor's drawing was only a general idea. If they really wanted to build it, they would need to discuss the details. A moment later, he finished drawing a majestic blue and white mecha's arm. That's the general idea. We'll use a machine as a temporary replacement. When you find a suitable organ, you can remove it. What do you think? If you're okay with it, we can talk about more details, such as the appearance, enchantment, and so on. Nausicaa was both surprised and touched by Angor's words. Angor had already taken the matter into his own hands. Angor didn't mind it. Nausicaa saved his life and was his close friend. He didn't want to treat her as an outsider. If I follow the blueprint, I'll need a lot of magic crystals, right? Nausicaa hesitated. She wasn't sure if she should accept Angor's offer. I just drew it for fun. It's up to you to decide how you want to make it. You don't have to worry about the cost. Not to mention that your endurance is at most in the range of beginner materials, even I can't smelt intermediate or advanced materials, so it won't cost me many magic crystals. Even so, you'll have to pay for the materials yourself. I can make it for you for free. Angor smiled brightly. Nausicaa was still hesitating. She knew that materials weren't expensive, but alchemy items were expensive because of the person who made them. Angor saw that Nausicaa was still hesitating, so he continued to talk about the mechanical arm. I've been studying alchemy for less than half a year. With my current level, it's impossible for me to make a powerful artificial arm. Besides, it's just a random idea. I've never made one before, so my artificial arm can only be used as a temporary replacement. You can replace it when you find a more suitable organ. I'm thinking about installing the arm first. It'll help you a lot when you're doing quests or climbing the sky tower. Nausicaa clenched her fists. If she wanted to go further and achieve immortality, she had to build a solid foundation. The Purification Garden in Floating Mech City was one of the best sorcerer's gardens for that. Even Fantace didn't deny it. Thank you. Nausicaa finally nodded and accepted Angor's kindness. Xylem did not pay attention to the interaction between Angor and Nausicaa. His eyes were fixed on the mech arm in the sketchbook, and he kept exclaiming cool and awesome. He only regained his senses when Nausicaa agreed to install the arm. He looked at Nausicaa with envy. That arm is so cool. I'm so jealous when I think about Miss Nausicaa wearing it all the time. Angor teased him, sure, I can make one for you too. Then I'll chop off your hands or feet myself. When Xylem heard that his hands and feet were going to be chopped off, he immediately backed off. Since Nausicaa agreed, Angor began to arrange a time for the meeting. I have something urgent to attend to in the next half a month, so I won't have time for your arm. Come to my place in half a month, and I'll discuss the details with you, such as the appearance, data, materials, enchantments, and so on. It's my first time making an artificial arm like this, so I need more reference data, as well as the thoughts and feelings of some of the users. In the next half a month, Angor planned to prioritize Twilight's debt and put the other matters aside. As for Sunder's debt, Angor decided to delay it. If he couldn't delay it, he had to do it even if he had to. Now that the mechanical prosthetic limb had been decided, the conversation between the three of them was no longer as heavy as before. As the atmosphere gradually warmed up, they talked about gossip among their peers, the Moonfrost Passage, the Abyssal Plane, and Twilight Well. By the way, are you going to Twilight Auction to buy something? Are you going to bid? Angor asked casually. No. Xylem remained silent and looked at Nausicaa with a pleading look. Nausicaa lowered her head. She didn't expose Salem's lie. Xylem bought the Azure Bloodline, which carried great risks. He didn't want Angor to know about it because he didn't want Angor to worry about it. She also understood this point. Angor didn't pay attention to Salem's expression, nor did he notice the strange atmosphere. Xylem didn't want Angor to keep talking about it, so he quickly changed the topic. Angor, did you see that item in the inner hall? It's a music box. I think it's called Land on the Clouds or something. That music box. I only saw the screen outside, and I also thought the illusion and music worked so well together. They chatted until the sun rose, then said goodbye to each other and left. Before leaving, Xylem waved at Angor. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Let's celebrate Nausicaa and I'm moving to our new home. After making sure Angor nodded, Xylem went home. Tree Spirit seemed to be in a good mood today. Most of the large leaves were collected, and the bright sunlight shone directly on the ground. Xylem and Nausicaa's figures under the sunlight were filled with youth and passion. The contagious cheerfulness seemed to have a magic power that tore apart the haze in Angor's mind and scattered a wisp of warmth. Angor stretched himself and walked to the basement while feeling refreshed. He sat in front of his lab table and took out a pen and paper. He made a list of the items he needed to craft in the near future. His first task was to pay off his debt. However, he still needed to find out how to pay off the debt. At least, he needed to know the value of the enchantment for Prelude to Elimination. However, according to the rune enchantment, an alchemy item enchanted with a magic array would not be cheap. To complete Prelude to Elimination, he had to create an energy stabilizer. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete the enchantment without enough mana. With that in mind, Angor wrote down the first line of words. Energy stabilizer was at the top of the list. Next was an alchemy weapon enchanted with Prelude to Elimination. This was what he promised Master Prome. Angor also planned to make some money by engraving the magic array. Next was a space item. He collected a lot of microbes from the gray space wall, and space items were expensive. He could use them to pay off his debt. However, he needed to study them for a while, so he had to put them at the top of the list. Next was a mechanical prosthetic arm for Nausicaa. He could start work on it in half a month. Lastly, there was a music box for Lady Mirror, a vehicle, and a robe that could protect her from prying eyes. Angor considered and added a music box under the energy stabilizer. This was for Toby. Due to the debt, he did not have time to find Toby's betrayer friend. He had to wait until the debt was cleared. Before that, he would craft a music box for Toby. After finishing the list, Angor felt both tired and satisfied at the same time. Paying off his debt was his top priority right now, and he did not have time to read The Mystery of Nightmare Domain. He scanned the book into his tablet and put it aside for now. Next, he began to open the folders in the order listed on the list, starting from the first one. Creating an energy stabilizer. This was the foundation of all future alchemy projects, so Angor placed it at the top of his list. A single copy of the energy stabilizer cost 1,100,000 merit points to rent from Cloud Library. However, it was one of the most insignificant ones in Angor's alchemy manuals. Soon, he found the energy stabilizer document among the many folders. He had already memorized the steps and materials, but he still went through them again just to be safe. After making sure everything was correct, he put the tablet aside and let it continue its task of disassembling the cantrip in the background. Meanwhile, he took out a piece of draft paper and began to work on the details of the energy stabilizer. Soon, the paper was filled with all kinds of magic formulas and diagrams. The materials used for the energy stabilizer were not expensive, but its core value lay in the application of energy knowledge. There were many considerations involved, and part of it was even an extension of the energy wave frequency. If other alchemists wanted to make an energy stabilizer, they would have to spend some magic crystals to learn about it. Angor, on the other hand, was taught by John a lot since he was a child, so he knew a thing or two about waves and frequencies. Therefore, he did not have to go through the necessary steps. He only needed some substitutions. After spending half a day on the draft paper, Angor finally came up with the final formula. He inserted the data of an energy wave into the paper and came up with two conclusions according to Samuel's formula. The energy above the golden cut point went up, while the energy below the golden cut point went down. This was the basic application of an energy stabilizer. It would cause chaotic energy to go down, while stable energy would rise. Using this principle, he could create the framework of an energy stabilizer. The data is correct, and so is the formula. Angor's face brightened up. He thought it would take him several days, but it only took him half a day to complete the analysis. John's hunchbacked figure flashed in his mind. This was all thanks to John's teachings. Now that the core of knowledge had been solved, all that was left was the problem of refining. The core of the energy stabilizer was knowledge. Therefore, the refinement process was based on the knowledge structure. It was more about the cutting of materials and the reasonable structure. There were not many places where extraordinary power was really needed to be refined. Only the absorption of energy and the recovery of stable energy had to be replenished through enchantment or synthesis. After deciding on the overall plan, he decided to use the available space in the underground lab to design the most suitable shape for the energy stabilizer. It wasn't until nightfall that a mechanical blueprint that could be embedded under the experimental table and be raised to the table through the mechanism was designed. There was an egg-shaped introduction groove, an elliptical energy separation chamber, and a cylindrical discharge hole that could be connected to a conduit. The overall appearance was a bit like a blower, small and simple. After the blueprint design was completed, the next step was to select the materials. He took out several single-use space capsules from his pocket, which contained all his loot from Twilight Well, including the items he won at Twilight Auction. Angor put the space capsules that contained expensive materials back into the soundproof room for now. Then, he opened the other capsules one by one and placed the materials in the empty space in the lab. When he was almost done, the empty lab was already filled to the brim. However, Angor had OCD. The lab was full, but it was still neat. Different materials were stored in different ways according to their characteristics. However, the spacious lab now looked a lot cramped. He could only comfort himself by telling himself that everything would be solved once he crafted a space storage. However, he also knew that space storage was not omnipotent. Some precious materials that could only survive in special environments, such as magic plants, organs of living creatures, breathing ores, and so on, could not be placed in space storage. After all, a space storage was not a sorcerer's garden. It could only store non-living things. After sorting out the materials, Angor prepared to craft the energy stabilizer. However, before he could find all the materials, Xylem came to him first. Angor, I'm here. Angor, open the door. Angor, are you there? Angor walked out of the lab with two huge dark circles under his eyes. For some reason, his spirit was always energetic when he was working in the lab. But as soon as he stepped out of the lab, he felt tired and sleepy. He yawned and opened the door. "Yes, I'm here." "Hurry up. Miss Nausicaa is cooking today. We're waiting for you." Xylem kept urging him. Angor nodded. "I'll go wash up. I'll be right there." He scratched his messy hair and went to the bathroom to tidy himself up a little. Before leaving, he checked on Toby in the bedroom to make sure the bird was still sleeping. Then, he left some food and set up an illusion in the bedroom before leaving. Salem's and Nausicaa's residences were right next to each other, about 10 meters away. Both the size and the layout of their residences were similar to Angor's small mansion. The only difference was the overall color and the furnishings in the yard. Nausicaa's yard was spacious. She turned it into an open-air training ground, where a series of bloodline refinement tools were placed randomly. Salem's yard was similar to Angor's. It was full of plants and there was a white greenhouse, although there was nothing inside. Angor's two friends were waiting in Salem's yard. Xylem was happily slicing meat while Nausicaa was grilling meat. Xylem quickly invited Angor into the house. The yard was blocked by a fence from the outside, so he could not see it clearly. When he got closer, he saw that the tables and chairs were already prepared. There was a sumptuous feast on the table. Even the cutlery was ready. As Angor sat down, Xylem quickly came to him with a bowl of jadeite bone soup. "Angor, try it. Nausicaa's cooking is amazing." Angor took a sip. The soup was rich. It was not a top-class dish, but it was good for daily life. Besides, it had been a long time since Angor was able to eat for the sake of food. He could not help but praise. Nausicaa, whose cooking was praised like heaven and earth, scolded them with a grin. "Since when did you two learn how to flatter me?" "I know, you're flattering me. You want me to cook for you every day in the future?" "Of course not. Whenever Miss Nausicaa wants to cook, we'll be there to help." "I'm telling the truth." "Right, Angor?" Angor was enjoying his soup when Xylem called him out. He did not care what Xylem said and just nodded. After finishing the bone soup, Xylem served a plate of cream mushroom soup. As Angor exclaimed in delight, the appetizer, black rice snow shell, was also placed on the table. When it was time for the main course, Nausicaa came down from the grill and carried a large plate of grilled meat and vegetables to the table. During the meal, Angor completely forgot about the noble's rule of not talking while eating. The three began to talk about food. Angor also talked about the food of his hometown, especially John's dishes from Earth. Then, the topic naturally shifted to Barbie's restaurant, one of the two holy places of gourmet wizards. "Angor, have you ever been to Barbie's restaurant and eaten Lady Grea's food?" Xylem asked curiously. Angor shook his head. "No. He had a gold card, but he did not actually eat Grea's food. He only received a living food from Greya, section ephemera. It was still in the soundproof room." Thinking about the section ephemera, Angor wondered if he could sell it if he could not pay back the 100,000 magic crystals from Twilight Well. Considering the characteristics of section ephemera, he should be able to get 100,000 magic crystals easily, right? That's a shame. Lady Greya is dead now, and no one can eat her food anymore. Xylem sighed in regret. If you want to taste the best gourmet food in the Southern Wizardry, you have to go to Lady Felicia's Butterfly Tavern, right? Like you can eat it anywhere you want. Angor said. It's a dream. Xylem said. That's a small dream. Speaking of dreams, Angor recalled another young man who talked about his dreams under the starry sky with him not long ago. Small? Xylem put on a serious face and said, only formal wizards can drink at Lady Felicia's place, right? My goal is to become a wizard. How can it be small? Angor chuckled but did not say anything. Among all his friends, Xylem was the only one who did not know what to do next. It was not a bad thing to have a small goal. Xylem suddenly moved closer to Angor with a shy smile. We're moving to a new place. Aren't you going to do something for us? Angor raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Xylem rolled his eyes. How about you teach me another cantrip? That water spell you used last time was quite useful. The cantrip Xylem mentioned was the model of the cantrip Angor created himself. If it was a cantrip taught by his teacher or purchased from Cloud Library, Angor could not teach it to others before he became a wizard. Angor considered. With the help of the system, he had learned the most cantrip models in the past half a year. Not all of them worked well, but Angor did some experiments during his free time. Among the tens of thousands of cantrip models, he found some decent ones, which he recorded in his booklet. Sure. Since you're here, I'll teach you a cantrip. Angor waved his hand and looked at the two. Tell me, what kind of cantrip do you want? Really? Any kind? Salem's eyes lit up. Of course, but only for elementals. The cantrips analyzed by the system were all basic cantrips, and most of them were made of elemental particles. Nausicaa was watching the show. Hearing Angor's bragging, she couldn't help but join in the fun. Since you're so confident, why don't you show us a mist? The mist technique was a branch of the illusion technique. Among all the O-level cantrips, Nausicaa only knew that there was a dark mist called dark mist. Other than that, O-level cantrips could only be used by certain mystery cantrips. There was no such thing as an elemental mist. Nausicaa only mentioned mist to tease Angor. She never thought Angor would really show her a mist. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to Xylem and said, Nausicaa said mist. Are you sure? If you're on the same side, I'll teach you a mist. Nausicaa chuckled while watching Angor's act. She thought to herself, you know Xylem is a dark manipulator, so you can learn dark mist. That's why you're asking Xylem. You just want to get out of this embarrassing situation. Nausicaa thought she knew everything, but she didn't expose Angor's lie. To her, it was just a joke between friends. There was no need to embarrass Angor. Since Angor wanted to get out of this embarrassing situation, she would just let it be. What Nausicaa didn't expect was that while she saw through Angor's plan, she forgot that Xylem could also get into trouble. For example, as a matter of fact, Xylem had never learned dark mist. Xylem nodded repeatedly. Let's do as you say, Miss Nausicaa. I never learned mist either. Nausicaa was drinking water. She almost choked when she heard Salem's words. She looked at Angor and saw him thinking in silence. She knew Xylem couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. She sighed inwardly and decided to say something to smooth things over and let this matter pass. Actually, I don't have any problem with mist. Someone knocked on the door before she could think of a way to get Angor out of the situation. He turned around and saw a tall man standing outside the door. He heard Xylem mumbling to himself before he could see who it was. Huh? Didn't he say he's going to report to his professor? I thought he wouldn't come. When Xylem welcomed the visitor, Angor finally realized that it was Balba, whom he had not seen for a long time. Balba had changed out of his usual wild-looking attire and was now wearing a simple wizard robe. Even so, it couldn't hide the oppressive wild aura. Nausicaa explained to Angor, half a month ago, we were attacked by a group of abyss rodents. I had an accident and fell into the sea of abyss rodents. Nausicaa's eyes turned grim when she mentioned the word accident. Thanks to Balba, who happened to be passing by, I managed to escape. Oh right, that's when I lost my right arm. From that day onward, Balba joined my team. We invited Balba to tonight's housewarming banquet as well, but Balba was not invited. But he heard that Lady Flora is back, so he didn't agree. She then explained the reason for Balba's visit to Angor. She was worried that Angor might misunderstand Balba because of this. But Nausicaa didn't need to worry. Balba helped him fend off Hoopdik's assassins, so Angor remembered the man. Even though Balba said the favor was even, Angor was still grateful to Balba. Balba's eyes brightened up when he saw Angor, but they quickly dimmed down. He only greeted Angor out of courtesy and didn't say anything else. Balba didn't say anything, but Angor could guess what was going on. Perhaps Flora was up to something again. Xylem served Balba some soup and appetizers before returning to his seat. With the addition of another person, the cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. No one spoke for a long time. In the end, Nausicaa couldn't stand it anymore. She asked Balba, didn't you say you went to see Lady Flora? Why are you back so soon? Balba stopped drinking his soup. He lowered his voice and said, I heard that my professor had already left. Xylem frowned. You didn't see her again? What's wrong with your professor? She didn't teach you anything. Watch your mouth, Xylem, Nausicaa interrupted him with a serious look. Xylem sighed. I just feel sorry for Balba. You know, Balba's combat ability and talent were top-notch when he was in the outer layer of the abyss. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't learn too many spells, we might have been able to keep that bastard here. Nausicaa remained silent. It's good that he ran away. I'll cut him down myself. Angor was confused. What are you talking about? What bastard? Nausicaa lit up her pipe and exhaled some smoke. It's nothing. Just a little bastard. I'll deal with him myself. Nausicaa clearly didn't want Angor to ask more questions. Angor opened his mouth but didn't ask who the bastard was in the end. Let me know if you need my help. Nausicaa nodded. Don't worry. I'm not a stubborn person. Suddenly, Balba spoke up, not really. At least my professor taught me the channeling method. It took them a while to realize that Balba was responding to Salem's words. You already have someone who can guide you. It's not right if you don't teach him that, right? Xylem asked. Angor rubbed his temples. Speaking of which, Flora wasn't going to teach Balba the channeling method. Angor was the one who gave the book to Balba. Angor glanced at Balba and recalled Sunder's words, it's up to you whether you want to teach him or not. His fate is sealed anyway. Perhaps Balba had a natural aura of silence. After Xylem spoke, everyone went silent again. Only the sound of chewing could be heard. This time, it was Angor who broke the silence. Let's get back to where we left off. Since Xylem wants to learn Mist too, I'll teach you one. Salem's eyes glowed. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Nausicaa also looked at Angor in surprise. She was relieved that Balba's arrival interrupted the conversation. She didn't need to find an excuse for Angor. But Angor chose to do it himself. Did he really create a new mist spell? If so, it would be a great achievement. Angor began to explain while Nausicaa was still wondering. This mist spell isn't a single cantrip. It's a compound cantrip. You need to learn Frost first. Frost was a basic slowing spell, which was the most common negative effect used by apprentices. Even Balba had purchased this cantrip from Cloud Library, let alone Nausicaa and Xylem. Compound cantrip? That sounds like a very advanced technique. I've only read about it in books, Xylem recalled. I've never heard of it. What's a compound cantrip? Nausicaa asked. Angor explained briefly, it's a compound cantrip that combines two cantrips together. Angor only explained the outer appearance of the compound cantrip. But he couldn't explain the inner meaning of the compound cantrip in 1 or 2 sentences. If there were other knowledgeable wizards here, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets when they heard that Angor had created a compound cantrip. Compound cantrips were the key to becoming a truthfinder. For this compound mist spell, you need to learn Frost, as well as another cantrip I modified from dust removal. It's called Dust. Balba was shocked to hear that Angor was teaching a new cantrip. Cantrips that could be taught were either learned from the outside world or self-created. Angor's explanation suggested that it was the latter. Balba smiled bitterly. His peers had already learned how to create their own cantrips, while he only learned 2 or 3 useless basic cantrips. He really wanted to hear more, but he knew Angor wasn't talking to him. He stood up and prepared to leave. Come with me. It's not a powerful cantrip anyway. It's just a distraction. Angor was willing to talk about this topic when Balba arrived because he wanted to teach the cantrip to Balba as well. When Flora asked Angor to teach Balba some random cantrips, she never thought that Angor would actually teach Balba anything. The requirement to teach a new cantrip was very strict, and Angor couldn't meet it. However, Flora didn't expect Angor to create a new cantrip by rearranging the cantrips. Balba hesitated for a while and finally gave in. I owe you one, he whispered and sat down again. Angor didn't mind at all. I'll call it Dust Haze. When the moon was high in the sky, Angor said goodbye and left. In the yard, Nausicaa, Xylem, and Balba took out their pens and paper to write something down. Their eyes shone brightly. Nausicaa looked at the conclusion she made on the paper and was shocked. The original version is dust removal, and it's so stable. She thought Angor was just bragging when he said he could learn any kind of cantrip. But it turned out to be true. Angor also demonstrated the effect of dust haze earlier. It couldn't completely block people's vision, and they could still see some vague shadows. However, it was enough for them to learn mist. Nausicaa felt both happy and disappointed at the same time. Is the gap between us already this big? While Nausicaa was lost in her thoughts, Balba also put away his pen. His eyes were filled with joy, and a bit of doubt. Especially when he saw Angor's draft paper, Luan's expression darkened. Angor's universal language looked like a regular square block. It was not as flashy as the mainstream ones. Instead, it was neat and neat. Balba stared at the paper for a long time without saying a word. Then he muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "So it's you." Angor began his busy period in the following days. The energy stabilizer was completed in the early morning of the next day. He did not consider the materials carefully and failed 3 times. It was only when the sun was about to rise that the energy stabilizer was completed. Just as Angor expected, the energy stabilizer was small and easy to carry around. He inserted it into the inner space of his lab table, leaving only 2 elongated pipes. The one on the left was for storing magic crystals, while the one on the right was for producing mana. The energy stabilizer was supposed to have other functions, but Angor only needed it as a mana generator, so he stuffed it into a secret compartment before it could see the light of day. He didn't go to bed right away. Instead, he hurried to make a music box. He had already used up all his mana while making the energy stabilizer. Therefore, when making the music box, the entire process relied on the mana produced by the energy stabilizer, which was also to test the effect of the ability stabilizer. It took him half a day to finish the music box. His face turned dark when he saw the result. When Prom told him to use the energy stabilizer to stabilize mana, he used a word to describe it as burning money. Angor did not realize it back then. Only after he started working on the music box did he truly understand what burning money meant. One magic crystal actually contained a lot of mana, but most of it was unstable primal mana. After the stable mana was extracted, there was only a small amount left. At most, it was enough to cast 1 level 0 spell. Angor spent 37 magic crystals to make the music box. What was this if not burning money? He returned to the bedroom with the music box and placed it beside Toby's bed. It had been 2 days since he last slept. When he woke up, he heard the music of Sky City coming from the living room. When he walked out, he saw Toby sitting on the table in the living room in a daze. The music box was placed beside him, and it was playing music without releasing any illusions. It was dark outside, and he slept all the way into the night. He took out some food and placed it in front of Toby. Chirp, 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 chirp. Toby waved his wings listlessly, his eyes dull. Don't worry. I heard that Lady Lydia, the fiery lotus, bought the eyeless man. When you and I grow up, we'll help you get the eyeless man back, whether it's robbing or buying. Next, he told them about what happened at the auction. He didn't mention the nightmare domain and only said that Sunder saved them. Our relationship with Twilight has dropped to a freezing point. Although they agreed to pay us 100,000 magic crystals, I don't think Twilight will let us go. I don't think we can go to Twilight well again. Angor sighed. He then put on a sad expression. I need to find a way to pay back the money in half a month. You stay at home and don't go out causing trouble. Okay? Toby landed on Angor's shoulder and rubbed his fluffy head against Angor's cheek. Toby nodded. Chirp, chirp. Thank you for forgiving me. Angor glanced at the music box. And don't go looking for your friend alone. We'll go after him together after I'm done with my business here. Toby's eyes dimmed, but he still nodded. Now, it understood the consequences of its impulsiveness back then. He was no longer Greya's precious treasure. Angor was now the weakest wizard in the world. Toby no longer had the right to do whatever he wanted. As Angor said, he had to grow up if he wanted to be unrestrained. Both in terms of strength and mentality. Toby suddenly remembered that when he woke up, he was sleeping in Angor's room with food, water, and a music box. Angor wasn't strong enough to let Toby do whatever he wanted, but he still gave Toby everything he could. Angor didn't blame Toby for that. Toby rubbed his face against Angor's cheek again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Angor didn't expect Toby's reaction. Since Toby was so obedient, Angor decided to tell Toby about Greya. I didn't tell you about Lady Greya's disappearance last time because of my own selfish reasons. I won't hide it from you again. But don't do anything rash. Toby froze a little when Angor mentioned Greya. Then he nodded. Angor smiled and put Toby on his palm. He lowered his head and looked into Toby's eyes. I heard something from Mr. Sunders. Lady Greya might still be alive. Angor told Toby about Felicia's trip to Brilliance Plain and how she invited a prophet to the sanctuary plain. Angor overheard the news by eavesdropping. Back then, Sunders thought that Angor was unconscious after fusing with his nightmare domain. Although he was unconscious, he could still hear everything that was happening around him. Since Angor overheard the conversation, he believed the information was reliable. Toby's reaction was just as Angor expected, surprise and disbelief. Toby's tired spirit was instantly restored to its full state. After comforting Toby, Angor continued to focus on his alchemy business. After making the energy stabilizer, Angor was confident that he could complete the prelude to elimination. In order to fulfill his promise and earn more money, Angor placed the prelude to elimination alchemy weapon on top of his priority list. But before that, he went to Dave and asked for help. Following Dave's lead, Angor arrived at Prom's cave located at the edge of Apprentice Town. Angor saw Prom as soon as he stepped into the cave. The man was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and writing something on a desk. Angor also noticed a pile of discarded alchemy weapons. He raised an eyebrow when he saw a hand crossbow among them. Angor only glanced at it briefly, but he could tell that the hand crossbow looked similar to his trigger crossbow. Angor only glanced at Prom as if he didn't notice that at all. So what if they looked similar? Prom specialized in synthesis, which was completely different from Angor's enchantment skills. Besides, Prom's trigger crossbow was made of mechanical alchemy with intricate mechanisms. Prom's hand crossbow, on the other hand, was a pure crossbow without any mechanisms. Its damage and initial speed were not as good as the trigger crossbow. Prom put down his glasses and greeted Angor with a smile. Hey, Angor. I see now. The title of master is nothing but a shackle, Prom said to Angor. From now on, we're on the same level. Just call me by my name. That's not very nice, is it? I really respect you, master. Angor did not understand why Prom would say something like that. Your talent is already far above mine. With your current accumulation of enchantments, once you start learning synthesis, you'll probably reach your current height in a few years. It'll be an insult to me if you call me master again. Prom's tone was so serious that Angor frowned. I'm just a beginner apprentice alchemist. That's my respect for you, master. When you can draw Prelude to Elimination, you'll become an intermediate apprentice alchemist. By then, you'll be much more talented and skilled than me. If you keep calling me master, you'll be making a fool of yourself. Prom changed the topic and continued to talk about the blueprints. I've seen all your blueprints, and I think the gun is the most suitable and easy to use. Prom recalled the golden revolver Angor showed him last time and felt shocked. He would never be able to come up with such a brilliant design in his life. Can you draw Prelude to Elimination on the gun? Prom asked. He considered for a moment and realized that it would be difficult to engrave Prelude to Elimination on the surface of the gun. Prelude to Elimination had too many complicated runes, and it would take a lot of effort for Angor to shrink it down to such a small size. Angor did not give a definite answer. It's going to be difficult. I need to try. Prom nodded. Don't worry. Take your time. If it doesn't work, I'll try something else. After confirming the design, Angor chatted with Prom for a while. During their conversation, Angor learned the approximate price of an alchemy weapon engraved with Prelude to Elimination magic array. Alchemy tools engraved with magic arrays were usually priced at more than 60,000 magic crystals. The price would vary depending on the quality of the materials used, the final product's quality, and the general effect of the magic array. However, the price would never be lower than 60,000 magic crystals. If it was a custom-made item, the price could be several times higher. With that in mind, he bid farewell to Prom and left. Before leaving, Prom gave Angor an exquisite wooden box. "Master, what is this?" "Like I said, you can call me by my name in the future. You're older than me, so I'll respect you as much as I can. Mr. Prom. There's no such thing as age or seniority in the Magus world. What matters is talent." Prom did not reject the title of Mr. He gladly accepted it. "There's a worthless toy in the box. Maybe it'll be useful for your carving." When he reached home, he opened the box and saw a rimless monocle inside. To be more precise, it was a frameless convex lens inlaid with golden flowers and silver curtains. He held it in his hand and did not sense any mana reaction. It was a handmade item. When he put on the glasses, he noticed that they only had one function: magnification. It was a small toy, but it was a very useful toy. Especially when he compressed the complicated runes of a magic array onto a small gun, the magnifying glass could be used to its fullest potential. Also, the lens of the monocle was connected to the frame as a mechanical hub. It could move 180 degrees horizontally and 36 degrees vertically. In this way, even if he wore it on weekdays, he could move the lens to the side when he didn't need it. It wouldn't affect his work. Angor put the monocle on his left ear and moved the lens to his forehead. Next, he began to work on the details of the gun. Prelude to Elimination was an active effect. As long as there was a power source, it could be released continuously. Therefore, the design of the external magazine was negligible. The trigger could be designed as a switch to release magic power. Every time the trigger was pulled, the magic power of Prelude to Elimination would be channeled into the magic array, which could effectively save energy. However, how to control the amount of mana channeling was another problem. Soon, Angor came up with a list of questions. He only needed to solve them one by one before he could start crafting the gun. As for the shape of the gun, Angor did not plan to design it himself. Instead, he looked for a sample from the hologram tablet. Half a day later, Angor put down the draft paper filled with notes. He had considered all possible outcomes, including ideas, materials, gaps, and steps. The only thing left was to put it into practice. Before that, he opened the hologram tablet and looked for a sample of the gun. In the end, he found inspiration in an animation called Young Demon Hunters. A silver revolver with roses, bones, and crosses on it. Angor became very careful when he began the crafting process. Because he was burning money every second of his life. The process went smoother than he expected. With the help of the energy stabilizer, Prelude to Elimination, which was composed of 6 complicated runes, was perfectly solved. It took him 26 hours to finish the drawing of Prelude to Elimination, which cost him 570 magic crystals. Maybe it was because Angor's mana pool had increased recently. It was much less than the 700 magic crystals he estimated last time. Luckily, Prom provided the crystals for free, so Angor did not feel bad about spending them. When the final condensation step was completed, a silver light spread out from the revolver in his hand and illuminated the lab for dozens of seconds. When Angor was about to inspect the result of the experiment, he heard something that sounded like the wails of dead souls. The shrill screams of the dead disappeared after the butterfly bone on his back tickled him a little. Angor frowned and waited for the wails to end. He thought it was just a normal alchemy process. Little did he know that the weapon he was crafting caused a huge commotion in the outside world. A low, dark cloud slowly gathered around Angor's yard. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. However, because of the dark cloud, the entire apprentice town 36 seemed to have fallen into the dead of night. Strong winds blew, and dust was flying everywhere. In less than 5 minutes, most of the apprentices in the apprentice town received the news through their communicators. Because of the strange situation of one of them, most of the apprentices in the apprentice town received the news. There were even people from other apprentice towns who came to this place through the underground market. All apprentices came out of their rooms and looked at the dark cloud in a daze. Was it an attack? But why was there only one dark cloud above Apprentice Town 36? At the same time, Prom and Dave were checking the materials they had purchased from Twilight Well. Suddenly, Prom received a message that startled him. He quickly walked out of the cave. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he saw the rolling dark cloud in the sky like rolling waves. He once stayed beside the dark cloud to study the transformation of thunder and lightning, so he knew that the dark cloud was not big compared to other clouds. However, it was not about the size of the cloud. It was a sign. A sign of the birth of a mid-tier alchemy item. Prom used to craft mid-tier alchemy items before, and this was the only mid-tier item he made that helped him become an intermediate apprentice. Back then, his omen was not as big as this. It only affected an area of 100 meters at most. This dark cloud was thousands of meters high, and it covered the entire apprentice town. Prom looked at the dark cloud and roughly estimated its center. With his mental calculation ability, he figured out the location in the next second. Prom looked up. His bright eyes seemed to pierce through layers of trees and thousands of buildings to reach the center. "It's you." At this time, Dave also walked out of the cave. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and heard Prom murmuring to himself in a low voice. Dave turned around and asked in a low voice, "What did you say, Master Prom?" Prom was about to answer when the dark cloud in the sky changed. The dark clouds dimmed visibly, like ink melting into water, becoming lighter and lighter. Did the dark cloud disappear? Dave looked at the sky. A few apprentices had flown into the sky to take a closer look, but before they could even reach the black clouds, they had already disappeared. Prom stared at the dark cloud in the sky. After a while, he said in a low voice, "It disappeared, but not in the way you think. Take a closer look." Dave widened his eyes and tried his best to look at the dark cloud. After a while, he exclaimed, "No, it's not a cloud. It's a cloud made of human figures." Just as David had said, some apprentices flew into the sky and observed the black clouds closely. What they saw scared them out of their wits. There was no dark cloud at all. Instead, there were shadows of human beings and beasts bearing their fangs and claws in the sky. When there were too many of them, they looked like a dark cloud. The reason why the dark cloud faded was that the shadows were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nessie's Valley of Souls. Nessie was having sex with a maid. They were not only having sex in broad daylight, but also in an open area. Tens of thousands of souls, male and female, were jumping around like rabbits, waving their spears and cheering for Nessie. Sokka, on the other hand, was dozing off in boredom. Even the moaning and groaning did not arouse his interest at all. Suddenly, the moaning and groaning stopped, which confused Sokka. He looked up and saw that the whole Valley of Souls had become eerily quiet. All the souls were looking in the same direction with a hint of fear on their faces. Sokka looked in the same direction but could not see anything. He only knew that it was the direction of Tree Spirit Garden. Sokka walked to Nessie's side. Nessie was already fully dressed. Before Sokka could ask Nessie anything, a charming voice beat him to it. "What's going on, Professor?" A sweet, seductive scent wafted in the air. Sokka looked at the newcomer. It was a man with a tall body, a sexy butt, and full breasts. "Hookdick, I feel disgusted every time I see you." Sokka left with a disgusted look on his face. The newcomer was none other than Hookdick. He watched Sokka's departure with his fists clenched tightly. When he turned around to look at Nessie, his expression immediately changed. He asked with a smile, "Professor, why aren't the souls in the valley moving?" Nessie looked back at Hookdick. Hookdick was smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Clearly, Hookdick was still holding a grudge against Nessie for turning him into something neither male nor female. Although Hookdick hated him, Nessie was very satisfied with the way Hookdick was now. Hookdick could now hide his emotions with a smile. Hookdick might have turned into a transvestite, but his chances of becoming a formal wizard were much higher than before. At least he was no longer impulsive. His temperament was also much better than before. Nessie chuckled. "They're not moving because an alchemist made a mid-grade item. It's a sign." "What does the sign have to do with the souls?" "Of course it has something to do with it. This item seems to be able to suppress souls." Nessie glanced at the apprentice town and saw the shadow in the dark clouds. "No, it's supposed to suppress the undead. It doesn't have much effect on souls, but..." Nessie looked at the trembling souls in the valley with a smile. There's no guarantee that these souls will fall and become undead one day. Therefore, an appropriate amount of fear is the soul's respect for humanity. Speaking of which, the tree of eternity was the closest to the dark clouds. Part of the dark clouds had already covered the lower branches of the tree. On the leaf veins outside the tree spirit palace, Tree Spirit, who was only wearing a leaf skirt at the most important part of his body, stopped basking in the sun because of the sudden change. He took off his sunglasses and looked down at the dark clouds that were rolling like tides. Several complicated runes flashed across Tree Spirit's eyes. He immediately sensed the aura of the courtyard and the people inside. TSK TSK TSK. It's that little guy. Tree Spirit's handsome face showed a rare look of surprise. Let me see. He came to Brute Cavern less than a year ago, and he's already an intermediate apprentice alchemist? The younger generation will surpass us in time. How can I keep such an interesting thing to myself? Tree Spirit took out his transmitter and sent a message to Sunders. However, he could not reach Sunders. The man seemed to be far away from Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit thought for a moment and put down the communicator. He took out a maple leaf that was glowing green. The maple leaf spun in the air. After a while, Tree Spirit murmured in a low voice, so he went to Twilight Well. Sunders was currently sitting in a dark hall in Twilight Well. Red curtains covered the entire hall. Sunders sat at the head of a long table in the center of the hall. Wizards sat on both sides of him. Nearly 20 wizards from the 3 major clans behind Twilight Well were gathered here. The auction has been suspended for 2 days. Many bidders lost their patience and cancelled their items. Not only did this cause a great loss, but it also damaged Twilight Union's reputation. I suggest we start an investigation. Twilight looked at everyone but did not dare to look at Sunders. I agree. Because of the death of her friend, Lion Princess, Jian Crane, who had a sweet, alluring scent, agreed. The others did not say anything. They only stared at Sunders and waited for him to speak. The master of Amber Dragon Wing was named Hannibal Barca. An evil totem was flickering between his eyebrows. Shouldn't we solve the current situation first before we talk about other things? It's fine if you don't mention a solution, but you keep talking about accountability. It seems that you regard accountability as more important than solving the problem. Twilight stood up and looked at Hannibal coldly. Wizard Yuan Kong's aura has completely disappeared. This is the second official wizard we've lost. It's not one of your people who died. Of course, you're not worried. Hannibal replied unhurriedly, does disappearing mean death? Maybe he escaped through a plain passageway. Enough. Devildare's aura swept across the room. Now is not the time to argue. Lord Hannibal is right. We need to come up with a solution. Devildare gave Sunders a respectful look. As soon as Sunders arrived, they immediately invited him here to solve the problem of the auction. Sunders spoke in a plain tone, I just checked. There's a strange energy inside the auction hall. It doesn't belong to the wizarding world. It must be from somewhere else. Although the energy reaction was only that of a peak rank 2 magus, the level of this energy was extremely high. It can be deduced that the energy needs to be at least at the legendary level to release. Legendary rank. The sorcerers were shocked and looked at each other in dismay. If it's a legendary creature, you should feel honored. At least it didn't start a massacre. Those who died deserved it. Sunders gave Twilight a mocking look. You want to blame me? Are you saying that my student, who was still a mortal half a year ago and had just become a level 1 apprentice sorcerer, summoned a legendary creature in the Twilight auction house? And ordered it to kill Lion Girl and Wizard Yuan Kong? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Wherever Sunders looked, people would lower their heads. Even Devildare slowly closed his eyes. It might not be a legendary creature. According to Wizard Jen Jin's message before he disappeared, he only saw a fox, a frog, and a clown card. I've seen those 3 monsters before, and none of them are legendary level. But they probably borrowed the power of a legendary creature to create that energy field. I'll find out after I go inside. Before Sunders could finish, a spot of green light suddenly emerged from his robe. Next, a green maple leaf flew out from his robe. Under everyone's gaze, the shadow of a half-naked handsome man emerged from the leaf. "Hey, Sunders." Devildare was the first to react. He bowed to the man in the shadow respectfully. "Mr. Tree Spirit." Tree Spirit glanced at him. "Lion boy. Long time no see. His hairstyle is getting better and better. Even I can't compete with him." Devildare remained silent with his afro on his head. "What's going on? Why are there so many people waiting for the banquet?" "Whatever. I don't care. I'm here for Sunders." "Mr. Tree Spirit," Sunders spoke in a plain tone, "you're using long-distance communication. Something big happened?" "Something big? Nothing big. I haven't seen anything big for tens of thousands of years. I'm looking forward to it." "Then what do you need from me, Mr. Tree Spirit?" "Heh heh. I saw something fun and wanted to share it with you." Just for fun, he didn't hesitate to consume a huge amount of mana to send a long-distance message. Moreover, it was a communication that was separated by 2 spatial barriers. The other wizards couldn't help but think to themselves, so Mr. Tree Spirit is the one who supports the entire mirror world. He has so much energy that he can do whatever he wants. See for yourself. Tree Spirit flew to the sky and sent the image of the dark clouds below. "That looks like an alchemy omen." It was Devildare who spoke. He had been studying alchemy items for many years, so he had a keen eye. Sunders glanced at the image and didn't say anything. Such omens only appeared a few times a year in Brute Cavern, but they happened every day in Floating Mech City. It wasn't a big deal. Apart from Devildare, who gasped out of politeness, the other wizards didn't seem too surprised. However, although they weren't surprised, the wizards began to think about something else. Only mid-grade alchemy items and above would produce such an omen, and mid-grade alchemy items would cost at least a few thousand magic crystals. If they could contact the maker, they could use it as an item for the big auction in the second half of the year. "Aren't you interested? Don't you think it's fun?" Tree Spirit approached Sunders with a playful smile. Sunders spoke in a plain tone, "If you want to see the omen, Mr. Tree Spirit, Leona will be back soon. You can ask her to perform for you in Tree Spirit Hall." Tree Spirit's eyes curved into crescents. "You don't get it yet. Look again. Look at the center of the dark clouds." This time, Tree Spirit directly projected Angor's yard into the illusion. Sunders raised an eyebrow and grinned a little. "Angor is doing alchemy?" "That's right. Look, look. He was a mortal half a year ago, and now he's an intermediate apprentice." "How interesting. Let me give you a suggestion, Sunders. Since Angor is so talented in alchemy, why don't you give him to me and I'll teach him? My little guys like him too." Tree Spirit said. "What can you teach him?" "Alchemy?" Sunders saw through Tree Spirit's intention. Tree Spirit only wanted to claim the title of Master Alchemist's tutor because of Angor's talent. How cool and fun would that be? "I can teach him many things. Like sunbathing, planting flowers, watering, playing games." Tree Spirit was still talking about his daily life. Sunders snorted and cut off the connection. He cut off the connection, but the smile on his face did not disappear. Devildare congratulated Sunders in a dry voice, "Congratulations. I didn't think he'd become an intermediate apprentice alchemist at such a young age. His talent." He was just trying to flatter Sunders, but he could not help but add, "What a monster. Becoming an intermediate apprentice alchemist from a mortal in half a year? What else could it be if not a monster?" None of the wizards in the room was an intermediate apprentice alchemist. Devildare himself had tried alchemy before, but his talent in both tooling and apothecary was pitifully low. It took him several decades to reach the level of a beginner apprentice alchemist, but he had only managed to reach the level of a beginner apprentice alchemist. Sunders chuckled. "Angor is just lucky." Sunders was actually quite proud of himself. Not only did his student become an intermediate apprentice alchemist, but he was also very talented in illusions. Now, he even fused with a nightmare domain. You didn't see this coming, did you? Awesome, right? Twilight was the most emotional person in the room when she heard that Angor had become an intermediate apprentice alchemist. Even the almighty Tree Spirit wanted to take Angor away from Sunders. Could she really kill Angor in the future? Twilight regretted not killing Angor at the auction more than once. She regretted it so much this time. Twilight's emotions were so strong that it was almost impossible to control them. Sunders looked up and saw Twilight's strange expression. Sunders snickered. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Mr. Twilight that Angor became an intermediate apprentice alchemist so quickly. Twilight jerked her head up. If he didn't inexplicably carry a debt of 100,000 magical crystals, with his lazy personality, how could he work so hard? Now that you mention it, I really have to thank you. This was what people meant when they said that Angor's personality was not lazy. But after hearing Sunders' words, both Angor's talent and teaching quality improved by several levels. Sunders could also mock Twilight while he was at it. Twilight's expression darkened, but she did not dare to argue with Sunders. Is that so? It's my honor. Angor frowned. The screams had been going on for almost 2 minutes. It did not seem to have any negative effects, but no one would feel happy after 2 minutes of screaming. What's going on? Did the alchemy fail? As Angor hesitated, the dark cloud in the sky disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the dark cloud turned into a cylindrical, black tornado. The shadows inside kept spinning. In the end, the black tornado fell into a small yard at the edge of the apprentice town and disappeared. All the apprentices who were paying attention to the matter saw the strange phenomenon. In an instant, the isolated courtyard attracted the attention of countless people. Huh? Isn't that an alchemy omen? Why didn't it appear in the cave in the forest? Don't tell me it's not Master Prom who's doing the alchemy this time? Everyone in the know had the same question in their minds. Alchemy omens were nothing special. They were rare in Brute Cavern, but they only happened about 2 or 3 times a year. Plus, Prom had crafted a mid-grade item before, so he could still remember the signs. Clearly. Most of the apprentices knew what was going on. Only Angor, who was standing in the center of the vortex, did not think of it. It was not that he did not know about alchemy omens. He read about them in books, but he never saw them before, so he really did not think about it. Maybe it's a new alchemist? Some people began to think about it. Inside his underground lab, Angor was smiling as he watched the chaos unfold in the outside world. The dark cloud disappeared. The shadows turned into a black tornado and fell into the yard. Angor saw the revolver in his hand absorbing the shadows. Then, it began to release a warm silver light. When the brilliance calmed down, an extremely complicated pattern flashed across the surface of the silver revolver, flashing with a restrained luster. It's done. Angor could already feel the enchantment power of Prelude to Elimination. The silver revolver with a cross and a skull carved on the handle, while the barrel was carved with rose vines. Angor spun it in his hand. Next, he imitated the boy who used a gun to fight against demons in Demon Hunter. He swung his gun, infused mana into it, and gently pulled the trigger. In an instant, the magic array on the surface of the spear flickered, and a faint silver light shot out from the barrel. When the stream of light left the muzzle, it turned into a semicircular high-frequency sound wave. With the shooter as the center, it spread out in a 10-degree radius. In the end, the circular airflow hit the wall and disappeared. When it hit the wall, its range had expanded to more than 10 meters. Next, he pulled the end of the gun and fired again. This time, the sound wave did not spread out. Instead, it gathered into a single point and rushed into the distance. Just as the book said, Prelude to Elimination could attack undead creatures individually or in groups. Not only could it wipe out large groups of undead creatures, but it could also attack the weak points of undead creatures individually. The effect would change according to the amount of magic power given. The underground laboratory is too small, so I can't test its data in detail. I don't know how much range it can expand when it's attacking a group, or how far it can fly when it's attacking a single target. Also, I need undead creatures to figure out the final data. He was in a hurry, and these tedious tests would take up too much time, so he did not plan to test the data himself. Instead, he decided to give it to Prom. Angor pocketed the revolver with Prelude to Elimination and walked out of the laboratory. He was going to head to Prom's cave. When he opened the door, he frowned and showed a puzzled look. Outside his small courtyard, a group of people had appeared out of nowhere. They were either leaning against the wall, leaning against trees, or washing their feet by the river. They all seemed to be doing their own things, but Angor felt that they were all looking at him from the corner of their eyes. At this moment, the crowd outside suddenly burst into an uproar. A young man in a gray robe suddenly appeared at the end of the path that was rarely visited by people. Unlike the rest of the people outside, he was staring at Angor with a pair of undisguised eyes. "Good day, Mr. Pat. May I come in?" The young man lifted his hood, revealing a handsome yet aggressive face. "Good day." Angor did not know what was going on. He quickly pulled a long face. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Vice Edward." "Congratulations, Mr." The young man placed a hand on his chest and bowed to Angor. "Congratulations?" Before Angor knew what he meant, he was attracted by the man's name. Vice was a well-known name among apprentices in Brute Cavern. He and Nanagi were known as the strongest geniuses of their generation. Vice Edward had reached the pinnacle of apprentices before he reached the age of 18. Considering his progress, it was only a matter of time before he became a wizard. However, Angor was familiar with Vice not because of his talent, but because he was Red Butterfly's lover. After Angor killed Red Butterfly, Dave warned him that Vice might come after him. However, David later said that Red Butterfly was actually using a tiger's skin to pull the banner. Blaze and her only had a one-night stand. Red Butterfly acted as if Blaze was her backer, but in reality, Blaze didn't care about her at all. Later, Dave mentioned Vice many times. He admired and feared the man at the same time. It was a complicated feeling. When Angor learned Melodious Illusion, he tried to fool Dave by using Vice's face. However, he never saw Vice in person, so Dave saw through his disguise. "Mr. Edward. I've heard your name before." Angor tried to guess Vice's purpose. Was he really here to avenge Red Butterfly? According to Dave, that did not make sense. Or was Vice sent by Twilight to assassinate Angor? Angor had Sunders as his backer. Anyone from Brute Cavern who wanted to kill him would have to consider his relationship with Sunders. "You know my name, Mr. Pat?" "It's my honor." Vice was still polite, but his eyes were fixed on Angor. "Would you like to have a chat with me, mister?" "If I don't think it's the right time, I can come again next time." Angor considered. Toby's injuries were mostly healed, and he had weapons and illusions to protect himself. Besides, there were so many people watching them. Vice wouldn't do anything out of line. Even if he did, Angor had the ability to stop him. Angor nodded. "Please come in." He opened the door and invited Vice inside. Before he could close the door, 2 more people squeezed in. Vice frowned and was about to scold them when Angor greeted them with a smile. "Why are you here too?" It was Nausicaa and Xylem. They carefully dragged Angor to the side after entering the door. Xylem whispered in Angor's ear, "Don't worry. We're here for you." With that, Xylem pulled the speechless Nausicaa aside and gave Angor a "we're your solid support" look. Vice was a level 3 apprentice. Of course, he heard Salem's words. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't say anything for Angor's sake. "Mr. Edward, you don't mind if my friend is here, do you?" Angor asked Vice apologetically. Vice chuckled. "I'm here to talk to Mr. Pat openly. I don't mind." If that's the case, can we come in and listen as well?" Another voice came at the same time as Angor's. Everyone looked back and saw a man in a purple robe wearing luxurious accessories walking toward them from the end of the path with a smile. Behind him was a freckled young man wearing a pair of large goggles, who was waving at Angor in a sneaky manner. "Ah, Master Prom. I'm sure you know what I'm here for, so of course," Vice said. What was supposed to be a simple conversation quickly turned into a gathering of many people. This was the first time so many people came to visit Angor's house since he rented it. There were not enough cups for everyone, so he decided to just sit down and talk instead of drinking. Angor and Prom sat on the side, while Vice sat on the opposite side. The others were either standing or leaning against the wall. Angor sat down and quickly asked, "Mr. Edward, how did you know my name?" Vice chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, many people know your name now. I'm one of them." "What happened?" what happened? Angor did not know what Vice was talking about. It was Dave who whispered into Angor's ear about the dark clouds. Angor finally realized something. So there was an omen outside when the undead creatures were screaming? Angor frowned. According to Dave, the omen spread for thousands of meters, and almost everyone in the apprentice town saw it. Which meant, he was being watched by countless people right now. No wonder there were so many people outside when he opened the door. Vice placed a piece of paper on the table. This is the information given to me by Barterfly Pub. Please take a look, Mr. Pat. Vice openly told Angor about how he went to Barterfly Pub to find out Angor's identity. Normally, anyone would feel uncomfortable doing such a thing. However, Vice's magnanimity made Angor think highly of him. Angor picked up the paper and read it. The information given by Barterfly Pub was about Angor's usual information, such as his teacher, address, assessment, and so on. It also mentioned that Angor was an alchemist who once accepted an alchemy quest from the questing hall with a 100% completion rate. At the end of the paper, Barterfly Pub also added an appendix. According to speculation, Angor Pat's nickname in Sky Tower is Baron Milk, and he once, P.S., Baron Milk seems to be the murderer of Red Butterfly and Canine Master. So Baron Milk's identity was exposed? Angor put down the paper. His worst fear came true. He caused a huge scene in Twilight Auction Hall, and thousands of people outside and inside all saw his relationship with Toby. Then he remembered Baron Milk's record in Sky Tower. Toby appeared in almost every match in the latter half of the game. It was only natural that Toby was Baron Milk. Angor did not mind exposing his identity. He did not really care if people thought his title was too weird. But Angor pinched his nose. He was having a headache. Baron Milk's reputation was not good. Or rather, it was terrible. And Parasite Queen had so many fans. Angor believed that he would not be able to keep a low profile in the future. Are you worried about the title of Sky Tower, Mr. Pat? Vice seemed to have read Angor's mind. You don't have to worry about other people's opinions. Aside from how powerful your teacher is, your alchemy skills alone are enough to keep those people away. Just think about Master Prom. I remember when you fought against Parasite Queen, Mr. Pat. Master Prom saved your life and killed a lot of people. But now, no one dares to mess with Master Prom. So, don't belittle yourself. Besides, Mr. Pat's teacher is that person. I'm sure there won't be more than 10 people who would dare to offend you in the mirror world. What surprised Angor the most was how Vice was able to read Angor's mind. Vice clearly knew how to read people's minds. Angor thought about how Angor told him that he had the information about Barterfly Pub and showed it to Angor in front of everyone. It seemed that Angor was walking on a tightrope, and he would get annoyed if he strayed even a little bit. However, Vice, who was walking on a tightrope, walked beautifully. He wrapped his malicious intentions in a sincere way and presented them to Angor. Angor didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt it was only natural. Angor and Vice were just strangers. Even if Vice had bad intentions, it would only be a tiny bit. When Vice finished explaining his intentions, all that was left was his sincerity. Two strangers suddenly became acquaintances, best friends, and even lovers. These were all related to the secretion of certain hormones in one's body. When these hormones were used up, whether two people could maintain their relationship depended on their sincerity. Vice's move was a great one. He showed his sincerity from the very beginning. If they really became close friends in the future, Angor wouldn't be able to find fault with him even if he wanted to. Angor lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. Let's put that aside for now. I want to know why you're here, Mr. Edward. Vice was a little surprised. He was planning to make Angor like him even more, but Angor already knew what he was thinking. Vice didn't change his expression, but he decided to give up on trying to beg for Angor's sincerity. His attitude was still too obvious when dealing with sensitive people. Actually, I'm here for a very simple reason. Master Prom, you might know. Angor glanced at Vice and then looked at Prom. Prom whispered to Angor, Vice once came to me and asked me to craft a weapon for him. His request was to restrain the undead as well. However, his requirements were even more demanding than my old friends. You're looking for something that can counter undead creatures as well? Angor looked at Vice in surprise. Vice nodded. I saw the shadows of the souls of the dead in the dark clouds just now. I think you're making an alchemy tool that can restrain the souls of the dead? Angor nodded. So you can tell what kind of alchemy item I'm working on just by looking at the omen? Could it be that in the future, if he wanted to refine some unknown special tools, he would have to hide them in the deep mountains and forests? Vice, can I have the honor of taking a look? Angor glanced at Prom in silence. Although he had crafted the revolver himself, it was still a custom-made weapon for Prom. Therefore, he still needed to get Prom's permission before he could use it. However, Prom was an alchemist himself. If he asked another alchemist to make a weapon for him, his reputation would be ruined. To save Prom some face, Angor didn't ask. He only gave Prom a meaningful glance. Prom was quite pleased with Angor's thoughtful gesture. He rolled his eyes. According to Dave, Angor seemed to be in need of money. Since Angor was so generous, Prom didn't mind giving him something in return. Prom spoke in a plain tone, the long-range alchemy weapon Vice is looking for isn't just to counter undead creatures. It also needs to wipe out the undead creatures in a large area like mowing grass. Not only does it have to be a long-range weapon, but it also needs to attack the undead creatures that even wizards find difficult to deal with. TSK. I can't make it anyway. Maybe you can go to Floating Mech City and spend 180,000 magic crystals. Maybe an alchemist will take you up on it. When Prom mentioned 180,000, he saw Angor's eyes brighten up a little. He knew he made the right choice. Angor's eyes brightened up, but Vice's expression was gloomy. How could he possibly have 180,000 magic crystals? Prom was a shrewd man. He knew that Vice couldn't afford the price, so he relented. Of course, this weapon isn't worth 180,000 magic crystals. It's worth 20 or 30,000 magic crystals at most. If you're lucky, maybe you can get it for 10,000 magic crystals. Vice tried his best to remain calm, but there was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Prom, who had been keeping an eye on Vice, didn't miss it. Since Prom already knew Vice's bottom line, he decided to help Angor make more money, so he had to dig deeper into Vice's bottom line. But first, you have to wait for the auction at Floating Mech City for several decades. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to get it for 10,000 magic crystals, Prom said casually. He then turned to Angor. I can't make such a powerful weapon. Can you do it, Angor? Prom secretly gave Angor a meaningful glance. Angor blinked his left eye. It was just acting. He already had a lot of experience in Twilight Hall, where he put on a show in front of hundreds of mortals. Vice also glanced at Angor. If Angor could really make it, Vice would have to pay a huge price for it. Angor hesitated for a moment. It's very difficult. A look of disappointment appeared on Vice's face. But I can give it a try. The odds are low, but there's still a chance, Angor said carefully. Maybe the gods will bless me and help me succeed? Vice tried to hide his excitement. Can you please give it a try, Mr. Pat? By now, Vice had completely forgotten about the silver revolver. He was fully focused on Angor, hoping that Angor would agree to this extremely difficult alchemy challenge. Angor hesitated. Prom also chimed in, the younger generation will surpass us in time. I don't even have the courage to try it. Angor, you're brave enough to face it head-on. That's something I can't compare to. Vice looked at Angor. In a serious manner. I've saved up 15,000 magic crystals over the years. If you can fulfill my wish, I'll give it to you with both hands. 15,000 magic crystals? Angor believed that this was the best price he could get. There might be unreasonable competition in the auction, and the price might reach up to 20,000 or 30,000 crystals. However, the weapon's actual value was only a few thousand crystals, or 10,000 at most. This was because its potential was limited by the material used. With the help of the energy stabilizer, Angor managed to reach the level of an intermediate apprentice alchemist. However, he had not reached that level yet. The basic alchemy spells he knew were still Thaw, Condense, and Hand of Spell. To truly become an intermediate apprentice alchemist, he had to learn more advanced spells, Smelt, Freeze, Hand of Spell, and Mana Wall. Mana wall was an optional one. If one had a stronger defensive spell or a defensive bloodline, he could give up on it. However, the other three were compulsory. Using thaw and condense to process materials meant that they were at least untiered materials, while the upper limit was low-tiered materials. It also required a lot of mana and time. However, using smelt and freeze to process materials meant that they were at least low-tiered materials. Angor had not even started learning smelt and freeze yet, so his title of intermediate apprentice alchemist was not really there yet. Once he learned smelt and freeze, he would be able to manipulate more precious materials, and alchemy materials determined their potential. The silver revolver he made with only a small number of low-tiered materials and mostly untiered materials had already reached the limit of its potential. Therefore, he was very clear that 10,000 magic crystals was already a very high price. Angor did not intend to cheat too much. It would be better if they met again in the future. Besides, judging from Vice's progress, the channeling method must be very suitable for him. The chance of him becoming a wizard might be higher than 20%. Angor decided to end his act and accept Vice's offer. Thus, he pretended to be indecisive. But the probability is too low. I'm afraid, before Angor could finish, Vice added another chip to the table. I can add another material. What? A material? Angor was surprised. He was about to agree, but there was still something else. Yes. I found it by chance. I was going to sell it at Floating Mech City. If you agree to make it for me, Mr. Pat, I can give it to you as a deposit. Angor exchanged a look with Prom. A material that could be auctioned at Floating Mech City? Definitely not ordinary. May I take a look? Of course. Vice gestured for him to step aside. Angor nodded and took Vice to the underground lab. After arriving at the basement, Vice sized up the laboratory that was filled to the brim. Then, he casually leaned against the wall. I didn't know you were so close to Master Prom, Mr. Pat. He really loves you. With a simple sentence, Vice pointed out their previous act. Angor chuckled awkwardly. Vice's expression told him that it was all an act. Vice was a cunning man, and there was no way he did not see through their poor acting. To tell you the truth, I desperately need a weapon like this because it's related to my destiny to become a wizard. Vice paused. I don't mind paying any price, even if it's all I have. When Vice said this, it was obvious that he intended to skim over the previous act. The material I'm talking about is a magic plant I found in a plain passageway. Section 305. Prom's gift. After sending Vice away, Angor returned to the living room and saw Nausicaa, Xylem, and Dave happily chatting away. Laughter could be heard coming out of their mouths. Xylem even gave Angor a suspicious grin. Even Nausicaa, who was always serious about her words, was also smiling with her dimples. Angor moved closer and heard Dave telling them about the glorious deeds of Baron Milk. Angor, why did you choose such a name? None of your business. Angor, what's your relationship with Sokka? Enemy. Angor, why did you kill Parasite Queen? Because she deserved it. Dave was a smooth talker. It was the first time he met Angor, but the conversation was lively. Angor betrayed Angor in exchange for Xylem and Nausicaa looking at him in a new light. This kind of behavior was too shameful. When Xylem left, Dave whispered to Angor, Angor, where did you get such an interesting friend? You should have introduced him to us. As soon as Xylem left, Nausicaa followed behind him. She patted Angor's shoulder and sighed. You made such a big fuss. I hope we can grow strong enough to support you one day. Angor watched his friends leave and remembered Salem's words. Salem's expression did not match his words. Xylem looked relaxed when he asked the question, but he looked sad. Angor understood how they felt, but he could not stop and wait. The journey of becoming a wizard was long. The only stop was the moment of death. When Angor returned to the living room, he saw Dave still smiling at him. Prom came to him. You made a deal with Vice? Angor nodded. It's done. Vice is indeed a genius. I don't know how strong he really is, but I can tell that I can't compare to him in terms of willpower and flexibility. He's a natural-born wizard when it comes to reading people's minds. Prom nodded as well. I knew he would. Then why did you ask me to play along with you? There's no conflict. I'm just telling him the truth. The weapon he wants to refine is indeed very difficult. He only needs to receive this information. We put on an act to make him show his utmost sincerity. Prom grinned. He's a smart guy. He likes the thrill of being in control of the situation. Our acting is actually a show of respect for his intelligence. Don't overthink it. Just get what you want, Prom said in a serious tone. Angor glanced at Prom from the corner of his eyes and sighed in his mind. You should never underestimate anyone. Prom is a wise old man. Vice must have seen through Prom's plan when they were alone. Sure enough, they were all old foxes. He was just a little white rabbit, yet he was obediently sandwiched between them. Prom didn't ask what kind of materials Angor got. He only pointed it out to him. Vice was also a smart man. He sat back on the sofa and took out his silver revolver. Prom's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the silver revolver. He stuttered, "What's this? A revolver with prelude to elimination." After Prom left, Angor let out a long yawn. He had been working for nearly 30 hours straight, and he was already exhausted. When he went back to his bedroom to rest, he saw Toto already awake and sitting on his bed, playing with a small capsule. Toto's injuries were much better now, but he still needed to sleep a lot because he lost too much blood. This was the first time he saw Toto playing so happily. Angor moved closer to stroke Toto's fur, only to find that Toto was playing with a space capsule. Tor answered in a lazy tone, saying that Prom had left it behind. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the capsule and saw dozens of books inside. He crushed them and found that most of them were books about alchemy synthesis. Angor already had these books, but they were filled with classic cases and Prom's personal notes, which made them more valuable. There was a special, skinless book at the bottom of the pile. Angor flipped to the first page and froze. Prom's Alchemy Handbook. This was the most valuable personal note of an alchemist. Angor also had his own alchemy handbook, which contained his personal experiences after making his first alchemy item. Did Prom just give such a precious gift to him? Angor quickly flipped through several pages. From the beginning, Prom's childish writing and ideas to the later parts of the book, Angor felt as if he was going through an alchemy journey with Prom from the beginning to the end. On the last page of the book, Prom left a note for him. Thank you for your help, Angor. I don't think you'll accept my magic crystals anyway. Take these things that are of no use to me as a gift of thanks. I'll look up to you from the foot of Alchemy Mountain. Useless items? Angor shook his head and chuckled. They were indeed useless to Prom. But to Angor, they were priceless treasures. Just as Prom said, if Prom had given him a magic crystal, he would have given it back. But Prom gave him these instead. He wanted to use the silver revolver to repay Angor for saving his life. But now, he might have returned the favor, but the favor was getting heavier. This was probably what Prom wanted as well. Old fox, Angor sighed. He sighed again and threw himself on the bed. I don't even have the heart to say no. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. It was the 6th day of the month of soothing wind. There were still 11 days until the month of harvest, August. He had less than 2,000 magic crystals in his card. Even if he gave Vice the weapon in 2 days, he still had less than 20,000 crystals left. It would be difficult to reach 100,000 crystals. Angor did not worry too much though. He had a lot of things that could be exchanged for magic crystals. If he really had no other choice, he could sell the section ephemera. However, he did not plan to sell the section ephemera until he had no other choice. Angor went to the basement and prepared to work harder to make Vice's weapon. He had another plan. If that plan worked, he could earn 100,000 crystals without relying on the section ephemera. Before going to the basement, Angor opened the curtains and looked outside. The number of people guarding outside had decreased by a lot, but there were still a few who looked at his villa from time to time. They were all mortals. Angor assumed that they were the eyes of some apprentices. How arrogant of them to place their eyes in front of his house like this. Angor pulled down the curtains in annoyance. When he sent Prom away yesterday, he purposely stood outside the door for a long time, but those people did not come to him. He really wanted to paste a sign on his forehead, "Take orders." Alchemy orders. Master here. Late no wait, he was planning to scam a few more rich idiots like Vice. However, no one came to talk to him. If they were not here for alchemy, then what were they doing outside his door? Acting as a doorman, Angor returned to his underground lab in a bad mood. He still planned to use the revolver as the main weapon for Vice's weapon. However, when choosing materials, he changed several materials that increased heat resistance and stability. Since Vice wanted to use the weapon for group attacks, he needed to use the most power, and heat resistance was the most important factor. After changing the materials, the final result would be different. The next day, when the sky was covered by layers of dark clouds again, Apprentice Town 8 became the center of attention once again. Some advanced apprentices living in Tree Spirit Garden even came to visit. Angor, on the other hand, was admiring his new product. Unlike Rebirth, which was the name given to the silver revolver by Prome, this one was bronze in color. The design of the weapon was the same as Rebirth, but the engravings were not as delicate. Angor only polished it a little and added more checkered patterns on the butt. Angor did not even want to add checkered patterns if he did not want the weapon to slip. He just did not care about the quality of the weapon. To save time, Angor did not care about the appearance of the weapon. The bronze revolver was still beautiful without any patterns. At least in Angor's opinion, it was a low-key luxury. He heard someone knocking on his door before he could get to his hands on the item. Angor came back from the basement and yawned. As he expected, there were more people loitering outside because of another omen. Damn, this omen is annoying. Do I really have to do alchemy in the wild? Angor mumbled to himself as he opened the door and came to the yard. Angor's appearance attracted many people's attention. This time, they did not just stand by and watch. Instead, they approached Angor. Angor snorted in disdain. Yesterday, he was standing at the door, waiting for orders. Now, no way. I'm not the same person I am today. Angor finally focused on the door. Who knocked on the door just now? If someone wanted to find him for alchemy, unless it was a big order of more than 50,000 gold coins, there was no need to open his mouth. Angor was already thinking about how to reject the person in a cold manner when he saw Vice standing at the door. Today, Vice was no longer wearing the simple gray robe he wore yesterday. Instead, he was wearing a flamboyant fiery red windbreaker and a pair of white trousers with golden edges. Even his blonde hair was combed in a flamboyant manner, matching his aggressive appearance very well. Angor opened the door and saw Vice smiling at him. I followed the omen here. Did you succeed, Mr. Pat? The question made him feel awkward. He just said it was hard to make, and he did it on the second day. It was like slapping his own face. Something like that, Angor answered vaguely while inviting Vice inside. Even the omens are the same. Looks like Mr. Pat is a master craftsman, Vice said with a faint smile. This book came from Vice followed Angor into the hall. Yes. Angor nodded his head, and Vice followed Vice into the hall. He went straight to the point, the transaction of money and goods. The moment the bronze-colored revolver was taken out, its miraculous appearance attracted Vice's attention. I didn't know Mr. Pat was also interested in mechanical aesthetics. Vice's eyes lit up as he took the revolver. He fiddled with it for a while, and when he saw the extremely complicated magic array pattern, a trace of astonishment flashed on his face. As long as one was a magus, they would at least have some understanding of alchemy. Vice was the same. He knew the general concept of alchemy, so he knew how difficult it was to enchant magic arrays. Moreover, it was different from synthesis, which required luck, skill, and experience to refine a mid-tier alchemy tool. However, enchantment could bypass luck and skill. As long as there was experience, the success rate of the next enchantment would be infinitely higher. Prome, for example, had only produced a single mid-grade alchemy item after decades of synthesizing. But Angor already made 2 mid-tier wizards in less than 3 days. This was the difference between enchantment and synthesis. Even if enchantment had so many benefits, why were there so few alchemists on the path of enchantment? This was because enchantment was much more difficult than synthesis. Moreover, enchantment had a limit, but synthesis had no limit. With all these factors combined, enchantment alchemists were rare talents. I don't know anything about mechanical aesthetics. The blueprint isn't my original creation. I just happened to come across a gun blueprint and picked it up from someone else.
Angor considered. You can test it. If it's fine, we'll proceed with the trade.
Vice nodded and took out an octagonal box. He turned on the switch and a gray-clothed female undead with a pale face emerged from within. The gray-clothed female undead spirit's hair was disheveled. She was tied up in the air by several chains and kept howling and roaring. The faintly discernible chains were connected to the octagonal box. Vice chuckled when he saw Angor looking at the box with interest. It's just a little toy. I found it by accident in Twilight Well. A bone box containing a fully formed undead? That's no small thing. Angor saw such a box in Twilight Well, which cost more than 100 magic crystals. Vice chuckled and pulled the trigger at the female undead in the air. An infrasonic wave that ordinary people could not sense burst out from the muzzle, turning into a 180-degree fan-shaped wave that covered the area in front of Blaze. When the female undead was affected by the fan-shaped sound wave, the strange energy in her body resonated with the infrasound. When the energy in the depths of her soul became unbalanced, the female undead screamed and turned into nothingness. Blaze watched the female undead go from arrogance to death in less than a second. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the sound wave was spreading out in a fan shape. With the speed at which it was spreading, it could extend for at least a dozen meters. This meant that not only was it a 180-degree frontal attack, it was also a long-range attack. Although the distance was a little short, as long as he controlled it properly, he would be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Vice put away his revolver, unable to conceal his excitement. Very good. This gun is what I want. After making sure everything was correct, Vice took out a bone card and a glass test tube about 10 centimeters long and placed them in front of Angor. The bone card is anonymous. There are 5 magic crystals inside. As for the test tube, hollow weed. Angor looked at the tiny green beads inside the test tube and muttered its name. Deal. Fearing that something might go wrong, he quickly put away the bone card and the glass tube. Then he made a take care gesture to Bicebi. Vice was startled. He stood up with a smile and opened the door. Vice looked at the crowd outside and spoke to Angor. Mr. Pat, as I said, this weapon is a great destiny for me, so I'll be leaving Brute Cavern tomorrow. Good luck. Angor was fully focused on the hollow weed in the test tube, so he only waved a hand to dismiss Vice's words. I've rented an anomaly lab in the tributary of Tree Spirit Garden for 5 years. It'll be a waste if I leave it there. If you like, I can give it to you for free, Mr. Pat. Vice was going to say free, but that would be too obvious. The tributary? Anomaly lab? Angor was puzzled. Vice chuckled. Mr. Pat, I see you've devoted your entire life to alchemy. No wonder you achieved so much in such a short time. The tributary was a rented lab in Tree Spirit Garden. It was well equipped and spacious, allowing Angor to conduct any experiment he or she wanted. More importantly, the tributary's labs were all located in an anomaly. An anomaly was actually the other side of a mirror. For example, Twilight Well was located in an anomaly in Midnight Sovereign. Inside an anomaly lab, one could do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't attract the attention of a powerful consciousness. You can hide omens too? Angor was puzzled. Alchemy omens exist as well. But only those inside the anomaly will see them. Vice pointed at the crowd outside the mansion. At least, they won't spread as far as they are now. Thank you for your kindness. I can rent one myself. Anomaly labs are always in short supply. Don't worry. Few outsiders can rent one. Vice paused. Of course, if you're willing to make friends with someone you know, I don't think anyone will refuse an alchemist like you. Vice clearly saw through Angor's personality. He knew that Angor was not someone who would purposely maintain a good relationship with others, which was why he said those words. Angor hesitated. If that's the case, how much should I pay, Mr. Edward? Vice said, the yearly rental fee for the otherworldly laboratory is 50 magic crystals. You can pay me 250 magic crystals at the original price. Yes, an anomaly lab cost 50 magic crystals per year. However, the real problem was the number of slots, not the few magic crystals. Angor's doubt was dispelled by Vice's words. Angor didn't like owing favors. But if it was an equal price, he wouldn't owe anyone anything. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. He decided to take over Vice's lab. Before Vice left, he said, "By the way, I've already sent a message to Belenko. He won't be bothering you anymore. I hope I can make it back alive. See you later." With a wave of his red windbreaker, Vice slowly disappeared into the street. Angor had to think for a while to remember who this Bronco was. He seemed to be Red Butterfly's henchman. Dave warned him that Bronco might come looking for trouble, but Angor forgot about it since Bronco wasn't in Brute Cavern for a while. He didn't expect to hear this person's name again from Vice's mouth. Angor looked at the growing crowd outside and sighed. He locked the door. After a while, the door was opened again. A hand reached out and hung a sign on the doorknob. On the sign, there was a row of words written in standard common language. "The owner is very busy, do not disturb." Hollow weed. In a small glass test tube, 13 mold-like green furry balls were soaked in a transparent mozatine solution. Each of the green hairy balls was about the size of a grain of sand, and they were stuck to the wall of the tube. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange. But when Angor reached out his spirit feelers to check, he could sense the faint aura of ethereal. This kind of energy could only be found in places where the dimensional energy was unstable. The plain passageway was where the void weed was discovered by wizards all year round. The void floating weed was a very special kind of magical plant. It had the characteristics of the void, but it also had the characteristics of a plant. It was able to absorb the free spatial energy to satisfy its own survival conditions. It had a wide range of uses. For example, it was the main ingredient of void potion. As far as Angor was concerned, the most important feature of void weed was its natural properties. It could create a space in the void where living creatures and plants could live. This meant that as long as hollow weed was placed inside a space storage, it would create a suitable environment for living creatures. The space inside would be free from spatial disturbances while producing oxygen. Hollow weed was the best partner for a space storage. Angor didn't need to refine it. He just needed to put it inside the storage. The only downside was that hollow weed was too expensive and rare. Moreover, the void floating algae's range of living environments increased with the number of void floating algae. The 13 hollow weed in the glass tube could create a living space of about half a square meter at most. But if they were sold in an auction, they would cost at least 6,000 to 7,000 magic crystals. Angor was now ready to craft a space storage. With the hollow weed, he could put all his treasures inside, including his precious section ephemera. He put the hollow weed aside and began to study how to craft a space storage. While Angor was studying his space storage, his name had already spread across the entire Brute Cavern because of the two omens. Somewhere in Tree Spirit Garden, Baboda, the white-robed young man, was weighing the chain in his hand with a gloomy look. "Looks like I can't touch this guy anymore. Well, I hope he stays in Brute Cavern and doesn't interfere with my plan." Someone was talking about the omen in the distance. Baboda walked past them and smiled. "I know a little about the omen you're talking about. His name is Angor Pat, and he's Mr. Sunder's student. Don't back down. Angor's a gentle guy. As long as you don't fight him head-on, he'll be more than willing to help you." After sending the group away, Baboda's eyes glinted and he disappeared into the darkness. Angor's name had already spread across the underground market on level 12 of Sky Tower. "Did you hear? That one-hit man is the new master alchemist who triggered the omen." "One-hit man? You mean the perverted, foppish guy who killed Parasite Queen? Baron Milk or something? Keep your voice down. He's not just some random guy. He has a very powerful background. Damn, he's a master alchemist? When can I get revenge for Parasite Queen?" When the group of people slowly dispersed, the man in the white bear suit quietly walked over from the side. There was a hint of joy in his expression. "Just follow his footsteps. Sister, I will come to find you very soon. Wait for me." Black Butterfly Heart time passed quickly. 2 days later, Angor walked out of his underground lab while rubbing his bloodshot eyes. During these 2 days, Angor put the crafting of space storage at the top of his priority list. He went through everything from learning about the materials to the steps. After making sure he knew every detail, he went back to his bedroom and took a nap. When he woke up, he went through the steps again and began the crafting process. The refinement of a spatial item was different from all the alchemy he had done in the past. In terms of mana output, it was the easiest. All he had to do was carve a contract mageweth at the last moment. However, the precision of the rhythm and the creation of the details were the most difficult. Every step had to be precise down to the second, and every spoonful of material had to be precise down to the microgram. He also had to pay attention to the temperature and humidity. Angor also turned on his hologram tablet during the crafting process to make sure he could do every step perfectly. The first attempt failed. From the recording, Angor could tell that he only moved the spoon 1 second too slowly, which caused the gray space microbes to slow down and failed to form a complete chain. The second attempt was also a failure. Angor checked the recording again. There was still a problem with the timing. The third attempt, the fourth, the eighth, a day later, Angor used up about 30% of the gray space microbes he collected. Finally, when the moon rose, he successfully crafted the embryo of the first space storage. Angor looked at the lump of plasticine and sensed the space inside with his spirit feeler. Although the space was still in a state of extreme instability, according to the experience of predecessors, it would transition from weak stability to strong stability in 2 minutes. As long as the space inside became strong, the crafting would be a success. But at the same time, it only took him 2 minutes to complete the process. His original plan was to create a perfect ring. However, he had been working on it for a whole day and used up most of his mana. His spirit was also exhausted. He had to carve the runes on the ring and forge it according to his original plan. There was no time for him to finish it. In the end, he molded the plasticine into a round bead and carved several runes on it. It was time. With a flash of light, a marble that looked like a child's toy appeared in his hand. The marble was pure black, and there were a few unknown lines on it. As a whole, it seemed very dim, but as long as one used their spiritual power to sense it, they would be able to discover that there was a stable internal space within the marble. Angor sighed in relief. He was a little clumsy at the end, but at least the final product did not have any flaws. Well, no. Maybe the watery lines he added could be counted as a flaw. Apart from the exterior, he was quite satisfied with the space inside the marble. Although the contract had not been made yet, he could still identify the space inside through his mental power. After the contract was signed, only the contractor could sense the space inside. If the contractor did not agree, no one could take things out of the space. 3 cubic meters is indeed the limit. He estimated the space inside the marble to be about 3 cubic meters, which was still within his knowledge. This was because when he was refining, in order to be safe and increase his experience, he had always used the most conservative materials. The final product was estimated to only be 1 to 3 cubic meters. However, he used the heart of a black dense stone as an auxiliary material. This extremely precious material could help a space item reach its limit. Therefore, the final product reached 3 cubic meters. Angor did not plan to keep the black marble for himself. He planned to sell it. He would only use the best he could make, and 3 cubic meters was still the most conservative limit. But even if he sold it, the black marble was too unsightly. It would be inconvenient to use it alone. Angor considered for a moment. He took out several non-metallic materials from his material box and spent several minutes melting them into the shape of a butterfly's wing. There was a mechanism at the center of the wing. Angor inserted the black marble into the mechanism and crafted a necklace. He named the necklace Ink Butterfly and put it aside. During the Twilight auction, there was also a necklace made into a space item called the Rainbow Pearl Necklace. The space inside was about 10 cubic meters, which was the limit for a low-tier space item. In the end, the Rainbow Pearl Necklace was sold for a whopping 50,000 magic crystals. Using the Rainbow Pearl Necklace as proof, the Ink Butterfly Necklace he crafted should be worth about 10,000 magic crystals. A space item could be sold at a sky-high price because it did not require much effort. However, space items were expensive because gray space microbes were not easy to find. Besides, alchemists who could craft space items did not have any inheritance. Angor used a lot of gray space microbes to craft the item so smoothly. Just the amount of gray space microbes used was already astronomical. Besides, he had a complete alchemy inheritance. These two factors helped him to craft the item so easily. Now that he succeeded once, it would not be hard for him to do it again. With the help of the hologram tablet, Angor could directly use the hologram to project a video of his first success. He glanced at it from the corner of his eyes while crafting, and with the help of the hologram tablet, he successfully crafted the second space item without much trouble. For the sake of being lazy and convenient, Angor molded it into the shape of a marble again in the end. However, the marble was a little gray. The gray marble was embedded in the center of the butterfly necklace again. He named it Gray Butterfly Necklace. The space inside the gray butterfly necklace had reached 5 cubic meters, which was the maximum amount of gray space microbes he could use. It was estimated to cost about 20,000 to 30,000 magic crystals. 3 days later, on the 10th day of the month of Soothing Wind, Angor had crafted 5 space items. They were divided into different colors: black butterfly necklace, gray butterfly necklace, white butterfly necklace, orange butterfly necklace, and pink butterfly necklace. Apart from the black butterfly necklace, which was only 3 cubic meters, the other 4 necklace each had a space of 5 cubic meters. Once the 5 items were completed, Angor's debt was finally gone. He felt much more relaxed now. These 5 space items should be enough to pay off the debt of 100,000 magic crystals, right? If he sold them in an auction, they might even sell for more than 100,000 magic crystals. Without the pressure of debt, Angor could finally relax his tense nerves. As for the 150,000 magic crystals he owed Sunders, Angor was planning to delay the payment. Now that he could craft space items, there was no need for that. He could just craft a space item to pay off the debt. Besides, he didn't plan to use his gray space microbes. He still remembered that Sunders collected a lot of gray space microbes when he built the Sorcerer's Garden. Now, Angor truly believed that alchemy was a skill that could make him rich. After resting comfortably for a day, Angor returned to his underground lab. This time, he planned to craft a space item for himself. Of course, he wanted the best for himself. From the material selection to the final shape, everything was done according to the best conditions. The amount of gray space microbes he needed was also limited to what he could craft. More importantly, Angor wasn't just going to craft a space item. He also planned to craft a space item with compound effects for himself. The space item itself only needed to be engraved with 1 rune, so it could be easily manipulated. Angor was confident that he could engrave an extra rune. With the help of an energy stabilizer, he could even engrave a magic array. However, there was one thing he had to avoid: the 2-minute time limit for shaping. Any alchemy item could only be engraved with runes when it was being smelted. Space items only had 2 minutes to engrave runes on them, or even less than that. It would take more time to condense and shape them. Therefore, it was not easy to refine a spatial item with a compound effect. If he asked other alchemists to do it, they would probably fail miserably. However, the alchemy books Angor recorded from the Nightmare Realm contained many practical alchemy examples. Before, he wasn't good enough at alchemy, so he couldn't understand them. But now, he had been immersed in alchemy for a while. When he read the books again, he was no longer clueless. Among the enchantment examples, there was one that described how to engrave a space item with compound effects. It was basically a mosaic fit. For example, when engraving runes on a ring, Angor would use Hand of Spell to manipulate both sides at the same time. One side would steadily engrave runes, while the other side would begin to craft a space gem. In the end, when the runes reached the final step, the space gem would also have to be shaped into a sprout. Then, the ring and the gem would be inlaid in pairs. The runes on the ring would be engraved on the gem sprout. Next, the runes would be engraved on the gem sprout. Finally, the runes would be condensed to form a compound space item. However, from this example, Angor could see that there were many important points to be taken into consideration when crafting a compound space item. First, it required a large amount of mana reserves. This was something Angor could do. After all, it would cost him a lot of money. Second, it required him to multitask and cast 2 hands of spell at the same time without making any mistakes. This wasn't too difficult. All magi who were able to meditate could multitask with ease. As for multitasking, he just needed to practice it. Third, it required him to keep track of time. Since he had to engrave runes on one side at the same time, he had to maintain a steady output of mana. On the other side, he had to craft the space sprout at the same time. Finally, he had to enter the final step at the most appropriate time. This was not difficult at all. It was just a basic math problem. Angor did not even need to do it himself. With the help of the hologram tablet, he only needed to calculate the speed of both sides and remind him of the correct time. It looked complicated, but as long as he analyzed it layer by layer, the 3 important points would not be difficult. It was just that they gave people a complicated feeling when they were put together. Ordinary alchemists would probably give up. But Angor had both the real alchemy examples and the hologram tablet to help him. What reason did he have not to try? With such a beautiful vision in mind, Angor began to plan his crafting process. The mist of the night was still thick, and the light of dawn was still shining. In such a time of day and night, 2 women wearing gauze were washing their feet by a small stream at the edge of the apprentice town. They were smiling brightly under the sunlight. The woman in the white gauze was about 17 or 18 years old. She had long blonde hair, which looked like a fairy who had just left the mortal world. The woman in the golden gauze was in her early 30s. She had a curvaceous body and a pair of charming purple eyes. Her long, dark brown hair was soaked in the stream, and when she swung it gently, she looked like a beautiful, wet woman. The man who was watching Angor from the stream was now staring at the 2 women. He gulped and wanted to pounce on them. The 2 women looked harmonious and beautiful, but at this time, they were talking about meaningless topics. "I've been washing my feet for 2 days. My feet are swollen." "You're fine. Just soaking your feet." "I've already shaken my wet hair for 2 days. I'll definitely fall sick when I go back." "Hang in there. For the future." "Future? What future? We'll have no future if we offend a wizard." "Don't think like that. Wizards are humans too. They have emotions too. If we can get them to open their mouths, we still have a chance to conquer the city." "Forget it. Maybe other wizards can help us. But it's hard to say." "What do you mean?" "I have a sister named Melaner. She was working at the Tree Spirit Palace. She tried to seduce this wizard, but he yelled at her. That wizard, he doesn't know how to appreciate women." While the 2 of them were whispering to each other, the door that had remained silent for several days suddenly opened. Wearing his wizard robe and hood, he slowly walked to the entrance of the yard. Following his movement, people began to crowd around him. As soon as Angor opened the gate, a group of people quickly gathered around him. "Mr. Pat, this is a letter from my master. Please take a look at it. I have a 1U space capsule. It's a gift from my master, Mr. Pat. Please read it." Mr. Pat, before he could say anything, a powerful wave of mana blasted into the crowd and forced them apart. A fat man with a pair of golden teeth walked to him. "Master Pat, my name is Jurington. Nice to meet you." Another level 3 apprentice. Angor could sense the strong mana coming from him. "Nice to meet you. I have something to do today, Mr. Jurington. Let's talk next time." With that, he tried to walk around the man. Jurington frowned and stopped Angor with a fat hand. "Master Pat, can you do me a favor and listen to me?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The 2 pretentious women by the river shook their hips and walked over with seductive expressions. "They are my gifts to the great master. One is a virgin, and the other is excellent in bed. I guarantee that the great master will be satisfied." Jurington gave Angor a dirty look. Angor did not show any reaction, but the onlookers all looked at him enviously. Jurington gestured for the 2 girls to come forward. However, when they were about to reach for him, Angor raised a hand to stop them from doing so. "No need. You can keep them. I'm not interested in them." Jurington rolled his eyes and pushed the 2 girls aside. He pulled a man with a handsome face out of the crowd. "How about this one?" The man was puzzled, but he quickly realized what was going on. He flipped his hair and posed in what he thought was a handsome pose. He almost coughed up blood from his chest. I don't have any special hobbies. My professor wants to talk to me. If you really want to stop me, Mr. Durrington, I don't mind staying behind to talk to you. Durrington's expression changed when he heard Angor mentioning professor. He stepped aside and said, since it's Mr. Sunders, I won't stop you. We'll talk next time. Using Sunders' banner, Angor swaggered away. Mr. Sunders is looking for you? Durrington snorted. Mr. Sunders wants to talk to you? Fine, I'll save you some face this time. With that, Durrington turned and left. He did not forget to take the two girls with him. If you don't want to enjoy them, leave them to me. People were still pointing at Angor when he left. They only quieted down after he boarded the bus. He was the only one on the bus, so he let Toby out. Toby climbed out of Angor's loose wizard robe, flapped its wings, and landed on Angor's shoulder. Toby's injuries had healed. Only the feathers on its chest and back had not grown out. However, the white lace princess dress did not reveal anything. Last night, Angor made a basic alchemy plan. Since it involved a complicated magic array, it would probably trigger another omen. Angor left the house early in the morning and planned to go to the tributary's otherworldly laboratory. He brought Toby with him because he did not have enough space to store his items. Under Toby's neck feathers, there was a soft, snow-white feather. This was a space storage Angor made for Toby last night. It had a storage capacity of 9 cubic meters, which was the limit of low-tier space storage. Inside, Toby's clothes, food, and a small bed were stored. Angor named it Snowy Feather. He would need a lot of materials to go to the tributary, but he had to sell all the space storage he made. Left with no other choice, Angor put all the materials and alchemy tools he needed into Snowy Feather. He also took Toby with him. Toby chirped on Angor's shoulder. Ever since Angor gave Toby the feather, the bird was so happy that it rubbed against Angor's shoulder and sang to express its happiness. Toby's singing was awful. But since the bird walked out of the darkness, Angor decided to let it be. There was no one else on the bus anyway. While Toby was playing around, Angor also looked at it curiously. Hey, you're a male bird. Why are you wearing a princess dress? Aren't you ashamed? Toby stopped singing and gestured at Angor with his wings. Caw 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 caw. You're right. Humans can't impose their aesthetic standards on a bird. Angor nodded. But what's the point of showing off like this? Was it to attract female birds? For mating? He recalled the animal documentary he watched a few days ago and asked out of curiosity. You're the one who wants to mate. Toby rolled his eyes. Thinking about the snowy feather Angor gave him, he resisted the urge to kick Angor and explained his nature. It took Toby a long time to explain the complicated information. Angor had to ask again and again until the bus finally arrived at Tree Spirit Garden Station. Angor finally got a general idea of what was going on. He put Toby back into his robe and walked toward the tributary while pondering Toby's words. Grea's life creation was one of the best self-created spells in the world. It had broken through the barrier of occult gourmet and reached a new level of mystery. Through creation, Grea created section ephemera, mana whirlpool of steam, twisting protozoa, and many other creatures with incredible abilities. However, these creatures all had one thing in common: they were not intelligent. Toby, on the other hand, was the most advanced creation spell Grea had ever created. It even broke through the law of the world's consciousness and created a creature with both intelligence and mana. Toby's birth was an accident, but Grea didn't panic at all. It was common knowledge that all chefs would add seasonings to their dishes before serving. A gourmet wizard was a wizard, but she was still a chef. Grea was surprised when she cooked Toby. But after confirming Toby's attributes, she began to add seasonings freely like a chef. Grea's Barbie's restaurant already showed that she was not a decent person. Or rather, there were not many decent people in Candy House, or even Fairy Town. Therefore, the first seasoning Grea added to Toby's dish was indecent. Indecent sounded like a dirty word, but Toby's indecent behavior was due to its strange sense of aesthetics and its abnormal love for colorful clothes. Angor rubbed his chin. He thought Grea taught Toby's hobby over a long period of time. He did not expect it to be because of an unexpected seasoning. Did Greya add anything else when cooking you? Angor asked out of curiosity. Through his spirit feelers, Angor sensed Toby shaking its head inside his pocket. Toby said, "Coo coo coo coo." There seemed to be other condiments, but it didn't know what they were. Angor nodded and sighed. Creation. What an amazing spell. Are all self-created spells that don't follow the rules and follow the path of others also amazing? All self-created spells were based on one's own understanding, experience, and knowledge, and they had to be original. They could not be created simply by changing the arrangement of elements. For example, some occult spells could not be rearranged. What could you do about it? Angor suddenly had a bold idea. Since he had the knowledge of another civilization, could he use the knowledge of Earth's civilization to create his own spells? The tributary. Angor stopped in front of a blue lake with rippling waves. He would pass by this lake every time he came to Tree Spirit Garden, but he never paid much attention to it. To Angor's surprise, the tributary mentioned by Vice when he gave him the record card was this seemingly ordinary blue lake. According to Vice, anyone who had a record card and jumped into the lake would enter an alternate dimension. The tributary was located in a remote area. Angor looked around and did not see anyone else. He considered for a moment, took out the glowing record card, and slowly stepped into the lake. The blue water reached his ankles. Angor could see the ripples on the surface of the water. However, he did not feel anything wet. Instead, he felt like he was floating in the void. Fire rune? Rain and Angor could see the swaying seaweed at the bottom of the lake, but he could not see his own feet. The surface of the lake was like a mirror that separated the two worlds. When Angor opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the foot of a magnificent mountain. Behind him was a door that led to the void, while in front of him was a mountain path. He stood at the foot of the mountain, took out his record card, and injected some mana into the hole in the center of the card. The next moment, a red beam of light shot straight into the sky from the hole. Vice told Angor that as long as he injected mana into the card, the red light would be the signal to summon the Iron Fortress. Vice did not tell Angor what the Iron Fortress was or where his otherworldly laboratory was. He only said, "You'll know when you get there." What a trick. Angor remembered his answer. Now that he saw the red light, he had the same idea. The red light pierced through the sky. Angor stood in front of the door for less than 10 seconds before he heard clanking noises coming from the side of the mountain range. The clanking noises were getting closer, accompanied by the sound of a train's whistle. Is that a train? But that's way too fast, Angor muttered in his mind. He looked around but did not see any tracks left behind. As he frowned, a cloud of grayish-blue smoke suddenly rose from the lush mountainside. Then, a metal house with legs jumped out from the side of the mountain. Every time the house moved, the patched-up metal sheets outside the house would let out a series of clanking noises. The iron house rushed toward Angor from the mountainside with its long, thin legs. Angor also noticed that the train whistle was coming from the chimney of the tin house. The house only took a few steps before it flew down like a kite and landed in front of Angor. The iron frame bent down and the door of the house was pushed open. An old woman in a blue and white dress walked out. She had a hunched back and a head full of silver hair. The silver-haired old lady moved slowly but nimbly. She quickly jumped down from the roof and landed in front of Angor. "And you are?" Angor asked politely. "You must be Angor, right? Come, let Granny take a good look at you." The old woman spoke with a kind face. The silver-haired old lady looked at Angor up and down carefully. Angor felt a little awkward and did not know if he should move. "You are indeed a good child. You are handsome and have a gentle personality. It's a shame to leave it to Sunders. Wallace is more suitable for you. Vice already told me that you can use your record card to enter the tributary for the next 5 years." When the old woman climbed up the iron wall, she looked back and saw that Angor was not on the iron fortress. "Come on up," the old lady urged. Angor stood under the iron wall and asked with a puzzled look, "Granny, may I know your name?" The silver-haired boss let out an eye and patted his silver hair. "Look at me. How could I forget to introduce myself? I'm the caretaker of the iron fortress, and the watchman of the tributary." She patted the wall of the iron wall. This is the Iron Fortress. If you need to go to your lab, just call me, and the fortress will take you there. As for me, you can call me Iron Granny. I've long forgotten my name. Iron Granny gestured for Angor to enter the Iron Fortress again. This time Angor did not refuse. He followed the old lady's advice. Since it's your first time here, I'll take you slowly. I'll also tell you about the rules of the tributary. Iron Granny asked Angor to sit down. The iron wall building had 3 floors. Angor was on the first floor, which was filled with all kinds of things. There were machine parts, flowers, and bread. In the middle of the room was a square wooden table covered with a blue and white checkered tablecloth. 2 cups of hot tea were still smoking. Here, have some tea. Iron Granny pushed a cup of tea to Angor. Angor smelled the rose scent of the tea. He hesitated and waved a hand. Thank you, Granny. I'm not thirsty. Iron Granny didn't try to persuade him. She took a sip of her tea and sighed. The tributary has 138 xenogeneic labs in total. Currently, only 36 of them are open to the public. You're one of them. What about the other 102? Angor was puzzled. Iron Granny chuckled. Do you know how many wizards there are in Brute Cavern? When he first came to Brute Cavern, a bell mentioned something like 118 people? Iron Granny shook her head. There were 118 people when you first joined Brute Cavern. However, in the past year, 11 wizards from Brute Cavern had died, 3 defected, 3 left voluntarily, and 1 advanced to the next level. So, there are now 102 wizards in Brute Cavern. When Iron Granny finished, Angor realized that the 102 labs must belong to the 102 wizards. However, compared to that, he was more concerned about the seemingly simple but potentially bloody data behind it. Within a year, 11 official magi had died, but only 1 had advanced. Angor felt a chill down his spine. The number of wizards was growing at a negative rate. No wonder the wizarding world was so big that mortals did not know about it. There were too few wizards in the world. And judging from the current ratio, there would be fewer and fewer wizards in the future. Are the 102 labs for wizards? Angor asked in a low voice. Iron Granny shook her head. Of course not. The 102 labs are a gift from the organization to all wizards. Every time a wizard dies, you apprentices will get 1 more lab space. That's for you. Iron Granny took out a map and pointed out the locations of the 102 labs one by one. There are less than 5 people in the 102 labs, but you should never enter them. Many wizards will set up traps outside the labs. You can't handle them now. Angor nodded. You can use the labs as you wish. But you must pay for them if they explode. Iron Granny sipped her fragrant rose tea and explained the rules of the tributary. Apart from that, the tributary has no other rules to follow. Oh, and one more thing. If you want to bring your friends here, they have to follow you at all times. Otherwise, no one will come to your rescue if you run into danger. Iron Granny pointed at Angor's chest with a smile. Inside the inner lining of his robe, Toby was sleeping soundly on all 4s. Got it. Angor chuckled. Alright, we're here. You can ask the Iron Fortress to pick you up whenever you want to leave or come in. Iron Granny slowly walked to the 2nd floor. I won't be seeing you off. There's no one within 100 kilometers around here. Don't worry, no one will see what kind of omen you want to create. Iron Granny said kindly and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Angor scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It seemed that the omen he caused in Apprentice Town had spread far and wide. Even Iron Granny had heard about it, even though she was a recluse. Still, Iron Granny's reminder made Angor feel better. If nothing went wrong, his space storage item would reach the intermediate tier as well. If the omen appeared again, he would be in big trouble. Alchemy omens were not master-level alchemy omens, but they were still rare. Brood Cavern only saw such omens twice or thrice a year. With Angor's alchemy speed and high completion rate of enchantment, the omens would appear every once in a while, and each time, different omens would appear. Angor was extremely grateful to Vice. Now he could do his alchemy in the tributary without any worries. Even if there were, no one would dare to enter someone's lab without permission. This was the basic rule of the tributary. The lab marked number 13 was about 10 meters tall. It was a compound, 3-story castle-like building. Just like the Iron Fortress, it was also made of iron sheets. Apart from its magnificent exterior, the interior design was also ingenious. The first 3 floors were used for daily living. Angor took a look around and saw that the place had all the basic furnishings and decorations. The basement was designed as a lab. It covered a large area and was divided into dozens of sections for different professions. Even tailoring tools could be found here. Angor found the alchemy section, which was 10 times the size of his own lab. The tools were also more advanced than Angor's. Angor could not put down the carving pen that could speed up carving. He cast dust removal and checked the mana settings in the room to make sure there were no traps. Then, he woke Toby up. Toby took out all the materials stored in Snowy Feather, and Angor moved them to the material section one by one. There were several different greenhouses and gardens in the area, as well as facilities that could gather sunlight from the outside and incubation chambers that could be used for observation. Angor felt that he had earned a lot from this. Angor told Toby not to leave the area of his lab and began his crafting. However, there was one more thing he needed to do before he started: practice multitasking. Multitasking was usually done by doing 2 things at the same time. Any wizard who could enter a meditative state could do it. However, to apply multitasking to extremely complicated alchemy, one could not simply draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other. For example, Angor's multitasking would be much more difficult. He had to draw a magic array while refining his space storage. Both tasks required concentration, especially the magic array. Not only did he have to keep his mana output steady, but he also had to keep his attention on it. Of course, this only applied to other enchantment alchemists. For Angor, he had the help of the hologram, so he only needed to follow the instructions of the hologram. As for mana output, he had the axis of the universe in his mind space, so it was not a problem. To him, the only thing he really needed to pay attention to was the refinement of spatial items. There was another major difficulty in this multitasking, which was also the main reason why there were so few composite alchemy items in the market: drawing runes on 2 lines at the same time. This was the final step of his crafting plan. Not only did he have to draw a magic array, but he also had to draw a contract rune at the same time. This step was even more difficult. It required at least the mental calculation and controllability of a formal wizard. However, those who learned enchantment alchemy and reached the level of an official magus were extremely rare. That was why most of the composite alchemy items sold on the market were synthesis products instead of enchantment. Of course, Angor ignored this step with the help of his hologram tablet. Even if he succeeded, he would still be suspected of overdoing it. But alchemy was never an absolute. The path taken by others was not always the most convenient. Besides, enchantment alchemy was a process that required practice. For example, Angor had to rely on the hologram to draw runes such as Rune of Sharpness, Frost Rune, Armor-Piercing Rune, and Alchemy Rune. But as he got more experience, he could easily draw simple runes without using the hologram. He still managed to reach the level of other enchantment alchemists in the end. As long as the final result was the same, who cared about which path he took? Angor spent 2 days familiarizing himself with the multitasking process. He made sure every step was flawless and the timing was perfect. Then, he began the crafting. This refinement process took another 2 days. 2 days later, Angor excitedly entered the final stage of fusion with his eyes already turning black. While the boundless reticence was at its final stage, the contract mageweth was also at its final stage. When Angor controlled the 2 pairs of hands of spell and 2 carving brushes, he slowly drew a line on the left and right. A wonderful feeling came from the point of fusion. Condense, now, Angor's eyes were filled with excitement. He was about to cheer when he staggered and almost fell down. Fortunately, the refining process had already entered the condensing stage, so a slight tremble wouldn't affect anything. He was simply too exhausted. For 4 consecutive days, he had only rested for less than 5 hours. Angor removed his clothes one by one until he was completely naked. The clothes that were carelessly thrown on the ground exuded a strong smell of sweat. His bare back was covered with white salt scabs because of the large amount of sweat he had sweated. Angor controlled the hands of spell to wipe his back with a wet towel. The wetness seeped into Angor's skin, and his tense back finally relaxed. Although he was doing these actions, his eyes were fixed on the circle of Lin congealed. The white light kept flashing. When the condensation reached the final step, "It's done," Angor exclaimed in his mind. A bright light shone out from the circle. Angor's tired eyes were filled with tears because of the bright light. When the light faded, Angor wiped his tears away and opened his eyes again. He found himself in a dark, desolate land. He looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings. The crescent moon was hanging in the sky, and the mountains and rivers were all dark and gloomy. Angor knew that the omen was coming. An alchemy omen didn't simply announce the birth of an alchemy item. It was more of a test for the alchemist. It was to see if the alchemist could handle the alchemy item. When Angor learned about the dark cloud omen, he went to find out more information about it. Any alchemy item above mid-tier would produce an alchemy omen. It didn't only show up in the outside world, but also on the alchemist himself. For example, the dark cloud in the outside world. For example, the alchemist's silent land was an example of this. If the alchemist could overcome the omen, the item would be considered a success. Otherwise, the item's effect would be reduced, or even its grade would be lowered. Angor also wondered why he didn't experience the omen when he crafted the revolver with Prelude to Elimination. It was probably because of his body constitution. He might have already experienced the omen, but he didn't know it. When he succeeded, the dark cloud in the outside world covered the land, and he heard the wails of undead creatures. Angor believed that the wails were the omen he was talking about. When the wails first appeared, Angor already found them irritating. However, when the wound on his shoulder started to itch, the wails became useless. Just like when he fought against Sokka in the Sky Tower, Sylvia's soul howls didn't affect him at all. Any negative effect on his soul was useless against him. At that time, he could rely on his special physique to pass through an alchemy omen without being aware of it. Yet now, he had to do it himself and rely on his own strength to overcome this unknown phenomenon. Angor carefully looked around the desolate land. There was black soil under his feet, an underground river, a dark forest, and a looming mountain range in the distance. The sky was also dark. Apart from the lone crescent moon, there were no other stars or clouds. Angor looked down at himself. He was half naked and only had a pair of thin pants on. The night wind chilled him to the bone. Angor tried to cast a cantrip to maintain his body temperature, but he realized that he couldn't use his mana. The mana in his mana pool had all gone quiet, just like the environment outside. Angor walked to the river. It seemed to be flowing, but he couldn't hear anything. The world was eerily quiet. Shivering, Angor walked along a path. This was the only path. The back of the path led to the forest, while the front was an unknown darkness. Angor chose to walk in the darkness. There were too many dangers in the forest at night. He didn't know what was hidden behind the shadow of the next tree. Following his instinct, Angor chose a path that at least looked flat. He didn't know how long he walked. Maybe an hour, or maybe a whole day. Angor was tired, but he didn't stop. For some reason, he had a feeling that something bad would happen if he stopped. It was his intuition, and he always believed it without any hesitation. When he entered the nightmare realm during the talent test at Pat Manor, his instinct helped him escape. When he was infected by Parasite Queen, his instinct helped him save himself. When he reached the end of the path, he saw a small town. It was a lively town. Angor walked in and saw people laughing, singing, dancing, and eating. There were vendors selling snacks on the street, neon lanterns, parties, and children playing around. When he stepped inside, he noticed that the place was no longer as quiet as before. Even the lonely crescent moon hanging in the sky looked gentler. The moonlight was no longer cold and frosty. Instead, it carried a touch of warmth. This was a lively town. People were singing and dancing. Angor seemed to be affected by the mood as well. Someone approached him while dancing, as if inviting him to dance with them. Angor was about to take a step forward, but his vigilance stopped him. When the person reached him, Angor hid in a corner. The person noticed him but didn't mind. He kept looking for the next person to dance with. Angor kept walking forward. More people came to him. He could tell from their eyes that some wanted to sing with him, some wanted to invite him to a bonfire banquet, and some wanted to drink with him. Angor moved to the side. As long as he moved away, these people wouldn't look at him. Strange. They were so friendly. They could see him, but they didn't insist on inviting him. Angor kept thinking about where he was as he walked. Was this an illusion? As an excellent student of illusionist, he didn't feel anything like an illusion. All of his senses, all of his senses, all of his senses, and all of his feedback were telling him that this place was real. The lonely road, the cold night wind, the cold river, the lively town, the joyful songs, the intoxicating smell of wine, and the passionate crowd were all telling him the same thing. However, wouldn't it be too extravagant for a real world to appear just because of a vision test? Angor believed that this was something like the inner demons in Xianxia novels back on Earth. It was like an illusion, but it only confused one's mind. It was also like reality, but it only took away one's senses. Just like in a virtual reality game, a map would be created according to the properties of the item you crafted. If you passed, you would be rewarded. If you failed, you would be punished. So here came the question. What properties did the space item he crafted have? When he decided to craft a space storage with compound effects, he read through Enchantment Cyclopedia for beginners. However, he did not find the runes he wanted. The passive effect was too simple. In the end, Rainan simply set his sights on the magic array in the Enchantment Encyclopedia, Advanced. What kind of effect should he use to make a space storage have other effects? This was a decision he had to make before deciding to craft the item. Offensive effect? Forget it. Instead of creating an offensive magic array, it would be better to just refine a weapon. Defensive effect? He thought about it before but decided against it. Once someone broke through the item's defensive effect, the space storage would be damaged, and the stable space would be damaged. Therefore, it was better to craft a separate defensive item. He read a lot of magic arrays and found that they were either too difficult to carve with too many runes, or they were not suitable for the job. When he reached the introduction of Infinite Reticence, his eyes lit up. Just like Prelude to Elimination, Boundless Reticence was a magic array composed of 6 magewefts. In the Enchantment Encyclopedia, Advanced Enchantment, its characteristics were described in detail. Concealment and alienation. The so-called concealment was actually concealment and concealment. An item with the effect of infinite reticence could hide its appearance. In other words, it was invisible. This alone tipped the scales in Angor's mind. The space storage must contain his most precious items. Concealing its appearance was also in line with his idea of keeping a low profile. Besides, infinite reticence could not only hide its appearance, but also its aura. Even wizards would have a hard time detecting an item with its aura hidden. This was the best way to ensure the item's safety. Apart from concealment, infinite reticence also had the effect of alienation. Alienation was included in concealment. However, concealment was a semi-passive effect that could last for a long time by consuming a small amount of energy. Alienation, on the other hand, required the user to inject energy into the item, and the amount of energy injected would determine the effectiveness of the effect. Under the effect of alienation, the user's presence would be completely weakened. When the energy input reached its peak and the magic array was fully activated, the user would enter a hidden state. As long as they maintained absolute silence, they would not be discovered by anyone. Basically, the infinite reticence was a supportive spell. For someone like him who preferred to keep a low profile, infinite reticence could protect his space storage as much as possible. It could also weaken his presence so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. Unfortunately, this weakening of one's sense of existence could not cut off one's communication with the outside world. If someone wanted to track him, he might be able to use stealth to confuse their eyes. However, if one were to rely on tracking the pheromones he left behind or using prophecy spells to predict his location, he would still be exposed. Speaking of which, if the infinite reticence's effect was concealment and isolation, how was he supposed to break through this strange phenomenon? At this moment, on the cheerful street, a colorful carriage suddenly drove out, shining with a rainbow light. 5 horses pulled the giant carriage. There was a stage on the carriage, on which men and women wearing luxurious costumes and feathered masks were performing for the onlookers on both sides of the street. While performing, they also dropped feathers and flowers on the ground. The people on the street cheered and picked up the feathers and flowers as if they were the happiest thing in the world. As Angor watched, the door of a nearby bakery creaked open. A kind middle-aged woman came out with a loaf of bread. The delicious aroma made Angor's stomach grumble. The auntie seemed to have heard his stomach growling and walked over with a piece of bread with a smile. Every step she took made Angor uneasy. His scalp went numb. Angor quickly dashed to the other side of the street. He heard the woman speaking to a beggar. "Oh, it's your stomach. I thought. Never mind. Eat it. Don't starve yourself." Angor remembered that the beggar was squatting right behind where he was standing. When the woman handed the bread to the beggar, Angor's scalp finally relaxed. Is my intuition telling me not to accept anything from the townspeople? As Angor was thinking, a milky white taro flower with crystal dewdrops on it suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his shoulder. It then rolled down his arm and into his palm. Angor saw that the flower in his palm was dropped from the stage of the moving carriage. He frowned. Wait. I didn't feel anything when I took something from them. As he was thinking, a strong sense of uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked up and immediately noticed something strange. When someone picked up a flower or a feather, the others would look at them with envy. Now, when he accidentally picked up a taro flower, the people in front of him slowly turned around to see who the flower fell on. When they turned around, Angor's uneasiness reached its peak. I know. My intuition isn't telling me not to accept anything from the townspeople. I can't be noticed by the townspeople. Angor suddenly realized something. He would only feel alert when someone was about to focus their attention on him. Just like the auntie who was holding the bread earlier, she heard his stomach growling and turned to look at him, walking towards him. Why didn't she see him at that time? Angor suddenly had a new question. Angor thought of another possibility. When he entered this place, he was holding a space bracelet with the effect of infinite reticence. Now, he also had the effect of infinite reticence on him. He was isolated from the crowd, and his presence was weakened. The woman with the bread heard his stomach growling and looked at him. However, she didn't notice him at all. His presence was greatly weakened, which was why the woman thought it was the beggar's stomach growling behind him. But now, he held the sea taro flower in his hand. The sea taro flower had destroyed his sense of existence. As long as the townspeople looked at the taro flower in his hand, they would notice him. Then, he would fail the test. With that thought in mind, Angor quickly threw the taro flower to the ground. He stepped back and disappeared into the shadow of a building. As expected, when he threw the flower away, the numbness on his scalp disappeared. Angor realized that he couldn't attract anyone's attention in this cheerful town. He knew the rules, but he was still worried about how to leave this place. Forget it. I'll keep going. Angor noticed that there was only one street in the town, which meant there was only one way out. This time Angor carefully walked out of the town without attracting anyone's attention. Outside, Angor's eyes were still closed. The circle in his hand was still glowing. When the light dimmed a bit, he could see that the circle was actually an ancient-looking bracelet. When the condensed spell ended, the bracelet began to release a strange aura. Angor's anomaly lab number 13 was located at the southwest of the tributary, in a remote corner of a mountain range. When Angor arrived, Iron Granny told him that there was no one within 100 kilometers of him, so he could do whatever he wanted. Even if he did something wrong, no one within 100 kilometers would notice him due to the uneven terrain. She was right. There was no one within 100 kilometers of him. But she wasn't talking about herself. Translator, Transin editor, Transin on a quiet hill 10 miles away from the number 13 alien laboratory, the stalwart figure of the iron armor castle stood there quietly. Iron Granny was sitting on the third-floor balcony of the fortress, leaning against a soft chair and smelling the sunset mist flowers planted on the balcony. She held a delicate tea tray in one hand and a teacup of the same design as the tray in the other. White steam was still rising from the rose tea in the teacup. Taking a sip of the tea, Iron Granny gazed at the blue sky. Another boring day. Why don't my kids like this place? My old bones are boring here. Why don't you come in and have some tea with me? Iron Granny saw a few figures in her mind. They were all wizards who used to have their own laboratories in the tributary. Unfortunately, they were no longer here. As Iron Granny reminisced, a gust of wind came from afar, which made the iron shell of the iron fortress creak. This mountain mist was like layers upon layers of waves, each wave higher than the last, each wave stronger than the last. Towards the end, the smoke that shrouded the call was blown into disorder. The forest miasma at the foot of the mountain was blown away. The sunset mist flowers on the balcony were also blown away. Purple, red, yellow, and white flowers danced in the sky like dandelion seeds, drifting away with the wind. Even Iron Granny's silver hair was messed up by the wind. Iron Granny put down her teacup and combed her hair with her other hand. She looked toward the southeast, where Anomaly Lab number 13 was located. That's where the gust of wind came from. Oh. Is that Angor? Hee. What a talented kid. He created another mid-tier alchemy item in just a few days. Iron Granny stood up and stared at Angor. Interesting. Let me see what this omen means. Above lab number 13, there were layers of clouds. The sky was blue. There was nothing out of the ordinary except for the mountains that were blowing in the wind. However, Iron Granny was able to see everything clearly. Iron Granny squinted her eyes. Strange energy waves, hidden omen. Mountain mist trying to blend into the forest. Looks like a stealth item. Smart kid. He knows he should keep a low profile. Unfortunately, mountain mist is indeed common in the forest, but experienced hunters can easily identify the abnormality of mountain mist. Iron Granny sighed. Still, I don't think any hunter would dare to target you with Sunder's protection. Strange. Why did Sunders change his mind all of a sudden? Did Wallace influence him? Iron Granny looked away from the omen and began to think about something else. It was as if Angor was being targeted by the entire world. Wherever he went, something bad would happen. Splashing water on a building, accidentally knocking down a building, dropping a baby in front of him. Anything that could attract the attention of the townspeople would happen around him. Once, Angor even saw a mottled spot of moonlight in a dark yard. Because he couldn't see anything clearly, he wanted to look at the surroundings under the moonlight. However, because of his intuition, after careful observation, he found that in an inconspicuous little house, a child was lifting the floral curtains and lying on the windowsill, looking at the mottled moonlight fragments in the courtyard. He was lucky that he noticed it in time. Otherwise, the child's gaze would have ruined his plan. After this experience, Angor finally had a better idea of how difficult it was to explore a strange phenomenon world. According to the book, the middle-grade alchemy tools he crafted would not cause any physical harm to the user during the omen test. Only the middle-grade alchemy tools or mystic-grade omen test could possibly kill the user. Although the safety of his life was guaranteed, it was definitely not easy to pass the test of this omen. If not for his intuition, he would have failed and left already. Angor finally felt lucky that he was brave enough to craft Prelude to Elimination. If not for the wound on his soul, he would probably have a nervous breakdown because of the wailing souls. Angor had to walk carefully in such a harmless yet cautious environment. It took him 2 hours to walk across the street. When he passed through the town and saw the barren plain again, he sighed in relief. Just as he was about to relax, he heard a huge explosion coming from the town behind him. The ground trembled, and Angor staggered a few steps and almost fell down. Along with the billowing smoke, children's cries and adult screams came from the town behind him. Angor wanted to turn around to see what was going on. But at this moment, a sense of danger made him stop in his tracks. I can't turn around? He looked up and ignored the cries and screams of children behind him. He kept walking forward with a straight face. His conscience did not allow him to bear the children's cries. He stopped walking several times, but each time he wanted to look back, his intuition stopped him. In the end, Angor felt better when he did not hear the cries behind him. He had been walking on the path of no return for a long time. At the end of the path was a forest. Angor looked at the gloomy forest that was illuminated by the moonlight. He was a little worried, but he did not stop walking. The forest looked like a ghost, but it was very safe. It only took Angor a while to walk out of the forest. When he walked out of the forest, he saw a black door standing in the air. Both doors were engraved with a shining magic array called Infinite Reticence. The black door that appeared out of nowhere was located at the edge of the plain beside the river. Angor looked at the moon in the sky and the footprints on the path in front of him, as well as the motionless river. He realized that he had returned to the starting point. But this time, there was a black door. So, the entrance to the anomaly was the exit. Angor thought about his journey, the path of loneliness that could not be stopped, the small town that could not be noticed, and the cruel path that could not be turned back. These experiences seemed to be a test for Angor's ability to craft a mid-tier item, but they also warned him of something. Entering the wizarding world meant entering the path of loneliness. Stopping meant being eliminated. Entering the wizarding world meant staying away from the noise and focus on research. Otherwise, one would become a common person. Entering the wizarding world meant one had to keep moving forward and learn cruelty from the weak heart. Angor looked at the long, winding path on the dark plain. There was no longer fear in his eyes. Perhaps this was only an ordinary path in the trial of the phenomenon, but it could also be seen as the path of an adept that tirelessly pursued the truth. The long night was lonely, dark without light, and boundless silence. Such days might accompany the Magi for countless years. Angor walked out of the black door and felt his vision blur. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the anomaly was gone. He was in his lab, holding the glowing space bracelet in his hand. When he looked at the simple bracelet, a strange aura suddenly appeared from nowhere and poured into the bracelet. The strange aura disappeared, and the dim light of the bracelet was also extinguished. It returned to being a simple and unremarkable bronze bracelet. There was no light, but Angor knew that the bracelet would only be considered a success after the light was extinguished. Angor put away his thoughts and grinned. He began to play with the bracelet. The bracelet did not look like anything special. Or rather, it was simple. The Infinite Reticence magic array was engraved on the inner part of the bracelet, so the complicated patterns could not be seen from the outside. There was only one pattern that went from the inner part to the outer part of the bracelet, but it was connected to the contract rune engraved on the crimson gem on the outer part of the bracelet. Only when the patterns were connected could the bracelet be considered as a whole. Otherwise, it would only be a bracelet engraved with Infinite Reticence and a space gem engraved with contract runes. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the space inside. 9 cubic meters. This was the maximum space item he could craft at the moment. Once the space reached 10 cubic meters, he would not need to engrave Infinite Reticence on it. Since this was a space bracelet for himself, Angor did not hesitate to inject his mana into the rune. In the next second, the crimson gem on the surface of the bracelet began to glow. When the glow covered the entire bracelet, the contract was completed. From now on, the bracelet could only be used by Angor alone unless it was destroyed by force. No one else could use their spirit feelers to check its interior. Angor put on the bracelet and injected a small amount of mana to activate the hidden effect of Infinite Reticence. The ancient bracelet slowly disappeared from his wrist at a speed visible to the naked eye until it became completely invisible. Now, his wrist was smooth and flawless. No matter how one looked at it with the naked eye or sensed it with their spiritual power, they couldn't detect it. However, if they touched it with their hands, they could still find something strange. This was the first time Angor used a space item. Although he looked like he was inspecting the item, he was actually having fun. He kept putting it in and taking it out. He had a lot of fun. When his vision suddenly turned dark, he finally realized that he had not rested for days. Only then did he put down his playful thoughts and yawned as he walked towards the small bed in the corner. Before falling asleep, he did not forget to put the hollow weed into his space bracelet. Hollow weed was a magical plant that did not require much effort. As long as it entered the void, it would become self-sufficient and slowly build its own nest. Once the nest was completed, Angor only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of its labor. Since he was in the underground lab, he did not know whether it was day or night. When he woke up, it was already noon of the next day. Angor yawned again and checked the hollow weed inside his bracelet. After one night, the 13 void floating algae had already formed a small green nest that was half a meter square in one corner of the space. The nest would not grow bigger in the future. But for now, Angor was quite satisfied. The only thing he needed to use the nest was the section Ephemera Greya gave him. He looked at the messy lab and cleaned it up a bit. When he was almost done, Angor went back to the lab. When he was done, he went to the materials section and put the precious materials into his bracelet. Then, he went to the bathroom to clean himself up. He went to bed covered in sweat last night. When he woke up, he smelled his own body like a piece of sour bread that had gone bad. While waiting for the water to run, Angor took off the alien eye hanging around his neck. The alien eye was very precious. It was the reason why John came to the wizarding world. Angor always carried it with him. Now that he had a space bracelet, he planned to store it inside. However, he was surprised to find that the alien eye could not be put inside the bracelet. Or rather, Angor felt that if he forcefully put the alien eye inside, the space inside the bracelet would collapse. Angor was puzzled for a while and decided to keep it with him. Since even Sunders did not see anything special about the alien eye, there should be no problem. He took a comfortable bath and changed into a pair of loose clothes before heading upstairs with a refreshed look. Toby? As soon as he reached the hall, he heard the melodious tune of City of Sky. Amidst the beautiful melody, there was also a shrill chirp. Angor walked closer and saw that Toby was singing along with the music. Angor did not want to interrupt Toby's singing. But for the sake of his ears, he still called out. Tweet tweet tweet. Toby saw Angor and happily fluttered his wings. As soon as he landed on Angor's shoulder, Toby began to complain. Basically, he was complaining about not having freedom in this place. Ever since Toby was injured, Angor had never let him go out alone. When he recovered, he had to come to the tributary again, which forced Toby to be grounded again. A bird's natural instinct was to be free. Not letting Toby go out would only restrict his nature. Angor felt guilty. He patted Toby's back and comforted him in a small voice. We'll go home soon. I've been busy lately, and I happen to have some free time today. How about we go meet that little friend of yours tonight? Toby immediately looked down when he mentioned little friend. His feathers drooped down, and his head drooped. Angor did not know how to comfort the bird. You're always interested in benefits. Just remember this when you make friends. Toby nodded and rubbed his head against Angor's palm. Pack up. Let's go. They left the tributary using the Iron Fortress again. Iron Granny saw Angor and greeted him warmly. When Angor was about to leave, Iron Granny frowned. Boy, I didn't see where you put your item. Did you put it in a space storage? Of course, Angor did not hear Iron Granny's mumbling. If he did, he would probably just chuckle without saying anything. After leaving the tributary, Angor quickly put on his wizard robe and injected mana into Infinite Reticence to activate alienation. Even Toby, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder, did not know what was going on. Did I see anything strange when I was doing the alchemy yesterday? Angor asked Toby in a small voice. Toby's eyes finally cleared up. He shook his head and tried to make some gestures. Other than the strong winds, there are no other signs? It was a luxurious hall. The long table was carved out of 10,000-year-old wood from fragrant graveyard, the floor was covered with a bearskin rug made from a white bear, and even the oil lamps hanging on the pillars were made from shark oil refined by mermaids. The hall was luxurious and splendid. The only flaw was the coldness. Thud, 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 suddenly, the sound of clear footsteps could be heard in the cold and cheerless hall. The figure stepped through the shadows and revealed herself under the light of the oil lamp on the first pillar. Through the oil lamp, the first thing people saw was a pair of fair, smooth legs and a pair of brown high-heeled boots with red stripes. When the light from the lamp illuminated the figure, they saw that it was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red robe. I was wondering who it was. So it was you. Why are you here? It was the woman sitting in front of the long table in the hall who spoke. Through the gauze curtain and the misty light, one could see a graceful female figure at the long table. She was stirring the liquid in the teacup with a spoon. Can't I come? The person who came lifted the thin muslin curtain and walked around the long table. He looked at the fireplace that was burning with a whirlpool of 100 wheels, and then smelled the frosted snow orchid on the low cupboard. Finally, as if venting his anger, he stomped on the white bare fur carpet under his feet. TSK, your place is really getting more and more luxurious. I say, you still haven't formed a body. Now that you're just a piece of white mist, why are you making it so luxurious? Lady Mirror? At this moment, the female figure at the long table could be seen clearly. She was one of the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern, the true form of the mirror world, Lady Mirror. Lady Mirror humphed. I like it. It's none of your business. I'm not. I just feel sorry for you. You can shape anything in the morning, but you're always showing up as smoke. The newcomer lifted his red robe and sat to the right of Lady Mirror. That great being has left this world for many years. With his ability, it would be easy for him to come back. Since he hasn't come back, it means that he doesn't have you in his heart. Lady Mirror glared at the newcomer. Where did you go to listen to gossip again? Is it because the new edition of Ancient Love Poems is out, and they are using me as the prototype of a bitter woman waiting for her husband? What great! I don't even know what you're talking about. Stop pretending. It's not Ancient Love Poem. It's Udi Temisa who told me that you and the great existence behind Candy House once had a relationship. Lady Mirror was confused. Udi Temisa? Who is this? Why is his name so strange? A new sorcerer from the Tree of Paradise. She inherited the title of Bird of Paradise from her mentor. She's the new goddess of the Southern Sorcerer magazine. After a pause, the person continued, she's also my new best friend. Her personality is very interesting. Tree of Heaven? Lady Mirror sneered, the wizard organizations under Fairytown are getting more and more daring. They even dare to gossip about that lord. Do they really think he won't return after leaving? Hong Lian, you don't need such a close friend. Being called by her nickname, the woman took Mirror Girl's hand and said, calling me Red Lotus is too distant. Why don't you call me by my name? Don't be rude, Lydia. Lady Mirror sounded like she was criticizing Lydia, but she was still smiling. Don't listen to those rumors. There's no chance between me and that man. He pursues truth, and I pursue immortality. We've been at odds for thousands of years. He never gave up, and I never gave up on my pursuit. We've never been together. Then why did she say it so confidently? Lydia clearly did not buy it. Besides, you can remodel. Are you waiting for him? I didn't remodel because I don't have a shape that I like. It has nothing to do with that lord. Lady Mirror scolded, Lydia, you're one of the core members of the wizarding world. Drop the thought of being a mortal woman. Don't be so narrow-minded all the time. Lydia rolled her eyes and grabbed the teapot from Lady Mirror. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Well, I think I understand now. I didn't expect Lady Mirror to understand so much. I came here to give you the token Mr. Sunders gave me. But I guess I'll pass. Lady Mirror's hand paused. Sunders? Lady Mirror suddenly grabbed Lydia's arm and showed an interested look. So Sunders is enlightened now? He gave you something? Lydia faked a cough. I ran into Mr. Sunders at Twilight Well. He missed me so much that he gave me a little toy to cheer me up. Really? Lady Mirror was doubtful. Did Sunders really like you? Then if I remodel, I'll have to look like you, a succubus, right? You said you didn't remodel because you don't have a shape you like, right? Lady Mirror shamelessly said, the shape I like is Sunders' ideal shape. There's no conflict. Lydia was speechless. Lady Mirror spread her hands. Come. Let's see what Sunders gave you. Lydia came to Lady Mirror for 2 reasons. 1, to visit her old friend. 2, to show off her Cloud 6. It would be best if it could be better than Police's pretty boy. Lady Mirror reached out a hand, pretended to decline, and took out the Cloud 6 from her space. This is the token Mr. Sunders gave me. You can call it a token of love, Lydia said. Mr. Sunders put a lot of thought into it. Lady Mirror, I'm telling you. Not only is the music beautiful, but it can also create illusions that are both real and illusory. Lady Mirror was stunned. She looked at the familiar shape and listened to Lydia praising it with all kinds of fancy words. Lady Mirror felt that the world was too kind to her. When Lydia arrived, Lady Mirror was going to show off her journey in the sky as well. But before she could find a chance, Lydia took out her journey in the sky first. She even used the token of love from Sunders as an excuse. It was embarrassing to see someone wearing the same outfit. However, if it was a showpiece, it would be awkward for whoever took it out first. Thank goodness Lydia took it out first. Otherwise, Lady Mirror would be the one embarrassed. It's called Cloud 6. Lydia was still praising the creature. It's called Cloud 6, Lady Mirror interrupted Lydia with a half-smile. You said it's called Cloud 6? Who named it? Lydia was surprised. Did Lady Mirror know about the Twilight auction? But Cloud 6 wasn't a particularly outstanding item. She shouldn't care about this one, right? Lydia thought for a moment. Well, I don't know. It was called that when I got it. Lady Mirror smiled mysteriously. Are you sure Sunders gave it to you? Lydia narrowed her eyes. She was sure that Lady Mirror knew about the music box. Did Lady Mirror really pay attention to every item in the auction? Lydia covered her mouth and giggled. Actually, I was just joking. I bought this music box from Twilight Auction, but I'm not lying. It's from Mr. Sunders. Take a look at this illusion. While waiting for Lydia to finish, Lady Mirror played an illusion of Sky City. When the floating island was shown, Lydia raised an eyebrow at Lady Mirror as if saying, see? I didn't lie, did I? Mr. Sunders is the source of the illusion. When Lydia was done, Lady Mirror smiled and slowly took out Journey in Sky. Journey in Sky and Cloud 6. Just like that, they bumped into each other awkwardly. Lydia looked at the identical music box and felt awkward. Lady Mirror chuckled and said, I actually got this music box half a month ago. The maker made it for me. Ugh. That kid is such a sly one. He said he made it to repay my kindness. I didn't think he'd sell it at an auction. Next time he makes a custom-made music box for me, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Lady Mirror emphasized the word custom-made, which made Lydia even more embarrassed. Sunders didn't make this music box? Of course not. But this illusion. I saw Sunders' shadow. That's because Sunders' student made it. Lady Mirror didn't intend to keep it a secret at all, so she immediately betrayed Angor. He told Lydia everything that had happened to him. Lydia stayed silent for a moment. So he's the one who made it? No wonder the illusion created during the auction was so miraculous. Lady Mirror noticed Lydia's silence. What? Are you embarrassed? Lydia rolled her eyes. You already knew. Don't make fun of me. Lady Mirror said earnestly, every setback is an experience for growth. Lydia grumbled. Fine. At least I know who made it. I don't need to interrogate that Moon Lily fairy anymore. But Sunders just gave a tiered alchemy item to a monster. Something's not right. Lady Mirror wasn't interested in how Lydia got Cloud 6. She was thinking about how to tell Lydia about the sensual and textured item she asked Angor to make. I have to say, the students Sunders took in this time are really good. A few days ago, he had created 2 alchemy omens in a row. Less than a year after entering the wizarding world, he had become an intermediate apprentice alchemist. You have also seen his level of illusion, it is very outstanding. He's even better than Sunders when he was young. Lady Mirror praised. But he's a little too gentle. Which doesn't match Sunders. Lydia sneered. Doesn't match? Lady Mirror, I think you don't know. He almost got killed by Twilight a few days ago, but Sunders saved him in the end. He's so sad about it, and you still don't match him? Mirror, really? It's true. I think Flora must have gone mad with jealousy. Then, should I make Angor's face? Lady Mirror whispered. Sure. Look at Angor's face. I think he'll look pretty in female form. Lydia raised both hands in support. Lydia and Lady Mirror chatted about the latest gossip for a while. Suddenly, Lydia frowned. Huh? One of my monster servants sent me an urgent message through a blood sacrifice? Lydia took out a piece of cowhide paper that had strange symbols written on it. The symbols couldn't be read with the naked eye. One had to use spirit power to sense the meaning of the symbols. This was one of the best ways to record information in the general plane. Lydia's name was written on one side of the contract, while Moa's name was written on the other side. Moa clan? A phantom servant for Midnight Sovereign? Good material for a monster servant, Lady Mirror muttered to herself. When the contract floated in the air, Lydia spoke to Lady Mirror. Can I borrow your fire? Without waiting for an answer, Lady Mirror took out a flame from a lamp hanging on a pillar and placed it under the contract. As the flame burned, the symbols on the contract suddenly came to life and moved around on the paper. A moment later, the symbols rearranged themselves into a new line of words. Lady Lotus, Midnight Sovereign has fallen into the hands of the ghost domain. The Moa clan is in grave danger. Please have mercy on us, Lady Lotus. Angor's journey from Tree Spirit Garden to Apprentice Town did not attract anyone's attention while hiding his presence. But when he arrived at his house, he noticed that there were even more people around his house. Hiding his presence did not mean he could completely avoid being noticed. Although he could rely on a high output of magic power to make himself completely invisible. However, opening and closing the door would attract attention, which might expose the fact that he had an invisibility item. There weren't many cantrips that had the effect of invisibility, and most of them only fooled the naked eye. For example, level 0 cantrip, light distortion. Something like infinite reticence, which could deceive the senses of others and even spirit detection, was impossible for a wizard like Angor to do. The only possibility was an alchemy item. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go in openly. But before that, he first went to a small yard several hundred meters away. There was an open-air training ground in the courtyard. The tools that bloodline adepts used to train their bodies were everywhere. Under the bright sunlight, Nausicaa held her knight sword in her left hand and did all kinds of exercises. Mana was boiling inside her body, which caused strong mana ripples to appear in the air. Angor stood at the entrance of the yard and watched for a long time. Nausicaa glanced at him several times, but she did not notice him because his presence was weakened. When Nausicaa was resting, Angor knocked on the door. Someone knocked on the door, and Angor's weak presence began to ripple. Nausicaa looked at the door because of the knock. Maybe it was the difference between the weak presence she had before, but now she noticed Angor's presence. She noticed him right away. Nausicaa walked to the door and opened it. Hey, when did you get here? I've been in the yard. Why didn't I see you? Angor chuckled. Too many people have been looking for me lately. Just a little trick to weaken my presence. There were thousands of wizardry spells in the world. Nausicaa thought it was something she didn't know. Ever since you left last week, the number of apprentices has decreased a bit. But the mortals sent to spy on us increased a lot. Nausicaa invited Angor into the house. This was the first time he visited Nausicaa's place. As Angor thought, Nausicaa's pursuit of immortality had almost no requirements for quality of life. Other than the furniture that was already there, the place was empty. Angor asked Toby to go play by himself. I've finished my work recently. I'm here to discuss the design of artificial limbs with you. Nausicaa put away her relaxed expression and began to talk seriously. Starting from Nausicaa's current condition, he recorded her wounds, the range of her electromyography, her mana sensitivity, the capacity of her meridians, and even her spirit power, brainwaves, and voice frequency. These were all extremely private information. It was important to note that there were many curses in the various branches of sorcerers. They could use blood, hair, nails, and skin to curse people, and even cause death. Some of the information Angor found contained even more serious consequences. Wizards could use thousands of ways to turn Nausicaa into ashes if they wanted. However, Nausicaa trusted Angor and answered almost all of his questions. She did not ask Angor about the meaning of the information, such as brainwaves and voice frequency. She had no idea what these had to do with artificial limbs. Still, she would answer every question Angor asked in detail. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the girl's trust. This was because there were many things that were very troublesome for him to explain, especially to outsiders. Nausicaa's cooperative attitude made him feel very comfortable and touched. Angor read the information carefully and tore off the paper in front of Nausicaa. Don't worry. I've got it all in my head. I won't leak it unless someone cracks my head open. Nausicaa chuckled. I trust you. After recording the data, he had completed half of his mission. Next was the unimportant part. Of course, for most women, this part was more important. Exterior design. Angor wrote down the amount of space he might need and handed the pen to Nausicaa so that she could design something she wanted within the scope of the existing space. You really want me to design it? Nausicaa looked at Angor in disbelief. My design can be used? Angor circled the space he calculated using the formula. Keep these. You can do whatever you want with the rest. You're the one who wants to use it, so it's best if you like it. It's pointless if it can't be used. Don't worry about that. I'll modify it so that it suits you as best as I can. Nausicaa considered and blew out smoke rings. Fine. I'm famous for my drawing skills in Blackberry waters. I'm also the one who designed the pirate flag. Let's invite a master alchemist to examine it. Nausicaa put down the pipe and took out a black band from her chest armor. She lifted her long hair and tied it into a ponytail. After making sure her hair would not affect her drawing, she began to draw her ideal right hand on the white paper. While Nausicaa was drawing, Angor went through the data of her body and came up with possible structures in his mind. A moment later, Nausicaa put down the pen. Done. Angor took the paper with a smile. Then his smile froze on his face. What were those black lines on the paper? That long body, coupled with the hook at the end of the tail, looked like a paramecium no matter how one looked at it. This is the symbol of Blackberry. I designed it to remind myself not to forget the past, Nausicaa explained while Angor studied the paper. Angor was speechless. A blackberry? Not a coil? This is the symbol of Brute Cavern. It represents the present. Brute Cavern's symbol was a burning flame, and this straight line could be used as a ruler. Fire? Angor was speechless. Are you kidding me? The hook can be used as both a melee weapon and a hidden weapon. It represents the future. Nausicaa nodded. That's right. The past, the present, and the future. Angor murmured, good idea. But, are you sure you're famous at Blackberry waters? Or are all people in Blackberry waters handicapped? Yeah. I remember my men called me the soul painter. I'm not interested in drawing, but I think it's a good title. Not bad. Not bad. But I think your aesthetic sense needs to be rewritten. You're saying I'm not good at drawing? Nausicaa frowned. Aren't you a great pirate who ruled over an entire area? You must have seen a lot of famous paintings. I remember you were right about the ones in my room last time. That's normal art. Mine is abstract. Angor did not want to argue. He took the pen from the soul painter. I know your design philosophy. Leave the past, present, and future to me. I don't understand your abstract work. Nausicaa lit her pipe and took a puff. Fine. I'll trust you. It was rare for them to get together, so they called Xylem and went to the Barterfly bar in the underground market to have some fun. At night, Angor struggled through the crowd and returned to his home. Since Nausicaa was not in a hurry, Angor decided to tidy up his room first. He would put anything valuable or frequently used into his bracelet so that he would not lose them. There were a lot of people in the area. The yard had a certain level of protection, but it was not impossible for someone to break in. Angor decided to do this just in case. When everything was done, including the collection in the soundproof room, Angor and Toby left the yard. Angor was surrounded by a group of people at the gate. Most of them were ordinary people, so he couldn't really do anything to them. We won't accept any alchemy items for now. Please leave. With that, Angor released a melodious illusion. It was not a large-scale illusion, but a very basic one used to conceal oneself. Angor's sudden disappearance only caught the attention of mortals. But for apprentices, they quickly saw through the simple illusion. However, by the time they saw through the illusion nodes, Angor had already used alienation and left the crowd. Not Apprentice Town 8, but Apprentice Town number 1? Angor asked Toby to lead the way. They soon found themselves at the other end of the cave field, Apprentice Town number 1. Your friend is in Apprentice Town number 1? Angor remembered that most of the apprentices in Apprentice Town number 1 were several years older than them. In other words, they were at least 10 years older than them. Toby shook his head. He did not go to Apprentice Town number 1. Instead, he walked toward the forest outside the town. The forest was connected to a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. There were only beasts in the area. He lives in the mountain? Angor asked. Toby nodded, then shook his head again. Tweet 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 tweet. Angor widened his eyes in disbelief. You mean your friend isn't a human? What's that? A beast? A bird? Wait. Something that can weave garlands and green leaves means it's intelligent. So, a monster? Toby shook his head again and gestured. Angor did not understand what Toby was talking about. What kind of flower was it? It smelled good, and it could fly. Was it a flower spirit? Angor did not care. He would figure it out when he met Toby. However, not long after he entered the mountain, he felt the alienation effect on his body vibrating. Someone noticed me? Angor frowned. Did he do something that attracted their attention? Or did someone use a prophecy spell to locate him? Did someone use a prophecy spell to locate him for alchemy purposes? If that was the case, then it was too extravagant. Prophecy spells were generally known as the most powerful spells in the world. Besides, prophecies rarely revealed the true nature of an event, which could easily lead to a backlash from the world's consciousness. For example, to predict someone's location, it was usually to predict something insignificant, and then to infer that person's location through the stars, the weather, and even the movement of stones. That was why prophecies were all mysterious, and their logical thinking was jumping around. Angor felt the alienation effect on his body fluctuating violently. Someone was looking at him directly in some way. If someone used a prophecy spell, they would be able to locate him directly instead of trying to guess his location. Wasn't the world's consciousness going to retaliate? Angor summoned Toby, who was running around the forest happily, and placed the poster into Toby's snowy feather. With a serious look, he told the bird to hide somewhere. If someone was asking him for alchemy, he wouldn't mind. But if someone wanted to harm him, Toby had to run to Phantom Island and ask Angor's teacher to save him. While Angor was trying to lure Toby into hiding, a clear voice reached his ears. Am I that scary? Why are you so cautious? As his voice fell, a half-naked man appeared in front of him. Angor was surprised to see him. Huh? Mr. Tree Spirit? 1 hour ago, in Lady Mirror's residence. Lydia received Tepiku Moa's message, which was signed at the cost of a blood sacrifice. When she saw the characters written on the cowhide contract, Ghost Hunter? It wasn't Lydia who spoke. It was Lady Mirror who spoke. Lydia had signed a contract with the Moa clan, but she was not from Darkaville Empire. She was not even from Parmajai Highlands. She came from a wizard family millions of miles away. This family was more like a small wizard organization that was self-sufficient. Thanks to their ancestors, Lydia's family was extremely wealthy. Lydia didn't care whether Midnight Sovereign became Ghost's domain or not. However, Midnight Sovereign was located within Brood Cavern's territory, and Twilight Well, which was located on the other side of Midnight Sovereign, was controlled by Brood Cavern. What about Twilight Well? What about Midnight Sovereign? Lady Mirror asked worriedly. Lydia looked gloomy as well. As Lady Mirror expected, Midnight Sovereign was now a ghost town, but she didn't care. But Mirror Lady didn't know that she had signed a contract with the Moyas in exchange for her protection of the Moyas. If the Moya were to be exterminated, she would definitely suffer a strong backlash from the contract. As long as Twilight Well is still Midnight Sovereign's mirror, the city won't become a ghost realm. If Tepiku is telling the truth, then something must have happened to them, Lydia said. My energy is all maintained in the mirror world. I'll go find the tree spirit. It's overflowing with energy, so it should be able to sense what's happening in Midnight Sovereign, Lady Mirror said. With that, Lady Mirror was about to leave. Lydia stopped him. Wait. I can get in touch with Tepiku. You can contact them directly? Lady Mirror frowned. It would be fine if the person was a wizard, but he was just a mortal. It would be difficult for Lydia to contact him from a long distance. When I signed the contract with the Moya, I left an alchemy puppet there. The puppet contains my essence blood, so I can contact it. But I'm too weak right now. I need your help, Lady Mirror. No problem. Just do it. Lady Mirror's energy was used to maintain the mirror world, but it didn't mean she didn't have any energy. Her current energy threshold was almost as strong as Sunder's. Lydia did as she was told. She activated her bloodline and resonated with the essence blood. I got it. Several seconds later, Lydia's forehead was covered in sweat. Help me, Lady Mirror. I'll show you the image. As Lady Mirror poured her energy into the mirror, a blurry image appeared in front of him. Thousands of kilometers away from Midnight Sovereign, a cruel ritual was being carried out in an enclosed underground space. An old man wearing strange clothes of all kinds of colors, like a circus clown. He was tied to the altar, mumbling nonsense. Sometimes he would cry, and sometimes he would laugh. He looked like a child, but his eyes were filled with the madness of a mental patient. Father, do we really have to do this? Steward Hori has been working for us for 60 years. I can't bear to see him sacrificed. The young man's eyes were red. Domino, you think I want to see Hori die? He's been with me longer than you. The outside world has become like this. We escaped into the underground cavern, and Hori is the only mutated one. We have to sacrifice him. Do you want me to kill someone who isn't mutated? Or should we go outside and find a new one? Who knows if he'll be infected in the outside world? We only have one choice. If we want to save ourselves, we have to sacrifice Hori. It was a middle-aged phantom servant who spoke. If Ananda was here, she would recognize him right away. It was Duke Tepiku, the most powerful man in Midnight Sovereign. The young man who was talking to him was Domino, Hobbiton's brother. Domino understood the situation and nodded. Hobbiton is missing. I don't know if Lord Red Lotus will save us. This is our only way out. We have to try. Tepiku thought of his youngest son and sighed. Now was not the time to be sentimental. Tepiku turned to the guard. Let him bleed. The guard went up to the altar and slashed his saber horizontally. The artery on Horue's thigh was directly cut open. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. The guard's face was also red. Seeing this, Tepiku asked another guard to bring the bloodied guard to the observation room. They still didn't know the cause of the mutation. The fluid might have spread, so they had to be careful. As Hori's blood gushed out, the altar on the altar slowly flowed with blood. The blood flowed along the ditch to the bottom of the altar. In the end, the blood was used as a pen and the ditch as a bundle to form a strange pattern. In the center of the pattern was a leather contract floating in the air. Hori had lost most of his blood, but he still didn't feel anything. He laughed and cried in a strange way. Everything was strange. The whole process was silent. Watching Hori's face getting paler and paler, Domino and Tepiku shed tears. When the leather contract glowed brightly, Tepiku knelt on the ground and cried in a sad voice. Lord Red Lotus, Midnight Sovereign is now a ghost town. The Moyas are in danger. Please have mercy, Lord Red Lotus. Time passed. The light from the leather contract dimmed. However, Tepiku still knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Domino was filled with sorrow. He knelt on the ground like his father and prayed for the sorcerer's mercy. A long time later, a creaking sound came from deep inside the sealed room. Tepiku and his son raised their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Lydia was the one who set up the room. They didn't come here often, so they didn't know what was inside. When they saw a legless, big-headed puppet floating in the air, they didn't know what to expect. When they heard a familiar female voice from the purple-gray puppet, they were pleasantly surprised to see that Lady Red Lotus was here. The image was blurry, but Lady Mirror was able to decipher some information. They're from the Moyas? They're kind enough to kidnap a lunatic for a blood sacrifice. Hori was on the verge of death, but he wasn't really dead yet. His eyes were still filled with madness. Lydia had been to Duke Tepiku's mansion before, so she recognized the sacrifice right away. He's not a lunatic. I remember him as the steward of the mansion. Judging from his appearance, he should be an old man. How did he end up like this? Lydia didn't pay much attention to the sacrifice. He was going to die anyway, so there was no point in thinking about it. Using Mirror's energy, Lydia controlled the puppet to approach Tepiku and Tepiku. Cut the crap. Tell us what happened in Midnight Sovereign, Lydia said to Tepiku and Tepiku. Both Lydia and Lady Mirror frowned as they listened to Tepiku's story. When he was done, Lady Mirror spoke in a low voice, asked them if any wizard came out of Twilight Well. Twilight Well was just a legend to most of the citizens of Midnight Sovereign, but Tepiku knew about it. He even knew where the entrance to Twilight Well was, even though he had never entered it before. Did any wizard come out of Twilight Well to solve the problem? Lydia asked. Tepiku shook his head. No. I've sent people to watch the entrance, but no wizard came out. Lydia whispered to Lady Mirror, something's wrong. If it's just a new infectious agent, Twilight Well wouldn't just stand by and watch. Unless, by the way, Lady Lotus, there's one more thing. Tepiku said to the magic puppet, before I escaped into the underground cavern, I saw a sorceress flying in the air on a broom. She was just like Steward Hori. She wore strange clothes and was so crazy that she couldn't speak. Hearing this, the two women's faces darkened. This is bad. Using a vehicle to fly might only be an apprentice, but this pathogen can infect supernatural beings. We must quarantine Midnight Sovereign immediately. There were many pathogens that could infect supernaturals, but it was so easy to infect them in such a short period of time that they couldn't even get the message out. That was the worst part. Moreover, they did not overlook one thing: no one had ever left Twilight Well. Didn't this mean that even Twilight's people were in trouble? I left Twilight Well half a month ago. First, I went to Abyss Plain, then I came to Brute Cavern without stopping. Lydia continued, according to Tepiku, something happened to Midnight Sovereign 3 days ago. But I don't understand why no one told us about it. When I left half a month ago, there were no problems with Twilight, and I didn't discover any omens. Lady Mirror murmured, or maybe Twilight Well was the source of all this, and it only spread to Midnight Sovereign after Twilight Well had fallen? That's possible. There are 3 major clans behind Twilight Well, and there are about 20 wizards on the surface. But Brute Cavern hasn't heard about it yet. Something must be wrong. Lydia took a deep breath. It's not a small matter if the unknown source can infect wizards. Don't forget Devil Dare. He's a wizard on the path of truth. If he didn't tell us anything, it's serious, Mirror added. Let's go to Tree Spirit and ask him to contact Devil Dare. We need to know what happened to Twilight Well. Lydia nodded. Don't cut off the communication with Midnight Sovereign. I'll send Puppet to check the outside world later. Don't worry. I'll take care of it for you. With that, they flew toward the hall where Tree Spirit was. Lydia suddenly frowned. It's here. What's here? Lydia hesitated and sent the image of Tepiku's situation to Mirror. Hori was lying on the altar with his eyes closed. His face was pale, and he was no longer breathing. However, not long after he died, a beam of light flew out of his mouth and sank into another guard's body at a speed that was too fast to be seen by the naked eye. The next moment, the guard's expression became strange. His neck was bent to his left shoulder, and his limbs were twisted to the limit of a mortal's body. He began to sing and jump around the room in a strange posture. He even drew his longsword and began to hack everywhere. Tepiku was caught off guard and got his arm cut. Blood gushed out. Father! Domino helped Tepiku to the side and looked at his infected guard in shock. Lula! How could this be? How could you be infected? You clearly didn't come into contact with Horue, and the one who was sprayed with blood wasn't you. Losing Butler Horue had already made him sad, but seeing that Lula, who he had played with since he was young, had also mutated, and even his father had been injured, he could no longer control his emotions. His whole body trembled, and tears kept flowing down. Lady Mirror looked at the image and muttered, "It seems that we were wrong." Lydia sighed. You're right. The mortals didn't notice the light. They thought it was some sort of infectious disease. But in reality, it's not contagious. It's very likely to be parasitic. Lydia controlled the puppet to float in front of the mutated guard. At the same time, Lydia put her hands together and made several strange gestures. Nana put her hands together and mimicked Lydia's gesture. When he finished his hand gesture, an unparalleled flame descended from the sky, surrounding Lula and burning him. No. Lula. Domino rushed to the flame. Lydia frowned. Get out of here. Take Tepiku and leave. Domino wanted to say something, but Tepiku walked to his eldest son with his hand on his wound and dragged him out of the room. Before he could leave, a beam of light came out of Lula's burnt body and entered Tepiku's body at a speed that even Lydia's puppet could not stop. Tepiku mutated under everyone's watchful eyes and Lydia's attack. Lydia was not happy about it either. She knew it was a parasite, but she forgot to let them leave first. She was at least partly responsible for Tepiku's condition. After Tepiku's mutation, Domino was the saddest. His eyes were dull as he watched his father sing and dance. He even stepped on Lula's charred corpse and did a ballet spin. His limbs were twisted and he did not look human. Why? I've already escaped to the underground cavern, and I've already called for the Lord Sorcerer. Why did I still mutate? Domino knelt on the ground, tears dripping onto the ground, merging with the mottled blood. Lydia controlled Nana to fly to Tepiku while Domino was still grieving. Domino heard his father scream and looked up. The big-headed puppet was holding Tepiku in the air and was about to drop him. Domino ran to the puppet and knelt down. Lady Lotus, please don't. Please don't. Even if my father has mutated, I can't just watch him die. I beg you, please let my father go, okay? If any mortal dared to stop her or speak to her in such a manner, Lydia wouldn't have held back. But Lydia was responsible for Tepiku's mutation, and Domino was the one who had signed a contract with her. I won't kill him. She didn't get angry at Domino, who was eager to protect his father. I won't kill him. With that, Lydia used a low-level cantrip called Bind. A rope appeared out of nowhere and tied Tepiku up tightly. She then threw Tepiku in front of Domino. I've stopped the bleeding. Take good care of him. It's not contagious. It's probably some kind of monster parasite. There's still a chance he can recover. Lydia's face darkened. Compared to Lady Mirror, she was even more panicked. Since we know it's a parasite, we just need to find the right cure. Lydia knew what Lady Mirror was trying to say. It was nothing more than expel or banish filth to drive the parasite away from the body. However, almost every wizard knew how to use such a spell. If it worked, why couldn't the wizards in Twilight Well spread the news? Both of them had a very bad feeling about this. When they arrived at Tree Spirit's palace, Lydia saw two masked phantom servants in black robes. An adult and a child stood beside Tree Spirit. Lydia sensed something familiar about the smaller one. When she tried to check, she noticed that they were wearing a button with the emblem of Sunder's family emblem. They were Sunder's servants. She would offend Sunders if she tried to spy on them. It was not worth it. Lydia gave up and looked at Tree Spirit. Lady Mirror had already walked to Tree Spirit and told him what happened in Midnight Sovereign. 3 days ago, something strange happened in Midnight Sovereign. A thick fog suddenly appeared and covered the entire city. Night Sovereign, which covered an area of 10,000 square kilometers, became a ghost town in this fog. In the fog-shrouded territory, a terrifying wave began to surge. This undercurrent originated from an unknown infectious disease. Those who were infected would lose their minds. They would wear colorful clothes, sing, and dance. In the thick fog, the eerie songs and strange behaviors made the place look like a ghost town. More and more people were getting infected, almost multiplying. But where was the source of the disease? How did it happen? They had no idea. In just 3 days, more than 99% of Midnight Sovereign's population had been infected. After Lady Mirror finished explaining, Lydia stepped forward and asked Lady Mirror to send the image of Big Head's puppet to them. As soon as the image was transmitted, the short shadow servant beside Tree Spirit knelt on the ground with a thud. Father! Father? The short shadow servant's cries came from under the mask. Father? Everyone looked at the image and saw Tepiku's crazy appearance. Who are you? Lydia looked back at the man in confusion. Lady Lotus. He's my descendant. It was the tall servant who spoke. Lydia immediately recognized him as Sunder's personal butler, Good Moxa. Your descendant? Why do I feel like he's not a Moxa? He's a Moa. Lydia sneered and tore off the servant's robe, revealing Hobbiton's childish face. So it's you, Hobbiton. Lydia sneered. Let me ask you something. Why are you here in Brute Cavern instead of waiting for me in Midnight Sovereign? Hobbiton was still grieving over his father's mutation. Hearing Lydia's words, he suddenly remembered that Good called this woman Lady Lotus. He left Midnight Sovereign to look for Good because of Lydia. Now that Lady Lotus was in Brute Cavern, what should he do? Good taught Hobbiton a lot of common knowledge about wizardry in the past half a month. He knew that Good was not strong enough to fight against Lydia, even though Sunders trusted him. Lydia briefly explained her relationship with Hobbiton. I don't have time for you now. I'll talk to you when I'm done with my business in Midnight Sovereign. With that, Lydia ignored Hobbiton and continued talking about Midnight Sovereign. Mr. Tree Spirit, based on Topiku's condition, I think it's not an infection. It's a parasite. I don't know much about parasites, so I don't know what kind of parasite it is. However, it's a parasite that can infect a supernatural, and maybe even Twilight Well. We have to pay attention to it. Lydia spoke casually to Mirror Lady since they were best friends. However, Tree Spirit was a powerful ancestor soul who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Lydia did not dare to offend him. But I used my transmitter to record that light. If we can ask the Elder of Books, maybe. Before Lydia could finish, Mirror shook her head. Tree Spirit sighed. The Elder of Books isn't going to answer. As long as it doesn't affect him, he won't say a word even if the sky falls down. It's impossible for us to ask him. Lydia knew what the Elder of Books was like, so she had to give up. It's not wise to ask the Elder of Books for help before we know what's going on. Love. Lady Mirror tried to calm Lydia down. No news is still a good news. At least, it means the parasites haven't gone out of control yet. The most important thing now is to contact the Wizards of Twilight Well and find out what's going on there. Lady Mirror spoke to Tree Spirit, I don't have enough energy. Mr. Tree Spirit, please contact the Wizards of Twilight Well and see what's going on there. Tree Spirit didn't look as serious as before. Don't worry, Sunders is in Twilight Well. It won't be too bad. Mr. Sunders is in Twilight Well? Lydia was surprised. Then why didn't Twilight Well send us any news? With Mr. Sunders here, Midnight Sovereign won't be in such a mess. Tree Spirit waved a hand and pointed at Good. What do you mean no news? Butler Good came here to deliver Sunders' message. Good bowed to Lady Mirror and Lydia in a neutral manner. Yes. Mr. Sunders sent us a message from Twilight Well not long ago. Lydia quickly asked, what did Mr. Sunders say? What's going on in Twilight Well? Good looked a little embarrassed. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. When Lydia was about to lose her patience, Tree Spirit spoke up. Sunders didn't say anything. He only told Good to find Angor. What do you want from Angor? You're still thinking about your kid? Lydia rolled her eyes when she heard Sunders' request. Meanwhile, Lady Mirror was holding her chin and considering whether she should create a female version of Angor. I don't know. I went to Mr. Pat's address, but I didn't see him. That's why I'm here to ask for your help, Mr. Tree Spirit, Good spoke politely. I know. Tree Spirit raised his hand and made an expression of I know. I heard Angor caused a lot of trouble in Twilight Well's auction and killed several people. Twilight Well wants Angor to pay 100,000 magic crystals tomorrow. Tree Spirit revealed a bright smile. That's why Sunders sent a message. He must want Angor to deliver the money. Angor didn't kill those guards. Those Twilight Well people asked for it. Lydia was there to witness the whole process. Mr. Sunders is the one who set the deadline. But I don't think so. 100,000 crystals isn't worth it. She wasn't a nanny, so why would she remind him on time? Does he not know the time limit? Lydia asked. Tree Spirit didn't deny it. I'll contact Sunders later and find out for sure. But before that, let's bring him here first. Lady Mirror volunteered, I'm in charge of the mirror world. I'm here to find him. With that, Lady Mirror closed her eyes and began searching for Angor. In Lady Mirror's vision, she could see the entire world at a glance. With her analysis and image processing abilities in the mirror world, the entire world was just a slightly larger sand table. In this sandbox, countless magi were nothing more than human heads with different appearances. She was able to find the target she wanted with her superb mental calculation ability. This wasn't a spell. It was a talent of the spirit of the mirror world. While everyone was waiting, Lady Mirror's forehead was dripping with sweat. Where did this kid go? Why can't I see him? Lady Mirror frowned. Is he in the mirror world? She recalled that Angor had been using the tributary for a while now, so she quickly looked at it again. Inside a mountain range to the southeast of the tributary, Big Guy Iron Fortress was stretching its legs and moving up and down as if it was doing exercises. However, no matter how the fortress moved, the three-story house on it did not feel uncomfortable at all. On the balcony of the third floor of the Iron Fortress, Iron Granny was enjoying the breeze and the clouds. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at the boundless horizon. Huh? Mirror Lady is observing the sky again? She murmured. She didn't do it for a long time after she was beaten up by Sunders when he was taking a bath. Strange. Iron Granny closed her eyes and continued enjoying her peaceful life. A moment later, Lady Mirror almost flipped the table in anger. No. Angor isn't in the mirror world. He's not here? Good was surprised. But when I went to his place, I heard from someone that he left only half an hour ago. Even if he wanted to leave the mirror world, he would have to use the teleportation portal in the Tree Spirit Palace to get out. But he didn't see Angor at all since he was in the Tree Spirit Palace. Lady Mirror was even angrier at Good's question. Was he questioning her ability? Tree Spirit quickly walked to Mirror Lady and tried to comfort her. Your heaven sight can only see the outside. You won't be able to see anything if Angor uses a spell to cover himself like Sunders did last time. Like Sunders? What do you mean? Lydia caught the key point and asked curiously. Go away. It's none of your business. Lady Mirror pushed Lydia away and turned to Tree Spirit. Thank you. I've lent all my energy to Red Lotus, so I don't have much left. Lady Mirror's body was covered in white mist, which was now much thinner than before. Don't worry. Tree Spirit began to search for Angor. Huh? He's gone. Lady Mirror shrugged. I knew it. Angor, that brat, would learn this from Sunders instead of anything else. I'm so pissed off. Tree Spirit also recalled Sunders' visit 20 years ago and couldn't help but chuckle at Lady Mirror's tough attitude. Tree Spirit considered. No need. I'll use a bone card to locate him. Every member of Brute Cavern was given a bone card. The card was given by Tree Spirit, which contained a trace of vein fluid secreted by the Tree of Eternity. Tree Spirit could use the card to locate each member. This time, with the help of the bone card, Angor's alienation effect was completely removed. Tree Spirit saw Angor's location as well, which was in the woods outside Apprentice Town No. 1. Found him. The little guy's presence is weak, so he must be using some kind of item to weaken his presence. No wonder you couldn't find him. It's quite an interesting item. Next time, I'll ask him to refine one for me too. Otherwise, I'll be too dazzling and cause screams wherever I go. Lady Mirror thought to herself, the others are screaming because they think you're a perverted exhibitionist. Tree Spirit flashed to Angor's side. Am I so scary that you need to be on guard against me? Before he could finish his words, a clear voice reached his ears. You're right. You're right. You're right. Toby nodded. Mr. Tree Spirit? Tree Spirit walked to him with a smile. Let me see what kind of item you have. Even Lady Mirror's Skysight couldn't find you. Looking at that smiling face, Angor suddenly had a bad feeling. Unable to resist, Angor was lifted into the air by Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit searched Angor's body from head to toe and finally found an invisible bracelet on Angor's wrist. Huh? A hidden bracelet? Let me see. Tree Spirit closed his eyes and covered the bracelet with a gentle energy. Space ripple? A space bracelet? But the ripple isn't big. It's not a mid-tier space yet. The strongest ripple seems to be an obscure rune. No, it's a magic array. Tree Spirit looked at Angor in surprise. An enchantment item with compound effects? And a magic array at that? You're really good at hiding it, kid. Angor kicked his legs in the air. He knew it was childish, but being tied up in the air by Tree Spirit's strange ability was even more embarrassing. Tree Spirit patted the dirt off his chest carelessly and put Angor down. "You're such a naive kid. What will you do when you grow up? Such a cute kid. I'm afraid he'll lead you astray." When he landed on the ground, he also felt that he was being too rude, especially in front of one of the three ancestor souls. But when he recalled how he was lifted into the air and touched by the ancestor souls without any resistance, he felt extremely ashamed. Angor held back his anger and did not say anything. He did not apologize either. Tree Spirit thought Angor was just a child throwing a tantrum. After all, Angor was still an immature child in other people's eyes. Especially when Tree Spirit's age was recorded in tens of thousands, Angor was no different from a baby. "It's just a mid-tier item. Don't try to hide it." Tree Spirit did not take off his bracelet, nor did he destroy it. He was just curious about the weakening effect of the magic circle. "Tell me, what is this magic circle? It's quite effective. Can you draw one for me next time?" asked Tree Spirit. Angor panted heavily. "Infinite reticence." "What?" "I said it's called infinite reticence." "Oh, I don't know much about magic arrays." "It's useless." Angor was speechless. "Then why are you asking me?" Originally, his image of Sir Tree Spirit in his mind was a bit erratic, but it was still steady and steady. But at this moment, his image began to collapse completely. "Enough about that. I have something important to talk to you about." Tree Spirit led Angor to the Tree Spirit Palace. "Sunders has a message for you." "The professor wants to talk to me? Is he back?" "She's not back yet. Red Lotus said something happened to Twilight Well." Tree Spirit grabbed Angor and flew away. Angor quickly asked Toby to return to his pocket. It seemed he would have to wait until next time to meet Toby's inhuman friend. "Is Lady Lotus in the Tree Spirit Palace too?" Angor whispered to Tree Spirit. At the same time, Toby came out of Angor's pocket and gave Angor an anxious look. Angor sighed and shook his head at Toby. Toby lowered his head and returned to Angor's pocket in a gloomy mood. Angor did not hide the fact that Lydia bought the eyeless man from Toby. Angor promised Toby that he would go to Lydia and buy the eyeless man back when he had enough money. However, Toby had to be at least as powerful as Lydia, or at least as powerful as her. Otherwise, why would someone sell a potential gourmet wizard to Angor? Angor explained to Toby that the bird was not stupid despite its naivety. After Angor's persuasion, Toby accepted the fact. Also, Toby hoped that Greya was still alive. When Greya came back as a Truthfinder wizard, anyone who bullied Barbie's restaurant would regret their decision. "Lady Lotus, Lady Mirror." Angor was surprised to see both Lydia and Lady Mirror here. Lydia responded with a squeak. "Did you finish my illusion, Angor?" Lady Mirror looked at Angor up and down with a grin. Custom illusion. Theme, sensuality and sensuality. Angor already knew what Lady Mirror wanted from the enchanting theater, but he didn't have much of an idea yet. He shook his head apologetically. Lady Mirror didn't press him. "Don't worry. As long as I'm satisfied with your work, I'll accept it even if it takes you 8 or 10 years. But if I'm not satisfied with your work, then..." Haha. Lydia nudged Lady Mirror a little. "Custom illusion? What's that?" Mirror had been planning to show off in front of Lydia, but she hadn't found a topic to talk about. Now that Lydia was the one who asked, Mirror decided to choose her words carefully and use a casual tone to tell Lydia the truth. Before Lady Mirror could say anything, Tree Spirit spoke up. "Everyone's here. You're all concerned about Twilight Well, right? I'll contact Sunders now and let him tell you." Hearing Tree Spirit's words, Mirror no longer wanted to show off. Twilight's matters were more important than her petty thoughts. Tree Spirit took out a glowing maple leaf and closed his eyes to contact Sunders, who was thousands of kilometers away. Angor walked to Good and asked for the reason. Good was comforting Hobbiton when he saw Angor approaching. "Sir sent me a message, asking Mr. Pad to go to Twilight Well immediately. I went to Mr. Pad's house and couldn't find him, so I came here to ask for Mr. Tree Spirit's help." Professor asked him to go to Twilight Well? Could it be that they were trying to force him to pay the debt of 100,000 magic crystals? That was Angor's first thought. Good paused and said, Lady Lotus came and said something bad happened to Midnight Sovereign. Many people have mutated. Even Hobbiton's father, Angor, was still trying to digest the information he just heard. What Good just told him was even more shocking. Something bad happened to Midnight Sovereign? Ghost? Mutated? What did this have to do with Sunder's order to get to Twilight Well? Good shook his head. I don't know. There shouldn't be any connection, right? Tree Spirit suddenly spoke up. Strange. The energy cost increased by 3 times. Something terrible must have happened to Twilight Well. Tree Spirit turned to the others. I did. But, it doesn't look good for Sunders. Professor, you're hurt? Angor wondered. Looking at the burning gazes of the crowd, Tree Spirit shook his head and said, he's fine, but, sigh, you can see for yourselves. Then, Tree Spirit played the real-time image. Inside a dark secret room that looked like a meeting room, Sunders was sitting on one side with a serious expression. Devildare was sitting across from him. They were both thinking about something. Behind them lay a group of people. Upon closer inspection, they were all magi from the 3 major families of the Twilight clan. They're all unconscious, but they're all wearing colorful clothes like clowns. They look exactly like the mutated people in Midnight Sovereign, Lydia said. Lydia put on a serious face. Just as we expected. Even wizards can't stop the parasites. Mr. Tree Spirit. It was Devildare who spoke. His face was pale and tired. Even his voice sounded hoarse. When Tree Spirit synchronized the image of Twilight, he also synchronized the image of Tree Spirit's palace to the other side. Devildare looked away from Tree Spirit and glanced at Angor, who was standing beside Good with a complicated expression. What happened, Devildare? Tree Spirit asked. The wizards behind you were infected too? Lydia spoke at the same time. Infected? You know? Devildare sighed. Kind of. Thank goodness for Mr. Sunders. Without him, our 3 families would have been wiped out. As for the details, I don't know. I'll let Mr. Sunders tell you. As Devildare spoke, Sunders also looked at the image in the air. He skipped Tree Spirit, Lady Mirror, and Lydia and looked at Angor, who was the most inconspicuous person in Tree Spirit's palace. Sunders looked at Angor with a hint of helplessness and praise. Angor, you see the situation here, right? What do you think? It sounded like Sunders was talking to Angor in a lecturing tone, and he was talking about something completely unrelated. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Angor was trying to do. Angor was the only one who had a strange look on his face. Since Sunders was using such a tone, Angor had a very bad feeling about it. Could it be that he had something to do with this? I don't think so. I'm just happy that you're safe, Professor. Angor didn't know how to answer. He could choose between flattering or lying, and he chose the latter. Sunders chuckled and looked at the others. How did you know Twilight Well is in trouble? The dimension is completely destroyed. For some reason, the space here is extremely unstable. Even the plain passageway is sealed. The monster's nest is right at the exit. No one can send messages out, right? The others didn't have enough energy reserves like Tree Spirit. They could communicate with each other from a distance and send messages to both sides without any problem. Even Sunders himself only managed to send a message to Good 2 days ago when he attacked the parasite's nest and used up most of his energy reserves. We guessed. Because Midnight Sovereign has also fallen. It's now a ghost town, Lady Mirror answered with a grim look. Sunders didn't look surprised at all. It seemed he already knew what was going on. Devildare, on the other hand, was shocked. Midnight Sovereign was the root of Twilight Well. If something happened to Midnight Sovereign, Twilight Well, as its mirror world, would be destroyed as well. Devildare was so anxious that his hair almost fell down. He no longer looked like a lion. Sunders, it's an emergency. Do you have any ideas? Did you find out what the parasites are? Lady Mirror was implying that they should ask Rain to see if they could use Vanish to get rid of the parasites. Sunders sighed. Parasites? Not what you think. They're not filthy things to the human body. In fact, they can strengthen and stimulate human cells to a certain extent. Sunders explained, let me put it this way. These parasites won't kill their hosts after finding them. They can also absorb gentle energy from the world to maintain the body's physiological needs. Not only are these energies harmless, but they're also beneficial. Everyone understood what Sunders meant. The essence of banish was to get rid of the filth inside a living being. However, most of the time, no matter how filthy things were, there were two sides to them. For example, pathogens could kill people or save people. For example, the filth inside a person's belly button contained more than 1,000 kinds of bacteria. However, these filth could actually maintain the body's heat. The things that the expulsion spell dispelled were things that were far more harmful than beneficial to the human body. As for filth that did more harm than good, banish would not do anything about it. What Sunders said about the parasite's ability to control a person's mind, but from the perspective of human evolution, the parasite's ability was actually beneficial. Of course, banish would not get rid of them. Banish won't work? Do you have a solution? If so, I'll ask Rain to come here. We can discuss it together, Lady Mirror said. No need. Mr. Rain won't do anything. Sunders shrugged. Of course, it's more likely that Mr. Rain will become interested in the parasites and focus on studying them. As for the victims, they'll be the best subjects to study. Lady Mirror considered. Considering Rainmute's personality, he would probably do something like that. Research was above all else. This was Rainmute's principle. Do you have a solution then? Lady Mirror asked for the third time. Sunders pointed at Angor. Didn't I ask Good to send a message to Angor? Tell him to come. That's the solution. Across the sea of stars and above the clouds. A fiery red shadow shuttled through the stars. Across from him was Lydia, who was wearing a bright red robe and crossing her legs. She didn't seem to mind the fact that she was completely naked. Angor did not dare to look at her, so he closed his eyes and meditated. You can actually hold it in. A brat will always be a brat. Lydia had been sitting with her legs crossed for almost 10 minutes, but Angor didn't even look at her. He was meditating with his eyes closed. Lydia already planned to use her beauty as an excuse to blackmail Angor, but Angor did not even look at her. How annoying, even when Lydia yelled at him and disrupted his meditation, Angor still did not open his eyes. Tell me, Angor. Why did Mr. Sunders ask you to go alone? Lydia suddenly asked in a gentle voice. Angor shook his head. I don't know. Lydia saw Angor's hesitation when he shook his head, which meant he already knew the answer. Lydia was curious. Back in Tree Spirit Palace, she asked Sunders about the parasites, but Sunders did not give her an answer. When Tree Spirit asked about it, Sunders only gave a vague answer, which Tree Spirit did not ask anymore. Even Sunders' best friend, Lady Mirror, told her not to ask. This only piqued Lydia's curiosity. What were those parasites in Twilight Well? Where did the mist that shrouded Twilight and Midnight Sovereign come from? You're lying. Tell me. I won't tell anyone. Next, Lydia began to pester Angor in an attempt to get the truth out of him. However, Angor remained silent like a taciturn gourd. When Lydia was about to attack Angor again, a female voice suddenly came from Lydia's arms. Enough, Lydia. There's a reason why I didn't tell you. If you really want to know, join Brute Cavern, and I'll tell you myself. It was Lady Mirror. Earlier in Tree Spirit's palace, Sunders told the others that he would send Angor to Twilight Well. He didn't tell them why. Tree Spirit and Lady Mirror exchanged a glance but didn't ask. They only gave Angor a curious look. It was late, and Tree Spirit and Lady Mirror couldn't leave Brute Cavern, so Lydia volunteered to escort Angor to Midnight Sovereign. However, Tree Spirit and Mirror Lady were able to see everything that happened along the way since Lydia and Angor were the only ones on the road. Fine. If Lady Mirror said so, then forget it. Lydia humped and didn't say anything else. What followed was a long period of silence. Angor could only hear the sound of the lizards flying through the clouds and the howling of the cold wind in the sky. An hour later, the lizard stopped. Under Lydia's command, the lizard began to descend from a natural chasm that looked like an abyss. When they reached the bottom, Lydia pointed at a platform on the side of a cliff. "We're here. This is the closest path to the underground world. Wizards usually use it." Lydia ordered the lizard to patrol outside while she led Angor into a cave deep inside the platform. It was Angor's first time taking such a path. It took them less than 5 minutes to reach the underground world where Midnight Sovereign was located. They were still several kilometers away from Midnight Sovereign, which was surrounded by dense vegetation. However, they could still see the city in the distance, which was covered by a thick fog. Through the flowing gray fog, one could vaguely make out the majestic buildings in the city. "Something's wrong with this fog. It's not natural." Out of nowhere, Mr. Tree Spirit's half-legged shadow appeared beside them and followed them to Midnight Sovereign. According to Tapiku, after the fog appeared, there was a change. "The parasite must be hiding in the mist," said Lydia. "It's a pity that I can't go there with my real body. Otherwise, I would be able to identify the substances contained within." Tree Spirit sighed. While Tree Spirit and Lydia were talking, Angor remained silent. The gray mist looked no different from any other fog, but he felt something familiar about it. If he wasn't mistaken, the mist might be the same as the mist that came out when he opened the tunnel between the Nightmare Domain and the Nightmare Realm. The thought of this gave him a headache. It seemed that the fall of Midnight Sovereign and Twilight Well had something to do with his reckless opening of the Nightmare Realm tunnel. He didn't say it out loud, but Angor still felt uncomfortable about it. It seemed that Twilight had brought this upon herself, but in truth, it was all because of his impulsiveness. He felt sorry for the millions of civilians in Midnight Sovereign and the mortals in Twilight Well. But there was only guilt. If he didn't do what he did during Twilight Auction, he would be the one who died. He had a moral bottom line, which was taught by John since he was a child. However, John also taught him something else. It was human nature to do anything to save oneself in a dangerous situation. Angor didn't even know if he would succeed or not when he made that decision. He didn't know what would happen next. Morality could help people live better lives and bring peace to the world. However, it wasn't part of human nature. In fact, morality itself was a shackle that tamed human nature. In ancient times, morality was more of a means for ruling class to maintain stability. Slowly, people began to realize the benefits of morality. Angor was glad that he had a sense of morality. However, he would never do it if he had to sacrifice his own life to fulfill the great love of morality. Even John, who taught Angor about morality, would not allow such a thing. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a farm outside of Midnight Sovereign. The farm was growing well, but the tenant who worked there was already dead. It wasn't a homicide, but a suicide. The emaciated old man was wearing a gray robe. He was hung from the beam by a white rope. Below his feet was a chair that had been kicked away. "He died recently. Judging from his clothes, I don't think he was infected," said Lydia. She looked at the dead old man and analyzed, "We're outside the mist, so it's normal that he wasn't infected. His body was fine, but he chose to die. His mind must be weak. Mortals will always be mortals." With that, Lydia gestured for Angor to leave. Angor remained silent for a while and left. Just as they were about to step into the mist, they heard the familiar sound of a subwoofer coming from nearby. "Angor, come alone," said Sunders. "Red Lotus, wait outside the city. Don't go into the mist." Sunders could use distant sound to send a voice transmission to Angor's location. "Red Lotus, wait outside the city." "Why?" "I have a living spawn in there. We need to save them," said Lydia in dissatisfaction. "You haven't become a truth finder yet, so you can't resist the parasite. If you insist, no one will stop you." Sunders' voice was cold and indifferent. Mirror Lady's illusion also jumped out and stood beside Tree Spirit. "He's right, Lydia. You saw it yourself. Apart from Devil Dare, all the members of the 3 major clans of Twilight Well were affected. You'll be in trouble if you go in." Lydia scratched her head in frustration. "I didn't come to Midnight Sovereign just to see him off. I signed a contract with the Moa clan. If they go extinct, I'll suffer a backlash." "Didn't you say the little phantom servant beside Good was a Moa?" Lady Mirror was confused. If the clan was destroyed, then there would be a backlash. As long as the little shadow servant was alive, then the clan wouldn't be destroyed. Lydia shook her head. He doesn't count. He has the blood of the Moa clan. The contract says he has pure Moa blood in his veins. The others didn't know what to say after hearing Lydia's words. If they entered Midnight Sovereign, they might be affected by the parasite. But if they didn't, they might suffer a backlash. The backlash wouldn't kill them, but sometimes, death wasn't the worst choice for wizards. Mr. Sunders, won't Angor be affected by the parasite inside the city? Lydia suddenly asked. Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit were also curious about Lydia's question. Sunders said that letting Angor go was the best solution, but he didn't tell them what it was. Besides, it sounded like Angor wouldn't be affected by the parasite either. Apart from wizards on the path of truth, there was no way he wouldn't be affected. This was also what they wanted to know. Even Angor himself wanted to know the answer. Lydia's question was followed by a long silence. A moment later, Sunders gave a simple answer, he won't. Lydia was more interested to know why Angor wouldn't be affected by the parasite, but she didn't think Sunders would tell her the truth. Lydia considered and spoke to Angor. I have a task for you. Help me bring the Moya out of here. I don't care if you can only bring one of them out. Angor looked at Lydia, Tree Spirit, and Lady Mirror. He swallowed his saliva and resisted the pressure of a wizard. Then, what do I get in return? Lydia narrowed her eyes and gave him a dangerous look. You dare to negotiate with me? As expected of Sunders' student. You're the first level 1 apprentice who dares to negotiate with me. Lydia released her aura without restraint, which almost made Angor kneel down. Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit also looked interested. They didn't want to get involved. Angor bit his lip. Blood dripped down from the corner. All right, I agree. Lydia withdrew her aura. What do you want in return? Angor breathed heavily. When he mentioned benefits, he was going to ask for the eyeless man as a precondition. But now he realized that he overestimated his own status. If Lady Mirror, Tree Spirit, or Angor were willing to help him, Angor would. But what happened just now proved everything. Even if Midnight Sovereign was in danger and he was desperately needed, no one would treat him as an equal. This was the reality of those who were weak. I hope. Huff. Angor panted heavily. I hope Lady Lotus can give me a chance. Huff. Lydia almost slapped Angor's face when she heard this. How dare a bastard like him lust after her? Even Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit looked at each other in surprise. Angor was being too bold to flirt with Lydia at a time like this? Huff. I hope you can give me a chance to buy the eyeless man back. Angor panted heavily. Everyone was speechless. Lydia would have killed Angor already if she didn't feel a cold gaze on her back. She felt a little better after hearing Angor's words. Eyeless man? I know. Back then, you caused a series of troubles at the Twilight auction because of him, right? Lydia considered for a moment. All right. If you can bring back a living Moan, I'll give you a fair chance to buy the eyeless man back. As for the price, 10,000 magic crystals. If you give me that amount, I'll sell the eyeless man to you in one piece. 10,000 magic crystals. 10 times the price in the auction. This condition was extremely harsh. Many official magi couldn't even take out 1% of 10,000 magic crystals. And yet, Lydia was offering such a price to Angor. Angor nodded without hesitation. All right. That's a good deal. I accept. I'll give you 5 years. If you can come up with 3 million magic crystals in 5 years, you can take him with you, Lydia said. For an alchemist with a bright future, 3 million magic crystals wasn't an unattainable amount. As for the 5-year limit, it was only a way for him to move forward. Lydia's offer was a combination of various factors. It wasn't too difficult for Angor. Angor agreed without hesitation. Then I'll wait for you here. I hope you'll keep your word. Lydia flew up into the air and looked at ease. Angor took out Toby from his pocket. Wait for me outside. I'll be back soon. Toby chirped and flew out of the mist. It flapped its wings at Angor, indicating that it didn't want to be left alone. Angor didn't want Toby to stay outside either. Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit were both here, but Lydia might do something wrong. He considered for a moment and asked, "Professor? Can Toby go in?" After a long pause, Sunders finally responded, "I don't know. But I don't think it'll be dangerous with you." Angor felt a little relieved after hearing that. He waved at Toby and asked the bird to stand on his shoulder. With Toby around, Angor would be able to react much faster than Toby, which would buy him more time to deal with the infected mutants. Angor and Toby slowly walked into the mist together. "Aren't you going to follow him?" Lady Mirror asked Tree Spirit as she watched Angor disappear into the mist. Tree Spirit shook his head. "I don't want to go in there myself, not even if Sunders wants me to." "Why?" Lady Mirror was confused. Tree Spirit smiled brightly. "Because I have high hopes for Angor. His potential shouldn't be wasted while he's still a baby. I won't help him, but I won't be able to help him grow without worrying about his future." The mist was so thick that he couldn't see much. With a strange feeling, he slowly walked into the city of fog that seemed to have been abandoned by time. It was already dawn in the core world. After the catastrophe, Midnight Sovereign had not been lit up. Therefore, it was foggy and dark. He could only rely on his spirit tentacles to identify the surrounding terrain and step into the city gate in the dark. In the pitch-black fog, it was inevitable that people would associate it with malicious ghosts, especially in this dark fog filled with parasitic lunatics. Just the thought of lunatics spying on them in the dark was enough to make one's hair stand on end. That was only what ordinary people thought, which was what Angor was worried about. But when he went deep into the fog, he was surprised to find that what he was worried about did not happen. He was calm and did not feel any fear. In fact, he even felt a faint sense of joy like a fish in water. Something was very wrong. Angor knew that something was wrong, but he couldn't stop himself from feeling happy. It was as if the darkness could not stop the wild horse in his mind from running across the mist like a green grassland. Angor knew that the next step would not be dangerous, but he still walked very, very slowly. Like an old man or a baby who just learned how to talk. It wasn't that he didn't want to move faster. His mind was struggling. His mind was telling him that something was wrong. But his instinct was also telling him that the mist was a paradise, a paradise. His mind stopped him, but his instinct urged him to move forward. How fast could he move in such a situation? The narrow streets and corridors of Midnight Sovereign were like monsters baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the fog, ready to devour anyone who approached. Any person, even if they were superhumans, would have basic vigilance in the face of the black fog. But Angor did not. He looked at the shadows as if he was looking at two cute kittens calling him. He kept moving forward. To avoid being blocked by the mutants, he chose to take the main road. It was not very spacious, but at least it was wider than the alleyways. As soon as he stepped onto the main road, he was attracted by a strange melody. "I'm a happy little laborer, working hard to change the streets. The queen will arrive soon, and she'll see the streets changed." Angor did not understand the melody or the language, but he could feel the emotion expressed by the melody. After reading the message, his face immediately fell. As expected, it's that queen again. Two strange figures suddenly showed up in front of him. He stopped and held the golden revolver in his hand. Toby also lowered his chest and prepared to attack. Angor frowned when he saw the two figures walking out of the mist. These two people were typical sub-Asians, adult males, short in stature, but with long limbs. Just as Lydia said, they were wearing colorful clothes. The one on the left wore a red and green checkered jumpsuit with a red hat, while the one on the right wore a purple polka dot hoodie. Their movements were strange as well. They looked like marionettes, whose limbs were moving in a way that ordinary people could not understand. Under this strange oscillation frequency, their speed was not only slow, but also very fast. Colorful clothes, crazy eyes, and strange behavior. They met all the conditions of being parasitized. There was no doubt that these two people had definitely mutated. Angor had already prepared himself when they approached him. He only needed to wait until they were in his attack range and kill them with one strike. However, when they saw Angor, they stopped in the distance. The strange song in his mouth also stopped. They bowed to Angor from afar like a circus clown, then slowly retreated into the mist and disappeared. During this process, the style of the ballad they were singing had also changed. The underlying emotion was no longer praising the queen, but praising Shava. Home is far away, noble Shava. Inspecting on behalf of the queen, her eyes are the stars, her gaze is the starlight. Shava, Shava, noble Shava, is blessed to be shined upon by the glory. With their flattering songs, the two infected people left Angor's sight. Angor could no longer lie to himself. First, they sang about the queen, then they sang about Shava. They all told Angor that these mutated people were his masterpieces when he first opened the nightmare realm. Angor ran into several more groups of mutated people on his way. However, when these clowns saw him, they all turned crazy and bowed to him as if he was a noble. However, no matter how much they respected Angor's identity as Shava, whenever Angor tried to communicate with them, they did not respond at all. When they saw Angor approaching, they would automatically disappear into the mist. Angor wanted to chase after them, but he could not see clearly because of the mist. Something's wrong. Angor felt happy when he entered, and the mutated people bowed to him so politely. Everything felt ridiculous. Sometimes, Angor even felt that these people were not really respectful to him, but to someone called Shava. But who was Shava? Angor had no idea. Angor stopped at the center of a residential area in a remote corner of Midnight Sovereign, where there was a fountain statue of a goddess holding a bow. Before Angor arrived, about 100 people were celebrating, singing, and dancing in front of the statue as if they were doing some kind of religious ritual. However, as soon as Angor approached, they all praised Shava and slowly backed away. When Angor reached the statue, there was no one around. The place was as quiet as a graveyard. "Come out. Why are you hiding from me?" Angor yelled, "In the name of Shava, I command you to come out." No one responded. Angor wanted to vent his anger, but he enjoyed the peace and quiet in Midnight Sovereign too much. It made him feel relaxed. It was a contradictory feeling. Angor leaned against the statue, feeling a little frustrated. "What are you doing?" A hoarse voice, which he had not heard for a long time, suddenly appeared beside his ears. "Professor, something's wrong," Angor whispered. "I should be scared, angry, and fighting, but I'm not the one who's going to do that. But I can't. This place makes me feel safe. It's like my soul is being soothed." Sunders remained silent for a long time. "Don't let your emotions affect you. You're only feeling strange because your mind is restraining your instincts. Just relax and treat this place as a playground. You can try it. But remember, a playground is someone else's playground. Children can have fun in the playground. But they still have to go home after that." His voice suddenly softened. "Relax." Red Lotus described Midnight Sovereign as a ghost town, but that's not the right way to describe it. "I haven't contacted anyone for a long time, not because I can't. It's because I know it's not as difficult as you think. Angor, do you know why I asked you to come here? Because I'm the one who created this place?" Angor mumbled. "Of course not. Every reason doesn't necessarily lead to an inevitable result. Every accident doesn't necessarily lead to the real cause. Even if you're the original cause, after half a month, all kinds of unforeseen circumstances won't lead to you." Angor did not fully understand. "I asked you to come here because you're the only one who can wake them up. The infected people are not dead. They're just sleeping. The parasites are acting on their behalf, but they didn't really kill them. Once the host dies, the parasites will have to find another host and merge their minds again. If you can wake them up, it won't be a disaster. Instead, the parasites will strengthen the host's body, which will be a good thing for you. The infected people aren't dead? They're just waiting for me to wake them up?" Angor's first thought was not to relieve his mental burden, but to wake up millions of people in Midnight Sovereign one by one. Wouldn't that tire him to death? "How do we wake them up?" Angor asked. Once again, Angor felt much more relaxed. As Sunders said, once he let go of his instincts, he felt like a fish in water in the mist. The strange figures in the mist looked funny to him, the strange songs were pleasant to his ears, and even the mist in the air was refreshing. Now that he had freed himself from the shackles, he moved much faster. Along the way, he saw clowns dancing and singing all over the streets. The entire Midnight Sovereign seemed to have turned into a city of singing and dancing, although their voices were a little creepy. However, the city of singing and dancing was only limited to places Angkor couldn't see. Whenever he walked past, the clowns would scatter. Angkor was going to a place called City of Silence. According to Sunders, he didn't need to wake them up one by one. As long as he dealt with the source, the rest would be easy. Since he was entering from the north gate, he had to cross half of the city to reach the white wall where Twilight Well was located. Angkor considered his route and decided to go from the center of the main street to the south. Since that was the case, he decided to take a trip to the royal palace. The royal palace was where the nobles of Midnight Sovereign gathered, and Moa Duke Mansion was located there. Twilight Well was near the south gate. Angkor planned to fulfill his promise and rescue the Moans for Lydia while escorting them to the south gate. Once he fulfilled his promise, he could return to Twilight Well without any trouble. Without any transportation, it took Angkor 2 hours to reach the royal palace from the north gate. And that was when he ran as fast as he could, which showed how big Midnight Sovereign was with millions of residents. Now that he reached the palace gate, he didn't need to worry about anything else. The Moa Duke Mansion was the closest to the palace gate. Moa Duke Mansion was shrouded in mist and looked peaceful and quiet. The gate wasn't locked. Angkor pushed it open and entered. A few steps later, he heard the strange song again. Angkor looked around and saw several clown maids rushing into the mist. One of them even jumped over a 3-meter-tall wall. As he ventured deeper into the city, he noticed a pattern. There were many clowns in the fog, but none of them dared to face him. Maybe it was fear or something else. Angkor wasn't sure. Well, it was good that he did not have to face the clowns. Their twisted movements were not pretty, and he did not like them. In fact, he hated them. This was the first time he felt disgusted since he came to Midnight Sovereign. He even had a feeling that the clowns knew that he hated them, so they tried their best not to show up in front of him. At first, he could still see people bowing to him from afar. But as time went by, he could not find any mutants in his sight. The Duke's mansion was very big, and because of his appearance, there were no living things around. He searched for a long time but still failed to find the entrance to the underground cavern, let alone find a way to save Hobbiton's parents. He wondered if he should ask Sunders for help. However, Angkor had no control over when Sunders spoke. He did not know long-distance sound, and even if he did not have enough energy to locate Sunders' location. Suddenly, he heard cracking noises coming from one of the rooms on the right. He did not hear any strange singing or creaking noises. Did that mean the person in the room was not a mutated person who was possessed by a parasite? Angkor thought for a moment. He stood near the door and told Toby to stay alert while he used Hand of Spell. A giant hand glowing in blue light appeared out of nowhere. Under Angkor's gaze, the hand slowly opened the door. Angkor reached out with his spirit feelers and saw that he was inside a study. And the one that was making the creaking sounds was not a living person as he had imagined. It was a large, purple-gray magic puppet floating in the air. Angkor knew that Red Lotus left a puppet in Moa Duke's mansion, but he never saw it, so he could not be sure. Lady Lotus? Angkor tried to find out more. As soon as he finished speaking, the big-headed magic puppet floated out of the study, waving its thin arms. Mr. Sunders is right. You're not a parasite. Lydia's voice came from the puppet's mouth. I really want to find out. Before Lydia could finish, she heard some noises coming from the other side. It seemed that Mirror Lady was talking to Lydia. Lady Lotus, I didn't find any living person in the mansion. May I know where Topiku and his son are? Angkor asked politely after making sure no one was talking. The puppet pointed at the study. There's a secret passage behind the bookshelf. Go there yourself. With that, the puppet walked out of the mansion. It seemed that Lydia did not plan to keep an eye on Angkor. Without anyone watching him, Angkor felt more at ease. He walked into the dark study and spent some time searching for the mechanism to open the bookshelf. The tunnel was long. It took Angkor 2 minutes to reach the place where there was light. Along the way, he saw unlocked storage rooms filled with all kinds of daily necessities. With these supplies, Domino could live for half a year in the underground without any problems. Walking in the tunnel, Angkor felt like he was back in the cave field. However, Duke Topiku's cave was not as big as the cave field. Soon, Angor heard someone talking. At the end of the catacombs was a spacious hall. The periphery of the hall was divided into several small rooms by glass. Figures could be seen in each of the small rooms. Most of them were guards in armor. In the center of the hall, a young man in a black cloak was sitting on a high chair covered with carpets. He was looking up blankly. Around him, there was only a servant with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks following behind him. Angor attracted everyone's attention as soon as he stepped into the hall. In less than 10 seconds, all the guards rushed out of their rooms and stood beside the young man. "Who are you?" It was one of the young man's servants. Perhaps it was because Angor's clothes were too loose to hide a weapon. In addition, there was no madness in his eyes, and he was young, so the guards only stood guard around the young man. They were vigilant against him, but did not make a move on him. Hearing the servant's words, the young man looked away from the sky and looked at Angor. "Who's Domino?" Angor asked. The young man said, "I'm Domino." "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I have been entrusted by Lord Red Lotus to save you." Angor turned around. "You have 5 minutes to pack up. I'll wait for you at the entrance." With that, Angor turned around and walked away. Domino hurriedly yelled, "Are you a wizard? Can we really go out now? There's a disease outside. Won't it get to us?" Angor's voice came out of the dark tunnel. "If I can get here, I can get you out too." After that, no matter how much Domino yelled, Angor never answered. He returned to his study and sat in front of his desk. Looking at the mist outside the open door, he felt a lot better than before when he was faced with living people. The mist didn't repel anything strange. Instead, it seemed to repel humans. Angor already felt that his happy mood was replaced by an uncomfortable feeling when he saw human beings. Instead, he felt much better when he saw the ugly mutants. "This isn't my nature." Angor looked worried. What was controlling his emotions? "Shava. Shava." He sighed and murmured, "Shava. Shava, who are you?" 5 minutes later, Angor saw Domino coming out of the tunnel with all his guards behind him. It seemed like Domino had put all his eggs in one basket and brought everyone out. It was a big gamble, and Domino was willing to take it. If he succeeded, he would win. If he failed, he would lose everything. Angor's annoyance toward Domino dissipated a little after witnessing Domino's courage in making such a bold gamble. At least Domino was brave enough to take the risk. "Are you sure you want to take everyone with you?" Angor asked. "I can't protect all of you if something happens." "Mr. Wizard, as long as young Master Domino can leave, we can all die," said a servant. The one who spoke was Domino's servant. None of the guards objected to what he said. Angor believed that if Domino asked them to die, they would do it without hesitation. The phantom servants are really loyal to their masters. Angor sighed in his mind. "Follow them then. Even if you're infected, it's not necessarily a bad thing," Angor said. Once the parasites were expelled, the victim would benefit greatly. At the very least, the body of the victim would be strengthened significantly. However, Angor couldn't guarantee that he could expel all the parasites like Sunders said, so he had to be vague about it. "He's been parasitized. Only death awaits him." Domino's expression was gloomy. While Domino was talking, Angor noticed that the guards were standing in a strange formation. The taller ones were standing in front of him, as if they were trying to block his view. Angor used his spirit feelers to check and saw 2 guards carrying a gunny sack at the back. The gunny sack was still struggling. One of the guards frowned. "What's going on? Didn't you just inject the Duke with a tranquilizer?" "He didn't move at all." "Why is he struggling now?" "I don't know. We won't be able to stop him if he keeps struggling." The other guard frowned as well. Angor kept looking at where the gunny sack was. Seeing this, Domino gulped. "Sir Wizard, Angor glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and walked to the 2 guards who were carrying the gunny sack. "Mr. Wizard." The 2 guards looked at the gunny sack and then back at Angor with pale faces. They didn't put down the gunny sack. "Open it," Angor said. The guards looked at each other in confusion. Domino quickly came to them. "Mr. Wizard, I don't mean to hide it." It's Duke Tepiku. I know. Angor glanced at Domino. Let him out. It's rare to find someone who can't hide from me. I have something I want to verify. When the sack was slowly untied, a middle-aged man who was tied up tightly appeared in front of him. Duke Tepiku was bound by Lydia as soon as he was infected, so he was still wearing normal clothes. However, his twisted arms and crazed eyes indicated that he had gone through a mutation. Tepiku struggled fiercely. Even though he was tied up, it was difficult for the two guards to completely stabilize him. Angor walked closer and saw Tepiku struggling harder. When Angor was right next to Tepiku, Tepiku suddenly stopped struggling and lowered his head, not daring to look at Angor. The guards looked at each other, and Domino was also surprised to see this. He wondered if the young sorcerer in front of him had used some kind of spell. When Tepiku stopped struggling, Domino asked the doctor to give Tepiku a sedative. Tepiku didn't move and let the sedative slowly go into his arm. Lift his head, Angor said. The guard slowly lifted Tepiku's head and looked at Angor in the eyes. Tepiku's crazed look was replaced by a hint of respect. Everyone noticed the look of respect and fear in Tepiku's eyes. Domino saw this and suddenly regretted his big bet. He didn't know whether Angor was sent by Lady Lotus or not. He only listened to one side of the story and bet everything he had. Now, he felt a little scared when looking at his father's eyes. Even when his father looked at Lady Lotus' avatar, he didn't show such respect. But when he saw the young wizard in front of him, he was scared. Could it be that the young sorcerer was more powerful than Lady Lotus? No way. Domino clearly remembered that the young man called Lady Lotus instead of her name. In the wizarding world, many things could be seen from the way the young man addressed Lady Lotus. If the young man used a respectful title, he must be weaker than Lady Lotus. Then the current situation was a little strange. Now that Midnight Sovereign was full of strange things, Domino was afraid of anything. He was starting to regret his decision. However, he didn't have the courage to back off. After staring at Tepiku for several seconds, he tore off the seal on Tepiku's mouth. Now that Tepiku could speak freely, he began to sing in a low voice. The others only thought his voice sounded strange, but Angor could tell that Tepiku was praising Shava. Shava. Shava again. Angor muttered in his mind. Sir Magus? Are we leaving? Domino looked at the misty fog outside. Although he couldn't hear the other mutants singing, he was still a little afraid. He was afraid that in the next second, the bodyguard or he would suddenly be infected. Wait a moment. All of you, step back. After asking everyone to back off, Angor began to extract mana from his mana pool in his mind space. A cantrip model was quickly created. When Angor opened his eyes, his surroundings suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, he was still outside the dark study. The next second, he found himself in a luxurious hall. The illusion only contained Angor and Tepiku. Everyone else was excluded from the illusion. When Tepiku found himself in another place, he wasn't surprised at all. His eyes even showed some joy, as if he liked this environment very much. At this moment, a teacup band that was playing weird songs floated out from a corner of the luxurious hall. At the same time, red-skinned toy soldiers who were playing gongs and drums also came to Angor in two lines. It was as if they were welcoming a general back in triumph. However, these soldiers were only the size of a palm. This wasn't an illusion. This was the nightmare domain that Sunder severed for him. The nightmare domain of luxury. Angor tried to recall what Sunders told him. How do I wake them up? Angor asked curiously after learning that the infected people could be brought back to life. Do you know what kind of parasite they're being infected by? No. Angor shook his head. Back then, you accidentally opened a passage to the nightmare realm during Twilight Auction. You should know how many monsters came out of that passage, Sunders said. Just as wizards have their own specialties, monsters have their own specialties. For example, the teacup band can repel and reflect attacks, while the toy soldiers can absorb and reflect energy. Among the demonic creatures you released, one of them is the one that caused the current situation. What kind of monster? He tried to recall which monsters managed to escape from the nightmare domain in the first place. Froggy the Frog Singer, Fox the Harp Fox, Joker, and a colorful light flashed in Angor's mind. Rainbow dragonflies? Yes, that's them. Sunder sighed. Most of the dragonflies are only half-step wizards, so we didn't expect them to cause such a huge impact. That frog, Fox, and the clown card had been hiding in the hall of Twilight Auction Hall all this time, and they attracted all our attention. But in the end, it was those insignificant dragonflies that caused the great changes in Twilight Auction and Midnight Sovereign. Back then, nearly 100 dragonflies had escaped from the Nightmare Domain and disappeared. No one expected them to cause such a disaster half a month later. Those dragonflies built their nests at the two energy sources of Twilight Well, and within half a month, they produced countless fluorescent parasites. Those parasites are fast. Even wizards can't escape from them. Sunders paused for a moment before continuing, but they aren't much of a threat to people like you and me who can control a nightmare domain. The real threat is the passage in the nests that released the mist. Sunders sent Angor to Twilight Well to close the passage. As for expelling the parasites, it was not a big deal. Sunders even said, the longer the parasites stay in their bodies, the more benefits they'll get. You don't have to worry about them for now. Because of that, Angor did not chase after the infected victims along the way. Now that there was someone who could not move, Angor thought about the method Sunders taught him and wanted to try it out. According to Sunders, the way to expel the parasites was to use the nightmare domain to lure the parasites out of their bodies. There was a reason why Sunders said the parasites were not a big threat. Unlike the rainbow dragonflies, they could not survive in the air of the wizarding world. These parasites could not come into contact with the air of the wizarding world. Once they did, they would die. Therefore, they could only spread within the area. Shrouded by the fog. The mist that covered Midnight Sovereign and Twilight Well came from the Nightmare Realm through a special tunnel. It contained a trace of the Nightmare Realm's aura. The parasites could only survive in the presence of Nightmare aura. Because of this, the parasites were not difficult to deal with. Of course, the parasites were not easy to deal with as long as Angor could get the mutants out of the mist. Once the mutants were out of the mist, the parasites would no longer absorb energy from the outside world. Instead, the parasites would use their own energy to stay alive. These parasites only needed a small amount of energy, even less than other organs, and they could stay alive for a long time. They would not die, nor could they be expelled by expelling spells. However, if the mutants were killed now, the parasites would not be able to infect another person because they could not be exposed to the air of the wizarding world for even 1 second. This was considered as eliminating a parasite, but at the cost of the victim's death, which was not a good deal. Since the parasites could not leave the nightmare aura, Sunders easily found a way to get rid of them. The mist outside was only an illusion, while the nightmare domain was the real nightmare realm. Once a parasite entered the nightmare domain, it would become much more active and absorb the energy escaping from the nightmare domain. All the energy in the nightmare domain was controlled by the owner of the nightmare domain. Once the parasite absorbed the energy, the owner of the nightmare domain could expel it from the host's body. 2 hours ago, Angor did not know how to control the energy in the nightmare domain. He spent half a month doing alchemy to pay off his debt, so he did not have time to read the mystery of Nightmare Domain. In order to learn it as soon as possible, he followed Sunders' guidance on his way to the Duke's mansion. Now, he finally learned something. Just as Sunders said, Topiku began to absorb the energy from the Nightmare Domain in large amounts. Angor sensed where the energy was going. The energy was absorbed into an active sphere inside Topiku's body. Angor chuckled. Following Sunders' instructions, he gently pushed the sphere out of Topiku's mouth. The sphere fell into Angor's hand. Meanwhile, Topiku fainted on the ground. Angor looked at the parasite in his hand. It was a small, glowing ball with many strange swirls on it, which looked like eyes. Angor could not help but shudder when he looked at it carefully. The parasite did not dare to move from Angor's hand. Even if it tried to escape, Angor could still control it with the Nightmare Domain energy inside it. According to you, parasites belong to the Nightmare Realm, so they can be absorbed into the Nightmare Domain. Angor did not have time to study the parasite right now. He tossed it to the teacup band. Since they were both from the Nightmare Realm, they should be able to live in harmony. Next, Angor grabbed Topiku and cancelled the Nightmare Domain. Earlier, when Angor dragged Tepiku into the nightmare domain, the others thought that Angor and Tepiku suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Domino panicked and wanted to run into the catacombs. It was too dangerous to stay in the mist. Who knew if he would be infected? However, before Domino could run far, he heard his old servant calling him, "Young master, the wizard and master are here again." Domino looked back, and sure enough, the young wizard appeared in the same place. At the same time, the rope on Tepiku's body was also untied. Domino was about to say something when Angor pushed Tepiku to him. "He's fine now." Before Domino knew what Angor meant, Tepiku let out a groan. "What are you doing?" "Come and protect the young master." Domino's servant exclaimed and hurriedly ordered the guards to restrain Tepiku. Tepiku rubbed his temples. "Ugh, that hurts." While Tepiku was speaking, the guards had rushed to his side and were about to bind him. "Don't move." Domino's eyes were filled with shock. He stopped the guards and helped Tepiku to sit on the stool in the study. He said with a hint of expectation, "Father?" Tepiku opened his eyes and vaguely saw his son. "Domino?" "Ugh, my throat is dry." "Mua, give me some water." Mua was the servant who had previously served Domino. Old, master? Are you all right?" This is unbelievable." Mua's monkey-like face was covered in tears. "Ahem, what are you talking about?" "Water, Mua." Tepiku opened his eyes. His body wasn't in a good condition, so he couldn't remember what happened to him before he passed out. Tepiku's eyes couldn't be faked, and neither could his words. As Angor said, Tepiku was fine. It was only then that Domino hugged his father, who had been lost and regained, and burst into tears. Mua and the other guards were also wiping their tears. While Domino was crying, Tepiku slowly recalled what happened earlier. He only remembered that something rushed into his mouth, and then he fell asleep. So, he was actually infected, and was lucky enough to meet a wizard to save him. Tepiku's eyes also became wet as he listened to his family members crying. But as the master of the family, he knew what he had to do. He gently pushed Domino away and stood up to thank Angor. What he didn't know was that while he was being parasitized, the parasite had caused his limbs to become twisted and distorted. Tepiku tried to stand up and twisted his ankle before he could recover. He screamed and fell to his knees. Tepiku was carried on a guard's back. He walked to Angor and ordered everyone to kneel. About 20 people knelt in front of Angor. "Thank you, Lord Magus. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have, all of you, get up. I was asked by Lady Red Lotus to save you. This is only a mission for me." Angor did not like this kind of long-winded gratitude. He turned around and left. "Time to go. Don't waste time on unnecessary things." Tepiku looked at Angor's back and sighed. They felt that this was a great favor, but to the otherworldly sorcerers, it was just a small matter. No wonder the king of Midnight Sovereign wanted to become a wizard. On this foggy night, a young man dressed in a casual and loose-fitting outfit walked towards the south gate with a large group of burly men in tow. Domino knew that Angor could save the infected mutants, but he still felt a chill down his spine when he thought about the millions of mutants in Midnight Sovereign. That was why he had been living in fear ever since he left with Angor. After walking for about 2 hours, they found a strange place. They heard strange voices from time to time, but they did not encounter any mutants. Domino even saw a mutant in the distance, but it quickly turned around and ran away when it saw them. Domino naturally didn't think that it was their numbers that scared the other party away. The only reason why no mutants showed up was because the young wizard walking in front of them was that he was the only one who could do this. It was as if he had some kind of magic spell. His steps were light, and his expression was calm, which drove away all the fear in their minds. After walking for another half a day, they finally arrived at the south gate as the first rays of dawn approached. They walked out of the fog and saw the train station at the south gate, as well as the forest and the cave on the cliff. On the platform, Angor also saw some sub-Asians who were not infected by the parasites. Hundreds of people on the platform looked at them curiously. In the middle of the crowd, a muscular man in full armor came to greet them. The armored man took off his helmet and half-kneeled to Tepiku. "Greetings, Duke Tepiku. Captain Naboya. It's great To see you safe and sound. Tepiku walked to the platform with the help of a guard. This is the wizard, my savior. Thank you so much for helping us escape from Midnight Sovereign, Tepiku introduced Angor to Angor. Tepiku introduced Angor to Nyaboya. Since wizards only existed in legends, Tepiku did not reveal Angor's true identity. Nyaboya came to Angor in excitement and tried to kneel down. Angor waved a hand. I've done what I promised Lady Lotus. You can go now. With that, he turned around and began to walk back. A few steps later, he heard people talking behind him. They were calling Nyaboya Mr. City Guard. Then, Nyaboya asked Domino in a low voice if he had seen Ananda. Angor curled his lips. So this was Ananda's father. He seemed to be well liked by the people, which was totally different from his daughter, who only worked as a pickpocket. By the way, don't step into the mist. If nothing goes wrong, it will disappear soon. Once it's gone, you can go home. Angor's voice came from afar. Everyone could only see a dark shadow stepping into the mist. Angor returned to Midnight Sovereign. This time, he felt much more relaxed. It did not take him long to reach the white wall. He hadn't even approached the white wall connected to Twilight Well when he saw countless fine lights scattering in all directions from the wall. Without a doubt, they were the parasites borne by the rainbow dragonflies. As Angor approached the wall, the lights tried to avoid him. However, there were too many of them. Angor reached out his hand and grabbed several of them. These parasites looked similar to the one he caught in the Nightmare Domain, but they were smaller. Angor observed them for a while and let them go. He looked at the wall, which was still crawling out of, and took a deep breath. Before he could check his surroundings, he heard Sunder's voice transmission. I sensed your presence. You're in Twilight Well? Yes. The dragonfly's nest is near the entrance. There's a squad of dragonflies with colorful lights. Stay there and don't move. I'm coming to help you. Before Angor could reply, Sunders cut off the telepathic communication. He looked up at the fork in the road and sighed in his mind. Dragonflies guards? He already saw them. The row of colorful dragonflies flapped their wings and circled around the fork in the road with a buzzing sound. Not only did he see them, but he also felt them. Lord Shava. The noble Lord Shava. The noble Lord Shava who bathes in the moonlight. The noble Lord Shava who bathes in the moonlight under the comfort of the Queen. These were all emotions Angor sensed. However, the dragonflies were not good at expressing their emotions. They were like children who liked to compete with each other. Angor had to guess what they were expressing. Nearly 100 colorful dragonflies were lining up to compliment him. Each time a dragonfly received a compliment, it would happily perch on the tip of Angor's head and shine even brighter. Angor did not feel scared at all. In fact, he even felt like laughing. Not long after, his head was filled with multicolored dragonflies, flickering with all kinds of lights. If someone looked at him from afar, they would think he was a human-shaped street lamp. However, this lamp was colorful. Angor pushed them away in annoyance. However, the dragonflies did not go away. They continued to circle above him. Angor did not mind them. Instead, he checked his surroundings. The shops around the entrance usually had the most expensive ones. The door of the magic plant shop was open, but the interior was in a mess. The door of the mysterious grocery shop was closed, but the magic array was still working. The buildings around the fork were mostly silent because of the mist. Angor could not see them clearly. Blood and broken stones could be seen here and there. Half a month ago, this place was still bustling with people. Now, although it wasn't to the extent of being in ruins, it was much more desolate. Angor did not see any infected mutants. Perhaps they were all hiding in the buildings. Angor was used to traveling without killing monsters anyway, so he decided to go to the magic plant shop. The back door of the shop was closed. The second floor was also blocked by a magic array. Only the first floor was open. He planned to see if he could find any useful materials, but he was disappointed. The magical plants on the first floor were basically unranked magical plants, such as the echo flower. Moreover, most of the magical plants had already been damaged. The ones that were not damaged were mostly used by apothecaries. They were not useful to Angor. Angor did not stay in the shop for long before he heard Sunder's voice. "Where are you?" "The one on the left." Angor quickly answered. "Did you run into a dragonfly escort team?" Sunders wondered. Sunders hid on top of a building several hundred meters away. From afar, he saw the colorful dragonflies outside the shop. They were flying in a figure-8 pattern as if they were dancing. Angor nodded and walked out of the shop. "They did, but they didn't attack me." As he spoke, he saw the colorful dragonfly landing on Angor's body. In an instant, his student turned into a human-shaped lantern. Angor pushed them away. "They mistook me for Shava again. I can feel their emotions. They're praising Shava." Sunders was speechless. He was worried about Angor's safety, so he came all the way here. But Angor didn't know what to do. "Shava. It's Shava again." Sunders sighed. He felt that Angor's nightmare form had too many secrets. "I really want to take you to the nightmare realm again so that you can get stronger. Since they mean you no harm, you can try to check their nest." "Our target is right there," Sunders sent a voice transmission to Angor. "All right. Where's their nest?" "Inside Lady's Juice, which is under Elysium's jurisdiction. Be careful. If you sense any hostility or something strange, come out immediately. I'll be waiting for you nearby. Understand? Don't try to be brave. Lady's Juice." Angor walked into Twilight Well and reached the first fork in the road, which led to Lady's Juice. Due to the mist, Angor could only see some broken stones and bloodstains around the building. Now that he was closer, he realized that Lady's Juice was much more dilapidated than he thought. All the other buildings around were intact, except for Lady's Juice, which looked half-broken from the outside. Angor assumed that Sunders destroyed the building during his battle with the dragonfly guards. Lady's Juice was an oval-shaped building that looked like an egg cut in half. At first, Angor thought it was a theater or a place for performing. Only places that required a large audience would be built in such a large scale. Later, he realized that it was a place of entertainment for wizards, which was an even better place to spend money. He also sold slaves in the slave market. However, the slaves sold here were mostly beautiful men and women who provided services. They were basically mortals. There were also low-leveled apprentices who came here willingly, hoping to earn some resources by serving wizards. No human settlement could be absolutely clean. Angor had no prejudice against such places. However, he had never been to one before. This was his first time going in. Regrettably, there were no longer any peerless beauties inside. There were only dilapidated golden stone walls and gemstone decorations. There was no one in the outer hall. Right in front of him was a fountain filled with sweet red wine. Angor could smell the fragrance of grapes even before he got close. The purple-red liquid was gushing out of the dolphin statue's mouth, which was mixed with faint golden light. The golden light contained a strange energy. Angor reached out his finger and sniffed it. It seemed to contain pheromones, which could soothe tired nerves and disrupt the brain's reward and punishment mechanism. It could even be addictive. In short, the red wine here was more than just wine. It was also a kind of liquid drug. He walked around the fountain and saw a row of plants under the splendid painting, which gave him a complicated feeling. He found all the unranked magic plants in the magic plant shops outside. He didn't even have the desire to collect them. But in the front hall of Lady's Juice, he found that they were using a row of low-level magic plants as a viewing platform. How could he not feel complicated? Snakeskin flower to make blood coagulation potion, Bowden seed that can be used as an anesthetic just by smelling it, night branch that can produce moon frost. Angor looked at the row of low-level magic plants and sighed. Those who earned money were all rich. Next, he picked a seedling from a clump of botani's bush. Next, he took a branch from a tree. Then, he put them into his bracelet. It wasn't that he didn't want to take more, but the space in his bracelet was too small for living things. Angor grinned when he found a magic plant worth nearly 100 magic crystals. He walked toward the inner hall in a good mood. Under Sunder's guidance, Angor successfully arrived at the inner hall of the nest. Standing outside the closed door, Sunder spoke in a low voice, "Are you nervous?" If you're scared, we can reset the plan. Don't worry. Angor grinned from ear to ear. Sunders noticed the joy in Angor's voice and praised him. You're excited, aren't you? Because of the unknown adventure? As a war-oriented wizard, Sunders naturally hoped that his student would not be afraid of the future, instead of staying in an ivory tower and being protected by layers of protection. Yes, I'm very excited. Angor rubbed his hands and looked like he was ready for a big fight. This lady's juice is so rich. They put magic crystals on the walls. I've already broken 50 of them on my way here. Sunders didn't know what to say. I thought you were slow because you were being cautious. So you're picking magic crystals? I didn't know you were like this. Since you entered Lady's Soup, you've spent almost an hour. Do you think you can only make 50 magic crystals in an hour? Sunders almost pointed at Angor's nose and scolded him for wasting time. Angor finally realized that he was a little lost. If he really spent all his time on alchemy, it would be too easy for him to earn 50 magic crystals in an hour. But he spent an hour breaking magic crystals on the walls? What was this if not wasting time? Angor understood, but he still felt that it was great to get something for free. Alright. Breaking a few dozen magic crystals is nothing to the blissful parlor. If they know you solved the problem of the dragonflies in the inner hall, they'll reward you with a few thousand crystals. Angor quickly waved his hands. Professor, please don't tell anyone about me. He was afraid that people would find out that he was the one who caused the problem. Twilight might be able to chase after him, but Blissful Parlor was a huge organization he could not afford to offend. Of course, Sunders knew what Angor was thinking. He laughed and scolded Angor for being a coward. Go inside. Be careful. If the dragonflies attack you, release your nightmare domain and have the teacups go to confuse them. I'm hiding in the mist on the top floor of the inner hall. You just need to buy 1 or 2 seconds for me to come to your rescue. Okay. Angor was not nervous at all. However, after hearing Sunders' serious words, he began to move carefully. He carefully pushed the door open and peeked inside. There was only mist, and he could not see anything. The door remained open for a few seconds, but he didn't feel anything wrong, so he decided to push the door open with all his might. Through the crack of the door, he could only see a gray mist. But when he pushed the door open, he saw a giant creature hiding in the mist. Just by looking at the blurry black shadow, one could tell how huge the object in the fog was. Angor did not move from the door. He maintained his connection with Sunders and told him about the huge shadow. That's right. That's the nest of the rainbow dragonflies. Every once in a while, it will release a wave of parasites. You'll be able to see it then, Sunders spoke quickly. It was obvious that he was ready for battle. It didn't take long for Angor to see the outburst of light. When the scattered light gushed out, it was as if a hurricane had swept through, sweeping away the fog in the inner hall. Next, countless light particles swarmed out of the dimly lit inner hall like fireflies. Angor did not feel scared at all. He only felt that it was a beautiful and dreamy scene. With the help of the light particles, Angor could see the entire nest clearly. The inner hall of Lady's Juice was about 10 meters tall, while the nest took up about 7 or 8 meters of height. The appearance of the nest was very strange. Hundreds of balls were stuck together by the yellowish mucus. Each ball had a dark passage in it, and the light was coming from it. It looked a bit like a beehive. If it was a creature with a collective consciousness, then its nest was just a delivery room. Was it like bees or ants, where the rest of the workers were only there to serve the female at the top of the pyramid? Then, was this female the queen of the entire nest? Angor asked Sunders out of curiosity. No. When I broke their nest last time, there were only about 100 rainbow dragonflies left. They didn't reproduce. Instead, they used some kind of ritual to obtain a large number of parasites. Sunders paused. So far, they only reproduce on the rainbow dragonflies. They didn't attack you? Sunders looked at Angor. I've been followed by the colorful dragonflies all the way here. They just kept praising Shava and did nothing else. I didn't see them healing the rainbow dragonflies. Go inside and slowly walk to the nest. Angor walked inside. Soon, he saw the rainbow dragonflies flying toward him in a figure 8. Sunders also saw this from the roof of Lady's Juice. The last time he came here, these rainbow dragonflies attacked him directly. Sunders killed a few of them and left them alone. His main goal was to close the tunnel. He would keep the dragonflies for future research. Unlike last time, the rainbow dragonflies did not do anything to him even when they reached him. Can you sense their emotions? Yes, but they can't express their emotions well. I can't figure out a lot of things, but I'm sure they don't mean any harm. Just like the 5-colored dragonflies, the rainbow dragonflies kept trying to find the right words to praise Xianxia. However, just like the 5-colored dragonflies, the rainbow dragonflies did not have enough vocabulary. They could only use words like pure moonlight, the Queen's grace, or honorable sir. There was nothing else they could use. Sunders sighed in relief. Good. Now, test their patience. Go to the nest and climb to the top. The tunnel is there. Remember, if they won't let you go, you're done. Back out, and I'll meet you outside. Angor followed Sunders' instructions and tested the dragonfly's patience step by step. However, he soon realized that the rainbow dragonflies had no bottom line for him at all. Angor climbed to the top of the nest and saw the tunnel spewing out mist. The rainbow dragonflies did not stop it. When Angor left Lady's Juice, Sunders came to him and patted his shoulder. I didn't think things would go so smoothly. Looks like Xianxia is quite important in the nightmare realm. I prepared several escape plans, but I don't think we need them now. As long as you can successfully close the passageway on your side, then this fog incident won't be a big deal. It's still a good thing for the people who are being parasitized. They arrived at a manor, where a roaring lion statue was erected outside the gate. This is Azure Lion Devildare's private residence. Devildare was a sturdy old man with long hair. He was wearing a black robe and standing in front of the main table in the center of the hall. Angor Pat. I've heard a lot about you. You really live up to your teacher's praises. Devildare chuckled. However, he was giving Angor a complicated look. Angor still remembered that Devildare was the one who ordered Devildare to come here to solve the problem of the auction. Devildare's compliment must be a lie. Still, Angor had to pretend to be nice. No matter how impatient Angor was, he had to keep his temper in check when talking to a wizard who was on the path of truth. Devildare's aura was as vast as the ocean, and his words were intimidating. Every movement of his could trigger the flow of mana. Angor did not even dare to talk back to such a wizard. Mr. Phantom already told me about the parasites. You have nothing to do with it. Devildare's eyes darkened, but he didn't change his expression. Besides, the parasites improved everyone's constitution. It's a good thing for everyone. While Devildare was speaking against his will, Angor also put on a fake smile. Meanwhile, Sunders was enjoying the awkward conversation with a smile on his face. Mr. Phantom, since Angor is already here, why don't we take care of the mist now? Devildare looked at Sunders and asked, since Angor is here, why don't we deal with the mist now? You're in such a hurry? Devildare sighed helplessly. It's been 2 weeks since the last auction. Many of the items are on the verge of dying. Besides, I don't know how many wizards will come to Twilight Well after this. I need to discuss with the other 2 clans so that Twilight Well won't disappear like the market on Parmajai Highlands. Sunders nodded. You're right. We can't delay this. But as you know, Angor and I have to work on both sides at the same time. I should be fine. Angor, on the other hand, might have a hard time dealing with the parasites. Sunders hesitated. But we can't send wizards to protect him. The parasites will target them. So. Don't worry, Mr. Phantom. I'll prepare some defensive items for Angor right now. Devildare sighed in his mind. With that, Devildare shook his head and left. Unbeknownst to him, Angor grinned as soon as he left. Thank you, sir. Of course, Angor knew that Sunders was trying to help him gain more benefits. With his special situation, why would he need to break through the encirclement if he wanted to get close to the passageway? Wouldn't it be fine to just walk over? You're saving the world. Since you don't want fame, why don't you take some souvenirs? Sunders teased. Save the world? Angor, on the other hand, was not as optimistic. Even though Sunders had comforted him, He still felt embarrassed every time he thought it was his impulsive action, not to mention the title of savior. Come. I'll tell you about the plan while Devil Dare goes to get his stuff. Sunders pointed at a nearby room. The parasites are not important. To solve this problem once and for all, we need to get rid of the mist. Once the mist tunnel was closed, the rest would be cleaning up. What Angor needed to do was to help Sunders close the tunnel. There were 2 nests of rainbow dragonflies, which meant there were also 2 tunnels that produced the mist. One of them was the nest of Lady's Juice, which Angor visited earlier. The other one was located in the inner hall of Twilight Auction Hall, where Froggy the Crooner, Fox the Red Fox, and Joker's cards were also located. I'll close the tunnel in the inner hall. You go to Lady's Juice. The mist will only disappear if both tunnels are closed at the same time. Otherwise, there will only be a spatial reversal. Even if one of the tunnels is closed, the mist will reopen after a while. Only Sunders and Angor could do it at the same time in Twilight Well. The tunnel is connected to the Nightmare Realm, but only to the outer area. The Nightmare aura coming out is very thin. Sunders added, and without your Nightmare domain, the monsters inside won't be able to come out. They can only send out a little bit of their aura. As for how to close the tunnel, Sunders used mind synchronization. This was related to the secret of Sunders' Nightmare domain, so he had to be careful even if there was no one around. Sunders and Angor were the only ones who could solve this problem in Twilight Auction Hall because they needed Nightmare domains to do so. Flora also had a Nightmare domain, but she couldn't control it. Therefore, Sunders and Angor were the only ones who could close the tunnel. Sunders handed Angor several pieces of gravel. The biggest one was as big as a baby's fist, while the smallest was as small as a grain of sand. He looked at the stones and sensed a familiar aura coming from them. This is a Nightmare stone, Sunders said. Once you combine your Nightmare domain with the mist tunnel, throw the Nightmare stone inside. Don't worry about anything else. It will repair the tunnel on its own. Nightmare stone? An image of a statue of a praying maiden flashed across his mind. Before he came to Fey Continent from the old Earth, he took the Redbud to the Cloud Whale. The statue on the bow of the ship was a praying maiden, and there was a Nightmare stone inlaid on the maiden's forehead. Angor recalled that Nightmare stones could create illusions. He didn't know they could also repair space tunnels. Most Nightmare stones are produced in the Nightmare Realm. They can seal the entrance between the Nightmare domain and the Nightmare domain, but only if the entrance isn't too deep, Sunders explained. The tunnel in Lady's Juice isn't big, so you don't need many Nightmare stones. Use as you see fit. You can keep the rest of the Nightmare stones. Many of the illusions in the Nightmare domain require Nightmare stones to maximize their effectiveness. If you find any Nightmare stones outside, buy more of them. They aren't cheap, but you should be able to afford them if you work hard. Sunders was a little jealous of Angor's alchemy talent. When he was exploring Nightmare domain, he had to start from scratch. It took him a long time to learn that Nightmare stones could be used in his Nightmare domain. Nightmare stones were expensive. Even the size of a grain of sand would cost hundreds of magic crystals. He often used one for years. Angor, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he not have to stumble around like he did when exploring Nightmare domain, but he also learned how to make money. Many wizards in Brute Cavern might not be able to compete with him. With magic crystals, many things would be easier. I know. I'll buy them whenever I see one. Angor acted like he didn't care about magic crystals at all. Sunders chuckled. He recalled how Angor was scratching the wall of Lady's Juice not long ago. People always said that young girls had deep thoughts. But it was hard to predict a young man's mind. Oh, right. Was the situation at the Twilight Auction House very serious? Should I go there? I remember Froggy and Fox respected Shava too, Angor said. Are you doubting my ability? Sunders remained expressionless. No. I'm just thinking that with Shava's identity, I can go there and shut down the tunnel. Besides, I'm curious why Froggy and Fox want to go there, Angor said. Sunders sighed and rubbed Angor's hair. Don't overthink it. You don't know who Shava is, do you? Don't get too carried away by this unknown identity. If you admit that you're Shava one day, Shava will show up for real. He is only a virtual identity now. When Shava shows up, we don't know if he'll replace you. So, at least until you know who Shava is, don't let yourself get carried away by Shava's beautiful dream. He paused a little and continued, also, try to stay away from monsters who think you're Shava. Maybe it's Shava's beauty, or maybe it's Shava's scheme. Leave Twilight Auction Hall to me. Besides, the situation there is more complicated than you think. Sunders narrowed his eyes. There were already wizards who died in front of the auction hall. Angor didn't even qualify to enter. He just didn't want to hurt Angor's confidence. A moment later, Devildare came to Angor with a magic scroll and a brand new black and white checkered windbreaker. This scroll is engraved with Nova of Defense magic array. It can withstand wizard-level attacks. When the energy is used up, it will automatically disappear. Devildare handed the scroll to Angor. He took it and noticed that Devildare's hand was covered in scales, which seemed to have been transplanted by someone else. This one has mana barrier enchanted. Devildare handed the windbreaker to Angor with a sad look. Mana barrier is only a level 1 cantrip, but as an alchemist, you should know how valuable it is. I won't explain it to you. I just hope you can succeed this time. Don't let us down. Mana barrier was a level 1 defensive cantrip commonly used by apprentice alchemists. The main purpose of this spell was to prevent accidental explosions during the alchemy process. It was a spell that was tailor-made for alchemists. It was only a level 1 cantrip, but its defensive power was almost as strong as a level 2 cantrip. However, it took a long time to cast and lasted only for a short time, which made it a little useless. Many alchemists would rather inject their bloodline into the cantrip than learn it. However, once the spell was enchanted, mana barrier could be used to its fullest potential. It could be used for both alchemy and ordinary battles. He also noticed that apart from mana barrier, the code also had a low-level isolation spell to prevent people from peeking at it. However, it could only prevent people of the same level from peeking. It was a nice coat. The only thing that bothered Angor was, the color was too flashy. Black and white were the most low-profile colors, and black and white checkered patterns were a classic combination. However, Angor's knee-length windbreaker had more than just black and white checkered patterns. The left side of the windbreaker had black and white checkered patterns, but the right side was pure black. What kind of design was this? Was this asymmetry trying to kill someone with OCD? Not only was the design strange, but the buttons were also naughty. It was a pure black circular button with 2 white dots and a white curve. All of these formed a strange smiling face with a black background and white edges. The button was a smiley face? And why was the smiley face so creepy? Who was the designer? Why would such a great windbreaker be designed in such a way? Angor recalled the first time he saw other apprentices in the apprentice town. They all wore strange outfits. He also saw it in the Sky Tower competition. That apprentice named Hobson even wore a white bear costume. Angor complained in his mind. Did the designers of the southern wizarding region go astray? Did they think that wizards were unique and should dress differently? No matter what, free stuff was always the best option. Even though he despised it in his heart, his hands didn't slow down. He put on the windbreaker in a few moves. Once the black and white checkered windbreaker was draped over his body, it automatically fitted him. There was no impatience during the movement. Angor set up an ice wall and checked the windbreaker using the ice. He didn't like the color, but it looked nice on him. Angor felt like he was wearing the Count of Freaky in fairy tales. It fits. But it's missing a hat, said Sunders. Devildare stiffened a little and took out a pure black top hat from his space ring. There were 2 discs on the top of the hat, which also had the same creepy smile on them. But this time, they were black and white. Angor could tell that the hat was the same as his clothes. Devildare chuckled awkwardly. If Mr. Phantom didn't remind me, I wouldn't have noticed the hat. Heh. Angor didn't have the energy to complain about the design of the hat. He was already wearing the Count of Freaky clothes. Angor took the hat and noticed that it was enchanted with a level 3 cantrip called Purification Field. Purification Field was an upgraded version of Purification. Within the range of Purification Field, the wearer would not be affected by dust, germs, or heat. It could be said that this was the most common and mainstream magic trick that could be used on clothing. Just the purification force field alone made this hat more expensive than the windbreaker. No wonder Devildare didn't tell Angor about it. He had to wait until Sunders reminded him. Thank you, Mr. Azure Lion. With these items, I'll have a better chance of closing the tunnel at Lady's Juice, said Angor with a smile. Devildare hesitated for a moment before he nodded. As long as Twilight Well can be restored as soon as possible, I'll forget about the rest. Angor paused. Devildare was not going to pursue the matter of Twilight Auction anymore, was he? Thank you. I'll do my best, said Angor as he lowered his head. Devildare would not be infected, so he had to help Sunders lure away Frog Chanter and Fox Harp at Twilight Auction House. Sunders and Devildare spent the rest of their time discussing their plan. While the professor was talking, Angor quietly put the scroll into his space bracelet. He then untied a pouch from his waist and placed it in his hand. On the other side, Toby was observing Angor's new clothes. The bird circled around Angor and waved its wings while chirping. Toby's intention was clear. He wanted the same clothes as Angor's. Angor stroked Toby's feathers. I'll make one for you when we get back to Brute Cavern. As an alchemist, Angor couldn't spend his entire life crafting items. He was also planning to dabble in tailoring. Making a coat for Toby was also a form of practice. Anyway, Toby only wanted the appearance, so he could make it with ordinary cloth. Toby stopped at the top of the hat happily after getting a satisfactory answer. Soon, Toby made a small dent on the top of the hat so that he could sit more comfortably. About half an hour later, Sunders finished their discussion, and the three of them left the manor in a single file. When they walked past the main hall, Angor saw dozens more people inside. Some were floating, some were sitting, and some were leaning against the wall, thinking. They were all wizards from the three major clans who just got rid of the parasites using Sunders' help. Some of them didn't even change out of their clown outfits. Most of them were still feeling awkward because they lost their minds after being infected by parasites. They didn't dare to look at Sunders in the eyes and kept their heads lowered. Devildare walked to them and said, "We'll deal with the mist later. Stay here for a while. Follow Hannibal, the master of Amber Dragonwing, and figure out how to deal with this. How to restore Twilight Well, and how to explain this incident. As you can feel, your physical strength and reflexes have more or less improved. This is a great opportunity for most wizards. You can use this as an excuse to explain the mist. I hope we'll have a solution by the time we get back." None of the wizards in the hall had reached the path of truth yet. Once they left the manor, they would be targeted by parasites, so they had to stay here and wait. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Devildare simply gave them the task of rebuilding the manor. With that said, the three wizards left the manor. Not long after they left, Hannibal Barca began to talk about how to regain the trust of the customers in the hall. There was no need for awkward conversation. After everyone had a common goal, the atmosphere became much more lively. Twilight stood up and spoke in a soft voice, "I'm feeling a bit bored. Let's go to the balcony and get some fresh air." Hannibal Barca gave her a meaningful glance and sneered, "It's too foggy outside. You might get lost." Twilight went to the balcony and looked at the three wizards who were walking toward the mist. She stared at the young man in the checkered windbreaker and sneered. Outside the manor, inside the mist. When the three wizards were about to go their separate ways, Angor approached Devildare and handed the pouch in his hand to Devildare. Devildare glanced at the ordinary-looking pouch. He didn't need to look to know what was inside. Sunders stopped as well. "I saw it when you put in the scroll. You made a space storage?" Angor nodded. "I couldn't have collected so many gray space microbes without your help, Professor." Sunders only smiled and looked at Angor with even more enthusiasm. When he was building the Sorcerer's Garden, he also collected a lot of gray space microbes. He had been wondering if he should sell them, but Angor gave him such a great surprise. Gray space microbes were expensive, yes. However, space storage was even more expensive. Some of them were 10 times or even 100 times more expensive. Since Angor could make space storage, there was no need to waste gray space microbes. With that in mind, Sunders grinned. Devildare knew how Sunders felt. He was also envious of Angor's wealth. Twilight Well also had gray space microbes, but they didn't have an alchemist who could make space storage. Unfortunately, Angor and Twilight Well didn't have a good relationship. Or else. Devildare narrowed his eyes. So what? He could make up for it slowly. How could Twilight Well prosper if an alchemy genius went on a killing spree over a small mistake? Devildare made up his mind. When this was over, he would talk to Twilight and ask her to let go of her grudge for now. After all, Angor had Sunder's support. It wouldn't be easy to do anything to him. Lion Princess died in the mist incident, but her soul was brought out of the auction hall by Sunders. She was not strong enough, but there was still a chance for her to recover. Normal auctions weren't like big ones. They would be lucky if they could get more than 10,000 coins in a day. The auction was stopped for a few days, but the loss wasn't as big as expected. Since this was an acceptable loss, Devildare began to think about the long term. Angor's alchemy skills were not bad. His items could be used as the last item in an auction. For Twilight Well, befriending Angor was much better than alienating him. Wizards always valued people based on their own interests, so it was normal for Devildare to change his mind. He still didn't like Angor, but that didn't mean he couldn't work with him. While Devildare was thinking, Angor opened the pouch in his hand. Here are 5 space necklaces. I've named them according to their colors: black butterflies, gray butterflies, white butterflies, orange butterflies, and pink butterflies. Apart from the black butterfly heart, which only has 3 cubic meters of internal space, the other 4 butterfly hearts have all reached 5 cubic meters. Angor handed the pouch to Devildare. These 5 space necklaces should be worth about 100,000 magic crystals in total. Consider it as paying back my debt to Twilight Well. Devildare took the bag and scanned it with his spirit feeler. Just as Angor said, the data was correct. The total value of the 5 space necklaces was more than 100,000 magic crystals. Devildare considered for a moment and took out the black butterfly heart and handed it back to Angor. The value of these 4 spatial necklaces is enough. Take this necklace back. Angor didn't say anything. He put away the black butterflies and prepared to go to Lady's Juice alone. Sunders suddenly walked to him and patted his shoulder. I thought you'd sell the things Greya gave you. But you really did manage to gather 100,000 magic crystals in half a month. Angor didn't show any expression, but his eyes showed a hint of pride. So, don't forget that I'll give you the next half month. Sunders waved at Angor and disappeared into the mist together with Devildare while Angor was still in a daze. When Angor realized what was going on, Sunders was long gone. Angor grimaced. He wanted to buy some more time. But he wouldn't have time to rest for the next month. He sighed and returned to Lady's Juice alone. Back at Lady's Juice, Angor went deeper into the nest without being stopped. The colorful dragonflies acted as his bodyguards again and followed him while praising Shava. Angor ignored the dragonflies and climbed to the top of the nest to wait for Sunders' orders. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to observe the mist passage ahead. The fog passage looked like a broken space crack. It was about 3 meters long and wide, and the space around it did not show any signs of collapsing. It seemed the passage was still stable. He looked into the tunnel carefully and found that he couldn't see anything. It was like a deep train tunnel. However, he could clearly sense the Nightmare Realm energy coming from the shop. So it's here, but it's very thin. Maybe the tunnel was too far away from the Nightmare Realm. Most of the Nightmare aura had already dissipated into the unknown space when they reached this place. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the passage. The crack was very stable. Even his weak spirit feelers would not sense any danger as long as they did not enter the passage. Using his spirit feelers, he sensed a strong nightmare aura coming from deep inside the tunnel. However, only a small part of it managed to reach the wizarding world. The other side should be the Nightmare Realm, Angor muttered. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Sunders' voice suddenly reached his ears. How are you doing? Angor was about to tell Sunders that he was fine when he heard Devildare's voice. He quickly changed the topic. Something is blocking my way. But I'm fine. Sunders remained silent for a while. Sunders then chuckled in a low voice. You really think I'm talking to you in public like Mr. Tree Spirit? Sunders chuckled. No one can hear us if I'm being honest. Angor chuckled. I'm at the top of the nest. I'm studying the passage now. Good. We might be a bit slower. Just wait for a moment. I'll keep in touch with you. Sunder sighed in relief and asked in a teasing tone, did you find anything? Nothing. I just feel that the passage is stable. The other side should be the nightmare realm. Angor chose his words carefully. Professor, didn't you say it's difficult to enter the nightmare realm without a stable passage? If we don't seal this passage, can we use it as a way to enter the nightmare realm? You're too naive. This passage is connected to the nightmare realm, but it's not only connected to the nightmare realm. It's a special plane passageway. Without a space waymark, you'll most likely get lost inside and sink forever. The nightmare realm is special. A passage is not enough. You also need something that has a connection with the nightmare realm as a coordinate. You're a coordinate yourself. Your soul was scratched by a monster in the nightmare realm. But you're too weak to locate a spaceway mark. Even if you do enter the nightmare realm, you won't end up in the outer area. Do you think you can fool around with your identity as Shava? Angor realized that entering the nightmare realm was not as simple as he thought. I'm going to carry out the plan now, so I'm disconnecting for now. When we connect again, it should be time to close the channel. Be careful and don't run around. Sir. At the same time, Angor Sunder's faint white strings were attached to the door. Lion Princess was killed by those strings, and Devil Dare lost an arm in the process. Sunders looked at the white mist outside the door. We're inside. Be careful, Devil Dare. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his usual black cane and tapped it on the floor. A steed whose scales were burning with black flames dashed out from the ripples created by the staff touching the ground. Nightmare substitute. Devil Dare looked at the tall horse with envy. It was a spell created by Sunders, and no one could learn it except for him. It was also the most powerful escape spell in the southern wizarding region. The nightmare hissed at the sky and ran around Devil Dare and Sunders. Devil Dare only saw a flash of darkness in front of his eyes. Strange runes appeared on the nightmare's hooves, and in the next second, they found themselves in the foggy inner hall of Twilight Auction Hall. Nightmare substitute could take someone's place and save them from dangerous situations. At the same time, it could also teleport someone away for a short distance. Sunders used Nightmare substitute to teleport them to a safe spot in the inner hall. Keep your true sight up. Don't run into any more strings, Sunders reminded. As soon as he spoke, a large beam of light rose to the sky. Devil Dare stomped on the ground and summoned the illusion of a giant green lion. Azure Lion's Guard. Devil Dare was immune to the parasites because he created this defensive spell after becoming a Truthfinder. It was a spell that prevented all evils from reaching him. When the light touched Sunders, it hesitated for a moment and avoided him. Devil Dare's guardian lion stared at the parasite with its green eyes, which instantly turned it into dust. With the lion's protection, Devil Dare was safe for the moment. When the light cluster appeared, a gust of wind blew away the mist in the inner hall. Sunders were completely attracted by the giant nest in the inner hall. The nest here was a bit bigger than the one in Lady's Juice. More importantly, there weren't only dragonflies outside the nest. There were also 3 special monsters. A clown card was floating in front of the nest. The clown in the card was doing all kinds of funny gestures. The clown reached out its left hand, and the mist on the left suddenly grew thicker. The clown made a K sign with its right hand, and the mist on the right became thicker as well. The clown then made 3 circles and bowed. The mist in the nest slowly gathered toward the center like a curtain in a theater. Don't worry about the card. Lure that frog and fox away. We'll split up. With that, Sunders and Devil Dare quickly separated from each other. Devil Dare unleashed a barrage of meteor attacks at Froggy and Fox, who was the zither wielder of Red Fox. Froggy and Fox, who had been singing and playing their instruments happily, began to fight back after being provoked by Devil Dare. Every time Froggy uttered a word, another attack landed on Devil Dare. Fox, on the other hand, gently plucked the strings and created a white line that covered the entire space. Devil Dare, keep the frog busy. Watch out for the fox. Sunders flew to the top of the nest. As he expected, the rainbow dragonflies were not as gentle as they were to Angor. They would not hesitate to kill themselves. These dragonflies were only half-step wizards, so Sunders did not mind at all. He simply waved his hand and killed a large number of them. The fox also noticed Sunders' presence. It narrowed its eyes and released a cold glint. When it plucked the strings, a white line appeared around Sunders. Fortunately, Sunders had his eye of truth on. He quickly jumped to his feet when he saw the white line. The fox was the most dangerous creature in the entire space. There must be something wrong with its harp. The energy reaction they sensed in the auction hall was caused by this harp. The fox's energy was only at the level of a level 2 wizard, but it was at the level of a legendary wizard. The previous owner of this harp must be a legendary wizard. The harp might even be a mystery weapon. Sunders' eyes lit up. He chose to come to this nest mainly because of this harp. Don't let it play again. Following the energy ripple, the shadow of a black tower appeared behind him. Bats were flying around, and a full moon was hanging high in the sky. Nightmare Domain of Black Tower. Sunders spent 200 years to combine the 3 nightmare domains into one and named it Nightmare Domain of Black Tower. As soon as the nightmare domain was activated, all monsters in the area were sucked into it. The abundant nightmare aura surprised them. Alien aura. The clown card suddenly made a strange gesture, and the aura in the nightmare domain began to flow. Sunders narrowed his eyes and quickly suppressed the energy. You'll be rejected by the moon if you try to trick Froggy, who is blessed by the moon, the frog complained. The fox harp didn't say anything. The aura around it remained indifferent. The wizard-level monsters all held back their greed for the nightmare domain, but the rainbow and 5-colored dragonflies didn't. They had already begun to absorb the aura. All the dragonflies that absorbed the nightmare aura exploded from the inside and turned into a puddle of blood and gore. Close the tunnel. Sunders walked to the tunnel and slammed his wand on the ground. Several nightmare stones were tossed into the tunnel. Angor, who was in Lady's Juice, also received the message. Without hesitation, he activated his nightmare domain and began to repair the tunnel. The tunnels on both sides were being repaired at the same time. However, compared to Angor, Sunders was having a lot of trouble. Shit. That fox is too cunning. It won't fight me directly. Devildare yelled while withstanding the frog's attacks. It's running away. Sunders was still standing on top of the nest, facing the tunnel and repairing it bit by bit. Suddenly, he heard some noises behind him. It's my honor to meet a living nightmare watcher. Welcome, harp wielder fox. Sunders did not look back, but his spirit power already sensed that Fox was holding a harp and wagging her flaming red tail. Fox was only a few steps away from him. Nightmare Watcher? Sunders spoke in a low voice. Is that how you people refer to those who possess nightmare domain? Fox didn't answer. Instead, she lifted her harp with a bright smile. Her Majesty can't wait to visit this world. You shouldn't stop her, Mr. Watcher. Fox was about to play the harp when Sunders asked, is Shava a watcher as well? It was rare to meet a talking monster, so Sunders didn't bother pretending to be mysterious. He just asked what he wanted to know the most. Fox's expression darkened. How dare you, a mere watcher, call Her Majesty by her name? Following the sound of a zither, several white strings dashed toward Sunders. In the nick of time, Sunders sighed and muttered, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Under Fox's shocked gaze, a black shadow struggled out of Sunders' body. As soon as it appeared, a hand wearing a delicate white glove gently touched the white string. Next, the white string began to burn with raging black flames. When the flames died down, Fox looked at the person in front of her, Sunders, who was still wearing his black gentleman suit. It was also Sunders who was repairing the tunnel. 2 Sunders appeared at the same time, and the first one came out from the other's body? However, the new Sunders was younger. His skin was darker, and the whites of his eyes were black. His pupils were bright red. This was an even more handsome and evil version of Sunders. Lady's Juice, on top of the nest. Angor used his nightmare domain. He didn't know much about nightmare domain yet, so he had to follow Sunders' instructions step by step. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The nightmare domain slowly covered the tunnel and began to close up. At first, Angor tried his best to maintain his nightmare domain. But after he tossed in a fist-sized nightmare stone, the tunnel began to close up on its own. Angor felt much better after the process. He even had time to play with the dragonflies around him. There were several groups of colorful dragonflies around him, as well as hundreds of colorful dragonflies. They flapped their wings and flew around him. From afar, it looked like a beautiful, dreamy cloud. The dragonflies didn't question Angor's decision to close the tunnel. Instead, they kept praising the moonlight, the queen, and Shava. Apart from the dragonflies, the teacup band and toy soldiers also came out from the corners of the nightmare domain and began to sing and dance. Compared to Sunder's dangerous environment, Angor's side was like a fairy tale. The atmosphere was joyful and relaxing. About 3 minutes later, the tunnel was about to close completely. There was only a small opening left. "Are you okay, Angor?" Sunder's voice came from behind him. Angor quickly shushed the teacup band. "I'm fine. There's only a little bit left. It should close soon." A moment later, he heard someone speaking in a strange voice. "I wish I could meet you sooner, my student Angor." He. Angor's head was filled with question marks. Was that Sunders? "Professor? What's wrong?" "I'm fine. It's just, an old friend I haven't seen in a long time." He's the one talking. Before Angor could say anything, the voice spoke again. "I wish I could study your soul as soon as possible. Are you willing to die for me? My student, Angor? Don't mind him. Tell me about your situation." Angor hesitated. If the man was an old friend of his teacher, why did he call him my student? Angor considered for a moment and decided to ignore the strange voice. However, he felt that the voice was very similar to the younger version of Sunders. He once met a young version of Sunders in the nightmare realm, and he still remembered Sunders' voice. It was just not this frivolous. "Nothing happened on my side. When I closed the passage, those dragonflies didn't stop me." "He's still praising the queen and Shava," said Angor. "Good. Pay attention. My channel will close in 1 minute at most, and we must do it at the same time. The difference can't exceed 5 seconds. Can you control it?" Sunders asked. "If you can't, I'll help you." He knew Sunders must be in a worse situation. While they were talking, he could hear all kinds of explosions going off in the distance. Therefore, he did some calculations and nodded. "I can do it. I can control the time. All right then, get ready. We're entering the final stage." Angor watched the hole getting smaller and smaller, and he began to feel nervous for some reason. 10, 9, 8, 7. Angor counted down in silence. He watched as the human-sized hole was closing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tens of centimeters of the hole were covered every second. 3, 2, Angor was so nervous that he did not notice a blurry shadow slowly appearing behind him. When there was only 1 second left before the hole closed, Angor thought that this was the end. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came from behind. Before he could react, he screamed out of instinct and was pushed into the tunnel, which was only half a man's height. "Angor, what's going on over there?" Angor's scream immediately attracted Sunders' attention. Before he could finish, Angor saw the tunnel closed under the control of the nightmare stone. Once the tunnel closed, Sunders' location disappeared, and the voices in his ears stopped. Angor's heart was pounding. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab something, but the tunnel was closed. His efforts were in vain. Angor's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Why? Why? He was at the last moment, and something happened. He regretted coming here alone. He regretted his carelessness. He should have told Angor about this earlier, and Angor would not have allowed him to go alone. Angor regretted coming here alone. Angor regretted his decision. He regretted coming here alone. His regret only lasted for a second. Given the current situation, there was no room for regret. He felt his body sinking as if he was sinking into a swamp. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not stop himself from falling. According to Sunders, this tunnel was actually a plain passageway. But it was much more stable than a plain passageway built on a temporary basis. He quickly searched his mind for information about plain passageways. A plain passageway was an endless space without day, night, direction, or destination. If he kept falling, he would probably fall to the cliff of time and become a pile of bones. To get out of a plane passageway, he needed a spaceway mark. But where could he find one? Most importantly, most of the people who could travel plane passageways were wizards. They could fly with their own power. Since he could not fly yet, he could only keep falling and falling for eternity. Was he going to die like this? Was he going to fall to his death in a plane passageway where he could not find his way? Before he knew what to do, he realized that he was no longer falling. Instead, he was slowly floating up. Not only did he lose his sense of direction in the absolute darkness, but he also lost his sense of touch. For a moment, he didn't realize why he had started to float up. After a long while, he faintly felt that the back of his collar was a little loose, as if someone was grabbing the back of his collar and flying upwards. "Who is it?" When he spoke, he noticed that his voice was a lot quieter than before. At the same time, he also found it difficult to breathe. But it was still bearable for now. If there was thin oxygen here, did that mean there was a passage connecting to the outside world? But even if there was, he did not know how to find it. Was he going to have to rely on his luck? Tweet, tweet, tweet. Toby? Angor touched his collar and felt a pair of claws. Toby was strong enough to drag him up? Angor was puzzled. He remembered that Toby's instantaneous burst of strength was strong, but it was only mediocre when it came to endurance. But why was Toby able to drag him up? Could it be that Toby had become stronger? Or was it because the gravity here was very light? Angor did not have time to think about such things. He quickly asked Toby, "Is it hard for you to carry me?" "Tweet twice if you can." "Tweet once if you can." He could not communicate with Toby by gestures in the dark. He had to use the most primitive method. Tweet, tweet. This meant that Toby was not having any trouble carrying him. Angor felt hopeless when he first fell into the tunnel, but he was not someone who would just sit there and wait for death. He would not give up even if there was only a tiny bit of hope. Besides, Toby was in trouble because of him. Even if it was not for himself, he would not give up for Toby, for John and Leon who were far away at the old Earth. With Toby's help, the most important thing now was to find a way to leave the plane passageway. Angor did not know how to solve this problem. He did not have a spaceway mark. As Sunder said, he could not go to the nightmare realm even if he wanted to. However, he could not let Toby fly blindly in the dark without any direction. It was most likely that Toby would just go around in circles. Angor remembered John's Encyclopedia of Amazing Brains when he was young. According to the book, it was difficult to walk in a straight line while blindfolded. Without any sense of sight, one would have to draw a straight line in order to walk in a certain direction. However, there was no external information to support the drawing process, which limited the information. The vestibular tissues, muscles, and joints that transmitted the sense of balance would all deviate slightly. Such deviations were an equilibrium curve. The final result would be to walk blindly in the dark in a circular motion, which was also the basis of many ancient superstitions, such as ghost circles. If he had to walk in circles in the dark, he would not be able to leave the plane passageway. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Angor recalled John's words about how to avoid ghost circles. Reference objects. Angor remembered that as long as there was a reference object, he could avoid circular motion as much as possible. But was there a reference object in a dark plane passageway? Angor fell silent again. What could he use as a reference object in a plane passageway where there was no direction, no day or night? Angor considered using himself as a reference object. However, in the space of nothingness, the reference objects he created would only continue to fall. They could not be relatively still, so how could he determine the direction? Angor remained silent for a long time. He suddenly remembered that he sensed the nightmare aura in the tunnel before he fell into it. There was nightmare aura in the tunnel. Could he use it as a reference object? Follow the nightmare aura. He closed his eyes and carefully reached his spirit feelers out of his body. Fortunately, the plane passageway was stable enough to keep him safe. When Angor opened his eyes again, he was glad. Even his tone sounded happier. "I don't know if we can get out of here. But I sense the nightmare aura slowly dissipating. Let's go to where the nightmare aura is the strongest. Toby, follow my directions." The nightmare aura was almost gone, but Angor didn't fall for too long. He followed the remnant aura above his head and found the source of the nightmare aura. Angor didn't know where the path was, but he had no other choice. He had to keep moving forward. He already prepared for the worst-case scenario, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Just follow my directions. There's a way out. Toby chirped. It didn't sound pessimistic at all. While directing Toby to go where the nightmare aura was denser, Angor tried to recall what happened earlier. When he was pushed into the tunnel, he subconsciously looked back. Although he was in a daze at the time, he still caught a glimpse of the person behind him. No, it wasn't a person, it was just a skeleton in the shape of a human. Even though it was just a glance, Angor remembered everything about the skeleton. It wasn't a nightmare monster. Maybe it was a summoned creature or a puppet. Angor believed that someone was controlling the skeleton to attack him as soon as the tunnel was completed. And there was only one person in Twilight Well who had a grudge against him. Twilight? Angor didn't want to guess, but he didn't dare to say for sure either. Being alone in the dark, his negative emotions had reached their limit, and he desperately needed a way to vent them. Without a doubt, Twilight was nailed to the white wall and became the angry mosquito blood. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it didn't stop him from venting his anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When his anger turned into a roar and was released, he only felt endless emptiness. In the darkness, other than roaring angrily and making Toby nervous, what else could he do? Don't worry, Toby. We'll be out soon. While comforting Toby, Angor was also trying to convince himself that there was still hope. Angor once read a novel that said, in a dark and chaotic world, years don't count. An era passes in the blink of an eye. At that time, Angor didn't think the author was trying to create an atmosphere. But when he himself fell into the dark and chaotic world, he began to understand the meaning. It wasn't that years didn't count. It was simply that he couldn't sense time. Angor felt that it had been a long time. Maybe a week, or maybe a month. But his body's physiological indicators clearly told him that it hadn't even been a day. He wasn't hungry, and his head wasn't dizzy. The mana he used to release the nightmare domain wasn't fully replenished yet. It might not even be half a day, let alone a day. But he still felt that it had been a long time. He couldn't sense time anymore. His reference for time was gone, and everything was blurry. One day, when the biological clock in his body adapted to the darkness, would he even forget the concept of time? He took out the pocket watch containing the hologram tablet from his bracelet and carefully put it on his chest. Then, he turned on the tablet. The tablet's light. He did not feel scared when there was no light. But when he had the light as a contrast, he realized that there was an even deeper darkness in the distance. It was like a giant mouth waiting to devour him, bringing him the fear of the unknown. It was like someone who was afraid. Standings have a fear. One step away was 1,000-meter deep abyss. Angor knew he was safe, but he was still afraid. Angor looked away and focused on the hologram tablet. Time, month of harvest, August, first day of the first month, 8 p.m. Angor left Brood Cavern at the end of the month of Soothing Wind, July, 10 p.m. He did some calculations and came up with an approximate time when he entered the plain passageway. Only one afternoon. It was only 4 or 5 hours, but it felt like an entire month. Angor forced a smile. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Toby's curious voice came. This was the first time he used the tablet in front of Toby. Angor didn't want to expose the real identity of the tablet. My professor gave it to me to keep time. Toby thought Angor was referring to John, but Toby thought it was Sunders. Angor gave a vague answer and changed the topic. Toby continued flying under Angor's command for the next half an hour. Meanwhile, Angor opened his folder to check about the plain passageway. Just as he had expected, if he wanted to leave the plain passageway safely, he would need a dimensional waymark to guide him. Otherwise, he could only rely on luck. However, plain passageways were usually point-to-point, and there might only be one two-way passageway in a plain passageway. The chance of finding the exit by luck was close to zero. He thought for a moment and opened another folder. It was a book he recorded in Sunders' library on the Cloud Whale. It was called Where Are the Miraculous Treasures? 10th Anniversary Edition. Where Are the Miraculous Treasures was a monthly periodical published by a magazine in a wizard market called Ancient River. What Angor was reading now was the 10th anniversary edition of the magazine. It was a custom-made collector's edition. There was also a line of common language on the cover that read "Gift to Phantom Master." Angor opened the folder and quickly found his target by following the table of contents. Section Ephemera, a non-existent creature of unknown origin. Rumor has it that it's related to Candy House in Fairy Town. Section Ephemera were extremely valuable. As long as they appeared in the world, adepts who had caught wind of their whereabouts would swarm over. It can open up a new two-way passageway in a stable plane. The passageway can only be used once, but it has many wonderful uses for wizards. Angor carefully read the description of Section Ephemera, hoping that he could use it to leave this place. But after reading the description, it clearly stated that the Section Ephemera needed to be used in stable planes. Although the plane passageway seemed stable, that was only relative. Without the support of the world's consciousness, the plane passageway was extremely fragile. Angor sighed. It seemed that using Section Ephemera was not a realistic idea. Toby kept flying. The nightmare aura was getting thicker. Occasionally, Toby would take a break and eat something in Angor's pocket. However, whenever Toby took a break, Angor would start to fall again. To avoid getting out of the nightmare aura's range, Toby would only rest for about 10 minutes each time before he resumed driving. After dozens of such breaks, Angor estimated that more than half a day had passed. As Angor grew more and more disappointed, he suddenly saw a blinding light coming from a spot where the nightmare aura was concentrated. Inside the auction hall of Twilight Well. "What's wrong, Angor?" Sunders yelled in panic. "Shit. You lost your GPS?" Sunders' expression changed. There were many reasons for the disappearance of the locator, but there was only one possibility for it to disappear without a trace. Angor went into the mist tunnel? Sunders stomped his feet and jumped out of the nest. He dashed outside as fast as lightning. "Sunders? Where are you going?" Devil Dare, who was being attacked by Froggy, saw Sunders running away. "Huh? There are two Sunders here? But the one behind is a little dark?" Sunders' voice came from afar. "Something happened to Angor. I'm going to check it out." "Something happened to Angor?" Devil Dare frowned. What would happen to the tunnel if something happened to Angor? Sunders seemed to have read Devil Dare's mind. "The tunnel is closed. But you can't just leave me here alone." Devil Dare screamed in pain. "And, who's that shadow?" Before Devil Dare could finish his words, Sunders already disappeared from his sight. Devil Dare sighed and looked around. He saw that the harp wielder was not killed by Sunders. She looked a little messy, but she was fine. Most importantly, Devil Dare still found Fox's harp. They estimated it to be a mystic-level harp, and Sunders just left like that? He even left the mystery harp aside? Just because Angor was in trouble? So the rumors were right. This new student is really important to Sunders. But why did Angor get into trouble? Devil Dare suddenly had a bad feeling. He hoped that things did not go as he expected. Since the tunnel was closed, the mist in Twilight Well was quickly disappearing. Sunders moved quickly on top of the building. He felt a little anxious as he looked at the disappearing mist. He had been talking to Angor all the time, so he knew the boy was having a good time. But something happened at the last minute. This was not normal. According to Fox, the harp wielder, Shava, was called Her Majesty in private. This title alone was enough to prove that Shava was not an ordinary person. Most likely, she was a noble in the core area of the Nightmare Realm. That was why the dragonflies kept praising Shava and did not dare to attack Angor. But something happened to Angor when the tunnel was closed. It was not the work of a nightmare monster. Someone must have planned it on purpose. What a shame. My dear student has been killed. He can't sacrifice himself for my research. What a shame. A deep voice came from beside Sunders. Sunders looked back and saw his younger self with black eyes and red pupils. Come back. You shouldn't show up in public. Sunders reached out a hand and created a vortex on his palm. He quickly sucked his younger self inside. A moment later, Sunders appeared in Lady's Juice. As expected, the place was empty. There were no signs of fighting on the ground either. Sunder's eyes glowed. He cast a level 1 spell, Delirium Break, which allowed him to look back at the truth of history using tiny clues. However, Delirium Break did not work. He did not find anything. The entire lady's juice, from energy ripples to the composition of pheromones, was clean. However, this cleanliness made Sunders even more certain that Angor was killed by someone. As for who it was, did it matter? Angor might even think that it was Twilight who did it. But Sunders would never do that. Even if he wronged someone, or even killed someone by mistake, so what? Angor saw a flash of light. In this land of eternal darkness, the sudden appearance of light was a strange thing no matter how one looked at it. Angor didn't blindly believe that it was an exit. Instead, he believed that it was a sign of some unknown danger. He just read up on planar passageways not long ago, so he knew that planar passageways weren't as empty as he thought. In the land of eternal darkness, there were some strange creatures, such as the void weed. Or some strange beasts. The chances of finding a strange creature in a plain passageway were as low as looking for a grain of sand in an ocean. However, there were still strange creatures, such as monsters, phantoms, or even wild beasts. Some of them accidentally entered the plain passageway, while others were native to the plain passageway. No matter what kind of creature it was a great threat to Angor. Any creature that could survive in a plain passageway must have its own way of survival. He once read about a glowing monster called Bacabredo in one of the books. According to the book, Bacabredo was a gentle monster that lived in a plain passageway with a glowing lantern on its head. It relied on the lantern to attract the hollow weed, which was attracted to light, as food. However, this book about Bacabredo was written by an official magus and was meant for the official magi community. The so-called gentle creature was something Angor couldn't handle. Bacabredo might look like a herbivore, but that was not the case. It only ate void algae because there was no meat in the plain passageway for it to eat. Bacabredo was a guide for wizards to find hollow weed. As long as Angor followed Bacabredo, he would surely find some. But Angor didn't dare to follow Bacabredo. He wasn't sure if the light was coming from Bacabredo or an exit. Either way, it didn't matter. Angor wasn't sure how long he could last in the land of eternal darkness. A glimmer of hope was better than total despair. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke to Toby. Follow that light, Toby. Also, be prepared. If it's not an exit but a monster, run away immediately. Don't worry about me. Toby didn't say anything for a long time. The light was far away from Angor, but it acted as a lighthouse, which allowed them to fly for more than 10 minutes without getting lost. They were getting closer and closer to the light source. Angor realized that he was wrong. The light wasn't an exit, but it didn't seem to be a Bacabredo either. According to the book, a Bacabredo's light was pure and bright, which could illuminate a distance of dozens of kilometers. However, the light he saw was not pure. Instead, it was colorful like a flowing ribbon, which looked like a dreamy galaxy in the dark. Toby stopped moving. Not the exit. They're moving, Angor said with a bitter smile. And they're coming toward us. It wasn't a Bacabredo. It was much more dangerous. At least the Bacabredo was considered gentle. According to the books, the other monsters in the plain passageway all had bad tempers. Some of them were so dangerous that even wizards had to avoid them. Toby, put me down and run. Toby didn't care. He kept dragging Angor's hand and kept running. Angor tried to break free from Toby's grip, but Toby's claws were stronger than he thought. Run. Don't worry about me. Angor looked back and saw the rainbow moving faster and faster. If Toby kept dragging him, he wouldn't be able to outrun it. Angor didn't care. He had to run as fast as he could. He decided to use an illusion to interfere with Toby's senses. But before he could do that, he heard someone praising him from afar. Praise the moonlight. Praise the queen. Praise Shava. Hearing the familiar emotion, Angor was surprised. Don't run. We're saved. Without a doubt, this was a journey of darkness. However, it was only the first half of the journey that was dark. The second half of the journey was much more pleasant. Angor sat cross-legged on a flying carpet embroidered with colorful lights. Toby was rubbing his cheeks while praising him from time to time. Anyone who received such treatment in the darkness would feel comfortable and relaxed, wouldn't they, half an hour ago? Angor already knew what the rainbow was when he heard the praise. It was a swarm of rainbow dragonflies. And they must be from the nightmare realm. How else would they know about Shava? He was sure that this wasn't the swarm from Lady's Juice. There were at least several thousand of them here. At that time, there were no more than 100 rainbow dragonflies in the entire Twilight Well. If they weren't from Lady's Juice, then what were they doing in the plain passageway? Angor didn't know. But he didn't need to know. There must be a way for them to survive in the plain passageway. Besides, Angor believed that the dragonflies had the coordinates of the nightmare realm. Otherwise, why would they fly in the plain passageway? Thus, he began to negotiate with the rainbow dragonflies. He hoped that they would take him out of the plain passageway. But the dragonflies were really stupid. They didn't know how to express anything other than praise and doubt. Angor considered for a moment and decided to express his "let me go with you" emotion. The rainbow-colored dragonfly understood this emotion. That was how they came to be. The thousands of rainbow dragonflies gathered together and carried Angor forward like a colorful carpet. With the help of the rainbow-colored dragonflies, Toby was finally free and could have a good rest. Angor didn't know where the dragonflies were going. But it didn't matter if they were going to the nightmare realm or somewhere else. The dragonflies must have a destination in mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working together. Angor wasn't picky. As long as he could get out of this plain passageway, he would go even if it meant going to the nightmare realm. The journey this time was very long. Angor kept an eye on his pocket watch. He didn't know if the plain passageway was the same as the one in the wizarding world, but it had been 2.5 days since he entered the plain passageway. It was the 3rd day of the month of harvest. During this time, Toby took a nap. Angor also took a nap. Although he felt much better now, another problem struck him: hunger. Angor put all his belongings in his bracelet except for food. It wasn't a problem though. He decided to eat some of Toby's dried fish. Toby's snowy feather was filled with his favorite dried fish, as well as all kinds of strange clothes. Under Toby's disdainful gaze, Angor pretended to eat the salty and fishy fish. He even smiled at Toby. "Nice. I'll buy more for you next time." Toby stretched out his wings and gestured, "Double." Angor nodded. "I'll give you 5 times. After this experience, Angor decided to store some food in his bracelet whenever he went out. Wizards could live for years on energy alone, but Angor was only an apprentice. He didn't have such an ability. Maybe he should learn a gourmet cantrip, mana bread. But he was only an illusionist apprentice. It wasn't impossible to learn a gourmet cantrip, but it would take a lot of time. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, the rainbow dragonflies carried him to a real Bacabredo. Angor was still in a daze when he saw the rainbow dragonflies suddenly change their direction. Instead of following the nightmare aura, they were heading to the right. Angor looked at them in confusion. Then, he discovered, a giant lizard-like creature that was about 3 to 4 meters in size was surrounded by rainbow-colored dragonflies. There was a lantern hanging on the head of this giant lizard, which emitted a strong white light, like a deep-sea scorpion. A Bacabredo? The chances of running into a monster in a plain passageway were close to 0. Among all the creatures that lived in plain passageways, Bacabredo was one of the rarest ones. But they just happened to run into one? This was too much of a coincidence. Angor took a closer look and saw the Bacabredo trembling as if it was terrified of the rainbow dragonflies. "You can go now. I'll come for you next time." Angor sensed several similar emotions from the rainbow dragonflies. Next, Bacabredo let out a sigh of relief and quickly disappeared into the darkness with his lantern hanging above his head. So this Bacabredo was raised by the rainbow dragonflies? Angor guessed. After the rainbow dragonflies chased the Bacabredo away, the largest of them suddenly came to Angor with a green light spot on its back. It presented the green spot to Angor as if it was presenting a treasure. "Hollow weed. Is this for me?" Angor already saw the hollow weed around the Bacabredo. However, he didn't think about asking for it since the rainbow dragonflies were feeding on it. Not only did he need someone to give him a ride, but he also needed someone else's gas to fill his wallet. Angor would never do such a thing, even if the hollow weed was extremely valuable. But since the dragonflies were willing to give it to him, Angor wouldn't refuse. The hollow weed was about the size of an egg. Angor estimated that there were at least several hundred hollow weed inside. Last time, Angor only obtained 13 hollow weed, which allowed him to create a living space about half a square meter in size inside his bracelet. If he put all the hollow weed inside, the bracelet would be able to store living creatures, and there would be plenty left. Mana Bread Angor didn't know how Bacabredo was related to the rainbow dragonflies, but he still considered it a pleasant surprise. However, his joy didn't last long. No matter how valuable the hollow weed was, it didn't mean much in the land of eternal darkness. If he couldn't get out of here, the item was just a concept. With that in mind, Angor's jubilant heart sank again. He put the weed into his bracelet and let it spread out on its own. Then, the long journey began again. 3 days later. Following the footsteps of the nightmare aura, Angor experienced a magnificent journey that no one would believe him if he told them about it. Angor thought Bacabredo was just a small interlude, but that wasn't the case. The rainbow dragonflies acted like a king patrolling his territory, and he saw giant beasts from time to time. One of them was at least 100 meters long. Angor couldn't even see through the rainbow light emitted by the dragonflies. It lived in the smoke cloud where the nightmare aura was thick. When the rainbow dragonflies approached, the beast glanced at them with its large, emerald-like eyes and moved aside. Angor didn't see the beast's full appearance, but the white scales and emerald-like eyes told him that it didn't belong to any creature recorded in the books. Apart from that, the fact that it could grow so big in the plain passageway meant that it was probably stronger than ordinary wizards. Angor could see the intelligence in the creature's eyes. He also noticed that the creature saw him, but it didn't seem to want to talk to him. It closed its eyes and let the rainbow dragonflies carry Angor away. This wasn't the first time Angor encountered something like this. Angor wondered if this plain passageway was actually a monster farm in the nightmare realm, and the rainbow dragonflies were the caretakers of the farm. Angor noticed that all the beasts were wandering around the nightmare aura. Angor was glad that they met the rainbow dragonflies. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now if they had to follow the path of nightmare aura. Maybe this was fate. Or maybe they weren't destined to die yet. Angor didn't know how long this journey would take, but he and To had already started saving up on food. Toby also reduced his energy consumption. Instead, he chose the top of Angor's hat as his home and sat there, thinking about something. Angor took out his tablet and searched for Mana Bread in the gourmet category. Fortunately, Sunder's book collection contained some low-level occult cantrips, such as Mana Bread. But just as Angor expected, his progress was extremely slow. Although it was normal for wizards to practice different types of magic in the wizarding world, such as Abel's frequent use of elemental magic, it could also be considered as practicing different types of magic. However, if he were to step into the occult, it would be much more difficult. Mystery is mystery because of its simplicity. It was difficult, but Angor had no choice. He had to learn it. God knows how long this journey would take. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to learn. Time passed day by day. A week later, on the first day of the month of harvest, Angor looked at the black lumps on his hands. They were as heavy as lead and smelled like stinky socks that had been sealed for a month. It was a pitch-black object with a pitch-black appearance. After nearly 100 hours of concentration, Angor finally released Mana Bread for the first time. Angor really didn't want to eat it. He was lucky that he didn't vomit because of the stinky sock. He thought, didn't Toby like stinky dried fish? This one didn't smell fishy, but it was stinky. Maybe Toby would like it. Using an excuse that even he couldn't convince himself, Angor held the black lumps in front of Toby. Here, Toby. It's delicious bread. Try it. If it's not bad, I'll make more for you later. Angor put his palms together and presented the black lumps to Toby with a smile. Toby glanced at Angor and jumped onto Angor's hand to sniff. Tweet, tweet, Toby roared and swatted the lumps away with a wing, which landed on Angor's forehead. Angor felt dizzy for a moment. Maybe the gourmet wizard used Mana Bread as an offensive spell? That's so painful. Angor rubbed his reddened forehead and tossed the lumps into the darkness. Angor made several more manna bread later. He didn't know if it was because he didn't learn how to make manna bread or something else, but all of them were just lumps of black lumps. The only difference was how long the stinky sock was sealed. According to the books, manna bread always had a pleasant aroma, soft texture, and could be made according to the gourmet wizard's preference. Orange, mushroom, tomato, cheese, but good taste only existed in books. Angor could only make manna bread that smelled like stinky sock. After all, he was a cross-sectional cultivator. It was already considered fast for him to succeed in just 1 week. One afternoon, Angor took a small bite of the manna bread while enduring the horrible smell. As he expected, it tasted like wax. Or rather, wax was an exaggeration. Luckily, his tongue couldn't sense the smell. As long as he pinched his nose and tried not to think about the smell, he could still swallow it. Still, Angor made up his mind. He wouldn't eat manna bread again until he ran out of food. Angor's journey in the plain passageway continued. He noticed many details in the darkness, such as how his mana pool grew faster when he meditated. Although the conversion speed of mana was still the same, the growth of his mana source was extremely fast. 2 days later, when Angor finished his meditation, he suddenly felt a sense of fullness in his mana pool. Angor's eyes lit up. According to the books, this meant he had completed his training as a level 1 apprentice. He was now a level 1 apprentice. Angor was surprised. Thanks to point dispersion meditation, his training speed was much faster than other apprentices. However, he only spent half a month in the plain passageway, which was equivalent to 3 or 4 months of normal training. According to his original plan, he would only become a level 1 apprentice when the purification garden opened during the month of frost. But now, it was only the month of harvest, and he was already 4 months ahead of schedule. Angor was probably the only apprentice who could reach the peak of level 1 in the month of frost. Others might take several years, or even longer, to reach this step. This was a qualitative difference. Like Davy, Angor joined Brute Cavern 5 years earlier, but he was still a level 1 apprentice, far away from the peak. Angor couldn't believe it. Could it be that he could train faster in the plain passageway, but he didn't remember reading anything about it? Or was it because of the thick nightmare aura around him that he was able to improve so quickly? Angor wasn't sure, but he didn't have the ability to find out. Right now, his priority was to work harder. No one knew where the rainbow dragonflies would take him. But no matter where he went, he had to be strong enough. Leveling up from a level 1 apprentice to a level 2 apprentice was a huge challenge. It was a small hurdle. Normally speaking, it wasn't as scary as leveling up from level 2 to level 3. Even someone with average talent could do it in a few years. If you had money, you could buy potions to do it. If you didn't have money, you could get through it with time. But Angor was different. The channeling method he learned was already compatible, and he also created the axes of the universe, which made it even more compatible. To him, this small barrier was like drinking water. Only the big barrier from an apprentice to an official magus could be considered the real barrier. It only took him 3 days to become a level 2 apprentice. There were no obstacles along the way. Well, it was a blessing in disguise. If he didn't get ambushed and fall into the plain passageway, he probably wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. But Angor's problem came again. He leveled up too fast, and he didn't learn many basic skills. For example, he couldn't count the number of level 1 cantrips he learned with one hand. He didn't even learn the tooling spells related to smelt and freeze. He planned to make a list of the cantrips he wanted to learn after the Twilight Well incident was over. Then, he would go to Tree Spirit Garden and listen to a few classes to verify his knowledge with John's. But he didn't listen to the classes or learn the cantrips, and his level did increase. It could only be said that it was fate. When he got out of the plain passageway, he had to calm down and strengthen his foundation. Otherwise, his level 2 apprentice title would be too weak. But, could he really get out of the plain passageway? This question, or perhaps this worry, was answered 1 day later. The 6th day of the latter half of the month of harvest. It had been 21 days since Angor entered the plain passageway. With the help of the rainbow dragonflies, the long journey finally came to an end. At the end of the journey, Angor saw a white exit. It was very obvious in the dark. The rainbow dragonflies also flew toward the exit. The exit was similar to the one he saw in Lady's Juice, but it was bigger and more stable. Angor could see the outline of some buildings before he got close. Is that the Nightmare Realm? Angor was anxious, but he also felt a bit happy after surviving a disaster. It didn't matter whether the other side was the Nightmare Realm or not. As long as he could get out, he would rather stay in this dark place. Besides, even if he went to the Nightmare Realm, he still had a chance to get out. Angor comforted himself while following the rainbow dragonflies away from the plain passageway he spent half a month in. Angor sensed something wrong as soon as he stepped out of the plain passageway. He thought the rainbow dragonflies would take him to the Nightmare Realm, but they didn't. The place was filled with nightmare energy, but it didn't feel like time was frozen like in the Nightmare Realm. Angor looked back and saw a giant nest about 10 meters tall. He was not unfamiliar with the appearance of the nest. It was exactly the same as the nest in Lady's Juice. Even the 5-colored dragonflies and 7-colored dragonflies guarding it were not much different. Angor kept looking around. Everything was blocked by the mist, and he could only see the vague outlines of buildings. Most of them were small wooden houses, which didn't look like they were built with advanced methods. Angor carefully sensed the air and found nothing out of the ordinary except for the nightmare energy. This isn't the Nightmare Realm. Is this the Wizarding World? Or is it another plane? Of course, Angor hoped that this was the Wizarding World. But even if someone told him otherwise, he wouldn't feel too sad. For someone who went through despair, even the slightest glimmer of hope was a form of salvation. Being able to leave the plain passageway was already the best thing he could do. What more could he ask for? Besides, this place might not be the dangerous Nightmare Realm, which was even better for him. What was there to be sad about? Angor walked forward with Toby in tow. As he moved, the rainbow-colored dragonflies and the 5-colored dragonflies all followed behind him. It was like a rainbow-colored cloak that fluttered in the wind. With such a cloak, infinite reticence wouldn't work even if Angor's bracelet was fully activated. It was too dazzling, Angor sighed helplessly. He waved a hand at his little tails and asked them to go back to their nest. They were his saviors, after all. He didn't want to force them away like Sunders did. Maybe they only saved the name Shava, but Angor still felt greatly indebted to them. No matter what, he couldn't forget about saving his life, even if they were just a bunch of dragonflies. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell them to go back and protect the nest. At first, the dragonflies didn't want to go back. However, Angor told them that the queen wants you to guard the nest, not run around, and they all slowly returned to the nest. However, there were still hundreds of rainbow dragonflies following behind him, including the one that delivered the hollow weed to him. This dragonfly was about 3 times bigger than the others, and its colorful glow was also brighter. Angor assumed it was the leader of the group. He did not disperse his emotions. Instead, he communicated with the large dragonfly alone, hoping that it would take the dragonfly away. The giant dragonfly was smarter than the others. Only when Angor ordered it to return to its nest did it slowly lead the rest of the dragonflies back to its nest. However, not all the dragonflies left. There was still a colorful dragonfly dancing in a figure-8 pattern beside Angor. It seemed to be so excited that it forgot where it was. The dragonfly would follow Angor wherever he went. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to chase it away. Instead, he activated his nightmare domain and let the dragonfly join the teacup band. The teacup band played music while the dragonfly danced. Nice, right? After leaving the nest, Angor walked for about 10 minutes in the mist to get a general idea of the layout of the place. It seemed to be a village, but he did not see anyone here. The entire village was shrouded by the fog that gushed out from the nest's passageway. Even if one looked up, they would not be able to see the sun. Perhaps this was a place similar to Midnight Sovereign, where everyone in the village was infected by parasites. Wait, that didn't seem right. If they were infected by parasites, they would sing and dance like crazy. However, Angor did not see anyone singing on his way here. He also did not see any luminous parasites around the nest. So, this was just a village covered by the nightmare aura? With that in mind, Angor pushed open the door of a small wooden hut nearby. The hut was really small. It looked like a temporary shelter built by a hunter in the woods. It looked old and tattered, and the walls were covered with patches. Angor tried to push the door, which broke into pieces like a piece of paper. Before he could go inside, the hut collapsed and buried Angor in a pile of broken wood. He activated the magic barrier on his windbreaker when he was buried, so he wasn't hurt. When he struggled to get out, he frowned when he saw the scene of devastation. Even the wooden hut was rotten. How long had this place been abandoned? He wanted to find useful information in this abandoned village to confirm the location, but it seemed like it was going to be a very difficult task at the moment. Angor did not look at the rotten hut anymore. Instead, he went to a relatively sturdy wooden and stone villa. Nothing special about the architecture. The door design and the size of the hut all fit the average height of a human. Angor guessed that the village was inhabited by humans or humanoids before it became a wasteland. There were weeds in the yard, but they had not been trimmed for a long time. Angor carefully pushed open the door of the villa. There was no collapse or weathering. The designer must have taken this into consideration. However, just because the house did not collapse did not mean the furniture inside was still intact. Wooden tables, chairs, and dusty countertops would break if Angor exerted a little force. This place has been abandoned for at least hundreds of years. Maybe longer. Angor waved his hand and a thick layer of dust appeared. The purification field was fully activated, so he didn't need to worry about the dust. However, he was more worried that the information he was looking for might have been covered by the dust or eroded by the wind due to the long passage of time. Angor did not find anything in the small villa. The stairs on the second floor were broken. He used his spirit feelers to check the rooms on the second floor, but they were still empty. Angor left the villa and went to several other houses, but he did not find anything. He finally found something useful inside a large bunker building in the center of the village. The bunker building might be something like a battle center. Angor found some dried pens and broken parchments. Some parchments still had marks on them, but they were too old and covered in dust to recognize what was written on them. He tried to brush away the dust, but the parchments were already turned into dust by the wind, so he had to give up. The only thing he found was a map of the village. It was a map drawn on the wall of the bunker. There was a large circle covering the entire map. There were pictures of trees inside the circle, which probably represented a forest. There was also a wooden house in the center, which probably represented a village. There were also lakes, tents, torches, and so on. The map showed all the terrain nearby, but there was one thing that bothered Angor. Why were all the pictures inside the circle? What was outside the circle? Could it be that the circle represented a safe zone? Was there a dangerous area outside the circle? He had no idea. He had to explore the area first. He took out his hologram tablet, recorded the map, and left the village. Since he couldn't find anything in the village, he would go outside. He already escaped from the plain passageway, and everything was going well. Even if he couldn't find anything here, he could just walk out. Half a day later, Angor, who walked out, returned to the village with his tail between his legs. He left the village in high spirits, thinking that he could always see the future as long as he could walk. But he was wrong. What future did he have if he couldn't even get out of the village? He walked around the village and finally understood why there was a big circle on the map. This circle was not a safe zone, nor did it represent the boundary. It simply represented one meaning: restriction. Only those inside the circle were allowed to move around on the map. And the meaning of the circle was a stone wall that was too high to reach. Angor walked along the circle on the map. It took him half a day to complete the whole thing. There were only stone walls around him. There was no way to climb because he couldn't see what was above him due to the thick fog. Either he was at the bottom of a cliff, which looked like a valley. Either that, or it was a geocentric world like Midnight Sovereign. No matter which one it was, it would not be easy to leave this place. He had to find a way out at least. Angor believed that there must be a way. There was no fertile land or grazing land around here. The villagers who used to live here couldn't have relied on fruits to make a living, right? There was also no place to make paper, iron, or stoves in the village. Those things must have come here from the outside. There had to be a way out. But where was it? That was a problem he had to solve. Angor walked on the main road of the village while thinking about this problem. He also used his spirit feelers to observe the houses around him. If he found any clues, he would check them right away. While doing so, he realized that the village was much more beautiful than he thought. The houses were all rotten and weathered, but it wasn't hard to see that many of them were carefully designed. Almost every family planted trees. Most of the trees had withered due to the lack of sunlight. In the past, the village was filled with people, tall trees, fruits, and flowers. It must have been beautiful. There were no enemies here. Maybe this was a paradise. But now, the paradise was gone. There was only a deserted village. Angor returned to the dragonfly nest and prepared a temporary shelter for the night. Angor did not sleep at all. He lit up the fire in the stove in the center of the room and waited for the sparks to appear. With the dim light of the fire, Angor began to think about his future. Toby, on the other hand, could settle down anywhere. He took out a small wooden bed and quilt from snowy feather, put on his furry pajamas, gave Angor a goodnight kiss, and lay down on the wooden bed to sleep as usual. Toby's usual habits dispelled Angor's uneasiness about coming to a strange place. At least he was not alone. Angor chuckled. He put aside the random thoughts in his head and walked to the window after stretching himself. As expected, he saw a large number of colorful dragonflies outside. The colorful lights on their bodies were so dreamy that it was intoxicating. Angor did not feel sleepy since it was his first time here. He took out his hologram tablet and began reading The Mystery of Nightmare Domain. Life had to go on. As a wizard with a great future, he could not give up his pursuit of knowledge because of a little setback. Time slowly passed as he studied. When dawn came, Angor turned off the tablet and began to think about his plan for the day. He did not rest last night, mostly because he was still excited about surviving the ordeal. However, there was another reason for him to stay up late. However, the only difference between day and night in this desolate village that was sealed by the fog was the color of the fog. During the day, the mist was grayish-white. At night, it was bluish-black. Based on the color of the mist, Angor compared the time difference between day and night. Roughly speaking, the daytime lasted for 14 hours, while the night lasted for about 9 hours. This ratio of day and night was in line with the average annual rate of the month of harvest. Besides, the hologram tablet also showed the time difference between day and night. Based on this, it was highly possible that he was still in the wizarding world, and the southern wizarding region at that. This was only a guess, and he had not tested it yet. But it was still good news. Angor's joy did not fade away for the rest of the day. Another day was over. He had not found a way out yet, but he was not in a hurry. Even if he could not find a way out, staying in the village for a while would not hurt. Also, according to what he knew about Sunders, this incident should fall under the category of Sunders protecting his children. When Greya went missing, Felicia went to Starleach Church to seek help from a prophet. He believed that Sunders would ask a prophet to locate him and come to him since he had saved so many lives in the name of duty. He didn't know where his confidence came from. But his confidence was not wrong. At least half of it was correct. As soon as he left the plain passageway, Sunders received the news in the mirror world. Sunders did seek out a prophet, but he did not go to Starleach Temple. It wasn't that Sunders didn't take Angor seriously. It was just that Angor's level was too low for such a high-level prophet. Besides, Sunders did not go looking for Angor. He only asked a prophet one question: is Angor still alive? The prophet never found Angor's whereabouts, and Sunders was not happy about it for half a month. After Angor left the plain passageway, the prophet finally sensed the trace of fate. He's alive. Maybe he's a blessing in disguise. He's fine now. Due to Sunders' dark expression, the prophet did not beat around the bush like he usually did. Instead, he directly stated his conclusion. Sunders finally relaxed after hearing that Angor was still alive. When the prophet asked if he could locate Angor's location, Sunders refused. As long as I know he's still alive, he'll find his own way. Sunders left. He believed that Angor needed more training, and he did not want the boy to become a canary in an ivory tower. Angor's confidence was only half right. Sunders did seek out a prophet, but he only asked about Angor's current condition. Angor still had to rely on himself if he wanted to leave. Of course, Angor did not put all his hope on Sunders. He was not in a hurry to leave the village because he needed time to settle down. He became a level 2 apprentice by chance, but he did not have the knowledge that a level 2 apprentice should have. At least, he had to learn all the level 1 dramatics he needed. Also, he needed to study Mystery of Nightmare Domain. These plans needed time, so Angor did not mind staying in the village. Angor spent the next few days studying alone. He put Mystery of Nightmare Domain at the top of his list and studied it day and night. He now had a better understanding of Nightmare Domain. There was a passage about Nightmare Domain that made him feel better about staying in the village. Nightmare Domain can be improved as well, but only if you have enough Nightmare Aura. Nightmare Aura was the aura contained in the Nightmare Stones mentioned by Sunders. In other words, it was the aura of the Nightmare Realm. Angor only had a few Nightmare Stones. He planned to use them when he needed them, such as when he was fighting a powerful enemy. If he wanted to increase the concentration of Nightmare Aura in his Nightmare Domain, staying in the village was the best choice. That was because the mist here contained the aura of the Nightmare Realm. The stronger the Nightmare Aura, the stronger the Nightmare illusions he could release. He could also use the Nightmare Aura to raise Nightmare monsters. According to Mystery of Nightmare Domain, as long as the Nightmare Aura was strong enough, he could even tame a nightmare monster and use it for his own purposes. Angor skipped this step. The rainbow dragonflies, parasites, musical teacups, toy soldiers, and so on in his Nightmare Domain were all very obedient. They would not go west if he told them to go east. The only downside was that they were not strong enough to fight. He also wanted to absorb the rainbow dragonflies into his Nightmare Domain to increase his power. However, his Nightmare Domain was still in the early stages, and the Nightmare Aura was not strong enough to feed these half-wizard level monsters. If he tried to take them in by force, the dragonflies would starve to death. So he had to give up on the idea. 2 months later, on the first day of the month of looming frost, Angor finally stopped studying. He had learned all the nightmare illusions he could use, and the Nightmare Aura in his Nightmare Domain had reached its saturation point. The village was like a paradise without too much danger. However, food was scarce here, and there were no wild beasts to hunt. He had been eating manna bread recently, which made his mouth smell like socks. Therefore, under these circumstances, he decided to leave the village. For the past 2 months, he had searched every single house in the village but to no avail. Most of the places with written records were vague. He spent a lot of time trying to determine the history of the village and concluded that it had been abandoned for at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years had passed. Even if someone tried to leave behind something useful, it would all turn into dust. How is he going to get away? Angor asked in a worried tone. Angor left the village again and began to look for a way out in the nearby forest. He wanted to find some kind of underground entrance. Most of the trees in the forest were withered, and the ground was covered with broken branches. Angor used his spirit feelers to scan the area. However, he still didn't find anything after 2 rounds. When he returned to the village, Angor decided to think from a different perspective. How would the locals get out of here? Judging from the fine villas in the village, the people who used to live here did not have to worry about food and clothing, so there must be a way to get supplies from the outside world. Angor simulated himself as a villager and did nothing else. He just treated himself as a normal person. After 3 days, Angor came to a place. It was the lake behind the village. During these 3 days, as a normal villager, Angor needed water to wash up, eat, and take a bath at night. If he did not create water, this lake would be the place he came to the most every day. The lake water was black, and there was a rotten stench coming from it. Angor tried to fish from the lake to fill his stomach. However, the black, stinky substance floating on the surface of the lake was enough to make him give up. Normally, if there was a water source, he could find a way to leave through the underground river. However, this lake did not have any signs of running water, so Angor assumed it was a dead lake. Either it was man-made, or it was accumulated by rainwater. It was impossible for rainwater to accumulate here. Angor had Toby fly over the lake a while ago. Above his head were solid stone walls and plants that absorbed light, so there was no way it would rain here. This place was actually a miniature version of the Black Devil Nation's core world. Angor did not think too much about it back then. Now that he thought about it, something did not feel right. If this lake was not formed by rainwater, then it must be man-made. Since it was a man-made lake, where did the water in the lake come from? Angor walked around the entire area and did not find any other water source. No one dug a well either. So this lake must be the only source of water for the villagers. Here came the paradox. How could a lake that could be used for daily life be stagnant? If the water was not alive, it could also deteriorate. The villagers could not live with deteriorated water. If there was no other water source, then there was only one possibility. This lake used to have running water. Angor looked at the lake that was probably dead for nearly 1,000 years. If he wanted to know the real reason, he would go down and explore. Angor lowered his hat and fully activated his purification field. A pale white light barrier surrounded him as he jumped into the dark, rotten lake. The bottom of the lake was also completely dark, which completely blocked his vision. Angor quickly constructed a hexagonal model in his mind space and pushed it with his mana. A white ball of light appeared inside the purification field and illuminated the surroundings like a lamp. It was a level 0 cantrip, Illuminate. During these 2 months, Angor learned most of his common cantrips, including Illuminate, which he didn't want to learn before because it was a waste of time. Illuminate only emitted light, and the light it emitted was not very bright. It could only illuminate 2 or 3 meters around him at most. However, torches could not be used underwater, while Illuminate had no such limitation. There was another advanced cantrip for Illuminate, which was called Glitter. It could illuminate an area of dozens of meters. However, Glitter was only a level 1 cantrip, and Angor needed to accumulate enough knowledge to learn it. It would take a long time to learn it, so Angor had no intention of learning it for now. With the help of Illuminate, the dark and cold lake water was finally illuminated a little bit. He looked around with the help of the dim light. There were some unknown black dregs floating in the water, and he also found some strange black threads that looked like human hair floating quietly in the water. Even with the protection of the purification field, Angor could still imagine how disgusting the smell would be. The lake was not deep, only about 4 or 5 meters. Angor soon reached the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was full of unknown black paint-like things. At first, he thought that they were petroleum resources, but when he wrapped a part of the black paint with magic power and put it into the purification field, a nauseating, rancid smell filled the tip of his nose. It wasn't oil. Angor thought for a while, but he still couldn't tell what it was based on his experience, so he gave up. The bottom of the lake was not deep, which also proved one thing. In the past, the villagers could not have relied on this water to survive. Maybe this lake used to be running water, but it was blocked for some unknown reason. With this thought in mind, Angor began to look for the blocked pipes in the dark water. Every time he took a few steps, a tornado would be released from his palm, which rolled up the dregs in the water. The lake began to shake violently, and many things hidden in the dregs were lifted out. He had been maintaining the purification field, which temporarily blocked out the dirty water and debris. With the help of Illuminate, he was able to see many strange things clearly. For example, a small, shabby iron box flashed in front of him for a second. He quickly captured the iron box and dragged it into the light shield of the purification force field. He assumed that the box had not been opened for a long time, and he was afraid that opening it might cause the item inside to change. So, he decided not to open the box. Instead, he reached his spirit feelers inside to check what was inside. His spirit feelers showed him something that surprised him. He thought the box was meant for jewelry, but it was filled with medical equipment, such as syringes, medicine bottles, syringes, and so on. He considered for a moment and used cleanse to clean the box. Then, he removed the smell with Purify and put the box into his bracelet. He didn't throw the box away because he noticed a strange symbol on the medical equipment inside. A snake was coiled around the circular cone. This symbol might reveal something about the village. As the tornadoes fell, the hidden items that had been buried for nearly 1,000 years came to the surface one by one. There were even several skeletons whose hair was still on them. He didn't see any bodies in the village, so he thought everyone here had escaped. But it seemed that wasn't the case. He only cleaned a small corner of the lake, and there were already 8 corpses. How many bodies were there at the bottom of the lake? Did everyone in the village go to the bottom of the lake? Thinking about this possibility, Angor felt a chill down his spine. No wonder the lake smelled so bad. 1,000-year dead lake with countless dead bodies buried in it couldn't possibly smell good. Angor jumped out of the lake with the corpses and placed them beside the lake to check them one by one. After checking all 8 skeletons, Angor revealed a smile on his face. After careful inspection, he confirmed that they were all humans, not humanoids. Based on their height and bone size, Angor assumed that they were common people in the southern wizardry region. This made Angor even more certain that he didn't leave the wizarding world. There were humans in other planes, but most of them were supernaturals, not regular humans. Angor was sure that these corpses belonged to mortals. Also, the village at the center of the earth was strange, but after searching for a while, he was sure that there was nothing supernatural in it. A village filled with mortals would never appear outside the wizarding world. Since he was still in the wizarding world, he didn't need to worry. As long as he didn't go too far, he would find a way back. Angor used Hand of Spell to dig a giant hole and put the 8 corpses inside. He had basic respect for the dead. He didn't bury the corpses immediately. Instead, he went to the bottom of the lake and began to make waves. Just as he had expected, the entire bottom of the lake was simply a mass grave. He scooped up corpses one after another. There were men and women, old and young. Among them, there was even the skeleton of a baby that was held in the arms of its mother. Angor had mixed feelings as he looked at the mother's body, which seemed to be filled with love but was also cold and heartless at the same time. It was impossible for a baby to seek death, so these corpses seemed to prove one thing: the people here were either murdered or killed themselves. Leaving aside the fact that the child was murdered, Angor could not understand what kind of feelings the mother had when she committed suicide. She would rather die than leave her child behind? Ugh. Angor sighed. The past was already buried in the passage of time. No one could tell why. The emotions of mortals, due to their short lifespan, were more impassioned and passionate. This was the passion that Magi, who had a long lifespan, lacked. Perhaps 1,000 years ago, a bloody disaster happened here. Or, Angor looked back at a certain spot in the village. There was an old nest where the rainbow dragonflies lived. He wasn't sure if it was because of their visit that something went wrong. But who could tell what happened 1,000 years ago? Angor dragged the corpses out from the bottom of the lake and threw them into the giant pit. What he didn't know was that while he was doing these things, a golden vertical eye was quietly staring at him from the bottom of the lake. In the end, Angor found about 100 corpses. It sounded like a lot, but considering the size of the village, there should be more than that. Maybe some of them escaped the village? Angor guessed. Angor spent half a day at the bottom of the lake and took out almost all the corpses. However, he didn't find the underground passage that proved this lake was once a living water lake. Could it be that my guess was wrong? There's another water source in this deserted village? Is this lake purely built to look good? But who would build a stagnant lake for people to see, or was this like the tomb of the villagers? Did they end their lives by being buried in water? Angor wondered. Since he couldn't find an answer or an exit, he had to leave the lake and bury the corpses first. There were too many corpses and the pit was too small. Angor ordered Toby to smash a bigger pit nearby and put the corpses inside. After covering the pit with soil, Angor found a large rock and melted it into a tombstone using thaw. He then used Hand of Spell to carve a row of neat universal characters on it. Nameless Village. Over 100 corpses were buried in the lake. Today, a tombstone is erected as a memorial. Erected by Angor Pat. As the inscription was set up, he began to wonder if there were any other ways to go about it. There was a stupid one, which was to dig a path himself. However, he didn't know where the foundation of this place was located. It would be bad if he accidentally dug a path and caused it to collapse. Suddenly, Angor heard water gurgling behind him. He turned around and saw a whirlpool on the surface of the lake. Of course, Angor knew what a whirlpool meant. He happily called Toby back and jumped into the lake. Angor went directly to the whirlpool and was surprised to see a dark hole at the bottom of the lake. It was this abrupt hole that caused the whirlpool to form. I didn't see it here. Angor was confused. He tried to recall what happened here. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of any useful information. The bottom of the lake was too dark. Even light could only illuminate a few meters around him. The bottom of the lake was also uneven and covered in black paint. It was normal that he couldn't remember anything. Perhaps when the tornado was used to lift up the hull, and then when the villagers were buried, the last layer of membrane was crushed because of the water pressure? Angor couldn't think of anything else. There was no one else here, so he could only make such a guess. As for whether it was an undead creature, Angor could tell. He didn't sense any undead energy in this place. Besides, the chances of a mortal surviving as a spirit were too low. 1,000 years had passed, so there shouldn't be any undead creatures here. When the bottom of the lake became calm again, Angor carefully stepped into the dark hole. An unknown hole, an unknown path. No one knew what was ahead. Angor could only stay alert. "Toby, you should be on guard too," Angor reminded Toby. But when he looked at Toby, he saw that the bird was looking at him with a serious expression. "Toby?" Angor was confused. Toby waved at Angor. "Tweet, tweet, tweet. You're going out?" Angor was surprised. Wasn't Toby supposed to be a clean creature? Why did he have to go out and touch the stinky water instead of staying in the purification field? Toby gestured with a serious look. "You sensed an aura that made your heart palpitate?" Angor frowned when he translated Toby's words. He reached his spirit feelers out of the purification field and tried to sense the aura around. But he did not sense anything. He nodded at Toby, and Toby immediately dived into the dark, dirty water. Toby closed his eyes and stayed in the water for 3 seconds before he swam back into the purification field's barrier. Angor cast a cleanse and purify on Toby. Toby quickly gestured while taking out a new set of clothes from Snowy Feather and asked Angor to put it on for him. "Bikini?" Angor looked at the lacy bikini in his hand and put it on for Toby with a disgusted look. Seeing how Toby was still enjoying himself, Angor sighed. "I don't want to remind you anymore. You're a male bird." Toby did not have a human's concept of gender. While enjoying Angor's help, he kept flapping his wings and chirping. "You smell an unusual stench?" Angor's nose was not modified, so he could only tell that the water was stinky. But he could not describe it. "What you're saying is that there might be a powerful magical beast residing here. But that doesn't make sense. Just now, I stirred up the water at the bottom of the lake, and almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but no magic beast appeared." Angor considered. "We have no other choice. Even if there's a monster, we have to keep moving forward. If the monster didn't attack us, maybe it's not strong enough. Or maybe there's something else." They had to be careful, but they could not afford to be afraid. Angor did not know if there was a monster in the lake, but since Toby said so, he believed it. But he could not just run away without even seeing it. "I have a magic scroll Devildare gave me. We won't be afraid even if there's a powerful monster." He took out a magic scroll, which was engraved with a defensive magic array, Nova of Defense, which could block wizard-level attacks. With this magic scroll as a base, the man and the bird felt a lot more relieved. After all, they couldn't possibly run into an adept-level magical beast, could they? An adept-level magical beast was a treasure from beginning to end. Adepts would never let an adept-level magical beast roam free in the wild. They kept going deeper into the lake. At first, the passage was going downwards. But after a while, Angor noticed that it was not going downhill anymore. Instead, it was going up at a slight angle. Angor finally smiled. If the passage was going up, did it mean it was connected to the outside world? He seemed to have seen the hope of leaving. After swimming for about a minute, the passage became wider. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide at first, but now it was more than 10 meters wide. He was still trying to figure out where they were when they suddenly found themselves on the surface of the water. He didn't see any light at all. How did he reach the surface of the water? With the help of the illuminating spell, he realized that this was actually just a small cave. There was a road ahead, but he didn't know where it led. Angor removed the purification field as soon as he climbed out of the water. He immediately smelled something rotten in the black water. The air was stinky, but there was enough oxygen. This place was not completely sealed off. There must be a way for the air to circulate. While maintaining the light spell, he carefully stepped into the pitch-black cave. After walking for a short while, he realized that something was wrong. Although the cave was very humid, the ground shouldn't be so damp, right? He walked to the wall of the cave and wiped his hand. His finger was covered in water vapor. He sniffed and did not find any foul smell. Angor touched the water on the ground again. Before he put it to his nose, he already smelled something rotten. What did it mean that the two types of water were different? Angor narrowed his eyes and patted Toby's shoulder. So you're right. There's a monster watching us in the dark. The wet marks on the ground were proof. But Angor still had another question. The monster must have created the hidden passage. Why would it do that? Was it just to lure them here? He did not know the answer. However, they had to be careful when dealing with a monster lurking in the dark. They walked even slower. While walking, Angor kept observing the surroundings while simulating possible encounters in his mind and figuring out how to take advantage of the environment. The cave was spacious. There were stalactites above them, which dripped water from time to time. There were also jagged rocks on both sides of the cave walls. There were many hidden corners. Angor kept using his spirit feelers to check the dark corners just in case. After moving forward for about 1 kilometer, Angor found a corpse in front of an open field. The corpse had already turned into bones, and its clothes were rotten. Only a small piece of cloth was left. There was a shoulder strap on the corpse's left shoulder, which was connected to a small iron box. Angor recognized the box. He found a similar one at the bottom of the lake not long ago. Another medical kit? Angor opened the box out of curiosity. The layout of the box was exactly the same as the one he found before. So were the devices inside. They were all medical tools. Earlier, Angor used his spirit feelers to observe the box, so he could not see it clearly. Now that he was looking at the medical tools, he could clearly see the strange symbol on them. A snake covered in black scales was coiled around the silver-white ring-shaped cone. Such a strange symbol, could it be a clan emblem? But even if it was a clan emblem, it would not be carved on a syringe. The color did not fade even after so many years. Both the scales and the rings were very lifelike. Angor put down the medical kit and looked at the corpse. The bones were very intact, without any cracks. If it was killed by a magical beast, it shouldn't have left a complete corpse, right? They kept moving forward. About 10 minutes later, Angor saw 17 or 18 corpses and 6 medical kits. These must be people from the village. But why did they die here? And why are there so many doctors here? Angor was getting more and more confused. Was the village used to be a medical academy or something? There were all kinds of academies in the mortal world. Monasteries, art academies, medical academies, music academies. These were all specialized academies. There were also comprehensive academies. For example, if Angor did not want to join the wizarding world, he would definitely study at the Gorse Knight Academy. Of course, there were different kinds of academies. Some were built into castles and palaces, while others were built into villages. To highlight their uniqueness, it was not strange to put them in a sealed underground world like this. Angor kept moving forward while wondering. Soon, he reached the end of the tunnel. He thought he would run into the monster hiding in the dark here, but he did not see anything. There was only a deep pool at the end of the tunnel. The pool was only about 5 or 6 meters wide, but he could not see the bottom. Angor sniffed the pool and did not sense any foul odor. Maybe the monster is down there. Or maybe the pool is a passage to the outside world, Angor muttered to himself. Either way, he had to go down and check it out. Whether it was the way out or the danger, he had to take the risk. Angor nodded to Toby and jumped into the pool. He jumped into the pool and dove down for 3 or 4 meters. His eyes glowed when he realized that the pool was connected to the underground river outside. He saw an underwater cave. It was not long, and Angor could faintly see a vast, flowing water through it. Angor's face brightened up. He dashed through the cave like an arrow. When he reached the wider water, he quietly sensed the direction of the water flow and prepared to follow it. But at this moment, Toby suddenly cried out in surprise. Angor followed Toby's sight and slowly turned around. He did not know when, but a giant python had quietly stopped behind him. Just how big was this python? Angor looked like a baby in front of it. The python had a round head, golden eyes, white belly, and black scales. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide. As for its tail, Angor could not see it clearly. Most of its tail was hidden in the darkness, and light could not illuminate it. He could only see a curved shadow. Angor felt a chill running down his spine when being stared at by such a creature. Out of instinct, he fired a shot at the python. The bullet with armor-piercing runes sank into the python's belly and bounced away without even breaking its scales. The bullet's effect might be weakened in the water, but it was an armor-piercing bullet. Isn't his defense too strong? At the same time, Toby kicked at the python with great force. The sudden sonic boom even caused the water to tremble violently. This attack was definitely at the level of a 3rd-level cantrip, but it still did not work. Run, Toby. Don't attack. Angor's eyes widened. Why is there a wizard-level monster here? Run, run, run. Angor grabbed Toby with Hand of Spell. Without hesitation, he cast the Nova of Defense scroll. A ray of starlight bloomed from the scroll and surrounded Angor and Toby. Under the effect of the spell, Angor and Toby quickly ran toward the direction of the water flow. Since the python was immune to Toby's attack, it was not certain that it was a wizard-level monster, but its defense was definitely as strong as a wizard-level monster. How could an adept-level magical beast be slow? Absolutely not. Angor planned to run back to the village as soon as possible. With the rainbow dragonflies as his shield, he had nothing to fear. However, the reality was even worse. Before Angor could go far, the python slowly slithered in front of him. Angor could not move fast underwater. Seeing the python moving so leisurely, he felt like crying but failed to shed any tears. He changed direction several times in a row, but the giant python still easily blocked his path and stared at him coldly with its golden eyes. Are you trying to fool me? In the end, Angor was so tired that he simply gave up. The python did not attack him. It was only blocking his way. Its pupils were cold, but not indifferent. Angor panted heavily. He looked at the python and yelled, "Tell me, what do you want from me? What do you want from me?" The giant python obviously needed him to do something. Otherwise, with his previous rude attack, it would not have let him go. Angor waited for a long time, but the python did not answer. It seemed that the wizard-level monster could not speak, and it did not even know how to express its emotions. In the end, the python gave Angor a meaningful glance and turned away while wagging its tail. Angor stayed where he was and watched the serpent swimming away. But soon, his hopes were dashed. The giant python swam for a while before turning its head to look at him. Although it didn't say anything, its cold eyes seemed to say 1,000 words. All right, lead the way. I'll go with you. Angor sighed. He was so unlucky. He thought he could protect himself with Nova of Defense, but he actually ran into a wizard-level monster. Did his prophecy come true? Toby, why don't you go ahead and scout for me? Angor wanted to let Toby go alone, but Toby did not say anything. He just sat back on the top of his tall hat and did not move. The serpent was also moving along the water. Angor was not stupid enough to believe that a monster would be kind to him, so he did not deactivate Nova of Defense along the way. He kept looking around, trying to find a way out. However, the water was too wide and dark. It was easy to get lost. Even if he had light, he could not illuminate far. He did not even know if there was a cliff or an empty space above the water. After swimming for a few more minutes, Angor began to doubt if this was really the way the villagers left. As for the black water passage in front of them, if they held their breath and swam faster, even an ordinary person would be able to pass through. But this water passage, or rather, this water passage, was it really possible for a normal person to leave this place? But if it was not this way, why were there so many dead bodies along the way? Angor did not believe that it was the serpent that killed them. Leaving aside the fact that the serpent did not exist 1,000 years ago, if it really did, there was no way the bones could be preserved so well. Many questions popped up in his mind. Before he could finish his thoughts, the serpent suddenly swam up. Angor had no choice but to go up. Soon, he reached the water surface. Using light, he saw that the space above the water was not big. It was like an upside-down bowl with a diameter of at most 10 meters. However, there was a hole in this inverted bowl, and no one knew what was inside the hole. The serpent's giant head floated on the water surface and did not move. Angor was only 4 or 5 meters away from the serpent, so he could feel its size even more clearly. The serpent did not go ashore. It only stared at Angor with its golden eyes, which were clearly urging him to do something. Angor did not know what to do either. He kept diving down to look for the exit, which was not realistic. He could not outrun the serpent, and he did not even know where the exit was. However, he felt that it was even more dangerous to go into a dark cave, and it was very likely to be the python's nest. "What do you want me to do?" The serpent stared at Angor in silence. He decided to use his emotions to communicate with the serpent. But the giant python still didn't move, and its eyes were so cold that it made people shiver. Angor's eyes were still darting around. He wondered if there were any other items in his bracelet that could help him out. He even considered letting Toby carry him forward for a while, then he could use infinite reticence to hide somewhere. However, the water current would easily expose him, and infinite reticence did not allow him to move into the void. He would be exposed as soon as the water current touched him. He considered for a moment and decided to climb onto the bank. If he wanted to rely on infinite silence to hide, he definitely couldn't do it underwater. When he reached the bank, the serpent slowly climbed up as well. Its enormous body was exposed to the air for the first time. The serpent wriggled its body and followed Angor into the cave. Along the way, Angor saw water droplets rolling down from the serpent's black scales and dripping onto the ground, creating a damp atmosphere. Seeing this, Angor was even more certain that the serpent was the one who caused the damp marks on the ground. Which meant the serpent had been watching them all this time. And it even opened a passage to the bottom of the lake to lure them in. If the serpent really wanted to deal with them, why didn't it do it at the bottom of the lake? Or maybe the lake was too narrow for it to move freely? But that did not make sense either. Angor decided not to do anything for now. He would follow the serpent to the end and see what it wanted. The deeper they went, the wider the cave became. At the end, it was wide enough for hundreds of serpents to live in. Angor was happy to see such a place. Once he decided to escape, he would use infinite silence to its fullest potential. As they went deeper, Angor saw some illuminating plants. Unlike the ones in the underground world, which grew at the top of the cave and absorbed light from the sun and moon, these plants looked like dandelions. However, their fluffy, round bodies glowed green. From afar, they looked like a group of green fireflies. They were not very bright, but there were so many of them. Therefore, in the latter part of the journey, the glowing dandelions were enough to illuminate the entire underground cavern. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Although there seems to be a path ahead, the giant serpent didn't go any deeper. He looked deeper into the tunnel and wondered if the exit was at the end of the tunnel. But now was not the time to think about it. He wanted to know what the serpent wanted to do. He followed the giant python into another passage. This passage was truly sealed. Although it was very spacious inside, he could see the end at a glance with the help of the light from the glowing dandelions. This must be the serpent's nest, right? The serpent slowly moved to a hole. Angor joined them and looked down into the hole. It was all dark. Angor could not see anything. Perhaps this was the serpent's nest. The serpent slowly picked up a glowing dandelion with its beak and tossed it into the hole. The glowing dandelion spun in the air and slowly floated down. Angor's eyes widened when he saw the light. This was not the nest of the serpent as he thought. Under the light, the bottom of the hole was full of white bones. The light could only illuminate a small corner of the hole. But judging from the density of the bones, Angor could imagine how many skeletons there were at the bottom of the hole. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of them. Angor also noticed something else. The skeletons at the bottom of the hole were all intact, and most of them had medical boxes beside them. The familiar medical boxes confirmed Angor's suspicion. These skeletons belonged to the villagers of the abandoned village. Could it be that the villagers he thought had escaped from the deserted village were all here? None of them escaped. Did they all die here? Who killed them? Was it the serpent? No. Angor thought about it. It should be easy for a serpent to crush them. but the skeletons here were in perfect condition. He looked back at the serpent and saw a hint of sadness in its golden pupils. Sadness? Why would a serpent feel sad for humans? Was there some special connection between the serpent and these skeletons? Special connection? Angor suddenly remembered something. He took out the medical box he found at the bottom of the lake from his bracelet and took out a potion bottle from it. There was a strange symbol on the outside of the bottle. It was a snake with black scales coiling around a silver circular cone. Next, he looked at the black anaconda beside him. That snake, is you? Angor asked in a low voice as he looked at the sad serpent. The serpent looked back and lowered its head without saying anything. It slid down the wall of the hole. The serpent remained silent, but it did not deny Angor's question. Also, judging from its behavior, the serpent might really be the snake on the potion symbol. A real snake was used as the symbol in the symbol. Angor narrowed his eyes. He thought of some evil religions. But as a doctor, on the day he took the oath, he was destined to go against the heretics. If a doctor used a snake as a symbol, did it mean there was a story behind the snake? Or did the snake represent some kind of spiritual belief? As Angor pondered, the serpent slowly climbed up again. This time, it brought something with it. Angor saw the serpent looking for something in the pile of skeletons. Now that it found something, it brought it up. Angor was a little surprised when he saw what the serpent brought up. It was actually a coffin? It was a coffin made of black greasewood. This type of wood was extremely rare. It would not rot in moist environments for tens of thousands of years. It was often used to make coffins in the mortal world. In the wizarding world, it was also a low-level magic plant, which was the best substitute for the shaft in machine alchemy. The body of the coffin was black, while the lid was pure white. There was also a symbol on the lid of the coffin, snake wrapped around all. The serpent brought the coffin up and gently placed its head beside Angor. The serpent looked at Angor quietly. Its vertical pupils, which were supposed to be a cold-blooded creature, now contained a hint of pleading. So you brought me here to bury this coffin for you? Angor looked at the coffin with a puzzled look. Angor asked while putting his hand on the coffin. As soon as his hand touched the coffin, something strange happened. The coffin suddenly shook violently, swaying left and right. The lid of the coffin also jumped, as if there was something inside that was unwilling to give up and was trying to crawl out. Zombification? Angor pulled his hand back and looked at it with a serious expression. After a corpse died, if its soul did not leave the body, it could be turned into a ghoul through some special means. If the soul left the body, it had a chance to become a walking corpse. Walking corpses and ghouls were all low-level monsters. Wizards usually did not bother to make them. Instead of messing around with corpses, wizards preferred to turn living people into puppets. For example, the famous puppet master Bogula from the southern wizarding region loved to make beauty puppets, and all of them were made from living bodies. Angor frowned. That can't be right. If it's zombification, the corpse should at least be intact. It's been dead for 1,000 years. Is it a skeleton? Skeletons were also one of the favorite types of servants wizards used. However, wizards preferred to use soul-gatherer skeletons as their servants. By using necromancy spells, they could insert specific souls into the skeletons. This way, the souls could use the skeletons as hosts to interfere with the material world. Little Red was actually a soul-gatherer skeleton. However, it was more special because it came from the nightmare realm. For a soul-gatherer skeleton, the soul was its body, while the skeleton was its clothes, which could be changed under certain circumstances. Soul-gatherer skeletons were skeletons, but they were actually created by wizards. Soul-gatherer skeletons, on the other hand, were naturally formed skeletons. Normally speaking, soul-gatherer skeletons had a better starting point than soul-gatherer skeletons. As for their potential, it would depend on their luck. Are there soul-gatherer skeletons inside? Angor looked at the serpent in front of him. To his surprise, he saw the same confusion in the serpent's eyes. Maybe the serpent didn't know about the changes in the coffin as well. That was interesting. Angor was still trying to figure it out when he suddenly smelled something fishy. It wasn't the rotten smell from the Blackwater Lake. It was pure blood. The coffin shook violently, and blood oozed out from the side of the lid. Blood in the coffin? What's going on? Angor frowned. Blood didn't mean there was a skeleton inside. Then what was inside? A strange voice suddenly reached his ears while he was still trying to figure out what was going on. This is my blood. The voice was old and simple. It was the most charming voice Angor had ever heard. It was as if the voice traveled through time, from the primitive and dense forest of ancient times, to the mountains, the sea, and the boundary of time. It came here just to talk to Angor. As the voice came, a gentle breeze suddenly rose from the ground. The glowing dandelions around them began to sway. Clusters of light rose from the ground. They surrounded Angor and the serpent. Angor looked at the serpent and saw a tired look in its golden eyes. Is that you? The serpent nodded. Take him away from here. Save him. Her voice had a wondrous rhythm, gently stirring one's eardrums, bringing with it an intoxicating feeling that could make one's soul overturn. Just by listening to her voice, Angor felt his mind calm down. It was as if its voice had a mysterious power that could calm him down. Such a wonderful and perfect voice, without any mana fluctuations, could actually soothe people's hearts? It was the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. Even Toby began to admire the serpent. However, this sound seemed to come at a great cost. After the giant python finished speaking, it was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Is it painful for you to speak? You don't have to speak. Just nod or shake your head. The giant python nodded. You don't want me to bury the coffin. You want me to take it away instead of taking it with me? And then save the people inside? The giant python's eyes were filled with hope as it nodded. The serpent nodded. Was there someone alive in the coffin? Are they survivors of the deserted village? But that couldn't be right. How could they still be alive after nearly 1,000 years? Is it someone from the deserted village? Angor purposely explained the meaning of deserted village to the serpent. The giant python showed a sorrowful look when talking about the deserted village, but it still nodded. Someone from the deserted village? A village that was destroyed 1,000 years ago. Unbelievable. They've lived for 1,000 years. Angor was not only talking about the people in the coffin, but also the giant python in front of him. Angor assumed that there was another reason for this. The serpent said the blood in the coffin belonged to it, which meant it had been using the blood to keep the person inside alive. However, the blood of a wizard-level monster could never keep a mortal alive for 1,000 years. So there was something else about the person inside the coffin. Why is it moving so fast? Can I open the coffin? The serpent was also puzzled, but it still nodded. Even the giant python did not know why the coffin suddenly became so active. This was getting more and more complicated. Still, Angor felt relieved. At least the serpent did not seem to want to become his enemy. With the python's permission, he used Hand of Spell to slowly open the coffin while maintaining his Nova of Defense status. The coffin was not fixed, which meant the serpent often changed its blood. Angor gently lifted the coffin with Hand of Spell. At the same time, the person inside the coffin began to struggle even harder. Angor saw the coffin filled with a pungent smell of blood. The person was bound by vines and covered in blood. Angor could not see the face of the person inside the coffin, but he could tell that it was a young man from the blood. However, compared to the appearance of the person in the coffin, Angor was more concerned about the crazed look in the man's eyes. But when he looked at Angor, he felt a bit scared. Angor was familiar with that look. Is he infected? Angor asked in a low voice. The serpent reacted violently. It curled up on the ground and glared at Angor with a cold glare. Why are you in Pakrti? Who are you? This time, the giant python's voice was extremely cold, like a sharp knife that pierced into the throat. Even the lustrous fur that was originally surrounding them had become cold and gloomy at this moment. If they were careless, they would turn into arrows and be cut into pieces. Pakrti? Is that the name of the abandoned village? The serpent nodded after a moment of silence. Angor knew what the serpent was thinking. The creature seemed to be guarding Pakrti, so it knew that there was no one living in the area. Angor's arrival was both a hope and a threat to the serpent. The hope was for the man inside the coffin. The threat was for Angor's identity. I'm an apprentice wizard. I accidentally fell into a plain passageway and found my way out of Pakrti. Angor took out a bone card from his bracelet. I don't know if you know who this is, but this is my ID. I'm from Brute Cavern in the southern wizarding region. The serpent glanced at the bone card without saying anything. He didn't seem to know what a bone card was. But he didn't mind. He put the card away and pointed at the man in the coffin. As for the parasites, we also encountered the same problem, so I know what's going on. The serpent still didn't believe Angor's explanation. Angor shuddered when he sensed the cold aura around him. Angor sighed helplessly and told the serpent about twilight life, how he fell into the plain passageway, and how he escaped from here. He also told the serpent about his connection with the rainbow dragonflies. However, he changed his story and told the serpent that Sunder's left a strange sigil in his body. Sunder's sigil was a level 2 Truthfinder wizard who used it to control the rainbow dragonflies, which helped him escape from the plain passageway. The serpent still did not trust him, but Angor had no other choice. He could not tell the serpent about his connection with the nightmare realm. It was not only his secret, but also something Sunders had forbidden him again and again. Their bloodline was based on nightmare illusions, and there were many secrets that couldn't be told to others. As you can see, I don't mean to be your enemy. Besides, do you really think I had something to do with the destruction of Pakrti at my age? After hearing this, the giant python pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Angor was too young to have anything to do with Pakrti. Besides, the serpent saw Angor helping those people in Burial Lake, which was why it brought him here. I know you don't believe me, but I can't do anything about it. However, my tutor will cure his parasitism. If you let me go, I'll take him to my professor and ask him to save him, Angor said. Angor pointed out that all wizards in Twilight Well were affected by the parasites. Only Sunders, who had become a truthfinder, could save the man in the coffin. Angor even demonstrated the power of his sigil to the serpent. He walked to the coffin and looked at the struggling man. Stop it! Angor yelled at the man. The man in the coffin looked at Angor in fear and slowly stopped struggling. This was the effect of Shava, which had nothing to do with the sigil he didn't know existed. Back in Twilight Well, Angor used the same trick to subdue Duke Tepiku, so he was quite familiar with it. The serpent watched as the man in the coffin slowly stopped struggling. It was still confused, but it also felt a bit of respect for Angor's professor. It had seen wizards before, so it knew how powerful a Truthfinder wizard could be. The serpent finally let go of its hostility and collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. I will bring him to my teacher and save him from the parasites. Thank you, the serpent mumbled with all its strength. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the serpent letting down its guard. He then tried asking for directions to leave this place. The serpent didn't say anything. It only pointed at the path outside with its tail. Angor was glad to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Next, he began to talk to the serpent in a gentle manner. He learned a lot during this process. He also noticed that the serpent wasn't cold at all. Instead, it acted like a wise old man. Even if the serpent didn't speak, Angor could understand a lot just by looking at its eyes. According to the serpent, the village was called Pakrti. It was a place where a group of hermit doctors did their research and became a holy place for healers. One day, a disaster happened. A passage of mist was opened in Pakrti. At the same time, a group of evil uninvited guests came to visit. These uninvited guests were the rainbow dragonflies. The sudden visit of the rainbow-colored dragonflies, like the Twilight Well, brought a subversive disaster to Pakrti. Without warning, almost all the villagers were infected by the parasites. As a village where almost everyone was a doctor, they managed to save countless lives, but they could not save themselves. Even though the parasite could absorb nightmare energy to keep the host alive, the parasite would not die. However, humans were not adepts. Their bodies could get sick if they did not eat vegetables for a long time. They could not live on energy forever. In the following years, the villagers of Pakrti began to die one by one. These were all deductions he made based on his own speculations. Based on the serpent's nodding and shaking head, he managed to piece together the story. Angor could not find out the details, such as why there were so many corpses along the way, but the serpent rejected all of them. And why the man in the coffin did not die after 1,000 years. The serpent did not seem to know the answer either. The giant python didn't even know the name and identity of the person in the coffin. It only knew that he was a native of Pakrti. Angor believed that the serpent was so determined to keep the bloodline of Pakrti alive for thousands of years, which it did not even know the name of. According to the serpent, no one from Pakrti managed to escape. The man in the coffin was the only one who survived. Angor also asked about the outside world, but the serpent still shook its head. It had not left this place for hundreds of years, so it knew nothing about the outside world. It seemed he had asked enough questions. He could only hope that the person in the coffin could answer the rest of the questions after waking up. Should I take him away now? Angor tried to ask. The serpent did not stop him. It looked at Angor with gratitude. Angor sighed in relief. He closed the coffin again and cast a bind spell to bind the coffin tightly. Then, he put it into his space bracelet. Thanks to the hollow weed he found in the plain passageway, his space bracelet could now store living things. There was even a large surplus of void floating weed. After putting the coffin into his space bracelet, Angor was about to leave. The serpent slithered its body and blocked Angor's way. To Angor's confusion, the serpent signaled him to follow with its eyes. After resting for a while, the serpent seemed to feel better and led Angor away from the place. He thought the serpent was going to send him on his way. However, after walking for a while, the serpent took him into a hidden cave. It was a much smaller cave. Angor found some man-made traces in the cave, such as a large stone bed and some sewer pipes. From the traces of the stone bed, as well as the strong aura emanating from this place, it was obvious that this was the habitat of the giant python. The serpent bent its body and brought Angor to the back of the bed. To his surprise, he saw the snake's skin, fangs, and scales behind the bed. Here's your reward. The serpent took out a black snake skin and a white snake fang and tossed them to Angor. Everything on the body of a wizard-level magical beast was extremely precious. As far as he could tell, the molts, fangs, and scales were all mid-tier materials. They were priceless. Angor only got a piece of skin and a tooth, but he was very satisfied. Saving someone's life was a piece of cake, and these things were a complete surprise. Seeing that Angor had accepted the reward, the serpent waved its tail and signaled Angor to leave. Angor thanked the serpent and slowly walked out of the cave. Before he left, he suddenly turned around and asked the serpent, "May I know your name, mister?" The serpent raised its head and looked at Angor with its golden vertical pupils. After a while, it spoke in a low voice, "My name is Akiso." About half an hour after leaving Akiso's cave, Angor reached the end of the cave. Another body of water. However, Angor noticed that there were some creatures in the water. They were just some eyeless fish and shrimps, but they still made his eyes widen. A month ago, Toby's dried fish had run out, and the two of them had been eating magic bread for a whole month. Even Angor himself could not bear this kind of life, let alone Toby. Looking at the sea of fish and shrimps, Angor felt as if he was looking at a grand banquet. No, I have to hold it back. At least I have to leave this place first. Not now. Angor told himself in his mind. However, when he got into the water, he still could not help but grab a few prawns, blanch them with hot water, and toss them into his mouth. The meat was smooth and tender. It had been a long time since Angor tasted meat, and he was so touched that he almost shed tears. Toby was also urging him on. Compared to Angor, who rarely ate fish and shrimps, Toby, a fish lover, felt like he was in heaven. Angor had no choice but to swim along the water while catching fish and shrimps. Maybe because this was Akiso's territory, there were only small fish and shrimps in the water. There were no other ferocious fish, which made Angor feel a little better. After swimming in the water for about 10 minutes, Angor finally saw the light of the sky before night fell. He was in a dense forest. The evening glow from the horizon dyed the whole world golden red. Birds flew in the forest, and leaves rustled in the wind. The light from the water painted a beautiful and peaceful scene. When he climbed out of the water, the first thing he saw was the splendid view of the forest. He turned around and looked at the beautiful and tranquil little lake behind him. Who knew that the lake that looked like a tranquil virgin was connected to an underground village that had been sealed for 1,000 years? Angor could not tell where he was right now, but that was not important. The most important thing now was to have a good meal, with the evening glow of the setting sun, the beautiful lake, the green mountain as the seasoning, and the green forest as the wine. Angor and Toby had a good meal with the help of the fish and shrimps in the water. The food was tasteless, but Angor was satisfied enough to eat meat. After the meal, the sky gradually turned dark. Starlight replaced the sunset, and the crescent moon drove away the setting sun. Angor was not sleepy, so he decided to travel through the night. He did not know where he was or where he was, but as a level 2 apprentice, it was not hard for him to survive in the wild. Besides, he had Toby's help. Toby flew into the sky and circled around a few times before telling Angor about the surroundings. There was no need to worry about the direction of the mountain. The other directions were all dense forests, but there were some differences between them. According to Toby, the further southeast they went, the fewer trees there were, and the more short-leaved forests there were. Although short-leaved forests did not represent the outer edge of the forest, most of the trees in the outer edge of the forest were shorter. Since he did not know which way to go, Angor did not care. As long as he could still measure the ground with his feet, he would meet someone. As for asking the person in the coffin, Angor did not think about it yet. Based on the perception of a magus, they could see everything within 100 miles. Now that he was outside, Angor did not know if Akiso was watching him with supernatural powers. In order to escape, Angor was worried that Akiso would turn against him if he saved the person in the coffin, so he lied that only Sunders could restore the person. So, just in case, Angor did not plan to save the person in the coffin here. He should at least be 100 kilometers away. Angor walked toward the southeast. Every once in a while, Angor would ask Toby to check the direction in the sky. It did not work, but it was better than nothing. Walking was too slow. Even with haste, Angor was still going around in circles in the forest after 2 days. After another day, Angor looked at Toby, who was happily flying in the forest, with envy. "Can you carry me, Toby?" Angor looked at Toby with a pitiful look. Without hesitation, Toby flew to Angor's side and grabbed Angor's collar with its claws. However, Angor did not move at all. Toby used the sequence of gravity and threw Angor into the sky like a firework. Had it not been for Angor's tornado, he would have been smashed into a pile of meat on the ground. It seemed that Toby could not carry him now. Back in the plain passageway, Toby could only carry him because of the change in gravity. Now that he was back in the wizarding world, everything was back to normal. It was a pity that the materials in his bracelet were basically all high-grade precious materials, and there weren't many basic, unranked materials. Or he would make a flying vehicle on the spot. Although he did not know how to do that yet. 2 days later, Angor found a river. Normally speaking, humans would live along the river. Angor thought that he might find some people if he followed the river. Since there were fish in the river, and Toby loved fish, Angor decided to walk along the river bank. Angor walked for several days. He encountered some wild beasts along the way, including a forest tiger, but they all ended up in Angor's stomach. It was the 2nd day of the month of looming frost when Angor finally found his first human. He still did not leave the forest. Instead, he found a hunter's hut by the river bank. The hut was built casually. The walls were made of several wooden planks, and the roof was covered with hay. It could provide shelter from wind and rain, but not from heat and cold. Angor pushed the door open and saw only a bed, a wooden table, a bough hanging on the wall, and several tanned animal skins. However, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. No one had come here for years. Perhaps the hunter's hut had been abandoned for a long time. Still, it was a good sign. At least, it meant that normal humans could hunt in this area. The end of the forest was not far away. After sleeping outside for several days, Angor decided to stay at the hunter's cabin for the night. He also planned to wake up the man in the coffin tonight, find out who he was, and see if there was anywhere else he could go. Angor lit up an oil lamp as night fell. The flickering yellow light illuminated the narrow wooden cabin. He took out the coffin from his bracelet and opened it. Opening the coffin, the man soaked in blood suddenly opened his eyes. Angor saw the crazy look in his eyes and quickly stopped him. "Be a good boy and don't move." The man was already struggling, but he slowly stopped after hearing Angor's words. Angor looked at the man in the coffin with great curiosity. According to what Angor knew about parasites, as long as they were inside the nightmare realm, they would continue to absorb energy from the outside world, which was a great benefit to the host. However, once the parasite left the nightmare aura, it would start to drain the host's energy until the host was completely drained. At that time, the parasite would look for its next home. The man in the coffin had left Pakrati a long time ago. Without the presence of nightmare energy, the parasites would naturally turn on their hosts. At this time, Akiso saved the man and used its blood essence to keep the man alive. To be more precise, Akiso used its blood to keep the energy inside the man's body from withering, while the parasite devoured the energy to survive. Therefore, in the end, Akiso was actually using his own blood to prolong the parasite's life. There was another reason why the man was able to stay alive for 1,000 years. Why hasn't he died for 1,000 years? Angor looked at the man's blood-soaked face in surprise. His body didn't age at all. His face still looks young. Many questions popped up in his mind, but he did not ask them now. He had to save the man first. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. He looked at the glowing blood in the coffin and revealed a greedy look. How luxurious. The blood of a wizard-level monster is a very valuable material. Most importantly, this blood essence could not only be used in alchemy, it could also be concocted into blood ink. Back at Twilight Auction, he saw a bottle of dark gold gargoyle blood ink. Dark gold gargoyle blood ink was one of the best gargoyle blood inks, but that was only for horizontal comparison. A dark gold gargoyle blood ink was far inferior to a wizard-level monster. Although a portion of the energy in the blood essence within the coffin had been lost, it was still extremely precious. It was even more precious than the snake molt and snake tooth that Akiso had given him. He didn't want to let the blood go to waste. He didn't want to let the man see the blood either. Therefore, before that, he had to empty the coffin of blood essence. Since the parasite would devour the man's energy, Angor released his nightmare domain in advance to prevent the man from being sucked dry. His nightmare domain had already reached a certain level, so it should be enough to support a parasite. He untied the vines around the man and got him out of the coffin. The man's clothes were already torn to shreds, so he was completely naked when he came out of the coffin covered in blood. He had not moved for 1,000 years. His muscles should have withered, and his limbs should not be able to move. To Angor's surprise, he found that the man's internal organs were all fine. He even pinched the man's arm and found that it was still hard. Did the parasite heal him? Or is it something else? Angor left the man inside the nightmare domain and closed the coffin again. Then, he put the coffin and the blood essence inside into his bracelet. There was a lot of blood essence in the coffin, and he didn't have a container for it yet, so he had to use the coffin as a temporary container. After all, black oil wood was considered a relatively precious low-grade material. Akiso's blood essence was stored in it, so its effects wouldn't fade too quickly. After putting away the coffin, Angor glanced at the man beside him. The blood slowly flowed down, revealing the man's handsome face. As Angor expected, the man looked young, about 17 or 18 years old, with a tall and thin body. There was nothing special about him. Angor raised an eyebrow. He saw something in the man's left hand, but it was too bloody to tell what it was. Angor cast a purify on the man and cleaned him from head to toe. After making sure there was no blood or foul smell, he carefully checked the item in the man's left hand. It was a bowl. It seemed to be made of some kind of metal. It was silver white, and there was a black snake coiling around all symbol on the inside of the bowl. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the bowl. The silver bowl looked ordinary. He checked it carefully and found nothing special about it. However, such an ordinary-looking silver bowl gave him a strange feeling. This feeling was indescribable. It was something he had unintentionally sensed. But when he tried to examine it more carefully, he could no longer sense anything strange. He looked back and saw that it was still an ordinary bowl. Angor tried to recall the strange feeling. There was nothing dark or negative about it. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of solemnity. A bowl could give off such a solemn feeling? Angor wondered if he was mistaken. Maybe there was something strange about the bowl. But even so, Angor did not plan to take it for himself. He had taken Akiso's essence blood because he was confident that the man in the coffin could survive without it. Therefore, the essence blood was useless to the man. The man had been holding the bowl in his hand all this time. He did not let go of it even after being possessed by the parasite. Angor assumed the bowl meant something. Maybe it was a family relic or some kind of spiritual sustenance. Angor observed the bowl for a while and shifted his attention to something else. Earlier, the man's body was covered in blood, so Angor could not see his body clearly. Now, Angor noticed that there was a small protrusion near the man's tailbone. The protrusion was about the size of a finger. Angor pressed on it. There seemed to be more than one bone inside the bump. He felt 3 small bones, which felt like fingers. Atavism? Angor looked at the bump and immediately thought of tailbones. However, whether or not humans had tails in the beginning was still a debate, so atavism was not necessarily the correct answer. Or, a humanoid? He didn't know how to dispel deceit, so he couldn't tell if the man was a human or a humanoid. But he was sure that the man in the coffin was different from the ones in Pakrti, unless it was a mutation or atavism. According to Angor's research, the skeletons belonged to humans. There were only a few extra bones in the man's tailbone. However, whether the other party was human or humanoid was not the main point. The most important thing now was to wake him up as soon as possible. When the time came, he could just ask him any questions directly. The parasite had been staying in the nightmare domain for a while now, and Angor could control everything in the domain, including energy. The energy absorbed by the parasite was all under Angor's control. With a single thought, the parasite crawled out of the man's body. As soon as the parasite left the man's body, Angor saw the man's eyes become clear for a moment. He murmured Dodoro and fainted on the ground. The night passed. When the sun rose, Angor suddenly heard the roars of wild beasts outside his room. After wandering in the forest for a while, Angor had already gotten used to being woken up by such sounds. When he got out of bed, he saw the man still sleeping on the other side of the room. Angor did not wake him up. He walked past the man and opened the door. The warm sunlight shone into the cabin. The cabin, which had been cleaned by the purifying force field, looked bright and clean under the yellow sunlight. Angor looked outside and saw Toby flying in the air in a colorful dress. Below the bird was a clouded leopard with 4 pairs of ears. Toby would tease the leopard from time to time, and when the leopard reacted, the bird would fly higher again. The leopard and the bird fought for a long time. In the end, the leopard died, and the chase ended. Toby flew to Angor and pointed at the dead leopard in the distance with a proud look that said, "I prepared breakfast for you. You're such a cheerful boy, aren't you?" Angor chuckled at Toby. "Roast meat for breakfast? Don't you feel sick of it?" Despite that, Angor still walked over and began to work on the leopard without complaint. However, his skill was not as good as it seemed. The leopard's skin was torn into pieces, and the meat left behind was also minced. While Angor was preparing breakfast, the door of the room was pushed open. The man who had been sleeping for the whole night came out. Angor glanced at him. "Good morning." The man walked slowly to Angor. "Good morning. You're awake?" "I'm preparing breakfast. But I don't think your stomach can handle meat right now. Do you want me to ask Toby to pick some fruits for you?" Angor pointed at several stone benches not far away. They were probably natural benches used by hunters who used to live here. "Go get some rest. I have something to ask you later." Angor talked for a long time, but the man did not respond. He just stood there in a daze. Angor looked up in confusion. Under the backlight, the man's skin was illuminated by circles of light. His knee-length hair was disheveled, and his golden eyes were like mosquito coils. After a long time, the man tried to speak. "You're awake. I'm preparing breakfast. But I think you'll eat meat, fruit? Go get some rest. I have something to ask you later." The man was hesitant at first, but his words became smoother as he spoke. When he finished, he looked at Angor with a proud expression, as if he was waiting for Angor's praise. Angor did not speak for a long time. He just stared at the man. A moment later, a loud shout shook the forest. "Don't tell me you lost your memory?" This kind of plot from 800 years ago, even a play wouldn't act like this. What's your name? Do you remember it? Angor asked. What's your name? Do you remember it? The man repeated his name happily. He was still waiting for Angor's compliment. Don't copy me. Did you really forget it, or are you just playing dumb? Angor frowned. Don't copy me. Did you really forget it, or are you just playing dumb? The man repeated Angor's words without hesitation. Angor rubbed his forehead. Angor rubbed his forehead. He used to learn Chinese and Western medicine from John for a while. Traditional Chinese medicine was too complicated. Angor mostly learned how to make medicine for external injuries. He also dabbled in modern Western medicine, but most of his knowledge was about surgical theories. Angor knew that amnesia was mostly caused by psychological factors, while some were caused by mechanical or dissociative factors. Apart from mechanical injuries, other types of amnesia were caused by the brain activating its self-protection mechanism and forgetting the traumatizing memories. Angor could not see the man's brain. Even if he could, he would not be able to make a diagnosis due to how complicated the brain was. After all, he only knew a little about medicine. His head was filled with theories and pathologies, but he knew nothing about practical operations. However, based on his experience, Angor believed that the man's brain might have activated its self-protection mechanism after witnessing the destruction of the Pakrati race. Of course, this was only Angor's theory. He did not know the exact reason yet. The only thing he could do now was to determine whether the man suffered from partial amnesia, selective amnesia, or total amnesia. While grilling the meat, Angor began to chat with the man. How do you feel now? Angor used vague words to test the man's understanding of himself. How do you feel now? The man repeated blankly. Do you remember Pakrati? Angor changed his question. Instead of asking who am I, he asked where am I from. He wanted to use Pakrati to pry open the man's memory box. Do you remember Pakrati? The man looked at Angor as if he was begging for praise. Angor was going to ask where am I going, but he could not even answer the first two questions, let alone the third. He considered for a moment and snapped his fingers. Following the crisp sound of knuckles, the man's vision blurred for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that his surroundings had changed. The youth in front of him just now had disappeared, and he appeared in a snowy field. Snow was falling from the sky like goose feathers, but he was naked. Panic appeared in the man's eyes. He kept looking around as if he was looking for someone. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The man was getting colder and colder. He kept shivering. He followed his instincts and returned to the hunter's cabin. Although there was no mu shui in the cabin, the temperature was still very low. The man was so cold that he was shivering. At this moment, he saw a mink coat on the bed. His eyes were a little confused. Before he could react, his hand took the coat first and wrapped it around his body. The temperature seemed to have returned. The man immediately rushed out of the house and looked around in a daze. At this moment, the man's eyes became misty again. When he came back to his senses, the heavy snow was gone. The mink fur coat on his body was also gone. He had returned to his naked state. While he was still confused, a gust of wind came from the forest. The wind picked up rotten leaves and sand, which made the man's eyes blurry. Out of instinct, he reached out his hand to cover his eyes to prevent more sand from getting into them. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds drifted across the gloomy sky. Before he could react, a bolt of lightning struck a tree in the distance and set it ablaze. Looking at the fire in the distance, the man's eyes showed a hint of fear. At the same time, it was raining cats and dogs. The man looked around in the rain. He did not see the youth who talked to him before, nor the hunter's cabin. Within his field of vision, the only thing he could see was a closed umbrella. In the end, the man ignored the umbrella and crouched under the shade of a tree, shivering. While the man was looking around helplessly, Angor showed up. The man happily dashed into the rain and came to Angor's side. The man opened and closed his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked confused. Why did he open his mouth? Angor saw this and sighed slightly. He picked up the umbrella from the ground and handed it to the man. The man who was holding the umbrella was still in a daze. He stood there in a daze, not doing anything. Angor shook his head and snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the rain, the fire, and the umbrella all disappeared. They were back in front of the hunter's cabin in the early morning. Angor was still squatting on the ground to prepare the meat, while Toby was flying in the sky without any worries. It was as if nothing happened. The man did not question Angor's words at all. He just looked at Angor with a smile. Without a doubt, the snow and rain the man went through were all illusions set up by Angor. From this illusion, Angor could tell that the man's memory was damaged. The man's memory function must have been damaged because he could not remember anything from the past. Also, the man's memory function was probably not complete. To put it simply, memory was common sense. In the heavy snow, the man would consciously avoid the cold and snow, which was human nature's instinct. But in the rain, he did not know how to use an umbrella. This was common sense. It would make sense if the man never saw an umbrella and did not know how to use one. But Angor saw umbrellas in Pakrati, and almost every house had one. Angor did not understand why people needed umbrellas in the underground world. Common sense was gone, which meant the man's memory was damaged. Fortunately, the man's instinct was still there, and the damage was not as bad as it could have been. Apart from that, the man's memory of language was not damaged, but neither was his ability to speak. Now Angor could make a conclusion for the man. You didn't lose your memory. You became an idiot. Of course, Angor only said it out of anger. The man was now as innocent as a baby who just learned how to speak. No one knew what he would become in the end. Maybe he really became an idiot and could not be taught. Maybe he would regain his knowledge, reconstruct his worldview, and become a new person. However, whether or not this new personality was still the same as before was another philosophical question. Fortunately, the man did not lack basic needs like eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping. He would eat whatever Angor gave him. When he was not full, he would look at Angor with puppy eyes. After finishing his meal, Angor prepared to continue his journey. As for the man, Angor considered for a while and decided to take him with him. Needless to say, the fate of a person who had lost his memory and common sense in the deep mountains and forests would be obvious. Angor kept sighing helplessly along the way. He was counting on the man to help him, but not only did he fail to do so, but he also became a burden. Angor made up his mind to get rid of the man as soon as he found someone. Angor did not stay idle during the journey. He kept using all kinds of methods to stimulate the man, and he even used the most violent one. Angor simulated the illusion of Pakrati's destruction and forced the man to face the cruelest memory of his life. This kind of stimulation did not work on the man. Angor did not see how Pakrati was destroyed. He mostly relied on Twilight Well to create the illusion. When Angor simulated the parasite and the rainbow dragonfly, the man finally froze for a second. But before Angor could do anything, the man passed out again. When he woke up, he forgot everything again. This time Angor simulated the rainbow dragonfly again, but the man did not react at all. Did I overdo it and cause the opposite effect? Angor rubbed his temples and gave up on using this method, which was not recommended by medical science. Angor did not bother to look into the man's past anymore. It did not matter what the man went through in the past. If his brain wanted him to forget everything, so be it. It was also a good choice to forget the painful memories and start afresh. Instead of forcing the man to think about his past, Angor began to chat with him about his daily life. Even if the man could only repeat Angor's words, it was still a way for him to practice his vocabulary. The conversation was boring, but it did make the journey a little more interesting. During the conversation, Angor noticed that the man's accent was very special. His voice was very clear and bright, like the cool breeze under the morning sun, warm and gentle, with a gentle upturn at the end of his words. Angor guessed it was a local accent. Also, this voice sounded familiar to him as if he had heard it somewhere before. But Angor could not think of anyone who had such an accent. Maybe it was someone he did not know, or maybe he only heard it once and did not pay attention to it. Angor could not remember why the accent sounded so familiar, but since the man could speak the common language so fluently, it meant that the man used to speak the common language as his mother tongue. Even if the man was only imitating Angor's accent, he could not speak the language so fluently without the resonance of his memory. For example, when Angor spoke a sentence in Chinese, the man's imitation did not sound proper at all. In fact, Angor did not even think that the man was speaking the language at all. Therefore, through this point, one thing could be concluded: the only place where people could speak the common language as their mother tongue was the wizarding world. As for where exactly in the wizarding world? Was it in the southern region? He would have to find out when he saw a human being. Since the man did not regain his memory, Angor had to keep walking along the river. They walked for 2 days and 2 nights. At the end of the river was a large lake. Or was it a sea? Angor could not see the end of the water. They did not have a way to go either because a long mountain beside the water blocked their way. They could either go around the mountain, climb it, or swim in the water. If they went around the mountain, who knew where they would end up? Swimming in the water was the shortest way. Angor was fine with it, but he still had a brain-damaged man with him. He had to be considerate. In the end, Angor chose to climb the mountain. He had a feeling that there might be people behind the mountain. The mountain was not steep, and they did not have a hard time walking on it. Angor found a man-made path in the forest, which made it even easier. A path meant there were traces of people. Angor asked Toby to check the terrain. Toby nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and flew up into the sky. A moment later, Toby landed on Angor's shoulder and mumbled something. "There are people here? Over there? And it's a big city?" Angor's eyes brightened up. He was worried that they would run into a small village, which would be hard to find. But a big city would not be such a problem. Since there was nothing to worry about, Angor felt much better. He turned to the man who was following him. "We're almost there. I can't keep calling you Hey all the time. You should have a name too, right?" The man looked confused. His eyes were pure and happy. After talking with Angor for a while, the man finally stopped repeating Angor's words. But that was it. He still did not give any other response. Angor did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. But Angor noticed that the man seemed to be very happy whenever he talked to him. His eyes were as bright as the morning stars in the sky, pure and clear. Angor assumed this was the imprinting behavior of a baby bird. The first thing it saw when it woke up was its mother. Oh, no. Dad. Dad was not right either. He did not have a son who lived for 1,000 years and was even older than Sunders. "Tell me, what do you want to be called?" Angor asked. The man usually did not answer, but he would occasionally say some words from Angor's words. Angor did not really want the man to answer his questions. He just wanted to see what the man would say, and he would use that word as his name. Angor had a wicked thought. It would be best if it was poop, puppy, or mud. When the man's IQ returned to normal, he would find out that his name had such vulgar meanings. That would be interesting. Besides, he chose it himself. Changing his name meant denying himself. But Angor's evil plan did not work. For some reason, the man did not say anything today. He just tilted his head and looked at Angor curiously. "There's no other way. Since you won't tell me, I'll help you. What do you think of Pokrates? That's where you used to live. So you won't forget it. How about using it as your name? Come to think of it, Pokrates doesn't seem to be a good place. After all, a tragedy happened there." Angor kept talking, hoping to get the man to say something. Even a random word would do, but the man remained silent. "I don't know what to say. I'm not good at naming names. You can call yourself whatever you want from now on. Your eyes were clear when I helped you get rid of the parasites. Why did you lose your mind all of a sudden?" His eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember now. When you woke up for the first time, you didn't lose your memory yet. You said something before you fainted. What did you say then? Let me think." Angor racked his brain and tried to recall what happened back then. When he removed the parasite from the man's body, the man's eyes regained clarity for a brief moment. He mumbled something and passed out. When he woke up, he had lost all his memories. "Dodoro." Angor said, "I remember now. You said Dodoro and fainted. So you're called Dodoro from now on?" The name sounded strange. Angor was not sure if it was Dodoro's real name. But since it was the first thing Dodoro said when he woke up, there must be a meaning behind it. Maybe it was something he could not forget even after 1,000 years. Using Dodoro as a name would remind him of it. Even if he was overthinking and the name did not mean anything, it did not matter. After all, there were plenty of people with strange names, and Dodoro was easy to remember, especially since it was easy to pronounce. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, the man behind him suddenly looked a little surprised. When he heard the name Dodoro, the man's eyes flashed with confusion. It was as if he was recalling something from the depths of his mind. There was the gleam of a blade, iron armor, blood, horse hooves, and a kind old man carrying a small iron box on his back. "What do you think?" Angor looked back at the man. As Angor asked, the memory in the man's mind slowly faded away. He looked up at Angor with a confused expression and tilted his head, as if he had no idea what was going on. "It's settled then. You'll be called Dodoro before you remember anything," Angor said. "As for your family name, well, it doesn't really matter if you take it or not. However, Akiso used his blood to nourish you for 1,000 years. You can't forget what he did for you. For now, you'll use Akiso as your last name. Dodoro Akiso. That's your name from now on," Angor said. The man nodded in confusion. A gust of wind blew past, causing his knee-length hair to flutter in the wind. Yellowed leaves rustled down from the sky, accompanied by the sound of the wind, and the drifting clouds in the sky. This was the moment Dodoro would never forget. Halfway up the mountain, Angor saw an exquisitely built 2-story wooden house. It was located in an open space in the forest. There was a sign not far from the house. Angor took a closer look and saw several languages written on the sign. The language at the top of the sign was the universal language. Bison Mountains, Ranger's Wooden House, Kana Mountain. The bottom left corner of the sign also had the date of its establishment, as well as an emblem that read, "The morning sun rises from the horizon." So this was the house of a ranger. Angor rubbed his chin. He didn't really care about the house, but he did care about the sign. The sign was only used to record a location, but Angor could infer a lot of information from it. The emblem and the words Bison Mountains, Ranger told Angor one thing: this was a symbol of the government. Only the government would divide a country's territory into different sections. Even a single mountain range would be divided into several sections. This also meant that the government was quite peaceful when it came to setting up the sign. In a chaotic world, the government wouldn't even care about the lives of ordinary people, let alone protecting a forest. Gold's Pink Empire used to have a ranger position. However, after the war with Heilong, the people had no way to make a living, and the ranger disappeared in the tide of history. "So I'm lucky to be in a peaceful place?" Angor touched the sign. There wasn't much dust on it. Someone must have cleaned it regularly. He went around the wooden sign and arrived at the ranger's cabin. There was no one in the room. Angor already checked the place. The door was locked, but that did not affect him at all. He could easily open the lock with his spirit or mana. Angor pushed the door open and walked inside. The house had 2 floors, but each floor only had one room. The first floor was the living room, and the second floor was the bedroom. The layout was simple. Apart from several locked cabinets, everything else was easy to see. Other than weapons, there's only food. There's no book here. Looks like the ranger doesn't have anything to do with his daily life. Angor opened the drawer and found a map. However, this map only showed the location of the Forest Guardian's wooden house in the Bazhan Mountains 0021-0040. According to the scale of the map, there were about 20 ranger houses in an area of about 800 square kilometers. That was quite a dense distribution. This country was much more peaceful than he thought since it cared for the forest and nature. Angor put down the map and was attracted by a whiff of smoke. He raised his head and saw a row of smoked pork legs and a row of unidentifiable jerky hanging from the ceiling beam above the cabinet. Angor had been eating food without any seasoning for months. His eyes lit up at the sight of the salty food. He picked up a piece of smoked pork jerky and muttered, "Forgive me." Then he put it into the pot on the stove and boiled it. The aroma was so alluring. Even Toby couldn't help but chomp down, let alone Angor. On the other hand, Dodoro, who had been eating fruits for half a month, couldn't help but gulp when he smelled the delicious meat. But he didn't ask for it. Instead, he just stared at the meat in the pot. Since Dodoro didn't get sick from eating fruits for the past half a month, his stomach should be fine. So, he tossed the soft, mushy meat to Dodoro. This meal was very filling and satisfying. Before leaving the ranger's house, Angor left a gold coin on the table. It was a bit belated, but at least it was enough. The gold coin was used to buy the pork jerky, as well as a set of clothes and shoes. He wasn't going to wear it himself. He was going to give it to Dodoro. Inside Angor's bracelet was a shiny purple wizard robe he got from Prom, which Dodoro had been wearing for the past few days. But Dodoro wasn't wearing anything under the robe. Dodoro didn't seem to be wearing anything strange, but Angor still felt a bit uncomfortable. When the wind blew, not only did this fellow's front and back perked up, even her shape could be seen. It was simply too offensive to public morals. Angor had to do this so that he wouldn't be an eyesore when he entered the city. After changing, Dodoro looked more decent than before. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor even trimmed Dodoro's hair into a buzz cut. After taking care of everything, they left the house. Angor planned to go through the mountains. However, there was already a clear path here. They should be able to reach the human settlement if they followed it. It was noon when he reached the top of the mountain, when the sun was at its brightest. Earlier, Angor heard from Toby that there was a big city on the other side of the mountain, but he had no idea how big it was. When he reached the top and looked down from the balcony, he was surprised to see how big the unknown city was. The first thing that caught his attention was not the city, but the large body of water. He thought it was connected to the sea, but when he looked down, he realized that it was just an inland lake. Just the size of the lake alone was about half the size of Midnight Sovereign. Midnight Sovereign was a city with millions of residents. The clear blue lake looked like a giant mirror that reflected the clouds in the sky. Thousands of white water birds circled around the lake and played among the clouds. Angor's destination, the city beside the lake, was not a self-built city like he expected. Instead, it was a giant city that stretched from the foot of the mountain to the edge of the lake. As far as he could see, the lakeside was filled with buildings. However, they were scattered in different directions. In the densest areas, the houses looked like ants. Angor estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people living in the area. He even saw some artificial islands that extended all the way to the center of the lake. Many buildings were built on the surface of the water, which looked quite interesting. It's a big city, and it's in such a good location. Living by the water and surrounded by rich forests, Angor also saw a large basin and a large body of water. The paddy fields and fishing boats that came out of the water were enough to tell how rich this place was. Maybe he could stay here for a while after finding the location. But he had to get to Floating Mech City before the Purification Garden opened next year. Angor quickened his pace when he went down the mountain. The city looked close from the top of the mountain, but he still needed to find a place to live and reach the gathering area on the same night. Since he was approaching a crowded area, he deliberately hid his presence to avoid unnecessary trouble. His black and white checkered windbreaker and smiley face hat were too eye-catching. The passive effect of the bracelet was offset by the windbreaker's eye-catching effect. Now, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, he could only activate the stronger Infinite Reticence. Under the effect of Infinite Reticence, Angor looked like a shadow walker. His figure was faintly discernible under the mottled sunlight. Dodoro, who was following behind Angor, was also confused for a second when Angor used Infinite Reticence. However, Dodoro's attention was always on Angor, so he did not lose track of him. On his way down the mountain, he passed by a deep, dark forest. The first thing he felt when he stepped into the forest was a chill. Then he sensed a faint, foul air lingering in the air. It was a wizard's sense. With the power of the spirit, a magus' innate senses would be amplified. Auras of evil, undead, and evil could sometimes be sensed even without detection. Did many people die here? Or? Angor frowned as he looked at the ground. Many people are buried here? There was foul air here, but it was not strong enough to turn someone into an undead. Angor only thought about it for a moment before he stopped paying attention to it. However, he only took a few steps when he saw a dark shadow dashing toward him. The shadow quickly jumped onto a large tree nearby. The shadow was small, about the size of a palm. It moved so fast that Angor could not see its shape with his naked eyes. A squirrel? Or a flying weasel? Angor patted Toby's head and asked him to get up. Stay alert. I'm counting on you. Angor did not expect to run into any danger at all. He only woke Toby up because he envied the lazy bird who only knew how to eat and sleep every day. Angor also wanted to live such a life. Toby did not understand Angor's intention. He stood on Angor's hat and began to act as a lookout. As he expected, nothing strange happened along the way. The small shadow and the foul aura were like a fleeting cloud that quickly disappeared into the corner of his memory. It didn't take long for him to leave the forest and reach the flatland. Soon, he saw several houses built by the lake. Some people were fishing by the lake, and some were working in the fields. They were all mortals. Their clothes were mostly made of cotton and linen, similar to the ones he found in the ranger's house. The women mostly wore long skirts and aprons, while the men wore long shirts and trousers. Their clothes were not exquisite, but overall, they looked clean and tidy. Angor did not approach them directly. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to listen to their words. Common language, but the accent is not strong. Angor glanced at Dodoro, who was following him closely. Dodoro's accent was the strongest, but he had to admit that the gentle accent was quite pleasant. It seemed that Dodoro did not come from this place. Or maybe his accent had changed after 1,000 years. The farmers mostly talked about their daily lives. Plus, this was the harvest season, so Angor only heard about which fields had more and less harvests on his way here. The farmers also noticed Angor's group, but they did not pay much attention to them. Every now and then, a few young girls would look at them and comment on Dodoro's handsome looks, but no one would say anything else. He felt as if he was back at Pat Manor again. He was young and carefree back then. He also often went to the tea garden. While farming, he chatted with the maid Olga and the head maid Mana about trivial matters of the household. Those days were relaxing and boring, but Angor missed them a lot. Perhaps it was because he had spent too much time in the wizarding world and rarely met mortals. As soon as he arrived at this place, he was attracted by the peaceful and comfortable life in his mind. He shook his head and tried to get rid of the memory. Once again, he tried to think of something. He could not relax until he achieved his goal of saving his teacher. They kept moving forward. To avoid the fields, the main road deviated from the fertile land near the lake. They almost reached the Bison Mountains before returning to the main road. Soon, Angor arrived at a more sparsely populated area. He could see the buildings in the distance, but they were still too far away. The main road, which was away from the crowd, and the deep forest near the Bison Mountains, was the perfect place for bandits to rob. Most people would take the main road with vehicles, while solo travelers would take shortcuts. Angor chose the main road because he was not familiar with the place. Besides, he did not want to go through the fields and disturb the lives of ordinary people. Most people who owned vehicles were rich people. Bandits would always have a lot of money in their pockets. They could just turn around and go into the forest. It was so easy. Angor complained about the strange construction of the road. He wondered if the government built it like this on purpose. Even if they wanted to avoid the fertile land, they did not need to hide in such a remote area. As Angor was thinking about it, he heard the loud noise of a robbery not far away. Angor's eyes flashed with an I knew it expression. He looked up, but his eyes froze as soon as he looked over. Hundreds of meters away, a tall carriage with an exquisite black airtight compartment was surrounded by a group of knife-wielding bandits. This group of knife-wielding bandits were basically wearing a sleeveless top and a black eye patch. The leader had a fat head and big ears. His body was very big, and his belly was bulging like a balloon. He was also the only one who didn't wear an eye patch. However, there was a very deep scar on his right eye, which was even more terrifying than the underlings who wore an eye patch. The carriage surrounded by these bandits was obviously a noble's carriage. Even the coachman was a silver-haired old man in a black gentleman's suit. The old man with round-rimmed glasses showed a hint of fear in his eyes. He said to the leader, "What do you want? If you want money, we can give it to you. But please leave immediately after giving it to us. Money? Of course I want it. But. The fat man revealed a hideous smile. But I want her too. Give Miss Margot to us, and we'll take good care of her. When he said take good care of her, the other bandits all grinned obscenely. One-eyed brotherhood. You dare to do this in Watergross? Aren't you afraid of the Count's wrath? The old coachman shouted. The group of bandits known as the One-Eyed Brotherhood, however, laughed out loud. Fury? Things are different now. We don't have to be afraid of that old bastard Leon Rick. Angor did not know why the One-Eyed Brotherhood dared to call the Count by his name. But judging from their fearless looks, they were not afraid of the Count at all. The coachman's face darkened. This was going to be a dead end. Suddenly, the coachman saw a figure walking alone not far away. You think you'll never find out about Miss Margot's kidnapping? If the Count finds out, you'll disappear from this world forever. While speaking, the coachman made a hand gesture to the approaching man when no one was paying attention to him. The gesture didn't mean anything. It just meant to tell the coachman to run. Perhaps he was going to die here today, but if someone could inform the Count, even if he died, it would be worth it. The coachman only hoped that the man had good eyesight so he could see his gesture. The coachman saw Dodoro and the others. Dodoro's eyesight was fine, but expecting a handicapped child to understand his hand gestures. Angor, who had a very low sense of presence, couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Dodoro saw the coachman's gesture, but he didn't understand it. His only thought now was to follow Angor as far as he could. When Dodoro was about 100 meters away from the scene, some of the Brotherhood's members noticed him even though the bandits had their backs to them. Boss, someone's coming from behind. Looks like a farmer from around here. The scout kept an eye on Dodoro while speaking to the fat, scarred man. A farmer? The scarred man glanced at Dodoro and snorted. He's just a hothead. Take him and the old man down. The coachman sighed softly, his face turning gloomy. Not only was he in trouble this time, but he was also worried about the young lady's safety. Angor lowered the brim of his hat and watched as the two men dragged Dodoro to the carriage. Boss, I think he's an idiot. Dodoro didn't look scared at all. His eyes were as clear as a baby's, and he simply stared at Angor. Idiot? Don't tell me he's playing dumb? The scar-faced man walked over and grabbed Dodoro by the collar. Dodoro's clear eyes were filled with disbelief as he threw Dodoro aside. Dodoro rolled on the ground and was covered in dust. But he quickly got up with a sad look and walked to Angor with a pitiful look. Angor was standing right next to the scarred man, but the others couldn't see him. They only saw Dodoro running back to the scarred man and looking at him with a pitiful look. It was such a silly thing to do. So he really is an idiot. The man with the scar humped and looked at Dodoro's face. But he's not bad looking. Maybe I can. When the man tried to figure out Dodoro's value, one of his men suddenly brightened up. Boss, I heard Madame Mary likes to torture innocent men like this. Plus, this one looks good. Maybe Madame Mary can sell him to her for a good price. Even though the man was talking about selling Dodoro right in front of him, Dodoro didn't seem to understand. He just kept staring at Angor like a puppy. Since Angor had already activated infinite reticence, Dodoro was worried that Angor would disappear if he didn't pay attention. Ha ha ha. You're right. Looks like this little lamb is destined to be whipped by Madame Mary. The man with the scar laughed out loud. Dodoro wouldn't tell anyone about what happened today anyway. Selling Dodoro would earn him a lot of money. Of course he was happy about it. Not bad. There's a bonus today. You, come here and keep an eye on him. I can't wait to see today's appetizer. Ha 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 ha. The man with the scar pointed at the man who suggested the plan and ordered him to guard Dodoro. He himself walked to the front of the black carriage, picked up the machete on his back, and hacked down at the black carriage. The man was as fat as a ball, but when he used all his strength, blue veins bulged on his muscular arms. With just one slash, the carriage was split into two halves. Angor noticed that the man released a strange aura from his body and flowed to his arms through his meridians, which gave him an unimaginable power. Angor was familiar with this power. It was the power of faith of knights. Knights didn't believe in gods, kings, or demons. They believed in the spirit of chivalry and self-restraint. Through self-restraint, they could refine their blood and organs and turn them into power. Angor's power of faith was something he heard about before he entered the wizarding world. However, ever since he entered the wizarding world, he had learned a lot. The so-called knight's power of faith was, in fact, a very shallow method for bloodline adepts to refine their bodies. Every creature's bloodline was a bloodline. The power of a knight was actually to train one's own bloodline, turning it from a hidden to a dominant one. In the end, it was still the power of the bloodline. However, this kind of rough polishing method was suitable for everyone, and it did not even require the spiritual power to reach a certain level. Therefore, the wizarding world did not declare the copyright of this method and allowed it to spread among the mortals. If he did not join the wizarding world, he would have chosen to become a knight as well. The sound of horse hooves hissed, and a woman wearing a pink and white tutu skirt rolled down from the carriage that was broken into two halves. Originally, she was trembling in fear, and at this time, seeing the fiendish one-eyed brotherhood around her, she was so scared that she collapsed and screamed. Following the woman's scream and the horse's hooves, the situation quickly turned into chaos. The horse neighed in fright. The scar-faced man dug his ears and did not stop. He walked directly to the panicked horse and swung his saber, cutting the horse into two halves. Blood and intestines flowed out of the horse's stomach. All the Cyclops Brotherhood members were excited by the smell of blood and Margot's scream. They began to cheer loudly. Even the coachman was so frightened by the sudden stench that he closed his eyes. Dodoro and Angor were the only ones who didn't react at all. Dodoro had been soaking in blood for thousands of years. Of course, he wouldn't mind the smell. Angor, on the other hand, had his purification field activated, so he couldn't smell anything. Even if he did, he wouldn't react. Between passion and indifference, wizards always chose the latter. Perhaps they were too excited, because some people in the fields looked at them. However, when they saw the group of people, they quickly ran away. The man signaled one of his men to take care of the one who ran away. Then, he took out a glowing ring from his pocket with a smile. "Didn't you say we'll be discovered if we take Margot hostage?" The man walked to the coachman and kicked him to the ground. "Let me tell you something. What we did today will be forgotten forever. Leonric's good days are coming to an end. The whole of Watergrass will fall into Mr. Magician's nightmares." Ahahaha. As he spoke, the scarred man gently turned the emerald on his ring. Following this gentle turn, ripples appeared in the surrounding air. Then, everyone was enveloped by the ripples. The coachman helped Margot to her feet. "What's going on?" he asked in shock and fear. "What happened? What's going on? Why do you have such power?" "Do you know what this is?" asked the man with a proud look. "Mr. Magician gave this to us. It's called the Ring of Illusion. Do you know what's going on?" Ahahaha. "Let me tell you something. No one can see what we're doing inside the ring. If anyone else came here, they would only see an empty field of horse corpses? Broken carriages? Margot? And you? None of you are here. This is the power of transcendence. A power that mortals can't reach. And Leonric? He'll die under Mr. Magician's iron fist sooner or later." Perhaps it was because of the scarred man's words, the lackey that he had sent to kill the witnesses returned at this time. However, he couldn't find them even. After wandering around the carriages for a long time, it was as if he was trapped in a maze. He was right next to them, but he couldn't find the entrance. Seeing this, the Brotherhood members laughed. The man ordered a man who looked like a captain to drag the man into the range of the Ring of Illusion. Seeing such an inconceivable power, the coachman fell into despair. How could they escape from such an extraordinary power? "See? Watergrass, no, the entire Zeal Dominion, will belong to Mr. Magician." The man laughed and raised his machete at the coachman. "I don't have time to play with you anymore. Take Margot away. As for the old man, he'll stay here." When the man raised his machete, Angor's eyes glinted. He was not a person who liked to join in the fun, nor was he a person who liked to stand out. The Cyclops Brotherhood might be evil, but he didn't know if they would help him. The reason why he came here was because he felt the power of illusion. The illusion wasn't strong, but he could tell that something was wrong. The presence of an illusion meant that there was a supernatural being here. Angor wanted to know where this place was and where it was located in the wizarding world. It was possible to find the location of this place in the mortal world, but there was little information about the southern wizarding region in the mortal world. Most of it was in the hands of supernatural beings. If he could talk to the person behind the ring of illusion, he might be able to get more useful information. As for the coachman, Angor didn't mind saving his life since he sincerely warned Dodoro to run away. Angor looked at the machete in the man's hand and sneered. The coachman covered his head with his hands while trembling. Margot was dragged aside by the two men. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed in fear. The coachman thought he was going to die. Images of his life flashed across his mind. But after a long time, the coachman didn't feel any pain. Was he already dead? He trembled and looked up in confusion. As soon as he turned around, the sparkling and translucent light dazzled his eyes. It took him a while to regain his senses. When he saw what was going on, he was shocked. It wasn't that the man was soft-hearted. He wasn't dead. It turned out that a crystal-clear ice wall suddenly appeared between the two of them. The machete of the scarred man fell, but now it was frozen in the ice wall and couldn't be pulled out. What's going on? Why is there an ice wall? The Brotherhood members all pointed at the wall in shock. A trace of shock flashed across the scar-faced man's face, but he returned to normal in an instant. With a solemn expression, he asked, "Excuse me, are you Sir Magician?" No one answered. The scarred man looked around and saw that his followers were all shocked, the coachman was surprised, and Margot was still being held captive, but she was still shouting for help. It's not the coachman, not the boy, and not Margot either. Finally, the man looked at Dodoro. Dodoro was the only outsider who showed up out of nowhere. He didn't panic at the sight of blood. Instead, he kept smiling even when he was being bullied. Could it be that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? If that was the case. The man recalled how he slapped Dodoro and felt cold sweat running down his back. He signaled his lackeys to release Dodoro and walked to Dodoro with a smile. "Please forgive me for my rudeness, sir." As he spoke, the scar-faced man slapped himself in the face. The force of the slap wasn't light, and a bloody tooth flew out of his mouth. He knew how terrifying supernatural beings could be, so he didn't hesitate to slap himself even though it was just a suspicion. However, he didn't get any response from Dodoro after slapping himself several times. The man slowly looked up at Dodoro. Dodoro didn't even look at him. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The scarred man looked around again. When he slapped himself, his lackeys, coachman, and Margot all gave him strange looks. However, the scar-faced man did not feel anything. If there was really a supernatural being beside him, even if he had to cut off his own limbs, he would not hesitate as long as he could survive. Finally, he looked around and fixed his eyes on Dodoro's face. Everyone else was behaving normally. The only abnormal one was this idiot who had appeared out of nowhere. Is it really him? The man carefully observed Dodoro's expression. Despite his brutish appearance, he was the leader of the biggest underground organization in Watergrass, the One-Eyed Brotherhood. Naturally, he had a unique ability to recognize people, as well as a keen sense of observation. The scar-faced man took a closer look at Dodoro and noticed something strange about Dodoro. Why did he keep staring at the same direction? And his eyes were filled with joy. Could it be that there was someone he was familiar with in that direction? The scar-faced man followed Dodoro's gaze but saw nothing. Just as the scar-faced man turned around, a warning suddenly sounded in his mind. No, he saw it. A man wearing a black and white checkered windbreaker and a strange smiling top hat suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was nothing there just a second ago. Under the shocked gazes of the man and the others, the man took off his hat and put a hand on his chest with a smile. "Sorry for the intrusion. Good afternoon, everyone." End of chapter 342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.